Welcome to the Huiqiangbai system. You may begin using it now. What the hell?
Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears, jolting Shenmue awake from his dream.
Where exactly is this? Am I not dead?
Looking at the unfamiliar room before him, Shenmue was stunned, filled with confusion.
Could it be that someone saved me?
Shenmue gently touched his face, revealing a strange expression.
Shenmue had a very unsuccessful past.
After graduating from university, he had ventured into entrepreneurship and made a modest profit, with his net worth once reaching several million. However, later on, due to an urgent need for funds, he borrowed from loan sharks. Poor Shenmue had no clue about the dangers of society. After his business failed, he couldn't even repay the loan, and the matter escalated to his parents. His parents were just honest farmers, who had never encountered such situations. The loan sharks pressed hard, and without Shenmue's knowledge, his father went to work on a construction site, hoping to help him repay the debt. Unfortunately, his father had an accident on site and passed away. His mother, also burdened by various hardships, soon passed away in despair. Left alone, Shenmue felt desolate and guilty towards his parents, drowning his sorrow in alcohol and falling into a deep sleep. Now, however, Shenmue was suddenly awake, with everything that had happened before seeming like a dream.
Welcome to the Huiqiangbai system. The voice returned, and Shenmue blinked, secretly wondering if he was hearing things. Huiqiangbai system? I'm here.
Shenmue felt exasperated. This thing sounded just like the artificial intelligence on his phone.
Siri? I'm here. Huiqiangbai system, what exactly are you? Shenmue asked curiously.
I am not just anything, I am the Huiqiangbai system spirit, possessing highly advanced artificial intelligence, and I am your system assistant.
Are you sure you're artificial intelligence? And not artificial stupidity? Please do not doubt my intelligence.
I possess super strong computational abilities and am a top product of Huiqiangbai industry.
Products from Huiqiangbai. Ha ha. Huiqiangbai? Is that the place I remember in Shenzhen? The place famous for producing imitation phones? Please do not question Huiqiangbai's capabilities. The system spirit seemed a bit annoyed. Oh, okay, wait, you even know what I'm thinking?
Shenmue suddenly recalled that his complaints about Huiqiangbai were only in his mind, he hadn't spoken them out loud.
How could this system spirit know?
Moreover, up to this point, Shenmue had not seen where the system spirit actually was. If there were outsiders present, they would think Shenmue was talking to himself like a fool. The Huiqiangbai system resides in your exclusive space, you can communicate with me directly through thought. The system spirit's voice continued. I engage with you on a soul level, so there's no need to speak it out loud. Also, your worries are unnecessary, as long as you don't wish for me to know your thoughts, I cannot understand them.
Ah, so that's how it is. Shenmue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then curiously asked, where am I right now? Also, wasn't I drunk? How did I end up here?
Although Shenmue was surprised that the system spirit could communicate with him on a soul level, he wasn't afraid at all.
A person who wasn't afraid of death wouldn't be scared of this system screwing him over, right?
This is Huaxia, but it is not the Huaxia of your previous Earth.
The system spirit explained, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe that you are familiar with.
You have not died, instead, you have fused with the version of you that exists in this world.
Marvel Cinematic Universe?
At this moment, Shenmue finally could not contain his shock.
Was this the world where superheroes walked everywhere and aliens were as common as dogs? Is this world merely a movie? Also, what does it mean to fuse with another me?
In this world, you also exist. However, a while ago, you almost drowned, and at the brink of death, your soul fused with his.
Another me?
Shenmue was taken aback, and then he calmed down. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind.
Ah!
This body was also Shenmue, but it was vastly different from the original Shenmue. They looked the same, had similar personalities, and even the same parents, the only difference was their family background and upbringing.
This world's Shenmue could be considered a rich second-generation individual.
His parents were not farmers but entrepreneurs. Shenmue's family owned a factory specializing in producing electronic components, small appliances, and even electric toys. Having a factory made the family quite wealthy, so this world's Shenmue had never suffered hardships. Recently, while walking by the sea, Shenmue saw someone drowning and jumped into the water without hesitation to save them, forgetting one crucial thing: he couldn't swim at all. Fortunately, the drowning person was rescued.
Although it caused him some trouble, he was also rescued but remained in a coma until now.
It was only now that the Shenmue from another world finally fused with the Shenmue of this world.
Saving someone but forgetting that you couldn't swim? Is there really someone that foolish? So, the world I am in right now is actually a movie world?
Shenmue pulled back the covers, got out of bed, and stood by the window, gazing at the busy street outside, his expression very conflicted.
Two worlds, two Shenmues, two sets of memories intertwined in his mind, giving him a headache.
No, this world exists in reality.
At least for me, it is real.
Recalling the various scenes from Marvel movies, Shenmue took a deep breath. This world was even more exciting than he had imagined. Of course, it was also filled with danger. In the future, Thanos would snap his fingers, erasing half of the lives in this world, and Shenmue didn't know if he would be able to survive. Although the Avengers would later bring everyone back, Shenmue didn't want to leave his fate to chance.
No matter what, I cannot sit back and wait for death. System Spirit, tell me, what should I do?
Thus, after a struggle and contemplation, Shenmue's attention shifted to the Huiqiangbai system.
Fusing the two selves, this system must have unique abilities, right?
Perhaps he could use it to carve out a path for himself.
You are now tasked with a great historical mission.
What? This world's great rejuvenation of Huaxia needs you to lead it. Shenmue wore a strange expression.
Me, lead Huaxia to achieve great rejuvenation? Hasn't Huaxia already been rejuvenated? What can a small player like me do?
Wait, in this world, Huaxia has not been rejuvenated. Shenmue suddenly remembered, this world was the Marvel world. Huaxia had always been a supporting role, with superheroes around, and not a single one from this ancient civilization of the East. This is my main quest?
Shenmue couldn't help but smile wryly. To lead Huaxia on a great revitalization journey in this perilous Marvel universe?
It was indeed commendable, full of passion that could stir one's blood. However, it was far too difficult, much harder than becoming a superhero himself.
Correct,
this is the sole purpose of the Huiqiangbai system's existence. To help Huaxia from all worlds reach the pinnacle of the world.
The system spirit said calmly. By the way, is there a punishment for failing this mission?
Hearing the system spirit's words, Shenmue felt a surge of excitement, but he couldn't help but ask.
If he were to fail, would he face severe repercussions?
Rest assured, the system will not force the master to do anything, nor does it have the authority to punish the master.
Phew, that's good. So it seemed that even if he didn't undertake this task, he could still live peacefully without issue? As long as the master does not feel guilty, there will be no problems.
The system spirit said calmly, carrying a heavy responsibility but living life just to survive, like a salted fish. As long as you are at peace with yourself, naturally, no one can condemn you. In fact, no one in this world will even know you bear such responsibility and mission.
Is this a form of provocation?
Shenmue clenched his fists, then sighed and said with a bitter smile, if possible, I naturally hope my homeland, Huaxia of this world, can achieve great rejuvenation, but I also know my limitations.
What capability do I have to help my country swim against the current in this dangerous world?
This world was far too treacherous, with crises emerging one after another, and beyond Earth, countless dangers awaited. It was extremely difficult for Huaxia to revive in this world.
The system can assist you.
The system spirit said calmly, which brightened Shenmue's eyes.
Oh right, you haven't told me what the Huiqiangbai system can do.
Since the Huiqiangbai system assigned him the main quest of leading Huaxia towards great rejuvenation, it must surely provide him with relevant assistance.
The Huiqiangbai system, simply put, possesses analytical, research, and production capabilities. The system spirit explained in detail. In other words, it's about replication? Shenmue fell into thought, feeling somewhat bitter. What use would reliance on replication have in this world? Could he really replicate Iron Man's armor?
Correct, any technology can be replicated by the Huiqiangbai system. The system spirit stated bluntly.
Any technology? Even Iron Man's armor? Shenmue raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his eyes. Of course, no problem. Shield's airborne aircraft carrier? Easy peasy. Thanos' alien spaceship? Child's play. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Shenmue gasped in astonishment. Was Huiqiangbai really that powerful?
The premise is that you can get close. The closer you are, the more detailed the technology you can obtain.
So, as long as he got close, he could acquire relevant technology? Well, that's good. If that's the case, I can take the risk and find a way to get close to these things to gain the technology?
Shenmue pondered for a moment and felt that such a risk was worth taking. For example, regarding Iron Man's armor, if you get within 100 meters, you can obtain relevant data to manufacture an armor with 1/10 the power. If you get within 50 meters, the data can produce armor with half the power. If you can touch the armor itself, you'll have the complete data to perfectly replicate Iron Man's armor.
Is it really that impressive?
Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim, this was indeed somewhat frightening. Just by getting close, he could acquire relevant data, and if he could touch it, he would receive the complete information. This ability to plagiarize scientific technology was genuinely terrifying. And if you just see it, even just a photo, you can still manufacture it, but it will only have 1% of its power. So, in essence, as long as he saw a photo, he could manufacture it, but the output would be so weak it would be a mere shell.
Well, that's not bad. As long as I find a photo of Iron Man, I can manufacture the Iron Man suit.
Even though it would only have less than 1% of the power, it would still look like the real thing.
Yes, that was replication, pure and simple. But I like it. Are other technologies the same? Shenmue asked excitedly.
Correct, as long as you get within 100 meters of a technological product, the system can obtain the data and technology. If you can touch it directly, you can get a product with 100% of its intended effects.
Impressive, simply incredible.
Moreover, even if it was just a photo, as long as it had relevant images, even if the distance was far, the system could still create it, but it would only be a visual replica.
This is just the analytical capability. The system spirit said calmly. Then, what about the research and production capabilities? Shenmue asked eagerly.
Just the analytical capability had already thrilled him, the other two capabilities shouldn't be lacking either.
The research capability is the ability to break through after fully analyzing a technology.
In simpler terms, if he could produce a complete Iron Man armor, he could then make technological advancements to make the armor even more advanced.
To replicate something even better than the original? Just ask if that's infuriating. Got it. What about the production capability?
Shenmue's eyes twitched with anticipation as he continued to inquire. Inside the main body, there is a Huiqiangbai space exclusively for you. It has production and storage capabilities, allowing you to manufacture specific items.
So, in other words, it was like a portable factory. By the way, what's your name? Calling you System Spirit is kind of cumbersome.
I do not have a name, the master can rename me.
Rename?
Let me think. Shenmue stroked his chin.
This System Spirit seems somewhat lacking in intelligence, so how about calling it Siri? No, since we want Huaxia to achieve great rejuvenation, how can I give it a foreign name? Let's call it Xiao AI instead. System Spirit, from now on, you will be known as Xiao AI. Naming successful. Xiao AI. I'm here.
Though it felt a bit strange, Shenmue found it much easier to say, is this my main quest?
Shenmue sighed with a wry smile. To lead Huaxia on a great revitalization journey in this perilous Marvel universe?
It was indeed impressive and stirred his blood. However, it was truly too difficult, far more difficult than simply becoming a superhero.
Correct, this is the sole mission of the Huiqiangbai system.
To help Huaxia from all worlds reach the pinnacle of the world. The system spirit stated calmly.
By the way, is there a punishment for failing this mission?
Despite feeling a surge of excitement from the system spirit's words, Shenmue couldn't help but ask.
If he were to fail the task, would he face harsh punishment?
Rest assured, the system will not force the master to do anything, nor does it have the authority to punish the master.
Phew, that's a relief. So it seemed that even if he chose not to undertake this task, living peacefully wouldn't be a problem? As long as you do not feel guilty, there will be no issues.
The system spirit replied calmly, carrying a heavy responsibility but living just to survive, like a salted fish. As long as you remain at peace with yourself, naturally no one can condemn you. In fact, no one in this world will even know you carry such responsibility and mission.
Is this some kind of provocation?
Shenmue clenched his fists, then sighed and said with a bitter smile, if possible, I naturally hope my homeland, Huaxia of this world, can achieve great rejuvenation, but I also have self-awareness. What capability do I have to help my country swim against the current in this dangerous world? This world was fraught with crises, dangers lurking everywhere, and beyond Earth, countless threats awaited. Revitalizing Huaxia in this world was incredibly difficult.
The system can lend you a helping hand.
The system spirit's calm statement brightened Chen Mu's eyes.
Oh right, you haven't told me what the Huiqiangbai system can do.
Since the Huiqiangbai system had given him the main quest of leading Huaxia toward great rejuvenation, it must provide him with some relevant assistance.
The Huiqiangbai system, simply put, has analytical, research, and production capabilities. The system spirit explained in detail. In other words, it's about replication?
Chen Mu fell silent for a moment and then smiled bitterly.
What use would relying on replication have in this world? Could he really replicate Iron Man's armor?
Correct, any technology can be replicated by the Huiqiangbai system. The system spirit spoke plainly.
Any technology? Even Iron Man's armor? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised. Of course, no problem. Shield's airborne aircraft carrier? Easy as pie. Thanos' alien spaceship? Child's play. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Chen Mu gasped in disbelief. Was Huiqiangbai really that powerful?
The premise is that you can get close. The closer you are, the more detailed the technology you can obtain.
So as long as he got close, he could acquire relevant technology? Well, that's good. If that's the case, I can take the risk and find a way to get close to these things to obtain the technology?
Chen Mu pondered for a moment, feeling that this risk was worth taking. For example, regarding Iron Man's armor, if you get within 100 meters, you can obtain relevant data to manufacture armor with 1/10 the power. If you get within 50 meters, the data can produce armor with half the power. If you can touch the actual Iron Man armor, you will have the complete data to perfectly replicate Iron Man's armor. Is it really that impressive? Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim, this was indeed somewhat terrifying. Just by getting close, he could acquire relevant data, and if he could touch it, he would receive the complete information. This capacity to plunder scientific technology was genuinely frightening. And if you just see it, even just a photo, you can still manufacture it, but it will only have 1% of its power. So essentially, as long as he saw a photo, he could produce it, but the output would be so weak it would be a mere shell.
Well, that's not bad. If I just find a photo of Iron Man, I can make the Iron Man suit.
Even though it would only have less than 1% of the power, it would still look like the real thing.
Yes, this was replication, pure and simple. But I like it. Are other technologies the same? Chen Mu asked excitedly.
Correct, as long as you get within 100 meters of a technological product, the system can obtain the data and technology. If you can touch it directly, you can get a product with 100% of its intended effects.
Impressive, simply incredible.
Moreover, even if it was just a photo, as long as it had relevant images, even if the distance was far, the system could still create it, but it would only be a visual replica.
This is just the analytical capability. The system spirit said calmly. Then, what about the research and production capabilities? Chen Mu asked eagerly.
Just the analytical capability had already thrilled him. He believed the other two capabilities couldn't be lacking either.
The research capability is the ability to break through after fully analyzing a technology.
In simpler terms, if he could produce a complete Iron Man armor, he could then make technological advancements to make the armor even more advanced.
To replicate something even better than the original? Just ask if that's infuriating. Got it. What about the production capability?
Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he continued to inquire. Inside the main body, there is a Huiqiangbai space exclusively for you. It has production and storage capabilities, allowing you to manufacture specific items.
So, in other words, it was like a portable factory. By the way, what's your name? Calling you System Spirit is kind of cumbersome.
I do not have a name, the master can rename me.
Rename?
Let me think. Chen Mu stroked his chin.
This System Spirit seems somewhat dull. So how about calling it Siri? No, since we want Huaxia to achieve great rejuvenation, how can I give it a foreign name? Let's call it Xiao AI instead. System Spirit, from now on, you will be known as Xiao AI. Naming successful. Xiao AI. I'm here.
Though it felt a bit strange, Chen Mu found it much easier to say. The research process for the fruit phone was indeed remarkably swift, with improvements made in just a few minutes, increasing by 1%.
This speed was faster than downloading a movie.
Within less than an hour, the research work was completed, and Chen Mu could finally check the results. Let me see how much the parameters have improved. Opening the research interface on the fruit phone, Chen Mu was astonished by the level of detail. There were significant upgrades in various options, including screen size, resolution, camera pixels, battery, and chip specifications. There were also various miscellaneous features that had been optimized. Most importantly, he could modify its appearance, which would eliminate any complaints about it being a knockoff.
With a radically different and more advanced design, who would dare to say his was a copy? Impressive.
However, Shenmue didn't want to dive into the business of producing phones or become a mobile phone manufacturer. Certainly, producing phones could yield massive wealth, and with Hui Qiangbai's research capabilities, he could undoubtedly make a fortune, but that wouldn't fulfill his original intention or ultimate goal.
That goal was to achieve the great rejuvenation of Huaxia. No matter how advanced the phone was, it wouldn't lead to national revival, especially in this world full of crises. Therefore, compared to phones, Shenmue hoped to produce weapons to arm his country. Only with a strong fist could they embark on the path of revival and clear away all difficulties and obstacles. Speaking of which, I am truly fortunate to be in the Marvel world, not in the dangerous America, but in peaceful Huaxia. However, the peace I see is not genuine peace. I feel safe only because there are a group of people standing on the front lines of danger, keeping all threats at bay outside our borders. They are the soldiers. Thinking of this, Shenmue couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. In this Marvel world, the role of ordinary soldiers was minimal, as the decisive factor in war leaned more towards top-tier combat power, which was precisely what this world's Huaxia lacked. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there were no superheroes from Huaxia. If danger arose, the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army would face enormous risks. I absolutely cannot sit idly by in such matters. Shenmue took a deep breath. Previously, he felt that the responsibility bestowed upon him by the Hui Qiangbai system to revitalize Huaxia seemed distant, even ridiculous. But now, after learning about the capabilities of the Hui Qiangbai system, he felt that this task seemed destined for him. I cannot let our soldiers face the impending extraterrestrial threats with their flesh and blood. If Iron Man could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods as a mere mortal, then why couldn't others do the same? I will ensure that every soldier of the People's Liberation Army can stand alongside the gods. With the capabilities of Hui Qiangbai, Shenmue could completely analyze Iron Man's armor technology and even enhance it. With the appropriate technology, he could achieve mass production of the armor and eventually equip every soldier with it. Yes, equipping each soldier with armor might be challenging, but it was not entirely impossible. At least arming a legion wouldn't be a problem. Of course, the premise is that I can get close to Iron Man, or even touch him. With this thought in mind, Shenmue opened the door and stepped outside. Shenmue lived in a typical residential community. Just because his family had a bit of money and ran a small factory didn't mean they would live in a mansion. In reality, his parents were very frugal, and the house they lived in was just a modest apartment in the city, quite low-key. Parsing Honda cars. Getting into his car, Shenmue subconsciously touched his nose and involuntarily began using the Hui Qiangbai system's capabilities to analyze the vehicle he was in. It was an ordinary sedan, but the technology it contained was not low. The engine was better than that of many domestic car manufacturers. I remember there's a shooting range in the suburbs. The shooting range was Shenmue's destination. In this world, Huaxia also enforced a gun ban, and the only place Shenmue could get close to real guns was here. This time, Shenmue's goal was to acquire specific data on firearms and then improve and break through the technology. Of course, the appeal of producing firearms wasn't particularly strong for Shenmue. He had no desire to engage in smuggling or anything illegal. As a law-abiding citizen, he sought firearm data not for production but primarily for research, aiming to enhance their functionality so that soldiers could have better weapons. Only with superior weaponry could they better protect ordinary citizens. Unlike Tony Stark, who actively abandoned his arms business, Shenmue wanted to become an arms dealer. In his view, only more advanced weapons could better protect his country. Advanced firearms were just the first step for Shenmue. After a half-hour drive, Shenmue finally arrived at the shooting range in the suburbs. It was quite remote because gunfire was loud, and only in such locations would it not disturb other citizens. Many gun enthusiasts came here to indulge their passion. In Huaxia, only these licensed, legitimate shooting ranges offered the thrill of shooting. All the way there, Shenmue had already completed the analysis of his car's technology and even analyzed several vehicles going in the same direction. I've always wanted a Porsche, but my parents won't let me. After parking, Shenmue noticed a sports car parked next to him and showed a cunning smile. Fortunately, this car was heading to the same destination, and while on the road,
he had already analyzed it, achieving over 90% analysis completion.
He could produce it at any time.
Of course, with 90% analysis completion, it was still just a counterfeit, a knockoff, and Shenmue naturally looked down on it. He just needed to take the last step, gently touch it to obtain the complete technology, and he could even make technological breakthroughs to enhance the performance of the vehicle he produced. The final step was just a light touch for Shenmue. For him, it was incredibly simple. After stopping the car, Shenmue walked through the parking lot, casually passing by the Porsche. Acting as if nothing was happening, he lightly touched it, making it seem like nothing had occurred, but in his view, the 99% analysis completion finally turned into 100%. This meant that Shenmue could use the Weiqiangbai system to directly manufacture an identical sports car.
Don't touch it carelessly. Can you afford to pay for any scratches?
The goal is to empower the soldiers of Huaxia, allowing them to produce and sustain their own resources. This is certainly feasible. Whether it's Iron Man's armor or the super soldier serum, Shenmue has no intention of selling it to others. Assisting the military in establishing production factories is perfectly acceptable to him. Shenmue's objective is remarkably straightforward: to promote the great rejuvenation of Huaxia. Handing over military factories to the state or helping the military establish military factories poses no loss to him, so why not?
Don't touch it carelessly. Can you afford to pay for any scratches?
At that moment, a woman stepped out of the Porsche, glaring at Shenmue with a fierce demeanor.
You're driving a junk car and still dare to touch mine.
Shenmue was taken aback. This woman, around 40 years old but dressed very fashionably, was surprisingly brash.
Fool! Shenmue rolled his eyes, ready to leave, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble.
You shameless person, who are you calling a fool?
The woman had sharp ears and heard Shenmue's mumble, her anger flaring as she stomped over, glaring fiercely at him. Say that again if you dare. Fool!
This was Shenmue's first encounter with such a situation, and he obliged her by repeating himself.
You little brat!
Clearly infuriated, the woman raised her hand to slap Shenmue.
Looking for trouble?
Even a clay figurine has some temper. Shenmue easily dodged her slap and retaliated with a quick strike that knocked her hat off.
You dare to hit me?
The woman was visibly shocked, trembling as she pointed at Shenmue and yelled, My husband is the police chief.
How dare you hit me? Are you crazy? Shenmue sneered. The Marvel world was far from peaceful. It wouldn't be unusual for someone to die here.
Fortunately, this woman lived in the peaceful Huaxia. If she were in America, her brazen attitude would have likely gotten her beaten up multiple times.
You!
Watching Shenmue walk away, the woman's face twisted with resentment, obviously unable to swallow her anger after being slapped.
She pulled out her phone and began making a call.
On the other side, Shenmue chose to ignore the woman and directly entered the shooting range.
The firearms here were clearly more appealing than this foolish woman.
So disgusting, who knows how much makeup she has on. As he wiped the foundation off his hands with a tissue, Shenmue couldn't help but express his disdain. After paying, Shenmue arrived at the shooting range, where a dedicated coach was present to teach the use of firearms, ensuring safety. After all, in Huaxia, private ownership of firearms is prohibited, so most people come to the shooting range merely to satisfy their cravings, though some may attempt to sneak a gun out. Of course, the coach's primary role was to instruct on firearm usage. Many citizens couldn't even find the safety switch on a gun, let alone fire it. So beside Shenmue stood a burly man, his coach. Hey, young brother, with so many guns, your hands will probably be sore after shooting all the bullets.
The coach, named Mu Gang, a retired soldier, looked at the lineup of firearms prepared behind Shenmue and remarked.
On the table behind Shenmue, there was a neat row of firearms, mostly Western models like the M4-M16 AK, as well as P92s and revolvers, over a dozen guns and hundreds of bullets. With the powerful recoil of these firearms, it would be surprising if an ordinary person didn't end up with sore hands after shooting them all.
It's fine, just indulging a bit.
Shenmue, having spent a good amount of money, gazed at the various firearms with sparkling eyes, speaking nonchalantly.
Suit yourself. Which gun do you want to shoot first?
As the one paying, Mu Gang had no objections. He had already provided the necessary instructions, and if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Let's go with this AK, I often use it in games. Shenmue directly pointed to the classic gun at the end of the table.
Alright, this is the bolt, before firing.
However, Shenmue's primary purpose for shooting was not just for the thrill but for the technical aspects of these firearms. He could analyze from a distance, but the final product would have diminished power, essentially a knockoff. Although he had acquired the Hueqiangbai system, it didn't mean he intended to take the knockoff route. His goal had always been to create superior products. If he was going to produce, then it had to be better than the original. Thus, he came to shoot in order to touch these guns, fully analyze them, and then develop them to be even better. As for the burly man beside him, Shenmue didn't pay him much mind. Under Mu Gang's guidance, he eagerly began shooting. The analysis proceeded quickly, and production followed suit. In fact, it didn't take long to fire hundreds of rounds, and Shenmue completed the analysis of all the firearms. He even took the opportunity to use the system to begin production, creating 2 firearms that he stored in his warehouse. Interestingly, the production space of the Hueqiangbai system was quite impressive. Not only did it not require any materials to produce items, but its storage capability was also remarkable.
As long as it was self-produced, items could be stored indefinitely.
While shooting, Shenmue activated the Hueqiangbai production line, and now a SCAR and an M4 lay quietly in his personal space. At the same time, in terms of research, Shenmue was also upgrading the M4.
Alright, take a good break.
After finishing the bullets, Mu Gang said to Shenmue, surprised to see someone who didn't mind hand pain.
Your hands must be too sore to drive now, take a break. There's a rest area over there, go grab a drink.
Seeing Shenmue still shaking his hands, Mu Gang chuckled. I'll clean up here, you just go ahead.
Thanks.
Indeed, Shenmue felt his hands growing weak, especially his right hand, which had noticeable swelling in his wrist. He nodded, realizing he wasn't in a suitable state to drive, and headed toward the rest area. After all, his physical condition was still too poor.
Poor physical condition? By the way, Xiao AI, can the system produce Captain America's super soldier serum?
Thinking about his physical issues, Shenmue couldn't help but ask curiously.
There's no technology item that Hueqiangbai cannot produce. Xiao AI replied bluntly, her tone filled with pride. So, as long as I get close to Captain America, I have a chance to obtain the super soldier serum? Upon hearing this, Shenmue's eyes lit up.
Thinking of Captain America, known for his 50-50 success rate, he couldn't help but feel excited. Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America, was extremely weak before using the serum, but the emergence of the super soldier serum allowed his physical condition to undergo a qualitative leap. If the Hueqiangbai system could produce the super soldier serum, then Shenmue could also enhance his own body.
Not only that, but I could also create a Captain Huaxia Corps. Wait, in Huaxia, he couldn't call it Captain America anymore, it had to be Captain Huaxia.
Following Huaxia's naming conventions, it should include the character de to emphasize its uniqueness.
Just like Gui Jing, the great hero, or Yanghua, the divine, adding a de gives it a more imposing presence. So in Huaxia, Iron Man shouldn't be called Iron Man, he should be called Iron Great Hero. Captain Huaxia also couldn't just be called Captain Huaxia, it had to be called Captain de Huaxia.
Setting aside those chaotic thoughts, Shenmue quietly sipped his tea, allowing his right hand to recover while monitoring the progress bar of the Hueqiangbai space.
An hour later, the optimization of the M4 firearm was finally complete.
Modifications to the appearance can be made as long as they do not affect performance, and changing the exterior means avoiding issues of plagiarism. Once again, Shenmue viewed the optimization interface, gaining a clearer understanding of the improved M4. The range, rate of fire, and stability have all significantly increased, and even the bullet specifications have changed. With some further adjustments to the appearance, this is clearly a brand new firearm.
The detailed technical parameters of this gun could be exported.
It wasn't only Shenmue's Hueqiangbai production line that could manufacture it, any military factory could produce this gun.
The modified M4 was much more powerful than the original.
Clearly, I can't test fire here. Maybe I can find a secluded place to try it out. Looking around, Shenmue felt a bit regretful. In his warehouse, he already had 2 firearms, AK and a SCAR, and a modified M4 was currently in production. But obviously, this place wasn't suitable for him to test firearms, not to mention the myriad of cameras everywhere. He also couldn't explain the origins of his guns.
The Americans have it better, having an extra gun wouldn't seem to raise any eyebrows.
Of course, that was just talk. Due to rampant gun violence, America had seen its fair share of incidents, and in terms of social safety, the Americans could not compare to Huaxia.
Alright, it was time to leave. It was a pity he didn't have any throwable weapons, like grenades.
However, for Shenmue, this trip had already yielded significant gains. He obtained complete blueprints for over a dozen firearms, and with time spent optimizing and modifying them, he could easily establish a firearms company capable of producing a range of new weapons. Of course, this idea was utterly unfeasible in Huaxia. Private ownership of firearms was absolutely not allowed.
Wait a minute, if it can't be private, what about the state?
Starting a company and giving away a portion, or even the majority, of the shares to the state might be possible. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu began to ponder. His goal wasn't profit, so handing the company over to the state was not out of the question. Perhaps I could even completely hand it over to the state, or directly help the state establish this military factory. After all, the products produced by his military factory in the future.
But how do I go about establishing this military factory? What makes the military trust me to help them build one? Actually, there might be a way. First, I need to package myself better, like Huaxia's Tony Stark. If he could earn such a title, the military would come knocking at his door. But these things seem unlikely at the moment.
Recalling that the version of himself in this world was essentially uneducated, having only paid to get into university, he had no real skills.
The previous life's education in economics didn't help much with the current situation.
Chen Mu simply shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these matters as he walked toward the parking lot. His hand had already deswollen and was almost healed, so it was time to head back. Leaving the shooting range, he looked at the sky. It was still early, and Chen Mu headed straight for his family's factory. He wanted to see how his factory's production capabilities were and what kind of items it could produce. After another hour of driving, Chen Mu arrived at his family's factory, a small one located in the city's industrial zone, primarily engaged in manufacturing small electronic devices and toys. Of course, this was still very useful to Chen Mu. He could use it as a foundation to gradually expand and enhance his factory's ability to produce better equipment. Iron Man hadn't appeared yet, so he didn't need to worry about superhero matters. Instead of focusing on that, he should think about how to make his factory more profitable.
With that in mind, Chen Mu quickly arrived at his father's office. "Ah, Xiao Mu, you're awake."
His father, busy with his own tasks, looked up with concern when he saw Chen Mu enter. His foolish son, usually idle, had unexpectedly jumped into action to save someone from drowning without thinking, only to forget he couldn't swim and ended up making things worse. Fortunately, there were many good Samaritans in the country, and both the drowning person and Chen Mu were quickly rescued.
"Dad."
Looking at his father, Chen Mu felt a mix of emotions. In his previous life, his parents were simple farmers, and later, because of his debts, his father quietly took on work at a construction site, hoping to relieve some pressure from him, only to tragically pass away in an accident. This filled Chen Mu with guilt, and his mother soon passed away from despair as well. Chen Mu had always felt guilty towards his parents. After experiencing a life devoid of hope, he had chosen to end his own life. Now, having arrived in this world, his parents were still alive, which filled him with both relief and a deep-seated determination to repay them and make up for his past regrets.
"Why are you here at the factory?" his father asked curiously as he motioned for Chen Mu to sit down.
"Dad, I need to borrow some equipment from the factory to make something," Chen Mu replied.
"You want to make something?"
His father looked at him with a puzzled expression, instinctively reaching out to check his forehead, concerned that his son might be running a fever. "Dad, I'm 20 years old, I'm not a child anymore," Chen Mu said, exasperated, as he brushed his father's hand away and spoke seriously.
"Right, you're 20 now."
His father chuckled, nodding, and then added, "It's time to find a girlfriend."
Sigh, in the eyes of parents, their children are always children. But why do parents everywhere care so much about this issue? Maybe it is indeed time to find a partner.
"I've designed a blueprint and want to make it to see how it turns out," Chen Mu said, feigning innocence.
You can design blueprints?"
This left his father speechless. He knew his son's abilities all too well. Growing up, Chen Mu had shown little talent and was lazy. If it weren't for the relatively good family circumstances, he might have ended up on the streets.
Was he really capable of designing blueprints?
Surely, it must be for a paper airplane.
A toy gun.
Chen Mu decided to prove himself through action, pulling out a USB drive and placing it on his father's desk. This toy gun was actually an improved version of the real M4, modified through Chen Mu's research. The material had changed from alloy to plastic, and the bullets were also made of plastic, relying on a spring at the bottom of the bullet for propulsion. In every other aspect, it was nearly indistinguishable from a real firearm, so this plastic gun truly qualified as a toy.
Interesting.
His father smiled, though he didn't think much of it. He curiously plugged the USB into his computer to take a look. This USB was something Chen Mu had casually bought from a small shop on the way, where he had downloaded the information for the plastic firearm into the Huiqiangbai system before heading to the factory.
Hey! This looks pretty good.
As his father opened the files on the USB, he found various design blueprints, each part meticulously detailed, which surprised him.
When did his son become so patient?
Just creating these drawings must have taken considerable time.
For a toy gun, a few parts are enough. Why do you need dozens or even hundreds of parts? His father couldn't help but critique, though his tone still reflected amazement.
This isn't a real gun, so it doesn't need that many parts. You only need a barrel, stock, magazine, and firing mechanism. The bullets don't need to be custom-made, just give them a real bullet shape and use standard plastic balls.
Actually, there's something else I want to discuss.
Chen Mu put away his smile and looked seriously at his father, who seemed to sense something, his expression growing serious as well.
A few days ago, I read some books on firearm disassembly at the library.
I thought about it and tried to create a firearm design myself.
Now that I think it's good enough, I want to make it to test it out. So, this is a real gun?
His father gasped in shock, cautiously looking around to ensure no one else was present before whispering, "Do you know what this means?"
In Huaxia, you can go to jail for this.
I know, so this is just a plastic toy gun, not for sale. I just want to borrow the factory's equipment to make one to see if I have any talent in this area, Chen Mu replied. Just being able to create such detailed design blueprints already proves I have talent. Besides, the factory's equipment can process metal components, so even metal parts won't be a problem. His father clenched his teeth, taking a deep breath before saying, "You can use the equipment, but those parts must be divided into at least 10 batches and produced separately, then assembled here.
The design must never be known to a third party, understand?"
His father appeared very serious and cautious. He had to be careful. If this got out, his foolish son would be in big trouble. But if it was his son who desperately wanted to prove himself, he could only support him, and he was indeed quite interested in the firearm Chen Mu designed.
Honestly, it doesn't need to be that complicated, Chen Mu found it amusing, looking seriously at his father.
The factory isn't doing anything illegal, our family is a legal citizen.
I just designed a blueprint, I'm not up to anything malicious. What's there to be afraid of?
Besides, if this thing turns out to be useful, I could just give it to the government, and I might even earn a commendation. At the very least, I could gain recognition, proving I'm a talented designer.
If I can figure out how to create a firearm after reading just a few books, what does that make me a genius? That's the title I desperately need right now.
Only by becoming a genius can I converse with the government and have the opportunity to connect with genius Tony Stark. And only geniuses are qualified to help the military establish a weapons factory.
Let's give it a try. After listening to Chen Mu's reasoning, his father thought it made sense.
They hadn't committed tax evasion or bribery, they were just doing honest business.
They hadn't done anything shameful, so why be afraid?
Furthermore, if the firearm turned out to be impressive, it would indeed prove that his son was a genius, which was very important. If he could gain acknowledgement and praise from the government, even if his university diploma was purchased, it would still show that his son had real skills that couldn't be learned in college.
Moreover, if his son wasn't worried, why should he hide it?
At worst, they could submit the results to the state and give his son some prestige. As a father, what he wished for wasn't how much money his son could make but rather that his son could achieve something and contribute to the country. No matter the size of the contribution, he would feel proud, sure. Your Uncle Zhang is visiting family these days, and I'll invite him out for dinner tomorrow. If what you create is truly useful, I'll have him contact the military, Chen Mu's father said after pondering for a while. The Uncle Zhang he referred to was a classmate from his youth who had joined the army and now held a decent position as a battalion-level officer in the military. Since his father couldn't provide any direct help regarding military technology, the best he could do was reach out to this old friend.
We'll make the item, and tomorrow I'll hand it over to your Uncle Zhang so he can take it back to the military for testing.
If the gun really works, it can be submitted directly, which also helps clear our names.
By that time, you might even get a commendation.
At this, his father couldn't help but chuckle. To him, other concerns were not worth his time. As long as they cooperated with the government's arrangements, there shouldn't be any issues. Their family had always followed the law, so there was nothing to worry about.
All right, as long as I can get the title of genius. Chen Mu nodded and replied. This kid had been a useless one for so many years and was now eager to prove himself, huh?
His father didn't say anything further as he personally started to break down the various parts of the design into different components, mixing them up and dividing them into 10 parts, each stored in separate USB drives.
Stay put for a moment while I go have these parts made. Don't mess around.
His father rolled his eyes and said impatiently.
In reality, he still had some doubts about Chunmu's design, unsure if it could even be produced.
However, the level of detail in the design blueprints truly surprised him, making it hard for him not to believe.
No problem, I'll head back now.
Also, when you give the items to Uncle Chen tomorrow, don't forget to tell him that the firearms made with factory materials will definitely have some deficiencies in power. Only by using special steel materials can the performance of the firearms be enhanced. In short, he was looking down on the factory's materials. While the process of making firearms isn't particularly complex, much simpler than making phones or computers, simple bullet firearms can be produced with a stamping machine and some old equipment. For example, the AK series is known for its simple structure and is easier to manufacture.
Of course, the prerequisite for crafting these weapons is having complete blueprints.
As long as there are detailed designs, it shouldn't be difficult to produce them. Recently, he heard that there were blueprints circulating online for 3D printed plastic guns, and some ordinary people could even create a gun using a home 3D printer based on those blueprints. Although they were plastic, all the necessary components were present, and when using real bullets, their power was not inferior to other handguns, which sparked quite a discussion abroad. Fortunately, the domestic internet had Green Dam, which blocked such content, limiting the number of enthusiasts who downloaded blueprints from abroad, so 3D printed guns didn't spread widely in the country.
Clearly, manufacturing firearms isn't overly difficult. Although his father's factory wasn't large, it was well equipped enough to produce some firearm components.
However, as Chunmu mentioned, there would be differences in materials that would mainly affect the firearm's lifespan, weight, and handling feel. Other aspects wouldn't be problematic. His father rolled his eyes and didn't think much more about it as Chunmu left. His goal had already been achieved. The products he intended to introduce in the future wouldn't just be firearms but also other high-tech weapons, so he needed to establish a suitable identity. Therefore, the title of weapon genius was essential. Coming to the factory was merely to give his father a heads-up to avoid any future surprises. If he were to release things like the Iron Legion or the Super Soldier Serum, it would be concerning if his parents couldn't handle it all at once. As for the Uncle Zhang mentioned by his father, that was quite an unexpected delight. Chunmu had been wondering how to connect with the military, and now he had a way in. However, Uncle Zhang's rank wasn't very high, so getting results might take time, but for Chunmu, he had plenty of it.
Tony hasn't become Iron Man yet, he was just captured by terrorists 3 days ago. If I remember correctly, he will be held in a cave for a week, meaning he still has 4 days before he can escape. Tony would only find his way out 4 days later, then spend another day returning to the US, with a heap of chaotic events following. Even if he started researching the Iron Man armor that very night, it would take at least several days to produce the Mark II. During this time, Chunmu could spend more time analyzing and researching other technologies to enhance his technological reserves. The analytical and research capabilities of the Huiqiangbai system were primarily focused on studying and modifying existing items, accumulating technological expertise. Xiao AI's database had already stored a considerable amount of technology, including that of mobile phones, computers, televisions, cars, sports cars, and firearms. Each of these contained numerous technologies, and any one of them could lead to wealth. This was also why Chunmu didn't care about who owned the military factory. Money? With so much technology at his disposal, did Chunmu really need to rely on arms dealing for income? It's a pity there aren't any tech exhibitions coming up, that would have been great. Otherwise, if he could attend an exhibition, Chunmu could quietly acquire countless technologies. Xiao AI, can the technologies in your database be used elsewhere? For example, can a computer chip be used in a phone? Can a sports car engine be used in an ordinary car? Can the optical sights and stabilization structure of one firearm be applied to another? And can a handgun produce the damage of a rifle?
Piece of cake.
Xiao AI answered without hesitation.
This is a fundamental function of the Huiqiangbai system, allowing different technologies to be integrated into a single product, extracting the best elements to naturally create the most excellent products.
That sounds profound, but in simpler terms, it's just assembly, right? Chunmu felt speechless but didn't voice that thought. The more technologies Xiao AI mastered, the more he possessed those technologies.
For Chen Mu, the urgent matter was to acquire more technological skills.
Wait? Is someone following me?
While driving, Chen Mu was analyzing the passing vehicles when he suddenly noticed a car tailing him suspiciously. Curiously, when he tried to analyze the contents inside that car, such as the people's phones, he detected the presence of several firearms.
In Huaxia, someone dares to carry guns so openly? And the target seems to be me?
Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at his warehouse, where he had 2 ordinary firearms, AK and a SCAR, and had also produced 2 optimized M4s in his spare time.
These weapons should be sufficient for self-defense.
As the saying goes, with a gun in hand, there's no fear in heart. Chen Mu remained vigilant while slowing down his car. Part of him clung to the hope that perhaps he wasn't the intended target after all. Unfortunately, the facts proved that the target was indeed him. As he reduced his speed, the vehicle behind him did the same.
Am I really the target?
Chen Mu furrowed his brows, feeling conflicted as he quickly pondered who he might have offended to warrant being followed, especially by someone armed.
While it was just a small handgun, in Huaxia, that was considered a significant weapon. I was just a carefree rich kid. I don't think I've offended anyone.
Chen Mu racked his brain but couldn't figure out who he had wronged to deserve such treatment.
Creak.
Just as Chen Mu pondered this, the vehicle following him suddenly accelerated, swerving in front of him and slamming on the brakes, forcing him to a stop.
Damn it, there's no one on the road. There were stretches of road on the way back that were sparsely populated, just like now, on this not-so-narrow highway, there wasn't a single car in sight. Feeling anxious, Chen Mu watched as a tall man, about 1.9 meters, got out of the front car, looking completely indifferent. He walked up to Chen Mu's car and opened the passenger door, sitting down. Kid, if you want to live, drive into the side road, the burly man said menacingly, with the barrel of a gun faintly visible beneath his clothing, threatening Chen Mu. Driving into the side road? That would be a dead end.
Chen Mu felt nervous and reached for the side of his seat, where he had just grabbed an improved M4 rifle and had barely opened the safety when this man got into the car without giving him time to lock the door.
Let's talk this over, big brother. Who are you guys?
Chen Mu attempted to stall for time, looking for an opportunity to resist. To be honest, aside from shooting at the range, he had never handled a gun before, which was why he didn't draw one immediately. But now, facing a threat, he could only rely on the firearm in his possession.
Nothing much, just someone paid me to teach you a lesson.
The burly man grinned, though his smile was somewhat unsettling.
Don't worry, kid. As long as you cooperate, I won't take your life.
Indeed, in Huaxia, acquiring bullets is not easy, and he wouldn't waste any on Chen Mu.
He wasn't lying, he was just getting some extra cash to give Chen Mu a beating. Of course, even if it was just a lesson, it would involve breaking both of Chen Mu's hands and robbing him a bit. This was something he had done many times before. Okay.
Seemingly intimidated, Chen Mu shakily placed his hands on the steering wheel. Seeing this, the burly man relaxed his guard, lowering the gun and looking smugly forward, thinking Chen Mu was just a lamb ready for slaughter.
Then, you can die.
As the burly man spoke, Chen Mu took a deep breath, suddenly producing a gun from his hand and directly firing at the man. The reason his hands trembled earlier wasn't due to fear, it was because he knew he was about to kill someone. He just had to wait for the opportunity, and thanks to the Huiqiangbai system's ability to retrieve items from his warehouse at any time, he could easily fight back. Sure enough, as soon as he saw the chance, he shot without hesitation.
Bang bang bang.
Although the burly man reacted somewhat, it was all too late. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was riddled with bullets, lifeless in an instant. He never expected that, in Huaxia, someone would possess a firearm like that. The shock he felt was even greater than the surprise of seeing a gun suddenly appear in Chen Mu's hands. He truly died with his eyes wide open.
There must be accomplices.
Chen Mu didn't believe the man's words about merely giving him a lesson.
After killing this person, he looked at the vehicle ahead.
The gun in his hand had been hastily retrieved from the warehouse. It wasn't the one he had set aside, but it was also an optimized M4, powerful and with low recoil. Gritting his teeth, he reloaded and aimed at the vehicle in front, ready to spray bullets. The car windows shattered, and bullets left pockmarks on the front vehicle, with glass scattering everywhere.
Had there been any passers-by, they would have been astonished by the unfolding drama, a fierce gunfight occurring in a gun-restricted Huaxia. They should be dead, right? After finishing another magazine of bullets, Chen Mu opened the car door and cautiously approached the front vehicle. Bang! Damn it!
The loud gunshot sent a chill down Chen Mu's spine as the bullet whizzed past him like an arrow, nearly hitting him. He quickly ducked behind a nearby car for cover.
Damn it!
Chen Mu's heart raced like a drum as he looked in terror at another man who had gotten out from the driver's seat, holding a handgun. Blood was gushing from his body, clearly indicating that Chen Mu's earlier barrage had hit him. It was this injury that had allowed Chen Mu to escape death. Die! Chen Mu's anger flared. He had almost lost his life, and the great mission of revitalizing Huaxia hadn't even begun yet. It almost ended before it started. At that moment, he was filled with rage and grief.
Damn it, I didn't expect you to have such a weapon.
The man who had gotten out of the car looked fierce, but at that moment, he seemed to be putting on a brave front. One hand tightly gripped the handgun, while the other pressed against the gruesome wound in his abdomen.
Humph, I didn't think I'd hit a hard wall today. You little brat, you out of bullets? Come out. Bang!
Another shot rang out, aimed at Chen Mu's position, making him even more reluctant to stick his head out.
Damn it, in the end, my strength is too weak.
If I had a physique like Captain America, dealing with such a small fry would be a piece of cake.
Chen Mu felt extremely tense.
Although the man only had a handgun, he really lacked the confidence to defeat him, especially since today was his first time handling firearms. The earlier shooting was purely a surprise attack. He had no plan to defeat the man in front of him.
What should I do?
Chen Mu gripped the rifle tightly, feeling the pressure of the situation. After all, this was a natural reaction. Even with 2 lives under his belt, he had never encountered such a life-threatening situation.
Got it!
Just then, hearing footsteps getting closer, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Mu as he quickly opened his warehouse to check.
Xiao AI, how far can items taken from the warehouse be used? As long as they are within line of sight. Xiao AI quickly replied.
This made sense. Firearms could easily appear in his hands, but if he were to produce something massive like an aircraft carrier in the future, it couldn't just pop into existence in front of him.
Alright, drop that Porsche on his head. Understood, executing now.
This was a simple and direct solution, crushing the opponent with a car. The Huiqiangbai system had a remarkable speed of production. On the way to the shooting range, he had already produced a car, and after analyzing the Porsche, he had created an identical one before shooting. Huiqiangbai's production capabilities were incredibly powerful, even making a car in less than an hour. Now, Chen Mu planned to use this Porsche to resolve his current crisis.
Bang!
The man was just an ordinary person, and with all his attention focused on Chen Mu, he never expected a car to suddenly drop from above. Caught completely off guard, the Porsche crashed down with a thud, smashing him into a bloody pulp and leaving him unrecognizable. Even though the Porsche was made of carbon fiber and relatively light, it was still an unbearable weight for a human body.
Phew, it's finally over.
At that moment, Chen Mu let out a long sigh of relief and carefully stood up from behind the car.
There shouldn't be any accomplices left, right?
Holding his gun, Chen Mu moved toward the man's body and approached the front vehicle.
Is that her?
As he reached the car, he looked through the shattered window and frowned. Inside sat a stylishly dressed woman, now riddled with bullets.
Just because I slapped her, she hired someone to kill me? What a vicious act.
Chen Mu recognized her. She was the Porsche driver from earlier.
Why was she in the car with these 2 thugs? The reason was obvious.
Clearly, because Chen Mu had slapped her, she bore a grudge and sought out 2 criminals to teach him a lesson, claiming she just wanted to scare him off. Who would believe her?
Guess this counts as ridding society of harmful individuals?
Now that he confirmed there was no danger, Chen Mu sighed in relief, looking at the chaotic scene, filled with concern.
I have to leave here now, but...
Chen Mu decided to tidy up the scene a bit. After all, the Porsche belonged to that woman and was nearly an exact replica. He could disguise the car as hers. All he needed to do was create an alibi for himself, which wasn't difficult. He just had to swap his bullet-ridden car for one without marks. As for the body and the firearms, he decided to ignore them. Let's put a scar on that body, the rest can be left for the police to figure out. Chen Mu dragged the body from his car, tossed a scar beside it, then stored his car in the warehouse, quickly switching to a new vehicle and leaving the scene. He had no worries about fingerprints. As long as he didn't raise suspicion, there wouldn't be any issues.
As for what happened here, he would let the investigators use their imagination.
The flattened body, the bullet-riddled thug and woman, and the 2 damaged cars. Who knew how many years it would take for the truth to come out? This case might even become an unsolved mystery.
Xiao AI, can you find out who those 2 were?
Li Jigang, wanted person, A-level fugitive, has committed multiple crimes, roamed domestically and caused 3 murders. Lu Xiongfei, wanted person, A-level fugitive, has committed multiple crimes, responsible for a serial murder case.
Tian Ting, owner of a sand and gravel factory.
Chen Mu couldn't be bothered with the woman's information. He hadn't expected the other 2 to be vicious fugitives. Clearly, associating with such people showed that she wasn't a good person either.
Whatever, it's over now. I don't want to think about it. What I need to do now is to deal with the previous car.
After all, the car had plenty of bullet holes and bloodstains, and only quietly disposing of it would help eliminate any suspicion.
I didn't expect the warehouse capabilities of Hui Qiangbai could become an unexpected trump card.
Not only that, but the almost limitless warehouse was also an incredibly practical ability for Chen Mu, like carrying around a gigantic storage space. As he became more familiar with the capabilities of the Hui Qiangbai system, Chen Mu was increasingly impressed. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and sincerely exclaimed, "Hui Qiangbai, awesome. How can I get in touch with high-tech weapons?" After returning home, Chen Mu had already pushed aside thoughts of the incident with the wanted criminals and began to worry about this question. There aren't any defense expos or air shows coming up, so getting close to advanced weapons is nearly impossible. In the country, to closely observe or even touch cutting-edge weapons, one typically had to go through specific channels, but unfortunately, time was not on his side.
Moreover, I want to study the Iron Man suit, not just these ordinary arms.
If the Hui Qiangbai system could successfully analyze the Iron Man suit, Chen Mu was fully confident he could easily create an Iron Legion. Unfortunately, it was still 2008, and Iron Man hadn't even been born yet, let alone the Iron Legion. And today, I was actually threatened by 2 ordinary people. That's just too embarrassing.
It's imperative that I enhance my physical abilities.
As for strengthening his body, Chen Mu set his sights on Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, which could enhance human physical capabilities to the extreme. Of course, the Super Soldier Serum had significant drawbacks. It meant good people become better, and bad people become worse. Chen Mu didn't consider himself a good person, so he couldn't follow in Captain America's footsteps.
But let's not forget that he had the Hui Qiangbai system. Another powerful capability of Hui Qiangbai, its research capability, could optimize and improve any technology quickly. Any flaws would no longer be a problem in Chen Mu's hands. However, if I recall correctly, Captain America should still be frozen under the Arctic ice, right? Captain America first appeared during the events of The Avengers, which took place in 2012, still a full 4 years away. I know, don't get hung up on earlier references. I can't wait that long. What about the Hulk? In addition to Captain America, Chen Mu suddenly thought of another Avenger, the Hulk. The Hulk, originally Bruce Banner, mutated after being exposed to gamma radiation during an experiment, gaining immense strength that increased with his rage. This was undoubtedly a form of biotechnology. So, Xiao AI, can Hui Qiangbai analyze and control the Hulk's technology? No technology can stump Hui Qiangbai. Xiao AI confidently replied. The Hulk could indeed be difficult to control, but that wouldn't be a problem for Hui Qiangbai. So, as long as I encounter Hulk, Hui Qiangbai can analyze his technology and optimize it? Hearing this, Chen Mu was somewhat shocked. No wonder Hui Qiangbai was so impressive. The ability to control Hulk's technology seemed almost unbelievable. By the way, what about Spider-Man? Ant-Man? Black Panther? In the Marvel Universe, the poor rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. All forms of mutation are actually products of technology. As long as he could get close to these heroes, Hui Qiangbai could perfectly analyze their technologies. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, mutated after being bitten by a radioactive spider, which was actually a product of Oscorp Industries. Ant-Man's abilities need no explanation. The PIM particles created by Dr. Pym are firmly in the realm of technology and could easily be analyzed by Hui Qiangbai. The effects of PIM particles go beyond just enlargement or reduction, they even involve time travel in later stories. If he could acquire the technology of PIM particles, it would be an unimaginable boost for Chen Mu. And Black Panther, the entire Wakanda is apparently high-tech, right? If he had the chance to get close to Wakanda, it would be a massive advantage for Chen Mu. Thinking carefully, it seems I really have a lot of opportunities. These superheroes could all be considered targets for Chen Mu. Their technologies and abilities could potentially become his. However, true to the Marvel world, all these superheroes are Western, all American. Hua Xia is indeed at a disadvantage in this world. Of course, Black Panther didn't count.
Wakanda didn't exist in Shenmue's original world and was entirely fictional. Even so, it was absurd that this African nation had struck up close ties with America.
Let's not forget what was once America's most popular commodity. That's right, African slaves.
Even to this day, racial discrimination has persisted in America. So, the close cooperative relationship between Wakanda and America was truly ridiculous. At that moment, a sense of pressure and responsibility surged within Shenmue.
He finally understood that Xiao Ai's mention of the Great Revival of China was not without reason.
Huaxia in this world genuinely needed someone to lead it toward revival.
Superheroes are all Americans. How come my 5,000-year-old Huaxia doesn't have any superheroes?
No, there are no superheroes, but there are plenty of supervillains.
This is a complete slander against Huaxia.
After closing his eyes and remaining silent for a moment, Shenmue suddenly opened them wide.
I will lead Huaxia to the pinnacle of this world. Americans take pride in Iron Man?
Watch as I have every soldier of Huaxia don better armored suits.
Proud of Captain America?
I will give every soldier of Huaxia a physique that rivals his. Even more, Shenmue planned for all of Huaxia's people to stand tall and confidently claim they are no weaker than these so-called superheroes.
I want to make the armored suits accessible to the masses. Make the Iron Man suits as common as cars, a necessity in every household in Huaxia. Don't doubt it, my manhwareccomendation has that capability.
Analyze the technology, then modify it, minimizing costs to make the armored suits dirt cheap. Furthermore, if it's within the country, the weapon modules don't even need to be installed, which will significantly reduce costs. When armored suits enter every household, it's indeed inconvenient to install weapon modules, as it would lead to many complications.
Of course, this would only be a temporary removal. If needed, they could be reinstalled at any time.
If a war broke out, these suits could be equipped with weapons, truly achieving armed citizens. By then, if an alien army invaded, they would be met with countless Iron Men. I digressed. Speaking of the Avengers, Xiao Ai, I'm curious, can the magic used by Thor and Doctor Strange be analyzed by the manhwareccomendation system? In this world, magic and technology are the same thing, so of course, it can.
So, manhwareccomendation can not only replicate high-tech gadgets but also magic? Amazing, my manhwareccomendation.
Shenmue was at a loss for words, once again astonished by the capabilities of manhwareccomendation. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotions, all coalescing into a single phrase: manhwareccomendation is incredible.
Hammer Industries will hold a defense expo in 2 days? Hammer Industries? Wait, isn't that the arms dealer that competes with Stark Industries and Iron Man 2?
Indeed, the gap between Hammer Industries and Stark was more than just slight. The difference in leadership was like heaven and earth.
Justin Hammer was no match for Tony Stark.
While he had developed some decent gear, it seemed laughable in front of Iron Man.
Apparently, the Iron Patriot, also known as War Machine, was mainly modified by Hammer Industries, right?
Later on, after Tony shut down Stark's weapons division, America's arms business was distributed among several companies, and Hammer Industries received a substantial share. Though it can't compare with Stark Industries, it's not completely useless. Hammer Industries actually had quite a few high-tech products, ranging from individual weapons to large vehicles, and they held a place in the US military's arsenal.
2 days?
There's still time. Looking at the clock, Shenmue clenched his fists.
Although he was reluctant to admit it, the world's cutting-edge technology was indeed in the US. If he wanted to acquire that technology, he would have to make a trip to America.
Anyway, Tony will be rescued in another 2 or 3 days and return to the US.
If I want to get Iron Man's technology, I must go to America.
Of course, even from across the ocean, Shenmue knew that while manhwareccomendation could replicate the Iron Man suit in a 1-to-1 ratio, it would only be a shell with just 1% of the resolution, utterly useless.
Then it's settled, I'm going to America.
To obtain higher technology, Shenmue had no other choice. Just like the pioneers who traveled to the West to study for the prosperity of New China, they made sacrifices. Of course, Shenmue wasn't making a real sacrifice. What he needed to do was quite simple: a 1-week trip to America would suffice. I'm glad I have an American visa. With this plan in mind, Shenmue felt invigorated and began packing his bags, but he was merely storing the necessary items in the warehouse. The manhwareccomendation warehouse had infinite storage space, making it incredibly easy to pack. After everything was settled, Shenmue directly booked a flight for the next day, ready to board a plane to America in the morning.
I've finally arrived in America.
The next morning, after much persuasion to reassure his parents, Shenmue set off on his journey to a foreign land alone.
Being a rich kid is such a hassle.
In his parents' eyes, Shenmue felt like he was useless.
At 20 years old, why should they worry about him going abroad alone?
After more than 10 hours of flying, he finally reached his destination, New York, America. Let's see, the Ugly Group's business has expanded to America. I'll book a hotel next to the Hammer Expo.
Following the navigation, Shenmue quickly arrived at the hotel.
After informing his parents that he had arrived safely, he prepared to rest and wait for the expo the next day. After a long journey, he was incredibly exhausted and definitely needed some rest.
At that moment, Shenmue's physical condition was just that of an ordinary person. How could he withstand prolonged fatigue?
I need to strengthen my physical abilities as soon as possible. This thought also motivated Shenmue, making him eager to become stronger.
Captain America, when will you be dug up?
The night passed without incident. The next morning, Shenmue purchased his ticket for the Hammer Industries Expo. After getting ready, he headed straight to his destination. Helmet-mounted enhanced night vision goggles, with powerful thermal imaging capabilities, can help soldiers observe in complete darkness. Perfect, this is mine. He quietly touched the helmet and expressionlessly moved on to the next target. M110 sniper rifle, using a gas-operated semi-automatic system. Compared to the M24 sniper rifle, it has a higher rate of fire and ensures snipers can quickly and accurately lock onto targets in densely populated areas.
This sniper rifle is also quite good. I'll analyze it. Continuing to touch. Beretta M92F pistol. Continuing to touch.
In the bustling expo, not many people noticed Shenmue's actions. After all, most of the attendees were military enthusiasts, and at this expo, it was common to touch the weapons, so Shenmue's behavior wasn't strange. Shenmue made his way through the firearms section, touching every weapon, thereby acquiring all their technologies. Most of these weapons were currently in service with the US military and were more advanced than those in the country. Now, Shenmue had fully grasped the technologies of these weapons.
M3 Infantry Fighting Vehicle. Humvee Terminator. M1A2 Main Battle Tank.
Leaving the firearms area, Shenmue moved to the armored vehicle section, where the cold, ironclad designs dazzled him. Of course, he didn't forget his objective and methodically touched each armored vehicle. However, his actions did catch the attention of some people. In the background, a bespectacled man watched curiously, revealing a mocking smile.
A conspiracy surrounding Shenmue was quietly unfolding. Wow, they even have an F-22 Raptor and 82 stealth bomber.
What a pity, they're just models.
The Raptor, which should have been produced by Lockheed, was surprisingly made by Hammer Industries in this world? And Hammer was also involved with the B-2 stealth bomber?
High-tech weapons like the F-22 and B-2 could not possibly be entirely produced by one company. Hammer's presence indicated they had contributed to their development.
Of course, both the F-22 and B-2 were massive, and Hammer Industries Expo couldn't possibly accommodate them.
Therefore, the F-22 and B-2 displayed here were merely scaled-down models. If they were real, Shenmue could easily obtain their proud technologies, such as engine technology and stealth technology. These would all be within his grasp.
What a shame, they're just models. Shenmue sighed, feeling quite regretful.
Exactly, because only models can fit here.
That's right, here can only display models.
A confident-looking man with glasses approached Shenmue from behind and added to his comment. He was followed by a large group of reporters, their cameras constantly capturing him, and of course, Shenmue standing next to him was also fortunate to be included in the shots. Hammer Industries takes great pride in its involvement in the development of the fifth-generation fighter jets. The F-22 is undoubtedly the strongest fighter in the world, and the B-2 stealth bomber is unrivaled and unique, also known as the Ghost of the Skies, possessing the power to destroy nations.
Nice to meet you, my friend from the East. I am Justin Hammer.
Justin Hammer wore a broad smile that appeared quite friendly, but Shenmue could sense a deep disdain in his eyes.
Is he looking down on me? Hello, Mr. Hammer. I'm Shenmue, from Huaxia.
Noticing the unfriendly intent, Shenmue had little enthusiasm and responded coolly. America has always been the most powerful and civilized country, and we welcome any guests who come to our nation.
Justin Hammer seemed unfazed by Shenmue's coldness, continuing to smile as he spoke. Of course, we also welcome you, Mr. Shenmue from Huaxia.
Maintaining a constant smile in front of the camera seemed to be a mandatory course for someone of his public stature. I've been observing you for quite some time. I noticed you as soon as you started looking at the firearms.
I'm curious, Mr. Shenmue, what are your thoughts on seeing such powerful equipment? Does your country have the capability to produce such weapons? Ah, so this is Justin Hammer's objective, to use Chen Mu's improper behavior to mock his country, lifting himself up by putting down Huaxia. Click, click, click. Countless flashes focused on Chen Mu. The American media seemed very interested in this question, their cameras all pointing at him. Look, this is the powerful and great art of war, the F-22 and B-2 bombers, unmatched in the world. As he spoke, Justin Hammer looked at Chen Mu with arrogance, continuing to press, your country will probably never be able to create such powerful weapons, right? Humph, utterly ridiculous. Chen Mu snorted coldly. He could endure personal insults, but if his country was insulted, that was unacceptable. Thus, unable to hold back any longer, Chen Mu directly retaliated. I've carefully examined your company's weapons and held them in my hands. They are indeed quite good, but they also have many flaws. No wonder your country's military doesn't mostly adopt these weapons. This time, Justin's expression darkened significantly. This had always been his sore point. Most of the weapons purchased by the US military were from Stark Industries and a few other arms dealers, leaving Hammer Industries struggling to survive in the cracks of these companies. Now being pointed out by Chen Mu made him lose face. As for your various armored vehicles, I've seen them too. They're indeed impressive and would look great on the road, but unfortunately, they're just for show and won't be useful in real combat. I assume your military wouldn't purchase these vehicles either? Chen Mu continued his sarcastic remarks, causing Justin Hammer's face to grow even darker. As for these two aircraft, they are indeed very advanced and have few rivals in the world, but they certainly weren't developed solely by your company, were they? I wonder how much effort your company contributed to these two aircraft. With Chen Mu deftly shifting the topic, the reporters quickly turned their cameras back on Justin Hammer, making his face turn pale. Could he admit that his contribution to these aircraft was less than 1%? That Hammer Industries merely provided landing gear technology? Displaying these aircraft models here was nothing but his shameless act? He had kicked a hard wall. His original plan was to step on this Huaxia person to elevate himself, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu was so tough that he left him with nothing to say. Moreover, I believe that one day, Huaxia will develop aircraft that surpass the F-22 and the B-2. And that day won't be too far off. Ha, that's laughable. Just you? Just Huaxia? Oomph, are you looking down on my country, Mr. Hammer? Disparaging Huaxia? You are maliciously talking about a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Chen Mu boldly asked, his expression serious. Under the spotlight, he could not back down. Why yes, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Under the frenzied cameras of the reporters, Justin clenched his teeth, forced to concede. Facing Chen Mu's questioning, he didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. In front of the reporters, any inappropriate remarks would have severe consequences. Simply put, he didn't dare to keep talking carelessly. In such a serious and formal occasion, any negative statements about Huaxia would lead to consequences he couldn't afford. As a public figure, one should never speak about other countries in public, especially with a contemptuous attitude, even if it's a poor, backward tribal nation. Moreover, Huaxia was not a poor or backward country. It has the largest market in the world, the largest developing country, and is the second largest economy globally. Justin Hammer couldn't afford to provoke Chen Mu, mainly because Hammer Industries relied on Huaxia's massive market in many of its other industries. Therefore, as the head of Hammer Industries, he couldn't afford to be too arrogant. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, remember, there will come a day when Huaxia will rise. Chen Mu said earnestly, shouldering the great mission of revitalizing Huaxia, with no doubt in his mind. Good. Chen Mu's impassioned words earned applause from many present, especially from fellow compatriots from Huaxia, who clapped without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, defending the honor of their motherland was worth the applause. Mr. Chen Mu, please continue your visit. Goodbye. In the midst of applause, Justin Hammer could no longer stay and fled in disgrace. He never expected that his plan to stomp on this Huaxia country bumpkin to elevate himself would lead him to step into a deep pit, almost setting himself on fire. Originally, Justin Hammer thought Chen Mu was just an ordinary traveler from Huaxia, whose behavior seemed rustic, so he attempted to elevate himself by belittling this person. However, the reality hit him hard. Chen Mu was not someone to be trifled with. Justin should not have spoken ill of Huaxia. If he had merely mocked Chen Mu as an unsophisticated country bumpkin, perhaps Chen Mu would have swallowed his pride. But once he began to slander Huaxia, the situation changed completely. Chen Mu could not remain silent any longer. Fortunately, in order to secure the vast market of Huaxia,
Justin dared not openly say anything offensive. Just look at the fates of companies like Latte and DG, and it's clear that he wouldn't dare touch that dangerous nerve. Moreover, if he spoke carelessly, as a public figure, it could ruin him. Who knows how the reporters might twist his words? Such comments could have a significant impact on Hammer Industries' aspirations in Congress. It's a pity, if only there were actual B-2 or F-22 aircraft here. Even just the fifth-generation aircraft technology, with its stealth capabilities, would be invaluable for Huaxia's military industry. It could enable Shenmue to help Huaxia develop its own fifth-generation fighter jets and create world-class aircraft. After the incident with Justin Hammer, Shenmue naturally didn't want to linger at Hammer Industries any longer. He had already touched every weapon he could access, and he had copied all the weapon technologies. Simply put, Shenmue now mastered most of Hammer's technology, and with his research capabilities, he could make breakthroughs to directly surpass Hammer Industries and reach world-class standards.
This trip to America has not been in vain.
Knowing that Xiao AI had already mastered all the technologies filled Shenmue with joy.
Next up is Stark Industries.
After all these crazy events, 2 days passed. If nothing unexpected happened, Tony Stark would escape danger and return to America in the next couple of days. This meant that soon, Shenmue could grasp the coveted Iron Man technology.
Before that, I need to schedule a visit to Stark Industries. Gaining access to Stark Industries wasn't easy. First, you needed sufficient status and identity, and second, you needed enough funding. Did you think visiting such an industrial park was free? Moreover, Shenmue wasn't even a citizen of this country.
Therefore, gaining access to the Stark facility required some effort.
Dad, I need to go to Stark Industrial Park. I need a suitable identity. Can you help me contact someone at Stark Industries?
Sure, you handle it. After reporting his safety to his father over the phone, Shenmue hung up. His plan was simple. He would approach Stark Industries as a representative of a toy factory from Huaxia, intending to conduct some business. Don't think of Stark Industries as just an arms dealer. Their business spanned the globe, with a vast market. Shenmue's proposal was to obtain authorization from Stark to produce toy models of all Stark Industries weapons and equipment. Note that it's all, including future weapons, which means even the upcoming Iron Man armor would be included. Shenmue understood well that nothing in this world could be accomplished overnight, including establishing an Iron Legion. Additionally, to revitalize Huaxia, relying solely on his Huiqiangbai system was far from enough. He needed to leverage Huaxia's own strength to establish production lines. Moreover, reviving Huaxia wasn't something he could accomplish alone, it was a task for all Huaxia people. While Huiqiangbai was powerful, many things couldn't be completed in an instant. This endeavor needed careful planning. Although the value of toy models isn't high, you can't overlook the massive market in Huaxia. Assuming the produced toys, whether they were firearms or vehicles, were made of plastic, how high could the costs be? Selling them for a few dozen or a few hundred yuan would yield considerable profits. If they could sell millions of sets, that would be billions in profit. Even for Stark Industries, with its grand ambitions, they wouldn't ignore such profits. Great wealth is built up little by little, and Stark Industries is no exception. Furthermore, this transaction was just a start. There would be more cooperation opportunities in the future. In short, bringing a multi-billion project to negotiate for a chance to visit the industrial park wasn't a difficult task. After all, those items were of no concern to Stark Industries. They knew Shenmue couldn't just take them away, right? Speaking of which, the benefits I gained from Hammer Industries this time are truly beyond imagination. Aside from some classified technologies, Shenmue had quietly mastered the entire technology of Hammer Industries, as if the whole company had become part of his own possessions. Just one company was a tremendous help for Shenmue's mission to revitalize Huaxia. In this world, Hammer Industries' scale and significance were comparable to Lockheed in his previous life, being one of America's most advanced and important military-industrial enterprises. Shenmue had obtained nearly all of its technologies, akin to Huaxia directly taking over Lockheed in his past life, and this influence could change the entire world. Xiao AI, how much can the technologies I currently possess aid in the revitalization of Huaxia? Technology is just a reserve. Only when put into action can the real revitalization of Huaxia be realized. Xiao AI straightforwardly pointed out the crux of the problem. It looks like I need to establish a large-scale cutting-edge production base as soon as possible. Although there was a small factory at home, it was simply inadequate for the grand plan of revitalizing Huaxia. After establishing connections with the military, I'll leverage their influence to select a location for an industrial zone.
Let's call it Huiqiangbai. As for the location, Futian district in Shenzhen, Guangdong province? It's still a rural area?
Futian district in Shenzhen was precisely where Huiqiangbai was located in his previous life. After checking the map, Chen Mu discovered that in this world, this area was still a backward rural zone.
Then it's decided.
In the same place, Chen Mu resolved to establish the same Huiqiangbai.
Is this Stark Industries?
It certainly looks much more upscale and sophisticated than Hammer Industries. The next day, following his appointment, Chen Mu arrived at the Stark Industrial Park located in the suburbs of New York. After submitting his reservation and receiving approval, he was allowed to enter the park.
Looking at the beautiful greenery, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Comparing the two industrial parks, Stark Industries was on an entirely different level than Hammer Industries. Naturally. How could a second-rate company like Hammer Industries compare with us?
At that moment, Chen Mu was touring the various facilities in the park with a tour guide when a hearty laugh suddenly resonated behind him.
Mr. Stark, it's a pleasure to see you.
Turning around, Chen Mu saw a bald man with a thick beard smiling at him. This man was Obadiah Stane, the current head of Stark Industries. This man was the antagonist in Iron Man 1, he had been taking care of Tony since Howard Stark's passing. However, he was far from a good person. For his own interests, he secretly supplied weapons to terrorist organizations and even orchestrated Tony's kidnapping.
I read about you in the newspapers.
What you said yesterday was quite interesting, Obadiah laughed heartily, patting Chen Mu's shoulder in an appreciative manner.
Young people like you are truly promising. Not at all, Mr. Stane. You flatter me. Justin Hammer's remarks were indeed inappropriate.
Indeed, as a public figure, daring to attack a sovereign nation in a public setting, Hammer Industries has such limited capabilities, Obadiah agreed.
Justin Hammer is simply embarrassing us Americans.
This was a fact. Currently, superheroes had yet to appear, and the various crises facing the Earth had not yet manifested. Thus, the distribution of power in the world was similar to that in Chen Mu's previous life. Huaxia, as an undeniable global power, had established a significant international presence in recent years, with its economic, military, and technological strengths no longer to be underestimated. And that fool Justin Hammer dared to openly make remarks against Huaxia. From Obadiah's perspective, it was pure folly and shameful. After the events from yesterday were reported by those reporters who thrived on chaos, news of the incident had spread like wildfire, and it inevitably reached Obadiah's ears. Thanks to the rapid dissemination through the internet, the matter even made its way back to Huaxia, garnering applause. Chen Mu stood up for his country without fear of power, and being in America didn't stop him from doing so. He was trending towards becoming a hero. As fellow arms dealers, Obadiah was clearly far more capable than Justin, and he was also more ruthless. Mr. Chen Mu, you're quite remarkable for bravely standing up for your country. Obadiah gestured for the previous tour guide to leave and continued thoughtfully, if only our country's young people could think more about their nation like you do, how wonderful it would be. You flatter me. I just did what any Huaxia person should do, Chen Mu replied with a smile, humbly stating, I believe any one of us would make the same choice in that situation.
That is truly admirable. At least among the younger generation, our young people seem to lag behind, Obadiah remarked.
The United States, with its brief history of only a few hundred years, could not compare to Huaxia in terms of patriotism. Here, whether young or old, people only saw interests, and the so-called patriotism was merely driven by profit. Just like their support for attacking other countries, the American public backed it mainly because they could gain something from it. The benefits reaped from wars often extended to civilians and improved their lives, which garnered massive support. Perhaps, Chen Mu smiled, choosing not to comment. Every nation's youth has their strengths and weaknesses, and he wasn't in a position to judge, so he decided to shift the topic.
However, Chen Mu's goal of revitalizing Huaxia would naturally lead to the empowerment of Huaxia's youth.
A strong youth means a strong nation. To make the motherland strong, the youth must be empowered. Whether it was through super soldier serum, external armor, or advanced magical knowledge, all of it would be used to arm the youth of Huaxia. By the way, Mr. Stane, I came here hoping to obtain your company's authorization to produce toy models of Stark weapons for proportional toy manufacturing, and regarding the authorization fee. Just as Chen Mu was about to express his intentions, he was interrupted by Obadiah.
I already understand Mr. Chen Mu's intentions.
Obadiah smiled, unfazed, and said, the toy market is indeed vast, but I have a new plan.
I wonder if Mr. Chen Mu would be interested.
Please, go on, Chen Mu nodded, intrigued.
I've done some research. Your family has a significant processing factory in Huaxia, right?
Since the meeting request was sent by his father, Chen Mu wasn't surprised, and it was normal for Obadiah to have investigated this information.
Huaxia is a massive market.
The rise of smartphones is imminent, and I believe it won't be long before it becomes a huge emerging market. With 1,300 million people, Huaxia will undoubtedly be the largest market. It was still 2008, and smartphones were just beginning to emerge, with most people still using old-fashioned Nokia or Motorola phones, but the trend of smartphones was gradually becoming evident. P.S. Ignore the earlier references to fruits, just consider them as some kind of old phones at the time.
Oh? Chen Mu looked at Obadiah in surprise, secretly impressed.
This old man's grasp of the market was certainly impressive. He could see the potential of smartphones even now. If he weren't involved in shady schemes and just focused on being a businessman, he could probably make a fortune. The rise of smartphones naturally requires intelligence. Our Stark Industries has an artificial intelligence project, and I hope that in the future, we can provide the artificial intelligence used by the users in Huaxia.
Stark's artificial intelligence was undoubtedly Jarvis. This old man actually wanted to implant Jarvis into every person's phone in Huaxia? His intentions were sinister. If we can reach an agreement on this plan, providing authorization for the weapon designs wouldn't be a problem at all. If we can reach a cooperation on this plan, then providing you with the weapon design authorization for free is certainly not an issue. Obadiah smiled casually as he spoke. In his view, the mere hundreds of millions in profits from the toy market were insignificant.
If his plan succeeded, the benefits would far exceed that amount. The future smartphone market was bound to be enormous, and with Huaxia in a phase of rapid development, phones would soon become a necessity for everyone. Just imagine, even if each phone could reach $1,000, that would be $1 trillion supermarket, something Stark Industries could only dream about. And the intelligence systems, as the core of smartphones, were even more critical than the chips themselves. They could gather every user's information, obtain big data, and even have the capability to invade and monitor privacy. In terms of capability, it was a super strategic weapon.
Obadiah was extremely confident in his own Jarvis.
The networks in Huaxia had always been difficult for the US to infiltrate, but if Jarvis could penetrate its defenses, it would be a tremendous advantage for America. After all, the US had never extinguished its ambition to undermine Huaxia. Obadiah's purpose was clear: he intended to implant Jarvis within Huaxia's infrastructure. Compared to that, the authorization fees were merely insignificant pocket change. Furthermore, Huaxia was currently the world's factory, renowned for toy manufacturing. 90% of the world's toys were produced here. Toy firearms were countless, and he had never seen a Huaxia company paying copyright fees. The world knew that in Huaxia, copyright protection was often seen as a joke, and American companies could do nothing about it. When Chen Mu's family factory expressed interest in purchasing authorization, Obadiah thought it was absurd. He even suspected he had misheard. But after confirming the information, Obadiah quickly devised another plan, intending to use Chen Mu to achieve his sinister goals of infiltrating Huaxia.
That sounds great.
It's an honor to cooperate with you in the smartphone sector. However, Chen Mu, who had long suspected Obadiah wasn't a good person, guessed his intentions but didn't seem to care too much. On the contrary, he appeared very welcoming.
Getting Jarvis into his hands? He couldn't ask for more.
If Obadiah thought he could infiltrate Huaxia with just Jarvis, he had picked the wrong person. Once Jarvis fell into Chen Mu's hands, he would show Obadiah the terrifying power of Huiqiangbai.
Would he believe that Jarvis could become his technology in no time? Great. Since you agree, the design authorization fees are completely free for you.
Obadiah was delighted to have Chen Mu's agreement. He had always loved money, and he didn't see the issue of profit sharing as a problem. He would slowly reclaim it later. He had plenty of means to do so.
Mr. Stain, I actually have another small request. I hope you can help me with something.
Go ahead, Obadiah replied, looking at Chen Mu with curiosity. I've always been very fond of Stark Industries' advanced technologies and would like to have a closer look at your group's high-tech developments to broaden my horizons. In truth, Chen Mu had his own ulterior motives. Getting a close look meant he could touch and observe, allowing him to fully analyze the technologies without detection. Simply put, he wanted to steal the technology, but in a way that would be hard for others to notice.
Of course, that's no problem.
From Obadiah's perspective, allowing Chen Mu to see their high-tech innovations was no issue at all. He was pleased to show off his technological prowess and impress this young man from Huaxia. Let's do this. Tony will return around noon, and I'll introduce you to him. Since you're both young, you should have more in common to discuss, Obadiah said, in a great mood, planning to personally show Shenmue around Stark Industries' high-tech facilities.
Mr. Stark is back?
Shenmue blinked in surprise. It was faster than he had anticipated.
Did he miscalculate the timing? However, that didn't affect him at all. But all young people? That was absurd.
Shenmue was only 20, while Tony was likely already in his 30s. How could he still call himself a young man?
Come on, I'll take you to see the real F-22 Raptors and B-2 bombers. Obadiah patted Shenmue on the shoulder and laughed. I heard you didn't get to see the real Raptors and Ghosts at Hammer Industries yesterday. Were you a little disappointed? Here at Stark, you'll see the real deal, not just Hammer Industries models.
Obadiah was extremely generous towards this potential major client.
After all, it was just a look. He would be right there watching. Why would he worry that Shenmue could steal information or fly away with a fighter jet? That was utterly ridiculous.
Obadiah was no different from Justin. He wanted to show off in front of Shenmue, making him realize how backward Huaxia was and that they could never develop fifth-generation aircraft like theirs. Of course, while Obadiah thought this, he wasn't foolish enough to say it out loud.
That sounds fantastic.
Shenmue was initially taken aback but quickly broke into an excited smile. He was genuinely thrilled. This meant he would undoubtedly gain complete access to the fifth-generation aircraft technology. Just this technology alone could significantly enhance Huaxia's military capabilities. Feeling pleased with himself, Obadiah led Shenmue to a large production line, allowing him to touch the F-22 and B-2, then took him on a tour around the industrial park, showcasing various other weapons and equipment. From individual firearms to large combat aircraft, Shenmue had the chance to inspect them all. Poor Obadiah didn't realize that his showing off allowed all of his technologies to flow directly into Shenmue's hands.
Sadly, Stark Industries was following in Hammer Industries' footsteps, with almost all of its technological knowledge quietly acquired by Shenmue. And the one to blame for it all was none other than Obadiah himself. However, neither Obadiah nor Justin Hammer could have imagined that someone like Shenmue, a bug in their plans, could simply touch or glance at their proud technologies and effortlessly take them away. At this moment, Shenmue's technology reserves from Huiqiangbai had already surpassed the combined total of Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. This is the arc reactor, one of the technologies Stark Industries is most proud of, Obadiah said. After a morning of touring, even with a vehicle to assist him, he felt a bit fatigued. He couldn't help but regret why he had to personally handle these matters. He could have just sent an assistant instead. Now, he was exhausted. So, what do you think? Do you want to touch it? After spending a morning together, Obadiah had noticed one of Shenmue's quirks. He just had to touch anything that looked good, not necessarily to hold it and examine it closely, but touching it was a must, almost as if he were under some kind of spell. With a hint of exasperation, Obadiah asked, feeling a little annoyed. He began to wonder if he had chosen an odd representative. If he had known, he would have sent someone else to promote Jarvis in Huaxia instead of Shenmue. Of course, the reason he chose Shenmue was more about coincidence. As soon as he thought of the plan, Shenmue had appeared, and the day before, he had even stood up to his competitor, Justin Hammer, which had brightened Obadiah's mood. Plus, Shenmue had a certain background that made him suitable for the task. Of course. Looking at the massive arc reactor, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the real treasure. This item belonged to a nuclear reactor, the same type of reactor that powered Iron Man's chest, capable of generating vast amounts of energy and serving as an essential power source for the armored suit. Of course, the reactor before him was a large arc reactor, and its size made it unsuitable for the Iron Man suit. It would need miniaturization to provide energy for the suit. However, for Shenmue, this was already remarkably valuable. Compared to the reactor in Iron Man's chest, this large arc reactor could provide far more energy. It was practically a mini nuclear reactor. Mastering this technology would be enough to secure a place for him in the energy industry. Do as you wish. Obadiah shrugged, exasperated, his mind full of resignation. He thought to himself, this country bumpkin Shenmue was beyond saving. The analysis progress continued to rise, 98%, 99%, 100%. As the analysis reached 100%, Shenmue became even more excited. To Obadiah, it seemed like Shenmue had become obsessed after merely touching the reactor. What a strange person. Could it be that the technological level in Huaxia was truly so low that seeing high-tech products made people this excited and unable to control themselves? It was utterly embarrassing. Of course, Obadiah didn't know that Chen Mu's excitement stemmed from the opportunity to obtain the high-tech arc reactor. If someone else in this world were to gain such technology, they would likely show the same enthusiasm or even more. Alright, you've seen most of the projects. I just got word that Tony has returned to America and just got off the plane. He'll be heading back to the industrial park shortly. I need to go pick him up, Obadiah said, glancing at his watch. Mr. Chen Mu, you should come along. You can discuss the next steps with Tony. At that moment, Obadiah was unaware that the first thing Tony would do upon returning was to shut down the weapons manufacturing department, which was Stark Industries' largest source of revenue. That's exactly what I wanted. Chen Mu nodded, coming back to reality. After obtaining the complete technology for the arc reactor, he wasn't as interested in the physical reactor anymore. Mr. Stark has always been my idol. He's quite a well-known figure in Huaxia. Ha, is that so? Obadiah laughed 3 times, but a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. That rebellious Tony had caused him no small amount of trouble, and this time he had escaped after the 10 rings attempted to take him down. Those incompetents only managed to add to his frustration. Hearing Chen Mu praise Tony made Obadiah feel even worse. Let's go. For some reason, Tony said he wanted to hold a press conference on his way back, and now a whole bunch of reporters are gathered at the park entrance, Obadiah said, his expression darkening further. Tony loved to show off wherever he went. After narrowly escaping, he should just go back and rest up instead of holding a press conference. What was he thinking? Perhaps Mr. Stark has something important to announce, Chen Mu shrugged and replied. Of course, he was well aware that Tony was calling a press conference because he discovered that the weapons used by the terrorists who kidnapped him were manufactured by Stark Industries, and those terrorists used his weapons to slaughter innocent civilians. This realization made him feel ashamed, prompting his decision to shut down the weapons department. Perhaps, Obadiah nodded expressionlessly as he drove off in the vehicle, with Chen Mu following closely behind. He too was eager to see the world's undisputed protagonist Iron Man, Tony Stark. The vehicle was moving quickly, and soon they arrived at the entrance of Stark Industries, where many reporters had gathered after hearing the news. As Obadiah appeared, countless flashes of light began to go off. Mr. Obadiah, was Tony kidnapped during this period? Mr. Obadiah, how did Tony escape? Was it through military rescue or did Stark Industries buy him back? Could you tell us, Mr. Obadiah, who is this person behind you? Is he Stark's new partner? With Obadiah's arrival, the reporters clamored to ask questions, leaving Chen Mu feeling a bit awkward. If he were to be pursued by these reporters in the future, it would be troublesome. Everyone, I'm glad to see how concerned you are for Tony. He'll be back shortly, and if you have any questions, you can ask him. I'm not too clear about the details of his kidnapping several days ago. While he said this, Chen Mu knew quite well that Tony's kidnapping was orchestrated by Obadiah himself. As for this gentleman, he is Chun from Huaxia. Here he comes. Tony is back. Obadiah was just about to introduce Chen Mu when he was interrupted. In the distance, several cars approached, clearly indicating that Tony had returned. All the reporters immediately turned their attention to Tony and rushed toward him, leaving Obadiah standing there with a dark expression. In that moment, Chen Mu could somewhat understand why Obadiah wanted to get rid of Tony. This guy was just too dazzling, overshadowing everyone else. Now, he was being completely ignored. Who could stand that? The proud Obadiah found it even harder to tolerate. No wonder he wanted to eliminate Tony. This was incredibly infuriating. Here you go, the burger you wanted. The car came to a stop, and Tony's slightly bruised face appeared before everyone. His bodyguard, Happy, quickly handed over the burger Tony had requested. Tony! My dear nephew, you're finally back. Obadiah greeted him with a big smile, enthusiastically stepping forward to give Tony a warm hug. Let's head to the hospital first. Noticing that Tony seemed to have quite a few injuries, Obadiah said with concern. No need, I'm fine. Tony smiled faintly, glancing around and noticing the reporters had already gathered. He ignored Obadiah and headed straight for the meeting room. Before coming back, he had already informed the media about the urgent press conference. At that moment, no one could anticipate that Tony would suddenly announce the shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the largest military-industrial sector in America. Chen Mu, of course, didn't want to miss this shocking scene and followed closely behind with great interest. I'm now completely awake. I realized that I can contribute more to this world than just manufacturing explosive weapons. Therefore, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, and this decision takes effect immediately. Tony casually stated his decision, and as soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Until I determine the new direction for the company. Even as Obadiah rushed forward to stop Tony from speaking further, it was too late. Tony had already made his statement, and all the reporters present heard him loud and clear. It was impossible to take it back. I believe today's newspapers will sell out. Obadiah forced a smile as he stood at the podium, trying to regain control of the situation, but it was futile. Tony continued with his speech. I will seek a direction that I believe is fitting and aligns with the nation's best interests. Having said that, Tony turned and left without hesitation, ignoring everything else. This was precisely what Obadiah found intolerable. Tony was just too self-centered. No matter how insane his decisions seemed, he never discussed them with anyone beforehand, he simply announced them. How could Obadiah endure this? Stark Industries' current scale was largely due to Obadiah's efforts, but now Tony's actions felt like he was sidelining him. Obadiah couldn't swallow that. I think we should focus on the news that Tony has returned and is healthier. We will discuss this matter further. As Tony walked away, he left the mess for Obadiah to clean up. Obadiah forced a smile and began to answer the barrage of questions from the reporters, but it was clear that his simmering anger was almost beyond control. As for everything happening, Shenmue merely observed quietly as a bystander, finding it all quite entertaining. His thoughts were completely different from Tony's, even the opposite. Tony believed that the weapons he produced had failed to protect his country and its citizens, causing them to suffer at the hands of his own creations. This deep sense of guilt and remorse drove him to decide to shut down the weapons department. But Shenmue thought otherwise. He believed that only stronger weapons could protect his country. A nation must be strong to ward off all kinds of unknown dangers. Thus, Shenmue's journey to America, visiting Hammer Industries and now Stark, was all aimed at leveraging Hui Qiangbai's capabilities to acquire the weapon technology from these top military contractors. In simple terms, it was an act of industrial espionage, but his methods were so discreet that no one would notice. Even if someone were to say it, no one would believe that merely observing closely could yield significant technological gains, and touching could yield all the technology. This capability was almost unbelievable, yet it was happening, and Shenmue had successfully obtained almost all the super technologies from both companies in secret. After Tony left, Obadiah began patiently answering various questions from the reporters, trying to save face, but none of the reporters would easily believe him. It wouldn't be long before the explosive news about Tony shutting down the weapons department spread throughout America, and even the world. That little brat. Once all the reporters were sent away, Obadiah wore a smile, but his eyes were filled with anger. Where did he go? Obadiah directly asked a nearby subordinate. He wanted to confront Tony and find out what he was thinking. As Stark's largest economic source, the weapons production department was shut down without consulting him, making it feel like Tony didn't regard him as part of the board at all. It was utterly infuriating. So, Obadiah wanted to see what was going through this guy's mind. He's headed toward the arc reactor. The subordinate answered honestly. Let's go, Mr. Shenmue. Obadiah glanced at Shenmue beside him and said. At that moment, he was in a foul mood and was no longer as courteous as before. Shenmue didn't say much. He knew Obadiah was angry, and he wasn't foolish enough to provoke him, so he simply followed behind. Meeting Tony in person was something Shenmue had long been looking forward to. Following the furious Obadiah, they quickly arrived at the location of the arc reactor, having just left there not long ago. When they entered the reactor research room, they saw Tony standing under the reactor, quietly staring at the massive creation before him. Look at what you've done, Obadiah said irritably. I think I've now become the target of everyone's criticism, haven't I? Tony replied calmly and composedly, clearly having anticipated all of this. If you're the target, what about me? Obadiah said, a bit annoyed, as he walked up to Tony and sighed. I can already imagine that Stark's stock prices will plummet in no time. Oh, by the way, who is this gentleman? At that moment, Tony noticed Shenmue behind Obadiah and his eyes flashed with curiosity. Oh, this is Mr. Shenmue. We reached some consensus in the smartphone industry and are preparing to discuss it in detail. Obadiah had little interest in introducing Shenmue, merely stating it flatly. Smartphones? Yes, that's indeed a promising new direction. Perhaps Stark could venture into the mobile phone sector.
Tony shrugged, and at that moment, he saw the vast potential of smartphones.
Exactly, this could become Stark's new industry.
At least it was much better than making baby bottles, right? Smartphones are indeed a promising direction, Tony said thoughtfully, nodding slightly. He had just been troubled by the closure of the weapons department and was struggling to find a new target, but now he had discovered a new path. The Huaxia market is quite good, Tony easily guessed Obadiah's thoughts and felt some agreement. Of course, prior to this, Tony had also considered his own plans. Just like in the movies, he aimed to improve the arc reactor technology to produce controllable and cleaner energy. In simple terms, he wanted to transform Stark Industries into an energy company. Arc energy was cleaner, had a higher output, and was more stable than nuclear energy. Mastering this technology could potentially increase Stark's market value even beyond its previous heights, and shutting down the weapons department wouldn't spell disaster for Stark Industries.
Mr. Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Shenmue smiled and extended his hand.
In front of Shenmue, there was also the interface for the portable arc reactor technology, which was essentially the same as the reactor in Tony's chest, the energy core of Iron Man. However, it was clear that Tony wasn't interested in shaking hands. He simply nodded and said, "I'll have Pepper discuss the specifics of our cooperation with you." Having just crafted the Mark I armor, Tony was still the arrogant playboy he had always been. He didn't pay much attention to Shenmue, who appeared quite young. Frankly speaking, even as a future superhero, Tony didn't have much regard for that Eastern nation. The prejudice against Huaxia had always existed in America. Moreover, at this point, Tony wasn't even Iron Man yet. Okay.
Shenmue awkwardly smiled and withdrew his hand. Although they didn't shake hands, with a 99% analysis rate and the complete analysis of the large arc reactor, he could manufacture one himself. He could even upgrade and modify it using Hueqiangbai's capabilities, so he didn't mind too much.
However, being looked down upon did irritate him. Tony Stark, just you wait. Soon enough, you'll regret your actions today.
More importantly, I want to know why you're shutting down the weapons department. It's currently Stark's most profitable project. Obadiah furrowed his brows and asked, glancing curiously at the massive arc reactor before looking back at Tony.
Could it be? Yes, it won't be the most profitable project anymore.
Tony nodded, glancing at Shenmue beside him, clearly indicating he wanted to dismiss him. His focus was shifting to the energy sector, and this was temporarily a business secret that wasn't suitable for others to know, let alone an outsider like Shenmue.
Well then, I should take my leave.
Goodbye, Mr. Obadiah, and Mr. Stark.
Shenmue understood the hint and greeted the two before turning to leave. He finally understood why the villain in Iron Man 3 was so determined to take down Tony. This guy was just too arrogant and dismissive. Most people couldn't tolerate his personality, especially his demeanor before becoming Iron Man. Very few could endure it. Xiao AI, if I research the arc reactor technology, combined with the 99% analysis of the small reactor, can I create a mini reactor? No problem. We can even produce it now, and its performance won't be any worse than the reactor Tony created. Currently, Tony's reactor was only the first generation, and it was rather rudimentary, made under limited conditions in a cave.
If all went well, Tony would soon create another reactor, but the technology of both would be the same, having no significant impact.
How long will the technological breakthrough take? Just one day. Shall we proceed with the technological breakthrough?
Let's start, Xiao AI. After leaving the reactor lab, Shenmue followed a Stark employee toward the administration office. He was going to find Pepper, who handled most of Stark's affairs, so he needed to discuss both the toy design authorization and the smartphone project with her. In short, when it came to business matters in the Marvel world, Shenmue didn't mind much.
After negotiating many concessions, he got what he wanted.
The authorization for the designs of all weapons produced by Stark Industries was still free, preventing any future disputes when he manufactured his own items. As for the smartphone project, Shenmue didn't care. It was more beneficial for Stark, which pleased Pepper immensely. Anyway, this project hadn't even started yet, so he could leave the details to his father to worry about. All in all, this visit to Stark Industries was a complete success for Shenmue. Following Hammer Industries, poor Stark Industries had all its technologies quietly acquired by Shenmue, even including the small arc reactor that Tony had just developed. Thinking about it, the other powerful arms company in the US is Oscorp.
Isn't that where Spider-Man's radioactive spider was developed?
However, the little spider hadn't been born yet, so going there wouldn't serve much purpose. Though Spider-Man's abilities are tempting, Peter Parker is only about 10 years old at this time. He definitely hasn't become Spider-Man yet, so visiting Oscorp would be pointless. So, I'll wait. It won't be long before Tony creates the real Iron Man armor. This was Chun-Mu's ultimate goal, to directly analyze Iron Man's technology and take advantage of the chaos during Obadiah and Tony's confrontation. As the first antagonist to appear in the Marvel Universe, Obadiah had an irreconcilable conflict with Tony, and he would undoubtedly take action against him again. The recent kidnapping incident involving Tony was indeed orchestrated by Obadiah, and it was only a matter of time before this would be exposed. When it did, Tony would certainly not let Obadiah off the hook. Thus, conflicts between the two were bound to erupt again, and for Chun-Mu, this meant he had an opportunity to acquire Iron Man technology. Once he obtained this technology and brought it back to Huaxia, with a few modifications, it would become technology that belonged to Huaxia. The capabilities of Hui Qiangbai were not limited to imitation and plagiarism, they thrived on building upon existing technologies for further research and development. Even if Chun-Mu could only acquire the Mark III armor technology this time, with that foundation, he could leverage Hui Qiangbai's strengths to independently develop the Mark IV, Mark V, and all subsequent armors. Moreover, let's not forget Chun-Mu's mission, the revitalization of Huaxia. The technology he possessed would naturally be conveyed to his homeland in a reasonable manner. The mission of revitalizing Huaxia, although entrusted to him by Hui Qiangbai, was essentially a mission for all Huaxia people. Even if Chun-Mu handed over various high-tech advancements to Huaxia, allowing it to be fully armed, would that truly achieve revitalization? Only when Huaxia could stand independently at the pinnacle of the world through its own capabilities would true great rejuvenation be realized. Therefore, even without Hui Qiangbai, as long as Chun-Mu provided this technology to Huaxia and allowed them to conduct their own research, it would surely drive technological progress. Huaxia is a great nation. Even though it may not be prominent in the Marvel world and has limited opportunities to showcase itself, one cannot doubt its capabilities. The research strength of Huaxia is not inferior to that of the United States. If Tony could accomplish something, why couldn't others? While Tony is undoubtedly a genius with exceptional talent, isn't there a genius in the vast Huaxia who can compete with him? Even if there truly isn't anyone who can rival Tony, the prodigy and the unequivocal protagonist, it doesn't mean that they are entirely inferior. The advancement of science has never been the achievement of a single individual but rather the collective effort of humanity. While there may not be a second person who can replicate what Tony has done, many can collaborate to achieve the same goals. With the world's largest population base, Huaxia has the confidence to find a multitude of researchers. With their combined efforts, they could easily surpass Tony Stark. Even if Tony is incredibly talented, if Huaxia mobilizes its national strength for scientific research, they could certainly triumph over him. Of course, there will always be some people who have been kneeling for so long that they can't get back up. They might think that Huaxia cannot compare to a Tony Stark, but Chun-Mu has nothing to say to that. In any case, Chun-Mu has made up his mind. Upon returning to Huaxia, he will definitely collaborate with the official government and is willing to selflessly contribute his technology. Of course, this is just the first step, and it needs to be approached steadily and carefully. After obtaining Stark's design authorization, the first step will be to launch the Iron Man wearable toy. In simple terms, this means starting with lower versions of the Iron Man armor and gradually introducing more advanced and powerful armors until they reach a level comparable to or even stronger than Iron Man's armor. Naturally, adjustments will be necessary, ensuring that while performance remains unaffected, some Huaxia elements are integrated. At that point, these armors will become unique specialized Iron Man armors belonging to Huaxia. With these decisions in mind, Chun-Mu returned to his hotel and informed his father about the collaboration plan with Stark. Doing business with Stark Industries? That sounds fantastic. His father appeared very excited upon hearing this, viewing a connection with Stark as stepping onto a big ship that would quickly lead to prosperity. However, do smartphones really have potential? After all, it was still 2008, and everyone primarily used feature phones. Smartphones were just beginning to emerge, so his father was a bit concerned. Don't worry, mobile phones are definitely going to be profitable. With his knowledge of the future, Chun-Mu remained calm and had no worries at all. From his perspective, their mobile phone business would quickly develop. Stark Industries will take most of the profits, but they will also provide corresponding technical support, so overall, it's not a loss. Chen Mu was currently indifferent to money and profits, not particularly caring about these matters.
By the way, Dad, how is the progress with Uncle Zhang? Did you hand over the guns you were supposed to give him?
Another matter that Chen Mu cared about was this: he wanted to hand over advanced firearms to the military to gain an opportunity for cooperation.
Yeah, I handed them over.
I also gave him the blueprints you provided to pass on to his superiors. His father nodded and replied. But it's been 2 days, and there hasn't been any news yet.
I'll contact you as soon as I hear anything.
That's good. Chen Mu nodded and continued, also, Dad, you should expand the factory at home.
When we officially collaborate with Stark, the current equipment definitely won't be enough, and having only one factory isn't sufficient. It would be best to open a few more. Do you think these things don't cost money?
His father said, looking very displeased. It's fine to expand the current factory, but opening a few more is simply beyond our budget. I see, we still need to establish a relationship with the military as soon as possible. Let's wait and see. I should have some high-tech technology coming in soon that could help secure some loans. In reality, with the technological reserves in Chen Mu's hands, he could easily sell off some technology, even at a low price to the military, to secure enough funds.
He just didn't want to do that.
Where did you get all this technology? His father was filled with skepticism regarding Chen Mu's words.
Let's not get into that here. Just know that you don't have to worry about funding. Alright then, I'll be waiting for your good news.
I'll also follow up with Uncle Zhang to see when we can expect news from the military.
Now, all that's left is to patiently wait.
After ending the communication, Chen Mu peacefully fell asleep, eagerly anticipating the moment he could acquire Iron Man's technology and set off back to his homeland. It had been a full week since leaving Stark Industries, and Chen Mu, who had initially looked forward to returning home in just a week, now felt somewhat dejected.
During this week, Iron Man Tony had yet to confront Obadiah.
Well, developing a complete set of Iron Man armor does take time. Those few minutes in the movie pass by in an instant, but who knows how long it actually takes, Chen Mu pondered to himself. Last night, he had seen a flash of light in the sky, likely Tony testing the armor, but after the initial trial, there was still a long way to go before a showdown with Ironmonger.
Now, Chen Mu faced a new dilemma.
News from home indicated that the military had finally responded, and his father urged him to return quickly. This left him in a quandary. On one hand, there was the long-awaited opportunity for collaboration, and on the other, the coveted Iron Man armor, making it a tough decision.
What should I choose?
Chen Mu scratched his head in frustration.
Forget it, I'll head back first. I can't keep the military waiting too long. Iron Man is right there will be plenty of chances in the future. Besides, the initial armor isn't that advanced. I can always plan for it later. Chen Mu quickly made his decision. He understood that Tony was Iron Man, there was no need to rush. There would be ample opportunities to obtain more advanced technology later. Plus, he had already acquired most of what he needed. With the analysis and upgrade technology from his system, he could easily create armor similar to the Mark series of Iron Man. For Chen Mu, being in Huaxia meant he would encounter little trouble. As long as he could produce the main components of the armor, it would be sufficient. The current situation already met his needs completely.
After flying back to Huaxia, Chen Mu noticed his father's serious expression, indicating that something significant had happened.
Let's go, I need you to meet someone, his father said, looking somewhat tense. When you meet this person, don't hide anything. Just answer whatever they ask. Meet someone?
Chen Mu was puzzled but didn't think much of it, recalling the weapon design blueprints he had given his father. His father had previously served in the military for several years before opening the factory. Although they primarily produced small toys, the factory could also manufacture specific components if there was demand from higher-ups.
I gave your design blueprints to Uncle Zhang.
He hasn't retired and mentioned he submitted the blueprints to his superiors. There's a leader in the area, so we're going to meet them together. His father took a deep breath and drove Chen Mu toward their destination. Throughout the drive, his father kept reminding him, but Chen Mu didn't pay much attention. He gazed out the window at the bustling city, curious about who he was about to meet.
Director Zhang Zhong?
When Chen Mu and his father arrived at a quiet, discreet restaurant, he was taken aback to see someone he hadn't expected. This person's appearance was very familiar to him. He often saw him on media platforms in his previous life. He was none other than the man known as the director of the Strategic Disinformation Bureau, Zhang Zhong. Chen Mu never imagined he would meet someone who looked exactly like him in this world. Seeing is believing, I didn't expect you to be so young and accomplished. General Zhang Zhong, now a high-ranking officer, expressed his awe at Chen Mu's youthful appearance. Although he had seen photos before, seeing him in person made him truly appreciate how young he was.
Director Zhang? Oh, I mean, General.
Chen Mu was also quite surprised. A general was one of the highest military ranks in Huaxia, and he never expected such a prominent figure to meet him in person.
Director Zhang?
General Zhang smiled slightly, wondering why Chen Mu referred to him that way but didn't dwell on it. He looked at Chen Mu and said directly, "Have a seat. After such a long flight, you must be hungry. Let's eat and chat." In the private dining room, the meal was already prepared, but General Zhang hadn't touched a single bite.
Thank you. Chen Mu didn't hold back. He was indeed hungry and eagerly started to eat once seated. Can I call you Xiao Mu? Watching Chen Mu devour his food, General Zhang wasn't upset. Instead, he curiously asked, "I'll be straightforward with you, the firearm blueprints you gave to Zhang Yon, did you really research them yourself?" True to his military background, he spoke directly without any reservations. "Indeed, I researched them myself." Chen Mu nodded. The results developed by the Huiqiangbai system definitely counted as his own.
Furthermore, he had inquired with Xiao AI earlier about revealing the existence of the Huiqiangbai system to the country. He understood that if he informed the government about the system, his actions would become significantly easier. It would be foolish to think that possessing a system would lead the government to control him, force him into some role, or treat him like a lab rat for dissection. A system could provide immense benefits to Huaxia, and no country would make the foolish mistake of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, especially not a great nation like Huaxia with a rich history of 5,000 years. If the government were to understand the capabilities and functions of the Huiqiangbai system, they would undoubtedly find ways to maximize its utility, even if it meant treating him as a national treasure. For the country, especially a large one like Huaxia, treating him as a national treasure would require minimal resources while providing immense returns. Chen Mu was self-aware. He couldn't fully unleash the potential of the Huiqiangbai system alone, and having the government's assistance would be ideal. As for worries about being studied or dissected, that was a serious case of paranoia.
Who knew if the system would disappear if the host died? Who would dare take that risk?
By making the existence of the Huiqiangbai system public, Huaxia could better utilize its capabilities and quickly achieve the goal of revitalizing Huaxia.
Wasn't that a simple task? Unfortunately, Xiao AI's response had doused Chen Mu with cold water. He was informed that if the existence of the Huiqiangbai system were revealed, it would directly dissipate. This left him stunned, hesitant to act rashly, and he could only bear this responsibility quietly. You truly are young and accomplished, General Zhang nodded, smiling as he asked, "If that's the case, Xiao Mu, would you be interested in joining the military?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's father's eyes brightened with hope as he looked at Chen Mu. After all, if one person served in the military, the whole family would be honored, and his father naturally wished for Chen Mu to enter the military system, thus securing his future.
"No, I refuse."
For the sake of his plans and to maintain his freedom of action, Chen Mu decisively turned down the offer. If he were to join the military, many of his plans would be unfeasible. Even if he knew the future development of the world, he wouldn't be able to exert influence.
In the strict military environment, his actions would be tightly restricted, which was not what he wanted.
Why? General Zhang inquired with curiosity, not angry at Chen Mu's refusal.
"Xiao Mu, such an opportunity doesn't come often." Uncle Zhang couldn't help but persuade him.
This was practically a special recruitment, and with a general personally recruiting him, he could very well become a military researcher with a bright future ahead.
"It's too tiring, and I don't want anyone telling me what to do."
Chen Mu scratched his head, which was part of his reason for declining. "Everyone has their aspirations, I won't force you."
"I would like to know, what do you plan to do next? Do you have any dreams?"
General Zhang, not chastising Chen Mu, asked out of genuine curiosity, like a caring elder would for a younger generation. "Director Zhang, as you can see, I'm very interested in research. So, in the future, I plan to start a large technology company, a big enterprise like Stark Industries in America, and then surpass it."
"That's a nice ideal." General Zhang nodded, not bothered by Chen Mu's way of addressing him. He continued, "However, isn't that ambition a bit too ambitious?"
Stark Industries began developing during World War II to reach its current scale.
"Surpassing it won't be easy."
"There's nothing difficult in the world, only those who lack determination fear challenges."
I believe I will succeed.
Shen Mu said confidently. The technology he possessed was sufficient to help him achieve this goal. Not only did he have access to all of Hammer Industries' advanced technologies, but he also had mastery over most of Stark's technology. Additionally, the Weiqiangbai system could modify and upgrade these technologies, making surpassing them far from impossible. Young man, it's best not to set your sights too high.
I personally suggest that you first join some established research institutes. Once you have enough results, then you can start your own technology company. This way, you can not only build connections but also secure more investments, making it easier to achieve your dreams. General Zhang frowned slightly, still trying to persuade Chen Mu not to be overly presumptuous. I have enough confidence.
Chen Mu smiled mysteriously, looking seriously at General Zhang, and said, I certainly won't rely solely on a set of firearm blueprints to defeat them.
What if I have other things? What if I have other treasures? Chen Mu said with a mysterious smile, picking up a piece of meat and savoring it. Oh? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in General Zhang's eyes as he pressed, what kind of treasure?
Before that, General Zhang, you need to understand that my intention is not for wealth, Chen Mu said solemnly. Since arriving in this world and realizing it was the movie world of his previous life, his pursuit of money had diminished significantly.
Not for wealth? Then what are you after? General Zhang's face showed confusion.
He had become accustomed to Chen Mu's way of addressing him, but now he was genuinely curious about his motives. In the early modern period, Huaxia had gone through many hardships, especially after the wars. This great nation with a history of 5,000 years suffered unprecedented blows and was even on the brink of extinction. However, fortunately, from that time onward, the country began to awaken and develop continuously, achieving the current prosperous state through generations of hard work.
But even so, that was still far from enough.
Chen Mu looked steadily at General Zhang and asserted, what we've talked about has not yet reached the ideal state. On the global stage, Huaxia still lags behind the old powers in terms of economy and technology. I wish to push for Huaxia to surpass them in these areas.
Technological progress is not achieved overnight.
Huaxia's researchers have been striving for the prosperity of the nation, General Zhang said thoughtfully in response to Chen Mu's words. He understood well that since the end of World War II, the nation had only been established for 60 years, and achieving a leap in such a short time was no easy feat.
However, this was not an excuse for discouragement.
The researchers in Huaxia had never been defeated by difficulties, on the contrary, they worked even harder, which led to the current brilliance.
That's still far from enough. Chen Mu said loudly. What I want is for Huaxia to truly achieve revitalization.
Before modern times, which dynasty of Huaxia didn't have the economy and technology ranked first in the world, far ahead of other countries? It is only in recent times that we have become weak and fallen behind the West. Very well, it's comforting to see you care for the country, General Zhang said, looking at Chen Mu with admiration. If all of Huaxia's youth were like you, how could the country not rise? Therefore, the first thing to do is to instill confidence in all Huaxia people. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. He accepted General Zhang's praise calmly, as his goal was to restore the country to the pinnacle of the world.
That's easier said than done, at this moment, Chen Mu's father murmured.
Hearing Chen Mu's words earlier had stirred a surge of passion in him, but in reality, fostering confidence in all Huaxia people was no simple task. With a population of 13 billion, all kinds of people exist. There are many who admire Japan and the West, many who sing the country's shortcomings, and even some shameless individuals who slander their own nation, including a few who have knelt for so long that they can't stand up. Actually, this problem is not without a solution, Chen Mu said with a smile. Many people in the country today lack confidence mainly due to the nation's weakness in recent years.
It's not difficult to help them regain their confidence. How? General Zhang asked curiously.
If this problem could be solved, it would be significant for the entire country. It's simple, a National Day military parade. Chen Mu calmly looked at General Zhang and stated each word clearly.
Military parades are a vital means to enhance national pride and boost public confidence.
By showcasing the country's advanced weapons, it can also deter nations with ulterior motives.
In today's peaceful era, this is one of the important ways for countries to confront each other. A military parade?
General Zhang frowned.
He was aware of the method to enhance national confidence through a parade, but currently, Huaxia, especially in this world, did not have any major weapons capable of deterring other countries, particularly the United States. In the Marvel universe, it could practically be said to revolve around the United States,
aside from the fictional Wakanda, other countries had little presence. This world's Huaxia was even less formidable than the Huaxia of Shenmu's previous life, and it was still lagging behind in the technology of Eastern Express, with its military strength quite weak. With National Day approaching, if we could hold a large-scale parade capable of deterring other countries, it would surely help the citizens regain their confidence. While that's true, our current military strength makes it difficult to instill genuine confidence in the people, even with a parade, General Zhang said with a wry smile. Indeed, it was easier said than done. I can provide a technology, but I hope you can offer some assistance to my company in return, Shenmu said with a smile as he took a hard drive out of his pocket and placed it on the table. What's on this? This contains the complete 5th-generation fighter technology, including stealth technology, engine technology, aerodynamic structures, and more.
5th-generation fighter technology? General Zhang was taken aback, involuntarily standing up before realizing his overreaction and sitting back down.
He gestured for Uncle Zhang to carefully take the hard drive. The technology Shenmu provided was essentially the F-22 Raptor technology he had analyzed, and he had made breakthroughs during his return trip, so it looked like the Raptor but wasn't entirely the same.
With slight modifications, especially changing the engine, the differences would be apparent.
Given Huaxia's current technological level, manufacturing it shouldn't be too difficult. While Huaxia's military strength was not the strongest, its industrial foundation was solid, making the production of 5th-generation fighters a possibility. It's hard to imagine that you actually have 5th-generation fighter technology, General Zhang said, his face filled with disbelief as he settled back into his seat, the tension in his expression still evident.
Don't worry, I wouldn't deceive you, Shenmu replied with a slight smile. I'm still in this country, and I wouldn't joke about something like this. You can have professionals check it out when you return, it will be easy to verify its authenticity. That's not what I meant, I'm just curious about where you got this technology, General Zhang said, his gaze fixed intently on Shenmu, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. From what I know, the university you attended is just a regular second-tier school. You shouldn't have had the opportunity to access such advanced technology. Besides, even during your time at university, your performance was rather average. In fact, if the military wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be hard to find detailed information about Shenmu. Indeed, my university is quite ordinary, Shenmu nodded. As for how I came by this knowledge, let's just say it's something I figured out on my own. Figured it out on his own to research 5th-generation fighter technology? Everyone present looked exasperated, unsure of how to respond, and remained silent. Shenmu's father felt particularly awkward, thinking to himself that this brat was boasting without even a draft. Well then, let's talk about your plans, General Zhang said as he looked at Shenmu. Are you planning to establish a new company and have us provide support for it? Exactly. I've already thought of a name, Xiaomu Technology. I've designed the logo too, it's a simple letter Mu. Everyone was left speechless. Wasn't that name a bit too casual? From firearms to 5th-generation fighters, regardless of their authenticity, aren't these both classified as weapons? Is your company looking to engage in weapon development like Stark Industries?
General Zhang frowned, contemplating Shenmu's words.
You're not foolish, you should understand the domestic situation. Manufacturing weapons is not permitted, and private arms dealers are absolutely out of the question. Who said Xiaomu Technology is a weapon research company?
I plan to start with smartphones and, of course, also conduct some other tech research to cover a wider range of industries, Shenmu replied, looking at General Zhang.
That's why I need your military's help. However, if you have the talent in this area, wouldn't it be better to engage in weapon research?
If you're willing, I can help you join the relevant research institute. If the military needs me, I would certainly not refuse, Shenmu said with a smile, looking at General Zhang.
But I definitely wouldn't want to be part of those systems. Alright then, set a condition, and I'll see if I can help you with it, General Zhang nodded and said, looking at Shenmu. However, it's impossible for a private enterprise to produce arms. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. You might find yourself seeking me out for orders in the future, Shenmu said with a mysterious smile. But rest assured, I certainly won't engage in any illegal activities. That's good to hear. Also, I hope to establish a technology special zone, and I'll need a piece of land. In reality, in the Marvel universe, conventional military forces are practically useless against extraterrestrial armies. Neither the United States Raptors nor the J-20, which had not yet been produced domestically, would have any effect in interstellar warfare.
This time, when Shenmue handed over the aircraft technology to the country, it was merely to pave the way for further negotiations. His primary goal was still to create his own Iron Man armor. After all, this was a universe of superheroes, and the power of superheroes was the mainstream. The conversation lasted a long time, and in the end, Shenmue got what he wanted. He would establish a company called Shenmue Technology, and all the technology analyzed and further researched by the Huiqiangbai system would become the products of Shenmue Technology. Of course, the first product planned was a smartphone, which was something he had already negotiated with Obadiah Stark, leveraging their technology and funding to establish the company domestically. However, Obadiah's plan was to use Shenmue technology to penetrate the Chinese market and occupy a huge share, while Shenmue was using their funds and technology to his advantage, especially to obtain Jarvis's technology.
This was an opportunity that was too good to pass up.
Additionally, the establishment of Shenmue technology would have officials monitoring it, primarily due to the firearm project Shenmue had previously undertaken, as well as the so-called fifth-generation fighter technology, which made the authorities uneasy. Assigning someone to keep an eye on things was a precaution to prevent Shenmue from engaging in illegal activities that could lead to unnecessary trouble. As for Shenmue's plan to establish a Huiqiangbai industrial park, since Shenmue technology had yet to make a name for itself, the authorities would not pay much attention to him or comply with his wishes. This matter had to be temporarily set aside, but General Zhang agreed that if Shenmue could resolve the funding issue, he would assist him in acquiring land in certain areas domestically.
Well then, we'll part ways here. It was nice to meet you, Comrade Shenmue. After a lengthy conversation, Shenmue and the others left the restaurant.
General Zhang sat in the car, bidding farewell to Shenmue and his father outside. He looked at Shenmue and said meaningfully, "I hope incidents like the one on Yulin Road won't happen again.
I trust you'll be a law-abiding citizen.
I'll have professional financial advisors assist you with the establishment of your company." Yulin Road was where Shenmue had killed the two wanted criminals. Hearing this, Shenmue was taken aback, realizing that they were already aware of this incident.
Of course, General Zhang.
The preparations for the company will begin in the next few days, and I look forward to your financial advisor coming to guide me at any time, Shenmue quickly replied with a smile. Since the other party had never brought up the matter, it meant that it was behind them, and he had nothing to worry about. As for the so-called financial advisor, which was essentially a monitor, he didn't mind much. Establishing Shenmue technology was not solely for profit, having a professional assist him would make things more convenient. Then, take care. General Zhang smiled, rolled up the car window, and Uncle Zhang drove away.
As the car left, several other vehicles approached from different directions, clearly the bodyguards of General Zhang.
As a general, his security detail was undoubtedly very tight. General Zhang's car sped away quickly, disappearing from Shenmue's line of sight in the blink of an eye. It was clear that he was very eager to return and have relevant personnel verify the fighter technology documents. After all, this was fifth-generation fighter technology, and if it were real, it would have significant implications for the military strength of Huaxia. Thus, General Zhang was hurrying back to have professionals determine whether the documents contained genuine fifth-generation fighter technology.
If they were authentic, Shenmue's evaluation would be greatly elevated.
Truly impressive, the authority he carries.
Shenmue's father remarked, watching the convoy of vehicles silently escorting General Zhang, filled with admiration.
By the way, what did the general mean by Yulin Road? His father asked, looking at Shenmue with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Shenmue thought to himself. There was no way he could explain that he had taken out 3 bandits on Yulin Road. After crossing into the Marvel world and being in Huaxia, he often found himself lamenting the many restrictions here.
Many things simply could not be done freely.
Take killing, for instance. If such an event occurred in Huaxia, it would lead to serious trouble, unlike in America, where killing someone might not even stir up much reaction.
What does it matter how impressive he is if he came specifically to see me? That just shows I'm not so simple myself now.
Shenmue smirked, feeling a sense of pride. It was certainly exhilarating that a general, one of the top figures in Huaxia's military, had personally come to meet him.
Came specifically to see you? Don't be ridiculous.
His father scoffed. The general had business to attend to. He mentioned he was passing through our city. Your uncle just told me he's here to inspect the military district and stopped by.
Just stopping by?
That made sense. A firearms blueprint alone wouldn't be enough to attract the attention of such a high-ranking official. After hearing his father's words, Shenmue understood. Plus, this was the Marvel universe, where all sorts of strange things could happen, so a firearms blueprint wouldn't naturally raise any leader's interest. However, obtaining 5th-generation fighter technology from him was indeed a pleasant surprise. Perhaps he had been lucky enough to escape a potential reprimand. Whatever, at least things are going smoothly for now, Shenmue sighed, feeling somewhat fatigued. Both mentally and physically, he was still adjusting to the time difference, and the constant rush had worn him out.
Smoothly, my foot! His father exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. Are you planning to start your own company? Why not just use the family business?
Dad, focus on running your own factory well, and aim to grow it into the largest manufacturing plant in the world. If he could reach the scale of Foxconn from his previous life, that would be quite remarkable.
There was no Foxconn in this world yet.
You should have just negotiated with Stark back then and let him invest in our family company instead of starting a new one, his father grumbled as they got into the car, realizing it was getting late. Shenmue had not had a proper rest, and his father was eager to get home as well.
Stop worrying about it, just head home.
You don't need to fret, Shenmue waved his hand impatiently, feeling helpless. I can't believe you're saying that while claiming you'll surpass Stark.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Hoo. Shenmue had already started to doze off, much to his father's annoyance. After shaking his head, his father started the car and drove home. After such a long period of fatigue, Shenmue was indeed exhausted. In terms of materials, structural design, engines, and stealth coatings, the information here is extremely detailed. It should be genuine, General Zhang said calmly, standing with his hands behind his back, observing a gray-haired elder in a secret research facility. General, such detailed information, where did you acquire it? The elder asked, surprised. As far as I know, there are only 2 types of 5th-generation fighters currently in service globally, and both are in American hands. While we are researching the J-20, this model is significantly different from those 3 types.
Do you have any idea how much engineering is required to develop a 5th-generation fighter?
General Zhang did not answer the elder's question but instead countered with one of his own. The elder paused, then realized that this question might also be confidential and not appropriate to pursue further.
The engineering requirements are enormous. Just take the J-20 as an example. Rongfei Group has been researching it for several years and has only achieved preliminary results.
Both the engine technology and stealth coating technology are still immature.
To develop a fully realized 5th-generation fighter like this would require at least several times the investment currently put into the J-20. The costs in terms of both funding and testing are staggering. So, who would believe that Shenmue said he figured it out himself? Is it possible that it was developed by a single person?
General Zhang inquired out of curiosity.
Impossible. The engineering requirements for such a fighter are not something one person could fulfill.
Even a 3rd-generation fighter involves numerous disciplines like aerodynamic structure, engine technology, materials science, and so on. It's incredibly difficult for one person to master all this knowledge in a lifetime, the elder replied without hesitation, dismissing the notion entirely.
Interesting. So, Zhao Lao, how does this model compare to the Raptor? Currently, it seemed that only the Raptor was serving as a 5th-generation heavy fighter, while the J-20 was still under research and hadn't even had a prototype built yet. It shares many characteristics with the Raptor, but this model appears to be even more advanced. If it could truly be manufactured, I believe its specifications could even surpass those of the Raptor, Zhao Lao stated with conviction. More advanced than the Raptor? This conclusion astonished General Zhang.
The Raptor was currently the most advanced fighter in existence. If this new fighter truly surpassed it, that would be quite alarming. It seems this Shenmue kid might have some secrets after all. Just as Zhao Lao had said, General Zhang could never believe that Shenmue had completed the 5th-generation fighter research alone. Considering he had just returned from the United States, he suspected that this technology might have been acquired from there.
However, how could such valuable information about a treasure like the Raptor be stolen? That seemed utterly illogical.
In any case, General Zhang's curiosity about Shenmue had only deepened. Forget it, everyone has their own secrets. I won't pry into his mysteries as long as I know it benefits the country, General Zhang thought. He had a gut feeling that Shenmue might bring him even more surprises in the future. On the other side, after returning home, Shenmue couldn't help but indulge in a long, restful sleep, waking up only by noon the next day. The technology for the arc reactor has finally made a breakthrough. Upon waking, Shenmue received the good news that the arc reactor technology he had been working on before his nap had finally been completed. Of course, he had not obtained the complete technology for a small reactor, but he had fully mastered the technology for a large industrial reactor. This breakthrough was centered around this reactor. The technology for the large arc reactor had initially been developed by Howard Stark, but at that time, the industrial technology was not advanced enough to manufacture it. It was only later that Stark Industries managed to produce it, but it was merely for exhibition purposes and could not be applied practically. With this breakthrough, the reactor's energy could be directly utilized, meaning that as long as the reactor was produced, it would provide an endless and inexhaustible energy source, which was crucial for any enterprise. Moreover, this technology could help alleviate the energy crisis in Huaxia, carrying exceptional significance for the nation. From now on, Huaxia would no longer be held hostage by other countries in terms of energy resources. Unfortunately, I didn't make a breakthrough with the new element. The use of the new element would make the reactor more stable and was the key to resolving Tony's palladium poisoning issue. This breakthrough was lacking that particular technology.
The role of the new element mainly lies in addressing Tony's poisoning issue. To obtain it, I would need to break through with the small reactor. Unfortunately, breakthroughs could only be made once for the same technology, otherwise, Shenmue could have focused solely on the reactor technology and developed it to a high level. Or perhaps I could wait for Tony to make his breakthrough and then analyze his technology? That was certainly an option, but it required time, and what Shenmue lacked most right now was time. With only 4 years remaining until 2012, the year when the Avengers storyline began, an alien army would invade Earth for the first time, shocking all nations. It was from this event that the United States, with the Avengers, would emerge as the world leader. This was the situation Shenmue least wanted to see: America dominating the world while other countries fell to the sidelines. Earth would truly become a place where America held all the power. To revitalize Huaxia, Shenmue planned to showcase the country's strength during this event. Strength was the ultimate truth, only with power could Huaxia stand on equal footing with others. Tony's Iron Man armor, in simple terms, is an exoskeleton suit. With my current technological reserves, I can manufacture it, and I also have a core energy source. Creating a knockoff Iron Man isn't a problem at all. Shenmue had already mastered the weapon technologies of Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. Using the technologies from these two companies, creating a whole new suit wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, it lacks an intelligence system, and I have no idea when I'll be able to get Jarvis. Shenmue had his heart set on obtaining Jarvis mainly for this reason. If the reactor was Iron Man's heart, then Jarvis was his soul. A suit without a soul would surely see its power severely diminished. Based on my current technology reserves, the armor I could produce might be similar to Obadiah's Ironmonger. It would be better not to embarrass myself with it. Lacking Tony's key black technology, manufacturing the suit to a fitted size was simply a pipe dream. It was impossible to accomplish. Even if Shenmue attempted it himself, he could at most create something akin to Obadiah's armor, clunky and without an intelligent program, making it extremely cumbersome to operate. The plans for the Iron Army must be temporarily shelved. So, I should focus on how to develop Xiaomu technology first. Currently, Shenmue lacked funding and could only wait for investment from Stark's side. He wasn't overly concerned about profits from the smartphone industry, he simply wanted Xiaomu technology to develop rapidly, and that was all. Previously, Obadiah was asking for a ridiculous amount, wanting to take 80% of the shares in Xiaomu technology. Stark Industries is indeed insatiable. Shenmue's action seemed almost like selling out his country. He knew that they wanted to use the phone to infiltrate Huaxia with Jarvis, and yet he still agreed. Moreover, considering their intentions, they still wanted to take most of the shares. It was utterly shameless. Forget it, let's just wait and see who ends up unlucky. Shenmue wasn't someone to be easily trifled with. With Jarvis practically being handed to him, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Armed with his foresight of the future and the powerful Hueqiangbai system, he had no reason to fear anyone. In the end, it would be interesting to see who would be crying later. In terms of the phone, Shenmue planned to follow the developmental trajectory of Apple's smartphones from his previous life to grow Xiaomu technology. The first step was to launch a brand new smartphone, defeating the current giants like Nokia. As for the design, he would gradually roll it out following the historical development. He had even designed the company logo, a simple letter mu in white on a pink background, enclosed in a rounded square to avoid spending millions later to modify it. The logo on the phone would be simple, laser-etched with the mu lettering. No matter the world, when it comes to smartphones, it's all about user experience, hardware performance, and most importantly, aesthetics. As long as these factors are well grasped, capturing market share would be easy.
Then, by borrowing elements from the development of smartphones in his previous life and simply copying some designs, he would be able to lead the trend. In fact, all the necessary conditions for a smartphone are already in place. The first generation of phones can be manufactured easily. The required components could be directly purchased, and even the operating system could be developed from Google's Android with slight modifications, allowing the initial smartphone to be launched soon. Moreover, no matter what technical difficulties arise, the Huiqiangbai system can help me overcome them.
Making phones couldn't be simpler.
Thus, for Chen Mu at this moment, everything was ready except for the funding. Once Stark's investment was in place, he could begin rolling out the first-generation smartphones, which would undoubtedly stir up waves in the smartphone market. With all the plans finalized, Chen Mu became the hands-off manager, handing over all the tedious tasks to his father, who would negotiate and discuss matters with Stark's representatives. Chen Mu returned to his room, locking the door behind him, preparing to organize the various technologies in his warehouse. The Huiqiangbai space was filled with numerous technologies that needed to be sorted and categorized.
Xiao AI, has the compact arc reactor been completed?
In fact, Chen Mu had already manufactured it using the production line in the Huiqiangbai space and had asked Xiao AI to integrate the existing technologies and even create a set of armor.
However, the armor produced was almost identical to Obadiah's ironmonger, which was a bit disappointing.
Unfortunately, it lacked an intelligent assistance system like Jarvis, meaning that operating this suit had to be done manually, which was quite cumbersome.
As a result, he hadn't taken it out yet and felt it was inconvenient. Nonetheless, the existence of this suit at least guaranteed his safety.
Given the current world situation, very few could threaten Ironmonger, and even if he couldn't win, he could always make a quick escape.
It's a pity I haven't had the chance to use it. Otherwise, it would be nice to find a place to showcase Ironmonger. However, Ironmonger was quite outdated. Aside from using it occasionally for fun, Chen Mu had little interest in it. He was much more eager to obtain Tony's Iron Man armor.
Now, I can only wait patiently. Chen Mu held a compact arc reactor emitting a blue glow, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. For Chen Mu, the tasks that required his attention were basically ready, and all he needed to do was wait quietly.
I am Iron Man.
Half a month later, while in Huaxia, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile at the news online.
Iron Man had finally been born.
Just like in the original storyline, Tony put on his armor and headed to the Middle East to destroy Stark's weaponry. He also sent Pepper Potts to copy data from Obadiah's computer to investigate all the arms deals, only to accidentally discover that his kidnapping was orchestrated by Obadiah, who had intended to bribe terrorists to eliminate him. After Obadiah learned that the plan had been exposed, he preemptively stole the arc reactor from Tony and used it in his Ironmonger. Following that, Tony engaged in a fierce battle with Obadiah, causing quite a commotion.
In the aftermath, Tony boldly declared that he was Iron Man. At that moment, the curtain officially rose on the Marvel Universe. It's time to head to America again.
Chen Mu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The birth of Iron Man meant that the technology for the Iron Man suit had been perfected, something he had longed for, and he couldn't wait to travel to America to acquire this technology. Coincidentally, Xiaomu technology had been initially established with his father's assistance, and Chen Mu had produced the first generation of Xiaomu smartphones using the Huiqiangbai production line.
This was the first smartphone to adopt the Android system, with the operating system being Mo's, ready to be officially launched in collaboration with Stark. By the way, I can also analyze Jarvis's technology while I'm there.
Chen Mu opened his door and stepped out of his room, heading outside.
President Chen, do you have any tasks to attend to?
As he opened the door, a beautiful and capable girl stood outside, holding a stack of documents.
Upon seeing Chen Mu, she immediately stood up.
Her name was Su Jia, a financial expert dispatched by the bureau, but in reality, she was also responsible for Chen Mu's security. Essentially, she was his personal bodyguard, with the duty to monitor him as well. Chen Mu was well aware of this, but he didn't worry.
Let them monitor. How could they possibly uncover the secrets of his Huiqiangbai system?
However, to avoid raising too much suspicion, he occasionally conducted research to showcase his genius side. Although he knew Su Jia would report his research results to the authorities, he didn't mind. After all, those were meant to benefit Huaxia, and it saved him some effort to have Su Jia handle it. I'm planning a trip to America, Chen Mu said directly. There was no need to hide this matter. If the authorities were watching, they would naturally notice.
America?
Su Jia frowned, finding this rather tricky for her task.
What? Am I not allowed to go to America? Chunmu chuckled, there were no restrictions on my freedom in the previous agreement.
Besides, this trip to America is for the company's affairs and also involves some research that requires Stark Industries' assistance.
I'm not planning to stay there permanently. Sorry, President Chen, that's not what I meant.
It's just that your safety in America is difficult to guarantee, Sujia said, putting down her things, her brow furrowed. You don't need to worry, I'll be fine. Shenmue had ironmonger armor in the warehouse, so he truly didn't have much to worry about in America.
Still, I have to report to my superiors. Sujia sighed, pulling out her phone and walking toward the door.
It was clear she intended to report the situation up the chain. Shenmue sighed helplessly, sitting down on the sofa and picking up the remote to watch TV. Ever since Sujia had been assigned to him, she had been by his side constantly, except when he was showering or using the bathroom. Normally, having such a beautiful and attractive girl around would delight any man, but unfortunately, she was a spy who reported her situation to her superiors, leaving Shenmue with no privacy, which left him quite conflicted. The main issue was that Sujia was incredibly capable, he couldn't fight her off or run away. Escaping her watch was nearly impossible, putting Shenmue in a difficult position.
He also wasn't sure if placing himself under governmental surveillance was the right move.
Whatever, this is the Marvel world.
I don't need to be overly cautious. As long as I'm patriotic and my actions are for the nation, that should be enough.
As long as he held a patriotic heart, even if he did something wrong, he could be forgiven. Once he developed the Iron Man armor, he could always fly away if anything happened. Surely Sujia wouldn't be able to follow him into the sky. You can go to America, but I must accompany you, Sujia said as she walked into the room and looked at Shenmue.
Was that really necessary?
This is for your safety, Sujia explained, seemingly sensing Shenmue's displeasure.
Your physical condition is subpar, and if you encounter danger, it could easily lead to serious issues. The higher-ups are very concerned about your safety and will not allow any mistakes. Sujia's blunt words were indeed hurtful. What did she mean by saying his physical condition was poor? Was he really that weak?
Shenmue sighed softly, thinking to himself that he indeed needed to find ways to improve his strength quickly. After all, this was the Marvel world, not an ordinary place.
Without powerful abilities, who knew when he might encounter danger?
He certainly didn't want to find himself in any unfortunate situations. But if you come with me, there's no valid reason for it, Shenmue felt conflicted. He genuinely wanted to refuse, it would be much better to travel freely on his own. He could store everything in the warehouse without having to carry luggage, which would be much more convenient.
But having someone with him would mean his warehouse would be less accessible. That's not a problem. On the surface, I'm just your secretary, so accompanying you to America is not an issue at all. There was no denying Sujia's professional capabilities.
Not only was she fluent in multiple languages, but she was also incredibly skilled, and her business acumen was unquestionable. Shenmue decided to hand over all the matters of Xiaomu technology to her, and she managed to organize everything very efficiently. Of course, her special identity provided her with many conveniences, but it was undeniable that her abilities should not be underestimated.
In Shenmue's eyes, Sujia's skills were not much inferior to those of Black Widow in the Avengers. Actually, I've always been curious.
With your abilities, you could easily choose to leave the military and find a job or start your own company and thrive.
Why do you choose to stay in the military?
This question had puzzled Shenmue for a while. In reality, Sujia seemed more like a carefully cultivated agent from the military, tasked with executing various missions. Like now, she was serving as his secretary while also being responsible for his protection and, of course, monitoring him. Sujia was still very young, only in her 20s, yet she possessed various powerful skills. Not to mention her agility, her business talents would certainly make her a role model for female entrepreneurs if she chose to pursue a business career. Yet she chose to remain in the military, executing numerous tasks while keeping her identity hidden, which left Shenmue genuinely puzzled.
Were all agents that formidable?
It's just a different pursuit, Sujia replied calmly, glancing at Shenmue.
Is a person's life only about money? Isn't it? Shenmue raised an eyebrow. Who didn't like money?
Even though he was focused on revitalizing Huaxia now, he wouldn't turn down wealth.
If he could make money, who would want to lose it?
Money was something no one would ever have enough of, not even Tony Stark. My pursuit is simply to protect my country, and that's it, Sujia said, looking at Shenmue.
And where do you think I acquired my knowledge and abilities?
Indeed, at her age, possessing such capabilities could only come from substantial state training. However, it must be noted that while she was being trained in skills, patriotic education was never neglected. Of course, if someone claimed this was brainwashing, Shenmue wouldn't be able to say much. That aligns with my pursuit. Shenmue nodded, his face full of agreement. Shameless, Suja mumbled quietly upon hearing Shenmue's nonsensical words. What? Shenmue looked at her in confusion, honestly not hearing what Suja had said. Nothing. If you've made up your mind, I'll book the tickets. So, President Chen, when do you plan to go to America? Well, there's no special requirement. The sooner, the better. This trip is mainly about our cooperation with Stark, so you should schedule an appointment with them. If we could meet Tony Stark, that would be even better. After all, Tony had already become Iron Man. This meant his Iron Man technology was fully matured. For Shenmue, all he needed to do was touch it to acquire the complete technology, which made him eager. Tony Stark? Suja frowned slightly. She was not indifferent to national affairs and was naturally aware of the birth of Iron Man in America, and that Iron Man was Tony Stark. In reality, the impact of that Iron Man armor that Tony created on this world far exceeded imagination, especially for countries outside of America. Weapons like the Iron Man armor posed a significant deterrent to other nations, which was why the US military had been desperately trying to obtain this technology from Tony. To some extent, this weapon might even have a greater deterrent effect than nuclear weapons. Typically, nuclear weapons cannot be used casually, but Tony's armor falls under conventional weaponry and can be utilized in regular warfare. Furthermore, Tony's power is well recognized. Forming an army equipped with Iron Man armor would make them almost invincible in this world. Therefore, upon hearing Tony's name, Suja was momentarily stunned. Is there a problem? Shenmue asked, looking at her curiously. Nothing. Realizing she already had business dealings with him, Suja quickly regained her composure. Hey, you're not thinking of trying to steal someone else's technology, are you? Shenmue asked jokingly, giving her a strange look. Suja shot him a glare, not wanting to engage with his joke. Such words shouldn't be taken lightly. While she might have that intention, she truly lacked the capability. Tony would definitely protect his technology very tightly. If it were that easy to steal, the world would be in chaos. Fortunately, after witnessing the disasters caused by his weapons, Tony had a change of heart and was unwilling to sell any more weapons, let alone his Iron Man armor. He wouldn't hand it over to the US military even if it cost him his life. Stop joking. I'll go book the tickets. We can leave as early as tomorrow. President Chen, you can prepare on your own, Suja said, turning to leave without looking back. Let it be. After all, this trip is indeed about borrowing Tony's technology, Shenmue muttered to himself as he watched Suja leave. He then planned to take a short rest before heading to America the next day. Am I being too mild-mannered? Look at this, everyone knows they're monitoring me, and this monitor is acting so smug? Suja seemed to think of herself as part of the family, coming to his home instead of just working at the office. Did she really think she was his personal secretary, able to do whatever she wanted? Right now, my strength isn't sufficient. Once I become stronger, I'll definitely shake off this little tail. Although he had to admit that Suja was indeed quite attractive, no one liked being watched all the time. This trip to America to analyze the Iron Man armor technology was meant to boost his own strength. Once he had enough power, he wouldn't have to put up with this kind of annoyance anymore. At that point, he could do as he pleased. However, the benefits are obvious. With the government's assistance, Shenmue's company was established very quickly. Many matters were resolved swiftly with Sujia's help. In just half a month, Shenmue technology was nearly built. According to the agreement with General Zhang, a piece of land had also been allocated for him in Shenzhen to establish an industrial park. This would serve as the foundation for the future Huiqiangbei industrial zone, with Shenmue technology being the first enterprise to set up there. Once construction was nearing completion, Shenmue would move there to settle down. It would be there that he would finally have his own research facility, just like Tony. At that point, any technological achievements he had could be presented without hesitation. In the end, it still comes down to my lack of strength. Look at me, being underestimated by a little girl. Once I become powerful, who would still think of assigning me a bodyguard? Just like Happy, Tony's bodyguard, who stopped protecting him after he became Iron Man. In any case, since he was going to America, Shenmue would certainly take measures for his safety. His marksmanship might not be great, but he had plenty of bullets. The production capability of the Weiqiangbai system was incredibly robust, allowing for rapid manufacturing of all sorts of items, seemingly conjured out of thin air without the need for any raw materials. Over the past half-month, he had produced a large quantity of ammunition and various weapons, ranging from firearms to missiles, including many advanced weapons and even several armored vehicles stored in his warehouse. Of course, the most formidable weapon he currently possessed was his knockoff ironmonger. While it was a knockoff, its capabilities were actually much stronger than the original ironmonger. Shenmue had upgraded all the technologies Stark Industries had used on the ironmonger, making it significantly superior to Obadiah's version. It could fly, run, and fight, truly formidable. To be honest, with the current technology of this ironmonger, if it were given to Huaxia, it could form an extremely powerful army. However, Shenmue didn't care for it. He knew that it wouldn't be long before he obtained even more advanced armor. This was just a transitional suit, and there was no need to mass-produce it, as it would simply be a waste of resources. His sights were always set on Tony, and during this trip to America, he was determined to acquire the Iron Man technology he longed for.
Mr. Shenmue.
The next day, after a long flight, Shenmue and Sujia finally arrived in New York. As soon as they disembarked, Pepper Potts rushed over to greet them. "Miss Potts, it's a pleasure to see you again," Shenmue greeted Pepper warmly.
"Let's go, Mr. Shenmue.
"Tony has been waiting for you for quite a while," Pepper said, her demeanor very serious. She wasted no time. After Shenmue and Sujia got into the car, she drove directly toward Stark Industries.
For someone like Shenmue, a small player, there were numerous downstream enterprises of Stark.
He had merely seized the timing as Stark was looking for new directions, and Obadiah had his sights set on the smartphone industry. Shenmue's appearance was more of a pawn for them to break into Huaxia. As for Sujia by his side, Pepper barely glanced at her. Though she appeared very affectionate toward Tony in the movies, as a high-ranking executive of Stark Industries, she was naturally proud, not treating everyone with warmth.
In reality, someone like Shenmue was usually not even on Tony's radar.
However, now that they were facing a decision-making issue, and since Shenmue had produced the first generation of smartphones, that was why he had the privilege of meeting Tony. With Xiaomu technology established, Shenmue was naturally preparing to launch a product, and the first generation of smartphones would be the Xiaomu phone.
This was a very primitive version of the Android system, and in this era, its various configurations were considered top-notch.
Most importantly, its design was a complete rip-off of the iPhone 4 from his previous life. According to the experiences from his past life, the iPhone 4 had opened a new understanding of smartphones, revolutionizing how people viewed mobile devices. In summary, the Xiaomu phone in Shenmue's hands was far superior to the iPhone 4 of his previous life, and he believed it would be well loved by users once launched.
His ability to meet Tony was indeed thanks to this phone.
Pepper drove for about half an hour before arriving at the iconic Stark Tower, located in the heart of New York. This building would later be donated to the Avengers by Tony after the Battle of New York, becoming their base.
Nowadays, if he wasn't out gallivanting, Tony would spend most of his time here handling business. As for Shenmue?
To Tony, he was merely a slightly memorable young man from Huaxia, nothing more. It must be said that Tony was a very arrogant person, and being treated this way didn't really surprise Shenmue. He felt a tinge of annoyance. "You may look down on me now, but one day you will see me in a new light." Even in the future, once Shenmue made the Iron Man technology public, he could just wait for Tony to regret it.
"We've arrived. Please follow me, you two."
After parking the car, Pepper led them into the building and took the elevator directly to the top floor to meet Tony Stark. "Once I achieve great success, I'll definitely build a skyscraper of my own, complete with a helipad on the rooftop, where I can take the exclusive elevator up and down every day," Shenmue said, unable to suppress his yearning as they rode the elevator. Sujia rolled her eyes, and Pepper was left speechless. In her view, Shenmue was merely daydreaming about unrealistic aspirations, but she decided to wait and see. It was not wise to dismiss him outright. Shenmue smiled slightly without explaining further, instead starting to examine the elevator. If he remembered correctly, in Avengers: Endgame, Captain America obtained the Soul Stone from Hydra agents in this very elevator with the phrase "Hail Hydra." As expected of a private elevator, they quickly reached their destination. The elevator doors opened, and the three of them stepped out. "This place is truly luxurious." There was no denying that Tony had exquisite taste. His office didn't resemble a typical office at all. It was lavishly decorated, lacking the serious atmosphere of a conventional workplace, which greatly aligned with his personality.
"Please, have a seat." Tony didn't adhere to traditional office norms, instead, he sat directly on a sofa.
Upon seeing Pepper Potts enter with Chen Mu and Su Jia, he smiled and gestured for them to sit.
Hello, Mr. Chen Mu. Would you like something to drink?
Tony maintained his usual air of arrogance, showing no intention of shaking Chen Mu's hand.
Mr. Stark, it's been half a month since we last met, and I didn't expect you to become Iron Man, a superhero now, Chen Mu replied with a smile, not taking offense. He sat down and took a phone out of the bag from Su Jia. Have we met before? Is this your product?
It looks pretty good, better than Nokia and Motorola's phones, Tony said with interest, holding the phone curiously.
We met over half a month ago at Stark Industrial Park.
I was with Mr. Stan, and he was the one who initially proposed the smartphone project, Chen Mu replied calmly, then asked, by the way, where is Mr. Stan?
With Stan? Oh, I remember now, it was in the arc reactor research lab.
I thought you were just a new intern, Tony said thoughtfully, finally recalling that he had indeed met Chen Mu. As for Stan, he's getting older and requested to retire.
If I'm not mistaken, he should be traveling in Europe right now.
Of course, Stan's situation had been well guarded by Stark Industries. Other than a few high-ranking officials at Stark, only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were aware of the truth, ordinary people had no way of knowing. Of course, your previous agreement with Stan is still valid, Tony said as he opened the phone and began examining it.
Not bad.
The features are indeed better than those of the phones currently on the market, and this operating system is stronger than most smartphones, Tony remarked. However, compared to the phones he used, it still fell short.
After all, Stark was a high-tech enterprise.
Although they hadn't ventured into the phone industry, producing phones wasn't a challenge, especially with the advanced technology in this room, such as virtual projection screens and desktop displays, which were more advanced than much of the tech available in Chen Mu's past life. If it came to phones, Tony surely had access to some black tech models. However, it must be said that Chen Mu's phone did make a significant impression on him. In this world, without Steve Jobs, or if Jobs had yet to release the iPhone 4, Chen Mu's Xiaomu phone could completely replace the iPhone 4's status.
Not bad, but do you really think this can capture market share from giants like Nokia and Motorola?
After playing with the phone for a while, Tony expressed his curiosity as he regarded Chen Mu. You won't know until you try, Chen Mu replied with a meaningful smile. The iPhone 4 succeeded in his previous life, so naturally, the better Xiaomu phone could also achieve success. Of course, if someone claimed that the Android system couldn't compete with Apple's, Chen Mu had no rebuttal. After all, the hardware was much stronger than the iPhone 4, as for the system, he had plans in place. Actually, this phone still needs one final touch to be perfected, you've seen it, it's the system. To be honest, the Android system at that time was quite lacking, but Chen Mu had no other options. However, he wasn't without a solution. According to my agreement with Mr. Stan, since Stark is taking so many shares, they should also provide technical support for the phone. The reason it's called a smartphone is that it needs a level of intelligence, and that intelligence requires Stark Industries' assistance to improve.
An intelligence system? Tony's eyes narrowed slightly.
If the phone incorporated an intelligent program, its operability would naturally improve, and he was well aware that with Jarvis's capabilities, enhancing the phone's user experience would be a breeze. Leave the system to us at Stark. We'll develop a brand new system specifically for mobile operation, Tony confidently nodded. Trust me, creating a smooth system is easy for Stark's technology, and I will also add a dedicated intelligent program to the system.
That would be perfect. Chen Mu nodded, feeling much better. However, it was quite the twist that the system developed by Apple in his previous life would be replaced by Stark's in this world. But given Stark's capabilities, developing a system surpassing iOS was certainly feasible. Moreover, that intelligent program would naturally be Jarvis. Since the production line was in Huaxia, Stark would surely transfer Jarvis over, giving Chen Mu the opportunity to analyze Jarvis. By then, he would no longer lack an intelligent program. Jarvis, load your program into this device, Tony said with a smile, clapping his hands and giving the order directly. Okay, sir, Jarvis's voice responded, and a blue light shot out from somewhere, illuminating the phone. Let's see the effect. Jarvis, call Pepper Potts. Tony picked up the phone and directly gave the command. Sure, sir. Dialing Ms. Potts' number now. This time, the voice came directly from the Xiaomu phone. With just a simple command, Jarvis had successfully implanted his program into the phone. Chen Mu couldn't help but be impressed by Jarvis's capabilities. This phone is indeed impressive, But are you really that confident it can capture market share from giants like Nokia?
While Shenmue's phone was eye-catching, it was still quite young, more like a dark horse, unable to compete with established mobile phone companies. Therefore, Tony was not entirely optimistic. He was more inclined towards his own plans to enter the energy sector, a field brimming with opportunities. A phone is merely small potatoes, Tony clarified, continuing, and not everyone can afford such a device. Take Nokia's phones, for instance, the most expensive ones could sell for 8 to 9,000 yuan.
This newer, seemingly advanced phone would surely be priced similarly. But how many people in the world could actually afford that? That's the biggest advantage of the Xiaomu phone. Shenmue smiled and asked Tony, do you know what the greatest advantage of Huaxia's manufacturing is? Let me think. It's probably cheap labor and low costs? Tony easily hit upon the advantages of Huaxia's manufacturing after a moment of thought. Exactly, it's all about cost. The actual manufacturing cost of the Xiaomu phone is only around 500 yuan, note that's in RMB. 500 yuan converts to less than $100. This meant that the phone was something everyone could afford. Really? If that's the case, it could be a very lucrative project. Tony was surprised. At that moment, he was taken aback by Huaxia's cost control, which was indeed astonishing. It was mainly due to technological reasons. Thanks to the system, Shenmue's investment in technology was almost at zero cost, allowing him to control the costs to this extent. With a cost of $100, and even after adding various taxes and production fees, the total costs wouldn't reach $100. Selling it for $300 would still be a huge profit. At that moment, Tony realized that the smartphone market could indeed become a significant profit industry, especially considering Huaxia's production capabilities and cost control. So, we will need a large initial investment for production, and we hope to get Jarvis's program installed on the phones before they leave the factory, Shenmue added. Of course, the Jarvis intelligence system on the phone would be very streamlined, with only basic processing capabilities, even inferior to many smartphones from his past life. It could only make calls, send texts, and play music, but for people in this era, it would seem like groundbreaking black technology. Sure, that's definitely doable. Tony thought for a moment and nodded. He was very confident in his Jarvis system and wouldn't believe that merely installing a backup of Jarvis in another factory would lead to technology theft. Having Jarvis on their premises would provide him with numerous benefits, the biggest being that Jarvis could monitor the factory for any violations. Therefore, he readily agreed. I'm looking at an initial investment of $1 billion. I hope to build more factories in Huaxia to quickly ramp up production, Tony said after a brief contemplation. $1 billion was already a significant amount. Tony's investment was quite risky. That's fantastic. For Shenmue, $1 billion was an unimaginable fortune, allowing him to do so much more. Of course, this large investment comes with conditions. Stark needs to hold 90% of the shares in Xiaomu technology. Impossible. I can give you shares in the Xiaomu phone, but 90 is too much. I can give you 70 at most. The shares in the Xiaomu phone weren't a problem for Shenmue, as the phone wasn't his main product. Deal. He had expected further negotiation, but Tony agreed directly. It was clear that his original thought hadn't even exceeded 70%. After all, for Tony, he only cared about the Xiaomu phone. As long as he held over 50% of the shares, he would have absolute control. As for other future products from Xiaomu technology, Tony didn't care at all. In fact, the arrogant Tony believed that Shenmue could produce the Xiaomu phone purely by luck and didn't believe he could present any other products that would impress him. Come on, Shenmue, let's have a drink. In a good mood, Tony took out a bottle of fine red wine from the nearby cabinet and eagerly poured a glass for Shenmue. This was the first time he regarded Shenmue slightly more seriously. To him, Shenmue was undoubtedly a harbinger of wealth. Now that our cooperation is settled, I have a personal matter I'd like to discuss, if appropriate, Shenmue said, taking the wineglass and looking at Tony. Go ahead, Tony gestured with his glass. Mr. Stark, you should know that we initially produced toys and obtained permission from your company to manufacture the shapes of all your weapons. I wonder if we could take a look at the Iron Man armor. Shenmue looked directly at Tony, stating his purpose. I'm planning to produce some scale models of Iron Man wearable toys. Would it be possible to see the actual Iron Man suit? Toys, huh? That's certainly no problem. Tony didn't refuse. For him, it was no big deal, just letting someone take a look. What could be the harm? After all, it was just a toy. Did Shenmue's small factory really think they could produce an actual Iron Man suit? They were only fit to produce toys. As for the authorization for the toy shapes, did it really matter? If a factory in Huaxia wanted to produce it, they could do so directly. Stark wouldn't be able to control that, and such actions could effectively serve as advertising for him. He would be delighted to oblige. That's great. Besides, I'm actually a fan of yours. Just imagine flying through the sky in that armor, it's incredibly enviable. Of course, this was just a fabrication by Shenmue, but he put on an expression of admiration. Ha, of course, it's no problem. I could even let you try it on. Glancing at Shenmue's physique, which was quite similar to his own, Tony said this without hesitation. It wouldn't be an issue to let him try it on, after all, the armor was controlled by Jarvis. Did he really think Shenmue would run away while wearing it? Letting him wear it was just a way for him to enjoy the experience, he wouldn't be able to move beyond this building. Really? Shenmue exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Of course. Follow me, Tony nodded and said to Shenmue, leading him to a nearby room, his research lab and storage area for the armor. Shenmue hurriedly followed, thrilled that Tony was willing to let him try on the armor. This time, it was no longer just pretense. Miss Su Jia, please come with me. We'll discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Su Jia attempted to follow but was stopped by Pepper. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to follow Pepper to the office. Is this it? Why does it look a bit different from the armor I saw online? Shenmue asked with a puzzled expression as he was led into the lab by Tony and saw a silver-white set of armor before him. He recognized it as the Mark II, but he pretended to be unaware. This is the Mark II, an upgraded version of my armor. As for the paint job, I just haven't had the chance to add it yet. I'll get around to coloring it later, Tony explained casually. He wouldn't admit that the armor he planned to let Shenmue wear was an obsolete model, it was merely of collectible value to him. He even had the original Mark I prototype recreated and stored in his collection room, the bulky armor he had built in the cave. The Mark II was the first armor he officially manufactured, and it was with this armor that he first flew in the sky. The armor he was currently using was the Mark III, which had addressed many issues and featured his favorite gold and red paint job, becoming the iconic Iron Man suit. Originally, Tony didn't have a collecting habit, but after being ambushed by Obadiah and losing his arc reactor, which nearly cost him his life, he developed a habit of collecting old armors. After all, if something went wrong in the future, it would be good to have a backup. Now I see. But honestly, the unpainted armor looks even cooler. Shenmue nodded, feigning belief. Well then, give it a try. Jarvis, help Mr. Shenmue don the Mark II, Tony commanded Jarvis, gesturing for Shenmue to step onto the platform. The Iron Man suit's wearing equipment was much more primitive than the later models, but it was filled with a mechanical sense. Shenmue stood on the platform, and mechanical arms extended from all sides, quickly disassembling the Mark II and putting it on him. The entire process was swift, taking less than a minute to complete. How does it feel? Tony smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Honestly, if Shenmue hadn't claimed to be a fan of Iron Man, he might not have let him try on the armor. It's amazing. It feels incredibly advanced. Shenmue exclaimed, marveling at the virtual display screen in front of him and having to admit that Tony was indeed a genius. The appearance of the Iron Man armor was breathtaking. Can I try flying? Shenmue didn't directly command Jarvis, he merely asked cautiously. Of course, Jarvis, take Mr. Shenmue out for a flight, Tony said generously. It was just a short flight after all, he wouldn't be petty enough to refuse. Okay, sir, Jarvis replied, and the wall behind Shenmue opened up to reveal the sky. Before he could react, the armor took off with him, quickly flying around Stark Tower. Mark II armor, resolution 100%. Portable arc reactor, resolution 100%. Jarvis intelligent program, resolution 100%. Shenmue was overjoyed, feeling as if he had stumbled upon treasure. This is absolutely exhilarating. When the Mark II flew back to the building and returned to the platform, the mechanical arms quickly removed the armor from him, yet he still looked delighted, excitedly speaking. He genuinely felt thrilled. He had originally pretended to be just a fan of Tony, but unexpectedly, he had acquired the three technologies he had longed for. He finally had the Iron Man armor in his hands. Although it was the Mark II, it was not much different from the Mark III, just some changes in materials and added anti-icing systems and weapon systems. Otherwise, the differences were minimal. To his surprise, the Mark II even had an arc reactor. But that made sense,
Tony kept the Mark II not only for collection but also for emergencies, so it was normal to have an arc reactor installed. He also recalled that this Mark II was eventually given to his friend, Colonel Rhodes, who would become War Machine. Since Rhodes didn't have an arc reactor, it made sense that this armor did. As for the Jarvis system, did that mean Tony had copies installed in every set of armor? Regardless, this time, he had obtained all the technologies he desired.
I'm glad you like it, Tony nodded.
Now, let's go explore the sights of New York. Also, I'm hosting a party tonight, inviting various media to promote our new phone. By the way, the Jarvis intelligent program on the phone can't be called Jarvis anymore.
Do you have any ideas for a suitable name? A name? Let me think, how about Siri? Siri, huh? Sounds pretty good, Tony nodded in approval.
After all, if it were a more Chinese-sounding name, he would certainly refuse, but since Siri was neutral, he had no reason to decline.
With that, Tony enthusiastically draped his arm around Chen Mu's shoulders and walked toward the elevator.
All the necessary arrangements were made, and Chen Mu had his share of enjoyment. Now it was time to get down to business.
Although Tony seemed indifferent to money, as a financial genius, how could he not love it?
The original plan to shut down the weapons department had quickly led him to seek new industries. However, now with Chen Mu's presence and Obadiah's old schemes to utilize the phone to enter the Huaxia market, among various coincidences, Tony saw the future prospects of the smartphone industry and was ready to dip his toes into it. Chen Mu had also presented a decent product, which led him to have a slight recognition of this young collaborator. However, if Tony knew that Chen Mu had taken several of his technologies just by trying on the Mark II, he would likely be furious beyond measure. It was truly unpredictable. This place is truly extravagant.
No wonder it's called the evil capitalist society. It seems you can get anything as long as you have money, Chen Mu sighed as he woke up the next morning, glancing at the blonde beauty sleeping beside him. He had drunk too much at last night's banquet and ended up spending the night with such a beautiful blonde. This was the power of influence, especially in a place like America, where capitalism and the near omnipotence of money were celebrated. At the banquet yesterday, many reporters had attended. Under the guise of the event, Tony had revealed that Stark would be investing in and taking control of a Chinese smartphone company, with the first smartphone set to launch soon. This marked Stark's official entry into the smartphone industry, his first major move after shutting down the weapons department. As the second main guest at the banquet, Chen Mu had naturally indulged in a few extra drinks and, under Tony's encouragement, had also pursued a young and attractive female reporter. Even now, Tony was still that charming playboy. Despite becoming Iron Man, his transformation wasn't instantaneous. He still had a serious penchant for flirting, especially since his relationship with Pepper wasn't officially defined yet. Knock knock. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Jiao walked in with a blank expression, holding a brand new set of clothes. Without so much as a glance at Chen Mu, who was barely clothed, she tossed the clothes at him. Ahem, Miss Su Jia, could you please avert your eyes? Chen Mu said, feeling both embarrassed and amused as he caught the clothes. Su Jia rolled her eyes, turning away with annoyance. Hurry up and get dressed. We need to leave quickly. After all, they were in America, which was fraught with danger for them. As Chen Mu's bodyguard, she certainly didn't want him to encounter any accidents. She had stood guard at the door all night and had heard the sounds coming from the room. Leave quickly? Why? Chen Mu asked, puzzled. Bottom line, it's much safer back home. There's no doubt about that. You and Tony Stark have been too high profile, Su Jia replied without revealing specific reasons. Besides, there are matters to handle back at the company. Stark Industries' payment will arrive soon, and the business is very busy. Busy or not, Chen Mu didn't see why he needed to personally manage it. Ha, is my brother Chen Mu awake? Just then, Tony's laughter echoed from a distance as he approached, sporting a cheeky grin and winking. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Oh, Miss Su Jia is here too. Were you not tempted to join in? Tony teased, looking at Chen Mu with a knowing expression. Chen Mu scratched his head, glancing at the expressionless Su Jia, unsure of what to say. Su Jia shot a glare at the two men conspiring together, internally scoffing, is this what America's superheroes are like? Not so impressive. Speaking of which, Tony, we should get going. You know we need to launch the Xiaomu phone soon, things might get busy back home, Chen Mu said, deciding to heed Su Jia's advice. He didn't want to make things difficult for her and agreed to leave. He had already secured the technologies he wanted and was eager to return and start creating his own armor. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Tony asked, surprised. Why not leave the busy work to others? Why not stay in America a bit longer?
I can introduce you to some cover girls from fashion magazines. Maybe next time. Shenmue hesitated, feeling tempted but ultimately coughed lightly and turned down the invitation with a serious demeanor.
That's a shame.
I heard this month's cover girls are twins, Tony continued, teasingly. Shenmue couldn't help but roll his eyes.
This evil capitalist society.
Ever since I tried on your armor yesterday, I found it quite interesting. I'm planning to go back and study it, Shenmue mentioned, thinking about how he would eventually reveal his own armor.
Planning to study it yourself? Tony asked, astonished. Even Sujia looked at Shenmue incredulously, as if to say, who else in this world could create an Iron Man suit besides Tony?
Even if someone attempted to replicate it, it would only be a knockoff, hardly comparable to Tony's armor. So, for Shenmue to claim he would study and create armor in front of Tony, it seemed like a foolish boast.
Haha, Tony's numerous words condensed into a mocking haha. What? You don't believe me? Shenmue raised an eyebrow, looking challengingly at Tony.
Ask your partner, the beautiful Miss Sujia.
Do you think your boss can create such armor?
Tony laughed, glancing at the silent Sujia. I must admit, Sujia was indeed beautiful, especially in the eyes of someone like Tony, who appreciated her unique Eastern beauty. Of course, a man like Tony, who had seen countless women, had no ulterior motives towards Sujia, he simply appreciated her beauty. He had plenty of money and could have any type of woman he wanted.
Sujia remained silent, loyally fulfilling her duty as a bodyguard, but her eyes clearly conveyed her disbelief. Don't doubt me. I'm telling you, give me 6 months, no, just 1 month, and I can create my own armor.
Shenmue declared, feeling a surge of defiance at the skepticism directed at him.
Haha, great.
If Mr. Shenmue can develop an Iron Man suit within a month, I'll give you the usage authorization for it, Tony laughed heartily, patting Shenmue on the shoulder in encouragement.
That sounds good.
I hope you remember what you said, Shenmue said, rubbing his nose and looking earnestly at Tony.
Tony was incredibly arrogant.
Shenmue never claimed he would create an Iron Man suit, he merely stated he would create armor.
Tony assumed that anyone trying to create armor was merely copying his Iron Man and that they would need his permission to use it?
The words self-important and conceited didn't even begin to describe Tony at that moment. According to the thinking of certain powerful nations, anything created first by them rightfully belongs to them, and if others create something similar, it's deemed plagiarism.
This mindset was vividly illustrated by Tony at this moment.
If Shenmue were to actually produce armor, Tony would see it as nothing more than a copy of his Iron Man suit. That's why he jokingly said he would grant Shenmue usage rights only if he succeeded. Of course, from the very beginning, Tony had little faith in Shenmue, believing he could at most create just an outer shell.
Without energy and an intelligent program, it would be like having no heart or soul, just a toy.
The energy source had to be the arc reactor, and given Hwase's current technology, that was beyond reach, let alone for someone like Shenmue.
Tony was adamant that Shenmue couldn't pull it off. Without energy, the armor wouldn't even move. And without an intelligent program, even if the armor could move at all, what would be the point? Would they use it for target practice? What a joke! Such a toy posed no threat at all. Shenmue's arrogance irked Tony. He was used to showing off, and now someone was brazenly trying to do the same in front of him?
In an instant, Tony's perception of Shenmue soured. Of course, Shenmue had no expectations of maintaining a good relationship with Tony. He was determined to establish an Iron Legion, and it was only a matter of time before relations with Tony would worsen or even become antagonistic. This was just the beginning.
All right, Mr. Stark, I should be heading back. Farewell, Shenmue said, still smiling despite Tony's displeasure. I need to quickly get back to studying the Iron Man armor. Flying has always been my dream. Looking forward to that day, Tony nodded.
Flying alone in the sky can indeed feel very lonely.
If only someone could fly with you. This statement was clearly a jab at Shenmue. He didn't believe Shenmue could ever create armor and felt less favorably toward him, so he didn't try to keep him from leaving. Sujia, help me book the tickets, we're heading back.
No need to trouble yourself, Siri, book 2 tickets for us, Tony said, pulling out his phone, which was none other than the Xiaomu phone.
He directly commanded it.
After a simple upgrade and modification, this engineering model had incredibly robust hardware, and the Siri assistant it housed was actually a version of the Jarvis program, functioning quite well.
Tickets to Chengdu, Huaxia have been successfully booked.
The flight will depart in half an hour, Jarvis's voice came through, confirming Shenmue's tickets.
Jarvis's capabilities are impressive. I need to get one of those when I return, it's so convenient, Shenmue remarked with admiration. You want one too? Ha ha. Tony couldn't be bothered to mock him and fell silent, while Sujia couldn't help but roll her eyes again. Did he think he could just get one because it was nice? Was he serious? It was one thing to talk about it privately, but boasting in front of others? If he didn't succeed, wouldn't that just be embarrassing? Both Tony and Sujia in attendance didn't think much of Shenmue, believing he was just boasting. Since he had the talent to design a phone, he should focus on that and not get ahead of himself with thoughts of armor and intelligent programs. He was simply overestimating himself. Of course, they could never imagine that Shenmue had already mastered these technologies, having completely taken them from Tony. He had fully grasped the three key technologies, the Mark II armor, the Jarvis program, and the arc reactor. If he wanted to, he could return and start producing the Mark II armor. But with higher aspirations, Shenmue wouldn't be satisfied. These three technologies were certainly good, but he aimed to further enhance them. Upgrading the Mark II for scientific research would undoubtedly make it stronger, just like the later War Machine with its formidable firepower. If the Jarvis intelligence advanced further, it might even reach the level of Ultron or Vision. The arc reactor could also be technically improved. Once that breakthrough happened, it could match the later models that Tony developed. He could achieve a complete breakthrough in less than a month. At that point, Shenmue would be able to create armor more advanced than what Tony currently possessed. Let's see who's left speechless then. Well, goodbye. Looking at Tony, who was at a loss for words, Shenmue smiled, waved, and then turned to leave, with Sujia quickly following him, not forgetting her responsibilities. Siri, what do you think his chances of building Iron Man armor are? Tony asked his phone, watching Shenmue's retreating figure. Sir, the probability of success is 0. Not only did people look down on Shenmue, but even the intelligent program did as well. Haha, what an overconfident guy. Tony shook his head and stopped paying attention to Shenmue, swaggering out of the room. He was off to enjoy a ride and increase his exposure while accidentally revealing the phone to help it capture the market. Do you believe I can build Iron Man armor? On the plane, Shenmue asked Sujia, who was busy with her work. Sujia rolled her eyes, indicating she didn't want to talk. Does he not have any self-awareness? Don't doubt me, I'm very confident. Tony, being wealthy, had booked a first-class cabin with few passengers, so out of boredom, he asked this question. Oh, Sujia replied, continuing to sort through documents. So what do you think of Tony's Iron Man armor? Unable to continue the previous topic, Shenmue asked. I saw it yesterday. Just in terms of flight and defense capabilities, it's impressive. If it had weapons, it would be an undeniable killing machine, Sujia noted. She could easily see the power of the Iron Man suit, and although she hadn't seen the weapons in action, being Stark's boss, even with the weapons department closed, they certainly had formidable armaments, so she could imagine the strength of the Iron Man suit. Indeed, the power contained within the Iron Man suit is incredibly formidable, Shenmue nodded solemnly. Compared to conventional weapons used by various nations, the existence of Iron Man was akin to cheating. Just one Iron Man could rival 1,000 troops. If such a weapon were to fall into the hands of the US military, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sujia's expression darkened slightly. A weapon of such strength in the hands of the US Army would not bode well for the entire world. Although the US and Huaxia were not openly hostile at present, competition existed in many areas. As the only superpower in the world, the US often suppressed Huaxia, fearing it might threaten its own position. The US frequently used various pretexts to invade Huaxia's territory. If a powerful nation like Huaxia faced such a situation, the plight of other countries would be even more dire. They operated under the guise of maintaining world peace while wreaking havoc in regions like the Middle East, South America, and Southeast Asia, leaving devastation in their wake. This is not something we need to worry about for now, Shenmue replied confidently. He firmly believed that Tony, having seen this potential threat, decided against sharing the technology of the Iron Man suit with the US military, fearing that his weapon could lead to further bloodshed. Thus, even years later when Thanos arrived on Earth, the US military had not obtained that technology from Tony, except for a single suit that Tony gave to Colonel Rhodes. And that Mark II armor was never thoroughly understood by the US military, let alone replicated. Why? Sujia set down the documents in her hands and turned her gaze toward Shenmue. Did he have some insider information from Tony? Tony doesn't want a second Iron Man to appear. Ha ha. Shenmue replied with a laugh,
though this was more of a jest than the real reason. Su Jia understood that Chen Mu was joking and couldn't help but roll her eyes.
You've seen the power of the Iron Man suit. If an entire army were equipped with such armor, what kind of sight would that be?
Chen Mu looked intently at Su Jia. It wouldn't take an entire army, even just a small squad would be enough to easily sway the outcome of a war, Su Jia replied firmly.
With Iron Man's capabilities, even forming a small team could overturn a nation. Exactly. That's exactly what I want to do. Hearing Su Jia's words, Chen Mu's spirits soared. I want to build an army of Iron Man suits for Huaxia. And each soldier's armor will be more advanced than Tony's. Su Jia was taken aback by Chen Mu's grand ambition, looking at him in disbelief. At that moment, her perception of him shifted. She felt the patriotic fervor deep within Chen Mu. Although this idea seemed somewhat unrealistic, it didn't hinder her growing fondness for him. Go for it, Su Jia encouraged him instead of criticizing. What? You still don't believe I can create Iron Man armor?
Chen Mu asked with an exasperated expression. Su Jia didn't respond, only offering a slight smile, conveying everything without words.
All right, 1 month. In 1 month, I will personally present you with a set of Iron Man armor. Chen Mu sighed. He couldn't admit that he had already stolen Tony's technology and could craft the armor at any time.
That was clearly impossible. So, he decided to return to Huaxia and prove himself through action by manufacturing a few sets of armor first. Of course, completely replicating the Mark II was out of the question. Chen Mu glanced at the research progress of the Weiqiangbai system. The progress on the Jarvis system had already reached 50%, and he believed that by the time the plane landed, he would be able to complete the upgrade of Jarvis and create his own version. His factory indeed needed a powerful intelligence system for management.
Haha, great. The Weiqiangbai Industrial Park has been completed? Time flew by.
Due to his collaboration with the government, Chen Mu's industrial zone was quickly built, and many of the facilities were ready for use. When Chen Mu heard this news from Su Jia, excitement was written all over his face. The location of the Weiqiangbai Industrial Park was the same as in his previous life, situated in Shenzhen.
Let's go. I can't wait to start building my own armor.
Chen Mu said to Su Jia beside him, then hopped into the car. A few days prior, he had already arrived in Shenzhen, fully prepared to settle into Weiqiangbai and begin manufacturing his Iron Man suits. After receiving the money from Tony, his first step was to rent a plot of land in Shenzhen, precisely where Weiqiangbai was located in his past life. In this world, it was just a neglected piece of land, but thanks to his connections with the government, he quickly secured it and began constructing his own industrial park. The initial Weiqiangbai Industrial Park was small, covering only a few hectares, but despite its size, it was well equipped with many cutting-edge devices from both domestic and international sources. While it couldn't compare to Stark Industries, it was by no means inferior to Hammer Industries. Regarding the technological capabilities of this park, producing Iron Man suits was entirely feasible. Most importantly, the Mark II had completed a technological breakthrough many days ago.
Its performance was now better than before, capable of mounting more powerful weapons.
Especially, both the arc reactor and intelligent program technologies had seen improvements, significantly enhancing the armor's capabilities. In summary, the technologies in Chen Mu's hands were even more advanced than what Tony currently possessed with his Iron Man technology. This was the power of Weiqiangbai. Even though it was a copy of Tony's work, it could still produce something more advanced than his.
Just imagine how infuriating that would be.
The arc reactor had been upgraded, with performance that matched the later versions created by Tony.
Unsurprisingly, it utilized a new element, resulting in increased power output and easily resolving Tony's palladium poisoning issue.
Of course, that was only if Chen Mu was willing to share this technology with Tony. Meanwhile, the Jarvis system had also evolved, with intelligence levels advancing even further, not inferior to future Ultron-level intelligence. However, being an upgraded version of the Weiqiangbai system, it lacked the influence of the Mind Stone, meaning that at this point, Jarvis did not possess independent consciousness and was entirely safe. Since this intelligence system has undergone further development in my hands, it's no longer appropriate to call it Jarvis.
I'll rename it Hongmeng instead.
In Chinese mythology, Hongmeng refers to the primordial world before the heavens and the earth were formed, signifying the beginning of everything. Now, he would use it as the name for his intelligence system. Thus, Chen Mu made this decision, which was really just a product of his own thoughts without any special reason.
Renaming has been completed, sir, Hongmeng reported.
The difference between Hongmeng and Jarvis was minimal at this stage. It was still functioning primarily as a smart assistant and didn't differ much in other aspects. Shenmue arrived at his industrial park. Although it wasn't fully decorated yet, the hardware facilities were mostly installed. He directly installed the system into the central control computer. Su Jia was assigned to check whether the machines were complete, while he walked into his laboratory. Shenmue's Huiqiangbai Industrial Park was not very large, and due to an agreement with the military, there were troops stationed outside, providing tight security. After all, the agreement with the military was crucial. About a month ago, Shenmue had contacted the military leader, claiming that he had researched Tony's Iron Man armor and needed a secret base to produce it for military sales. Initially, the military leader didn't believe him, but when Shenmue presented a suit of armor, the leader agreed without hesitation. This was why the park had risen so quickly in just half a month.
Mr. Chen, the production line is ready. Su Jia soon arrived in the laboratory, her face filled with excitement.
A month earlier, when she heard Shenmue mention developing armor, she thought it was a joke, but unexpectedly, he had produced a suit the very next day using his factory. While it didn't have the formidable firepower of Iron Man armor, it was still impressive.
Has the titanium alloy been delivered? Shenmue asked her.
The titanium alloy was the material for the Mark III, harder than ordinary alloys and suitable for manufacturing spacecraft, and fortunately, Huaxia had the manufacturing technology. Once Shenmue proposed supplying the military with Iron Man armor, the government quickly allocated the necessary materials. Su Jia's excitement was simple. Not only could it enhance the military's strength, but Shenmue had also promised to craft a suit for her.
Alright, let's start the machines.
Shenmue had input the parameters for the upgraded Mark II into the Hongmeng system, and once the equipment was installed, production could begin. This time, he had applied for 50 tons of titanium alloy from the military leader, enough to manufacture 100 suits. 100 suits, 100 Mark II armors, equivalent to war machines. This army would be terrifying. As Shenmue activated the machines, the factory, controlled by the AI Hongmeng, began operating rapidly, with various components of the armor being produced quickly on the assembly line.
The armor Shenmue was producing was essentially an upgraded version of the Mark II, resembling the later war machine, and it had a new name in Huaxia Qilin No. 1. Forgive Shenmue for his naming ability, he came up with it on a whim, and it held no particular significance. To make the armor more fitting with the name, he modified its appearance and paint job, giving it a more Huaxia character. The parts for the Qilin armor were continuously produced on the assembly line, a feat only achievable in Huaxia. The expensive titanium alloy and large industrial equipment posed no problem for the country. It takes 2 hours to manufacture one suit. As long as the materials are sufficient, equipping an entire army is feasible. The cost of titanium alloy is high. A single Qilin armor costs over 5 million renminbi. A cost of 5 million renminbi was quite low, with some luxury cars priced even higher. Other materials can be used as substitutes, but the combat capability would significantly diminish. Even so, Shenmue believed that armor made with regular titanium alloy would still possess great power. In his view, the best material would be vibranium from Wakanda. If he could use it to forge Qilin armor, its strength would be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Wakanda was currently closed off to the outside world, and its existence was unknown, leaving Shenmue with no way to obtain it. Alright, the first suit will be a female armor, and you can take it directly when it's ready. Watching the assembly line get into motion without a hitch, Shenmue no longer focused on it. Really? Su Jia's eyes lit up with excitement. The distribution of armor was strictly regulated, and this round wasn't meant for her, but what Shenmue provided was different. Additionally, after more than a month of effort protecting Shenmue and reporting accurately, she had earned the right to possess a suit. Of course, this is what you deserve. In truth, without Su Jia's assistance, it would have been difficult for Shenmue to connect with the military. Previously, her role had been more of monitoring him to prevent any harm to national interests, but Shenmue didn't mind. Having a beautiful woman around was quite pleasant. It was precisely through Su Jia's connections that Shenmue could present the Qilin armor to the military leader, which allowed him to establish his industrial park. For each suit, Shenmue would earn 1 million renminbi in processing fees, along with the entire industrial park and equipment, all thanks to Su Jia's efforts. In light of the further development of this intelligence system in my hands, it's no longer appropriate to call it Jarvis. I'll rename it Hongmeng instead. Hongmeng refers to the primordial world in Chinese mythology, the starting point of everything.
Chen Mu decided to use it as the name for his intelligence system. It was purely his own idea without any particular reason behind it.
Renaming has been completed, sir, Hongmeng reported.
The difference between Hongmeng and Jarvis was minimal at this stage. It still primarily functioned as a smart assistant without significant differences in other aspects. Chen Mu arrived at his industrial park, which was not yet fully furnished, but the hardware facilities were mostly installed.
He directly set up the system on the central control computer. Su Jia was assigned to check whether the machines were complete while he walked into his laboratory.
Chen Mu's Huiqiangbai Industrial Park was relatively small, and due to an agreement with the military, troops were stationed outside for tight security. This agreement with the military was crucial. A month prior, Chen Mu had contacted the military leader, claiming that he had researched Tony's Iron Man armor and needed a secret base to produce and supply it to the military. Initially, the military leader didn't believe him, but when Chen Mu presented a suit of armor, the leader agreed without hesitation. That was why the park had sprung up so quickly in just half a month.
Mr. Chen, the production line is ready. Su Jia soon arrived in the laboratory, her face filled with excitement.
A month earlier, when she heard Chen Mu mention developing armor, she thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, he had produced a suit the very next day using his factory. While it didn't have the formidable firepower of Iron Man armor, it was still impressive.
Has the titanium alloy been delivered? Chen Mu asked her.
The titanium alloy was the material for the Mark III, harder than ordinary alloys and suitable for manufacturing spacecraft. Fortunately, Huaxia had the necessary manufacturing technology. Once Chen Mu proposed supplying the military with Iron Man armor, the government quickly allocated the required materials. Su Jia was thrilled not only because it would enhance military strength but also because Chen Mu had promised to craft a suit for her.
Alright, let's start the machines.
Chen Mu had input the parameters for the upgraded Mark II into the Hongmeng system, and once the equipment was installed, production could begin. This time, he had applied for 50 tons of titanium alloy from the military leader, enough to manufacture 100 suits.
100 suits, 100 Mark II armors equivalent to war machines would create a truly formidable army.
As Chen Mu activated the machines, the factory, controlled by the AI Hongmeng, began operating rapidly, with various components of the armor being produced quickly on the assembly line.
The armor Chen Mu was producing was essentially an upgraded version of the Mark II, resembling the later war machine, and it had a new name in Huaxia Qilin No. 1. Chen Mu's naming ability was spontaneous and held no particular significance. To make the armor more fitting with the name, he modified its appearance and paint job, giving it a more Huaxia character. The parts for the Qilin armor were continuously produced on the assembly line, a feat only achievable in Huaxia. The expensive titanium alloy and large industrial equipment posed no problems for the country. It takes 2 hours to manufacture one suit.
As long as the materials are sufficient, equipping an entire army is feasible. The cost of titanium alloy is high. A single Qilin armor costs over 5 million renminbi.
This cost was relatively low, as some luxury cars were priced even higher. Other materials can be used as substitutes, but the combat capability would significantly diminish. Even so, Chen Mu believed that armor made with regular titanium alloy would still possess great power. In his view, the best material would be vibranium from Wakanda. If he could use it to forge Qilin armor, its strength would be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Wakanda was currently closed off to the outside world, and its existence was unknown, leaving Chen Mu with no way to obtain it. Alright, the first suit will be a female armor, and you can take it directly when it's ready. Watching the assembly line get into motion without a hitch, Chen Mu no longer focused on it. Really? Su Jia's eyes lit up with excitement.
The distribution of armor was strictly regulated, and this round wasn't meant for her, but what Chen Mu provided was different. Additionally, after more than a month of effort protecting Chen Mu and reporting accurately, she had earned the right to possess a suit.
Of course, this is what you deserve.
In truth, without Su Jia's assistance, it would have been difficult for Chen Mu to connect with the military. Previously, her role had been more of monitoring him to prevent any harm to national interests, but Chen Mu didn't mind. Having a beautiful woman around was quite pleasant. It was precisely through Su Jia's connections that Chen Mu could present the Qilin armor to the military leader, allowing him to establish his industrial park. For each suit, Chen Mu would earn 1 million renminbi in processing fees, along with the entire industrial park and equipment, all thanks to Su Jia's efforts. Over the next week, Shenmue spent almost all his time in the laboratory of the industrial park, with Sujia taking care of his daily needs. He seemed completely absorbed in his work, giving the impression that he was delving into something of great importance. Finally, on this day, Shenmue emerged from the laboratory, holding a brand new suit of armor. In reality, this suit was still an improved version of the Mark II, but thanks to the extraordinary production capabilities of the Hueqiangbai system, this suit was made of vibranium. The production line in Hueqiangbai was simply beyond imagination, capable of producing anything desired without any waste. Of course, this suit had actually been completed days earlier, but Shenmue felt it was unwise to reveal it too soon, so he purposefully delayed presenting it. During this extra time, he had actually made several additional suits to prepare for any eventuality. It's time to have a conversation with Tony Stark. Shenmue recalled the experience from a month ago when he had been mocked and looked down upon by Tony in America. At that time, Tony had said he couldn't create Iron Man armor. Although Shenmue had remained silent, he had secretly vowed to prove him wrong, and this incident had remained etched in his mind. Thus, the appearance of these vibranium suits closely resembled the Mark II, with minimal differences, the only notable one being their unique black color. Naturally, the color of the armor could be altered without impacting its performance. Meng, called Tony, Shenmue thought, feeling a surge of determination as he instructed Meng to dial Tony's number.
Hi, Shenmue. Great to see you. How's the phone production going? A projection screen appeared in front of Shenmue, displaying Tony's image. At that moment, Tony was with a beautiful blonde woman, clearly enjoying himself at a bar. It was nighttime in America, being on the opposite side of the globe, so his presence in a bar was normal. The phone is going smoothly. We've reached a reserve of 5 million units, with a daily production capacity of 200,000 ready for global release at any time. The collaboration on the phone had been progressing well. Shenmue had entrusted this task to his father, who had established over 10 new production bases within Huaxia, significantly increasing production capacity. Huaxia is indeed impressive. Tony exclaimed, genuinely impressed.
No wonder it's called the world's factory. Huaxia's industrial capability has truly opened my eyes. If they had American factories producing phones, they wouldn't come close to this level.
That's right. With just 3 days until the launch event, I hope you can come to America. Together, we'll definitely make a mark in the smartphone industry. Tony was brimming with confidence.
He had been using the Xiaomu phone for days and was enamored with it, so he had no doubts about it capturing the market.
Of course, no problem.
Although Stark held 70% of the shares, this did not concern Shenmue. He believed Tony would eventually relinquish his share.
By the way, why are you calling me so late?
Tony asked curiously, genuinely puzzled about why Shenmue was reaching out to him at this hour.
A month ago, didn't I mention I wanted to make an armor for fun?
Shenmue smiled, looking at Tony meaningfully.
What? Are you giving up? Tony nodded, a teasing smile on his face. You should abandon such thoughts sooner rather than later.
There's no need to waste time on this. You'd be better off thinking about how to design a new phone.
Tony couldn't deny Shenmue's talent in phone design. The Xiaomu phone was indeed impressive. Hey, take a look at this.
Shenmue grinned as he pointed the camera to the side, revealing a pitch-black suit standing there. This was the vibranium armor he had created, and it actually bore a strong resemblance to Tony's Mark III, albeit with different materials.
What, did you make a model?
Seeing this, Tony was taken aback, but he still didn't believe Shenmue could produce Iron Man armor.
Moreover, with the armor's black color, he instinctively thought it was merely a toy model, and an unpainted one at that. What do you think? Shenmue asked playfully, snapping his fingers. The armor activated, its eyes glowing, and the arc reactor in its chest lit up with a blue light. The reactor had successfully started. This. At that moment, Tony was startled. He had been sitting on the couch, but upon seeing this, he couldn't help but stand up, pushing his female companion aside, staring in disbelief at the image on his phone. Did Shenmue really create armor? To Tony, this didn't seem particularly difficult. It was merely about physical structure. What shocked him most was that Shenmue had managed to create an arc reactor. With his experience, he could tell that the triangular reactor on the black suit was not just for show, it was a genuine reactor, possibly even more advanced than his own arc reactor. What do you think? Cool, right? Shenmue asked, feeling quite smug at Tony's astonishment. How is this even possible? Tony stammered, unable to comprehend. How could you possibly create an arc reactor?
The arc reactor was a highly confidential item at Stark Industries, and he couldn't fathom how anyone else could produce a reactor, especially someone he didn't think highly of, a Huaxia person.
This isn't an arc reactor, Shenmue said disdainfully, shooting Tony a glance.
He inwardly thought, this guy really has no shame, directly claiming the reactor as his own. Although this technology did indeed come from Stark Industries, he had no concrete evidence.
It's this thing that wasted quite a bit of my time.
I looked up information on Wikipedia, initially wanting to try making an arc reactor, but I couldn't make it work.
So I decided to try developing a new element instead, and unexpectedly, it worked out. Of course, you can't make an arc reactor based on Wikipedia's information. Just trying to develop a new element and succeeding? At that moment, Tony was left speechless, falling into silence. Should he accuse Shenmue of stealing his technology? But it was clear that Shenmue had created something even more advanced. He couldn't bring himself to say that. Currently, he was struggling with palladium poisoning, seeking a new element to replace palladium, and yet here was Shenmue claiming he had tried to research an arc reactor but failed, only to create a more powerful element to produce a reactor. Staring at the screen where the blue glow of the reactor shone on the armor's chest, Tony fell into deep thought. Tony never imagined that Shenmue's technology had indeed been stolen from him. When Shenmue had touched the arc reactor in front of Obadiah, he had already grasped the principles of the arc reactor technology. Later, under the guise of an Iron Man fan, he had convinced Tony to let him experience the Mark II armor, which enabled him to absorb all the technology associated with the Iron Man suit, including the miniature reactor and the Jarvis intelligent program that linked to it. Now, a month later, Shenmue had already integrated and improved upon these older technologies, transforming the Mark II into the Qilin armor, which he was ready to deliver to the military. In this era, many superheroes had yet to emerge, and only Tony was actively known as Iron Man, showcasing the power of the Iron Man suit to the world. Upon receiving the Qilin armor, the military leader was naturally ecstatic and provided Shenmue with even more conveniences, quickly allocating land and funds, allowing the Weiqiangbai Industrial Park to rise swiftly. Due to the importance of the Qilin armor, the military leader had even dispatched troops to set up defenses around the Weiqiangbai Industrial Park to protect the sensitive information housed there. Of course, these troops also served to monitor Weiqiangbai, preventing any treasonous actions. Shenmue didn't mind this oversight, as the Qilin armor was intended for the military, and he understood that only a strong country would give him the confidence to operate safely abroad. Shenmue recognized that achieving the great rejuvenation of Huaxia was not just empty talk. It required the collective effort of all Huaxia people. He had self-awareness. Compared to the true soldiers protecting the nation, he was nothing. Strengthening the national military was what he ought to do. This is the armor you made?
Tony stared at the pitch-black suit next to Shenmue in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words.
So, what do you think? Looks pretty good, right? Shenmue said proudly, thinking to himself, you once said I could never create Iron Man armor, and now I have left you speechless. My armor is different from yours, my reactor is entirely distinct from yours as well. This shouldn't count as infringement, right?
So, I won't need your authorization, Shenmue said with a smile. His reactor was much more powerful than Tony's, using entirely new materials, so naturally, it wasn't considered infringement. My reactor's power should be several times stronger than yours.
Do you want it?
I can authorize you to use it without any licensing fees, Shenmue asked, looking at Tony with a smug expression.
He knew that his reactor could save Tony's life since Tony was already suffering from palladium poisoning.
If he didn't use a new reactor, the shrapnel in his heart would take his life, and only by replacing the reactor's material could he save himself, something that Shenmue's reactor could accomplish.
I'll consider it, Tony said with a slight twitch in his eye, speaking in a subdued tone.
His pride wouldn't allow him to easily admit defeat. He would never acknowledge that Shenmue's armor was more advanced than his.
So, how do you plan to use your armor?
Tony furrowed his brow again, looking at the suit beside Shenmue with concern. It's called the Qilin 1 prototype. Unfortunately, I don't have many weapons, otherwise, it would definitely be stronger than your armor, Shenmue said, a hint of regret on his face. This was also a reflection of Huaxia's national conditions. As an ordinary citizen, Shenmue couldn't conduct weapon research in his own country, which slightly reassured Tony. At least he had the upper hand in terms of weaponry. Of course, Shenmue was just saying this. His armor was actually more advanced in terms of weapon systems than Tony's, but he didn't want to reveal his true capabilities and also aimed to consider Tony's feelings. However, fortunately, the Huaxia military has ordered my Qilin 1 and authorized me to use some weapons, so self-defense shouldn't be a problem, Chen Mu said calmly.
What? You gave the armor to the military?
Upon hearing this, Tony on the other side of the ocean widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, absolutely not. Such dangerous weapons must not be handed over to the military. It could cause massive casualties.
This is absolutely unacceptable.
After witnessing the devastating destruction caused by his own weapons in the Middle East, Tony had begun to resist the military. Even when they pressured him to hand over his armor, framing it in terms of greater good, he had refused and used various means to keep his armor safe.
Yet, he never expected that Chen Mu, so far away, had also developed armor, and even more so, had directly given it to the Huaxia military.
This was the very situation he least wanted to see come to pass.
Haha, do you think the Huaxia military is the same as your US military?
Chen Mu said mockingly, looking at Tony seriously.
Have you ever seen the Huaxia military point their guns at ordinary citizens? Or actively provoke conflict? Have you ever seen them carry firearms while conducting disaster relief?
This was indeed the truth. Since the establishment of the new Huaxia, despite rapid military development, it had never invaded any other country. Most of its victorious wars were defensive, with weapons aimed only at invaders. This was in stark contrast to the US military, which served as a tool for capitalists, ready to point their weapons at anyone, even unarmed innocent civilians, for the sake of profit. The Huaxia military is an army that protects its own country.
What's wrong with me giving them the armor?
On this point, Tony was left speechless, for the Huaxia military was known worldwide as one of the best armies, unmatched by any other nation's soldiers. Chinese soldiers, when faced with any danger, will unhesitatingly stand in front of the people.
To me, they are the true heroes.
Chen Mu looked at the silent Tony and continued, you know that my hometown suffered a major earthquake earlier this year, and it was the Chinese soldiers who bravely rescued countless civilians. Their sacrifices are unmatched, and many soldiers even gave their lives for this.
Given that these are the true heroes, what's wrong with me handing over the armor to them? Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Tony couldn't help but smile wryly.
Indeed, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal.
If American soldiers could be seen as fearsome demons, then Chinese soldiers were like angels who brought peace to the people.
The contrast was stark, and Tony felt a sense of shame. When Chinese soldiers wear the armor, they will be able to better protect us and even the entire world.
Imagine if millions of Chinese soldiers were equipped with armor, would any extraterrestrial army dare to invade? They would probably be soundly defeated. Even if Thanos were to arrive on Earth, he would be overwhelmed by an unending wave of armored warriors. Moreover, my armor is not your mark armor, how I choose to manage it is my business.
At this point, Chen Mu smiled coldly. Our armor is far more advanced than yours. You can't just say that I copied your armor or infringed on your rights.
Isn't that frustrating? Fair enough, that is indeed your business.
Tony chuckled helplessly, easily envisioning the trouble he would face when the US military learned that the Chinese army was equipped with armor.
That would be a headache for him.
However, perhaps he could provide the military with a couple of suits for them to study slowly, dragging out the process as long as possible. Besides, this armor wasn't something just anyone could use, it would be more appropriate to hand it over to a trusted old friend, and he quickly decided that it would be Colonel Rhodes. Now, let's talk about the next steps regarding the Xiaomu phone, Tony sighed, shifting the conversation away from the armor.
We've successfully developed the operating system, and the launch event is ready. When will you come to America so we can finalize the release date?
The Xiaomu phone was essentially a copy of Apple's design, with the system developed by Stark Industries. It would likely be no worse than the Apple phones of Chen Mu's previous life, and once released, it would surely revolutionize the smartphone industry, a lucrative prospect Tony didn't want to miss. Even superheroes needed to make money to support themselves. Those are just minor details, I'll fly over tomorrow so we can discuss the armor, Chen Mu replied. Aside from his pride, Tony didn't actually dislike Chen Mu that much. Moreover, merely boasting over the phone didn't satisfy him, he was eager to personally wear his armor and show it off in front of Tony. His armor was manufactured in Huiqiangbai, entirely made of vibranium, and its strength would undoubtedly surpass Tony's by a considerable margin. Minor details, all right, Tony said, his expression darkening, but he still nodded. At that moment, he hadn't really grasped how substantial the profits from the smartphone industry would be. Moreover, he was also eager to see Chen Mu's armor, which would greatly aid his own research.
Sounds good, I'll come find you tomorrow. But first, what do you think about the color scheme for this prototype?
As he spoke, Shenmue glanced at the suit beside him, which was as black as ink and had sharp edges. The original black was already quite striking, and he asked this question partly to show off. "See you tomorrow." Tony, being clever, understood Shenmue's intentions and rolled his eyes, realizing it was just another show-off attempt. Without another word, he ended the call. He needed to upgrade his own armor.
He had some good ideas brewing and was determined not to be outdone by Shenmue.
Although Tony was proud, he didn't feel envious. Since someone else had developed armor, he considered Shenmue an equal and no longer underestimated him. For someone as smart as Tony, it had always felt lonely, but now having a peer who was no worse than him was a refreshing change. At least he wouldn't feel so isolated on the path of research.
In Tony's eyes, Shenmue possessed significant networking potential.
They could not only collaborate in the smartphone sector but also in other areas, such as armor.
For Tony, he didn't have a strong sense of patriotism. After all, the United States was a relatively new country without deep historical roots, and the public's patriotic fervor wasn't very high. Especially in a capitalist society dominated by capitalists, what good was patriotism? From top to bottom, it was all about interests. As long as enough benefits were provided, it was considered patriotic. As the head of Stark Industries, Tony held considerable influence in this country, which was also why the US military wanted the armor but couldn't obtain it. Want the armor? Ask the capitalists if they're willing to part with it. What was today's armor technology of Tony's would be tomorrow's government demand for something else, leading to forced confiscation. What then was the purpose of the capitalists?
Thus, on this matter, the capitalists would stand firmly with Tony, leaving the US military frustrated but powerless. Tony's desire to hand the Mark II over to Rhodes was partly to give the military an explanation and partly because he felt he was running out of time due to palladium poisoning. He didn't want his creation of Iron Man to vanish, so he hoped Rhodes could inherit the identity of Iron Man to prevent it from fading away.
Now, due to Shenmue's influence, Tony might very well advance the delivery of the Mark II to the military, allowing the War Machine to make its appearance sooner than expected. Shenmue didn't care whether the War Machine would make an early appearance. After hanging up with Tony, he left his research lab, intending to check on the Weiqiangbai Industrial Park. After negotiating the Qilin armor arrangements with the military leader, and with the support of government resources, this industrial park had rapidly sprung up like mushrooms after rain. In just 1 month, nearly all the equipment had been installed, and production of the armor had already begun. The military provided the materials and equipment, while Shenmue was mainly responsible for supplying the blueprints, detailed data, and installing the intelligent programs. He didn't charge any fees because the park itself was his compensation and would belong entirely to him. Although the industrial park was surrounded by military personnel, Shenmue was quite pleased. With the army helping to protect his property, he didn't even have to spend on security. What a bargain! Of course, the Qilin 1 armor was not static. Shenmue was tasked with its maintenance and upgrades. In the future, any new technologies or weapons could be integrated into the suits. "Mr. Chen, are you heading out now?"
At the door, Su Jia dutifully performed her role, guarding the entrance for Shenmue. At this point, she understood that her supposed identity as a financial expert was useless here in the Weiqiangbai Industrial Park, so she decided to simply be Shenmue's bodyguard.
"It's nothing much.
I'm going to Stark's tomorrow, just taking a stroll around the park for now," Shenmue replied directly without hiding his plans. "Then please allow me to accompany you tomorrow," Su Jia insisted, knowing that Shenmue's safety was crucial for Huaxia. She wouldn't let him face any potential dangers alone.
"I have armor. Do I really need your protection?" Shenmue chuckled bitterly.
Su Jia was like an unshakable gum stuck to his shoe. The only time she would leave him alone was when he said he needed quiet for research. Otherwise, even when he was sleeping or using the restroom, she would be right outside the door, which was quite frustrating. "But Tony also has armor, so your safety is still at risk," Su Jia argued, refusing to let Shenmue go alone.
"Tony is my partner, he wouldn't harm me. Besides, he wants to become Iron Man, so how could he possibly want to hurt me?"
Shenmue had a certain understanding of Tony and believed that he wouldn't turn against him without reason. After all, he wasn't the villain. If Tony dared to strike against him, it would ruin the Iron Man image he had just established.
Tony wasn't that stupid.
"You should always be cautious. There's no such thing as absolute safety in this world."
Su Jia looked at Shenmue calmly. Shenmue was at a loss for words, pursing his lips but ultimately didn't refuse her. "I'll just fly over tomorrow, you can keep up if you can." "No problem, I have armor too,"
I can definitely keep up, Su Jia nodded. I'm starting to regret giving you a suit of armor, Chen Mu said with a wry smile.
What a situation this was.
Not wanting to engage Su Jia further, Chen Mu walked toward the production line. He was very interested in the current production status of the Qilin armor.
The amount of titanium alloy is limited, we can only manufacture 100 suits.
Our production capacity is 10 suits per day, and we've already produced 30 suits.
In another week, the materials will run out.
Su Jia said helplessly. The titanium alloy was not an ordinary material, it was used for manufacturing spacecraft, known for its hardness and durability, but it was also extremely expensive.
Getting 50 tons delivered was no easy task.
However, being able to produce 100 suits at once had already made the military very satisfied. The actual performance of the Qilin 1 armor was even better than Tony's Mark III, which made the military leader very pleased with the 100 suits. 30 suits have already been sent to the Army, Navy, and Air Force for final testing. If each branch has armor, our military strength will significantly increase. The 30 suits were painted in the respective colors of the 3 branches and sent to the corresponding units. Su Jia felt genuinely happy about the armor Chen Mu provided because the emergence of the Qilin armor meant Huaxia finally had its own superheroes. From having nothing to suddenly having 100 Iron Men, this was of great significance for Huaxia. Superheroes were no longer just an American monopoly, with a 5,000-year history. Huaxia also had its own superheroes. My wish is for every soldier to have their own suit, making the Qilin armor the standard issue for Huaxia's military. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Chen Mu felt that just 100 suits were far from enough.
Everyone?
Su Jia was incredulous at Chen Mu's statement, feeling a twinge of admiration for him. This admiration was heartfelt, no longer just a result of his contributions. Protecting Chen Mu was no longer merely a duty for her. But now things were different. Su Jia suddenly felt that Chen Mu was someone worth protecting, someone who truly wanted to contribute to the country. In her heart, she developed a notion that she was willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. Ahem, if Chen Mu knew what Su Jia was thinking at that moment, he would surely feel quite embarrassed. He bore a system, although his current strength was weak, he hardly needed anyone's protection, especially not a woman. Moreover, even if his physical condition was poor, wasn't there still the Qilin armor? The armor made of vibranium was undoubtedly powerful, and as of now, no one on this earth posed a threat to him. But achieving that goal won't be easy, Su Jia said with a bitter smile. The material issue alone is quite challenging. Indeed, titanium alloy was extremely rare, and equipping all soldiers with it to create armor was almost a fantasy. Nevertheless, Su Jia couldn't help but admire Chen Mu's ambition. While I would love for every piece of armor to be made from the best materials, the material issue is indeed a significant challenge, Chen Mu said with a slight smile, his gaze falling on the components being produced on the assembly line before turning to Su Jia. However, the armor doesn't necessarily have to be made of titanium alloy, other materials can certainly be used as substitutes. Just like the Mark II, which wasn't made of titanium alloy but could easily be crafted from high-strength steel instead. In fact, we could change the material to high-strength steel, which would be feasible, though it would be slightly weaker in comparison, he added. Even if the strength was somewhat lower, it would still be exponentially stronger than all conventional weapons in the world today.
Steel would work? Su Jia exclaimed in surprise.
This would drastically reduce costs and eliminate material constraints, allowing her or the military to produce as many as needed. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for her. Of course, steel is just a temporary solution, we can make do with it for now, Chen Mu said as he looked back at the production line, speaking softly. Deep down, he felt some resistance to producing lower-tier products. In his view, the products he manufactured should be of the highest quality. Using steel to create an Iron Man armor didn't sit well with him. He believed that the armor made for the Huaxia military should use the best materials, just like his vibranium armor. Naturally, using vibranium would be ideal, but if that wasn't possible, he wouldn't force it. Ultimately, he didn't want Huiqiangbai to become synonymous with low-end products, knockoffs, or cheap imitations in this world. He wanted Huiqiangbai to become the most advanced and high-end manufacturing base in the world. Surpassing Stark Industries was just his first step. And this step wasn't particularly difficult, it would be enough to make the Qilin armor known to the outside world. Just this one product would be enough to surpass Stark weapons and become the most powerful armament in the world. Indeed, this was how Chen Mu defined the Iron Man armor as military hardware, and it was only fitting that it be used by the military. Individual strength was ultimately limited, fighting alone was never his style. Since steel will work, then our production line doesn't need to stop, let's continue producing with steel. Su Jia was ecstatic. Being able to use steel for manufacturing was excellent news for her and the military. Exactly. We just need to modify some parameters, and we can continue production. I'll leave the parameters in the Hongmeng system, just flip the switch, Shenmue confirmed. I'll report this news up the chain. Since we can produce using regular materials, we need to expand our production scale and enlarge the industrial park. Su Jia began to think quickly about how to develop rapidly. I personally don't like using ordinary metals. If possible, I still hope to use the best materials, Shenmue sighed. Although ordinary metals offered the best cost-performance ratio, he truly wished that Huiqiangbai wouldn't produce low-end products. However, better materials mean they will be harder to obtain. And our military is the largest in the world, equipping everyone is likely to be, Su Jia said with a bitter smile, wishing for all soldiers to be equipped with the best gear. Don't worry. The earth is vast, there will come a day when we have enough materials to equip our military, Shenmue reassured her. The number of soldiers in Huaxia was indeed large, with a maximum scale of 8 million at one point, which was an unimaginable figure on Earth. But in the context of intergalactic warfare, this number was hardly significant. Just look at Thanos, his soldiers could conquer planet after planet and wipe out half their populations. To reach that level, one would need tens of billions of soldiers. In cosmic warfare, having only a few 100 million soldiers wouldn't suffice to create a battlefield. How could one even speak of fighting? Even though Thanos' army seemed small in Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame, and they were defeated by the Earth's coalition, that was simply a boon for Earth. Thanos could conquer planets. Did he really have so few soldiers, and were they not even a match for Earth's forces? That was ridiculous. Shenmue never believed in movie plots, he absolutely didn't believe that Thanos had such a small army. Moreover, Shenmue believed that Huaxia would inevitably venture into space. The universe was vast, and with the current number of troops, it would be difficult to claim a place in the cosmos. So 8 million soldiers would not be enough, especially since the current active military personnel in Huaxia had not yet reached 8 million. However, Shenmue was confident that the quantity of vibranium was more than sufficient to support the armor needed by the Huaxia military. In Wakanda, there was a mountain of vibranium, and they had even built a city with it. To Shenmue, that was sheer waste. Furthermore, even if there aren't enough resources on Earth, we can look further afield, like the universe. In comparison to the boundless universe, Earth was merely a drop in the ocean. The resources on Earth were limited, but in the universe, there would be endless resources available. At that time, would they still need to make do with ordinary steel? Absolutely not. The universe, Su Jia raised an eyebrow. The Shenzhou 7 hadn't even launched yet, and he was already talking about obtaining resources from space? That was simply daydreaming. Not only Huaxia but no country on Earth had the capability to mine resources in space. Shenmue's gaze toward the cosmos wasn't visionary, it was rather naive. When would Huaxia be able to mine resources from space? It would take ages, and expecting those resources to make the Qilin armor was a joke. Alright, let's just use regular steel for now. Seeing the disdain in Su Jia's eyes, Shenmue sighed. He had forgotten that the Chitauri hadn't invaded Earth yet, and humanity didn't even know of the existence of aliens, so naturally, they wouldn't think about utilizing cosmic resources. Thus, talking about mining resources from space did seem a bit absurd. However, I must analyze the technology of alien spacecraft and create it myself. At that point, while other countries on Earth would still be studying planes and artillery, Huaxia would be launching spaceships. That scenario would surely be quite amusing. Arrived. The flight speed of the armor was incredibly rapid. The next morning, Shenmue and Su Jia set off and, following the navigation, they reached their destination in just 2 hours. Normally, it would take over 10 hours by plane, and the difference in speed was self-evident. Moreover, due to the armor's stealth coating and its minimal reflective surface, they easily bypassed the US military's air defense systems without being detected. Welcome, you two. Ha ha. Tony had received the news beforehand and was now standing on the rooftop of the building, leisurely sipping coffee. Upon seeing Shenmue and Su Jia land on the balcony, he immediately went over to greet them. Ha, so this is your armor? It looks pretty good. Tony observed the different designs of the suits on the two of them, unable to hide his curiosity as he circled around Shenmue, showing strong interest. But it's not as good looking as mine, he quickly added, unwilling to easily admit that someone else's armor was more attractive than his own flashy gold and red color scheme.
It's pitch black, looks just like a lump of coal. Tony began to critique without hesitation. Hey, is that so?
Shenmue said with a grin as he casually deactivated the armor and stepped out from within, standing in front of Tony.
Wow, this technology is pretty cool.
I need to get one, Tony remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of how Shenmue removed his armor. This inspired him to consider incorporating a similar feature into his own suits.
Don't forget to pay for the patent usage. Ha ha. Shenmue couldn't help but tease. Tony's expression darkened.
He had previously intended to charge Shenmue for patent usage, but now the situation was reversed.
Ha, just kidding, don't take it to heart.
Seeing Tony's awkward expression, Shenmue laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, saying, I'm not that petty. If you want to use any of my technology patents, just let me know, I won't charge you. In their eyes, the idea of patents had become a joke.
Did having a patent really stop others from researching similar technologies?
At this point, Tony's Iron Man suit was still in its initial version, with many subsequent features yet to be developed. Seeing Shenmue's armor, which allowed for convenient dressing and undressing, naturally sparked many ideas.
I will definitely develop even more convenient features, Tony declared, a determined look on his face.
Shenmue had no doubts about that. Not to mention the future nanosuits, even the suitcase-style Iron Man armor was already very convenient, surpassing his current technology by a large margin.
Ha, I'm looking forward to seeing how you surpass me,
Shenmue said with a smile. He was delighted to see this kind of competition because the more advanced technologies Tony developed, the more benefits it provided for him.
Come on, let's put the armor here.
As Su Jia also stepped out of her suit, Tony gestured to Shenmue. To make entering and exiting his Iron Man suits more convenient, Tony had already transformed Stark Tower, creating a landing pad in his living room where the suits could be stored safely without fear of theft.
Additionally, any armor equipped with the Hongmeng operating system couldn't be operated by anyone else. Let's go, Su Jia.
Noticing Su Jia still looked a bit uneasy, Shenmue found it amusing and spoke to her.
Okay.
Although she knew it was impossible to wear the armor all the time, Su Jia nodded, albeit still looking at Tony with concern, saying, I hope Mr. Stark can keep it safe.
Don't worry, Miss Su Jia,
Tony replied with a smile, nodding at her while feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although her armor was nice, it wasn't something he would consider stealing.
That's good. Now let's discuss the smartphone collaboration. Su Jia didn't forget her responsibilities.
Besides being Shenmue's bodyguard, she was also responsible for managing the company. So, she had been preparing on the way there.
You can discuss this with Pepper.
I've already given her a heads up, the previous terms are void, and we'll renegotiate the shares. Tony said with a smile, putting his arm around Shenmue's shoulder and addressing Su Jia.
Let's talk about the technical aspects, you two handle the business side. Tony was making his stance clear.
Previously, he had ruthlessly aimed to take the majority of the shares because he looked down on Shenmue, thinking he was just a small company from Huaxia. Even though the phone's design was good, he hadn't taken it too seriously. Now, however, the situation had completely changed. Shenmue's displayed capabilities forced Tony to take him seriously, especially after he had developed his own armor, which left Tony deeply impressed and naturally viewing him as an equal. Proud Tony rarely acknowledged someone like this, so he was eager to discuss technological issues with Shenmue regarding the armor.
Go ahead, I'll leave all the business matters to you.
Seeing that Su Jia still seemed a bit uneasy, Shenmue reassured her.
Su Jia's expression darkened. She clearly knew she was military personnel, yet here he was, acting as if he were completely hands-off, letting her handle everything.
Despite her internal complaints, she understood what needed to be done and recognized that it wasn't appropriate to stay glued to Shenmue's side.
Soon after, Shenmue and Tony arrived at his laboratory. Look at this is my suit. What do you think? It's cooler than yours, right?
As they entered the lab, Tony couldn't help but show off his latest suit, still sporting the signature gold and red color scheme, looking extremely flashy and flamboyant.
Not really, it's too gaudy, Shenmue replied flatly. Compared to his sleek black armor, Tony's Iron Man suit was overly ostentatious, which wasn't his style. Cut it out. Your black suit looks just as bad. Tony couldn't help but retort, saying, seriously, your armor looks like an antique. You're so young, why does your taste resemble that of an old man?
Even though he was in his 30s, Tony clearly refused to act his age. his mannerisms were lively and youthful.
Chen Mu remained silent.
In his previous life, he was already in his 30s, having experienced numerous failures and setbacks, making it difficult not to appear older. My suit is made of vibranium, and I couldn't be bothered to change the color, so it's just black.
Chen Mu offered a slight explanation. Vibranium?
Wait, that name sounds familiar, Tony said, his brow furrowing. He seemed to recall having heard of vibranium before. Vibranium is undoubtedly the strongest metal on Earth, Chen Mu said, gazing at Tony. I remember that the shield Captain America uses contains this material, which is why it is so incredibly strong. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, originates from meteorites and is a specialty resource of the African nation of Wakanda. In the Marvel Universe, it is one of the hardest materials known.
Vibranium is extremely hard, and its unique molecular structure makes it nearly indestructible.
The molecules are in a relatively stationary state, allowing it to conduct almost no heat or kinetic energy. This property enables it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic force. Therefore, armor made from it is fundamentally impervious to damage from most weapons on Earth.
Oh, now I remember, it's this stuff.
Tony frowned slightly, realizing he indeed recognized this metal. But he was also well aware of its rarity. The vibranium in Captain America's shield is probably no bigger than a fist, nearly exhausting all the vibranium resources in America.
I never expected you to be able to create an entire suit of armor from vibranium. This was something Tony had never anticipated. Vibranium was not entirely absent from circulation, and he knew there were black market dealings involving it. Although the price was exorbitant, the quantities available were extremely limited. Tony had never overly concerned himself with the price. If it were merely expensive, he could have easily bought 1,000 or 1,800 tons, as money was not a significant interest for him. The real issue was that vibranium was just too rare. Even if he collected all the vibranium available on the market, he could only forge another shield, which was entirely useless for an Iron Man suit. I can't believe you managed to gather enough vibranium for a complete suit of armor. You've truly impressed me. Tony exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief and admiration. Huaxia's 5,000 years of heritage is indeed unimaginable. At this moment, Tony was convinced that Chen Mu must have gathered the vibranium with the help of Huaxia. After all, he knew that Chen Mu was already providing armor for the Huaxia military. As the first Iron Man, Tony understood better than anyone the power of the armor he donned. Huaxia has a history of 5,000 years, while America has only been around for a little over 200. At this point, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. By the way, Chen Mu, you really turned over the Iron Man armor to the Huaxia military?
Tony asked, his brow furrowed with concern as he looked at Chen Mu. You should know the power of the Iron Man armor. If it falls into the hands of the military, it could pose an unimaginable threat to the whole world.
A threat?
Chen Mu sneered, continuing, Tony, that's where you and I differ. I believe that powerful Iron Man armor can only be effective in the right hands. Powerful armor is ultimately meant to protect this world. Moreover, my armor isn't your Iron Man armor, it's called the Chilan armor. He emphasized the name because he didn't want to inadvertently acknowledge that the Chilan armor was a copy of Iron Man's suit. Alright, the Chilan armor. Tony waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned with the name.
Although he was proud and arrogant, he was also a man of considerable vision.
Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had already recognized that Chen Mu's armor was somewhat more advanced than his own. Thus, he didn't believe for a second that Chen Mu would copy his Iron Man suit. At this moment, Tony Stark internally acknowledged Chen Mu as a worthy opponent. He firmly believed that even if his current armor didn't measure up to Chen Mu's, he would definitely develop more advanced suits in the future. Of course, this wasn't the time to fixate on that, he was more concerned about another issue. But giving the military such powerful armor will definitely bring significant threats. Tony remained troubled about Chen Mu handing the armor over to the military. That depends on which military, Chen Mu chuckled lightly, not taking a firm stance. The military you know is the one from America, which claims to uphold world peace while stirring up wars all over the globe. To you, the military is merely a tool for killing. But the Huaxia military is completely different. Chen Mu was very certain about this. The People's Liberation Army, as it is also known in Huaxia, is called the People's Army. Chen Mu looked at Tony calmly. The guns of the People's Liberation Army will never be pointed at the people. They are the strong backing of the Chinese people. Whenever disaster strikes,
The people see the PLA as a symbol of hope. In the face of calamity, the PLA always stands in front of the people. So, what's wrong with me handing over the armor to the PLA? Not only that, but I also want every PLA soldier to have their own armor so they can better protect the people. In fact, after becoming Iron Man, Tony had already awakened. The weapons he had previously manufactured had caused too much harm to innocent people, which motivated him to shut down his weapons manufacturing department and transition from a military tech giant to a civilian tech giant. Therefore, when he heard Chen Mu's words, he found it difficult to argue. The major floods in '98, the Wenchuan earthquake this year, when has the PLA not stood in front of the people? Always putting the people first? This year was 2008, and even in the Marvel universe, the Wenchuan earthquake had just occurred recently, so Tony was naturally aware of what Chen Mu was speaking about. Thus, he had no reason to refute Chen Mu's statements about the PLA protecting the people. Another interesting detail, Chen Mu smiled and said, no matter what disaster relief mission the PLA undertakes, they never carry weapons or ammunition, they only bring various tools. The PLA does not pose any threat to civilians, on the contrary, all refugees feel a genuine sense of security upon seeing the PLA. Therefore, equipping the PLA with armor would only help them protect the common people better. Compared to the PLA's disaster relief efforts, your country's military invariably carries weapons when facing disasters, right? Aren't they more about suppressing the victims than aiding them? Upon hearing this, Tony fell silent for a long time. It was indeed true. A month ago, Chen Mu had been timid in front of Tony, speaking in a hushed tone and appearing quite humble. But now, a month later, he was able to leave Tony speechless, truly embodying the saying, a soldier who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. The key is, Tony, that how I use the armor is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. At this point, Chen Mu's tone became somewhat unyielding. What he said was indeed true, how to handle his own armor was entirely his decision, and Tony Stark, as an outsider, had no right to interfere. However, I still believe that powerful weapons should not be entrusted to the military, as that poses too great a threat. Ultimately, Tony Stark was still a stubborn person. Even though he was left speechless by Chen Mu, he still clung to his viewpoint, even though he knew Chen Mu was speaking the truth. There are many people in the military, and there are bound to be warmongers among them. If the armor falls into the hands of such individuals, it would inevitably lead to great disasters. If the armor were to end up with warmongers, it would certainly provoke wars, leading to the destruction of countless innocent lives, something that Iron Man Tony Stark would never wish to see. Although Tony's words held some truth, they depended on the context. The military he envisioned was likely based on the US military. To be honest, it seemed that the American military, regardless of the world, had a tendency toward aggression, instigating conflicts worldwide under the guise of being the world police, resulting in numerous wars. That's your country's military, Chen Mu replied bluntly. China has always been a peace-loving nation. Since its founding, it has never initiated a single war. The few wars it has fought were solely to defend its country and its people. Tony had no retort. Although he wasn't the one making these war decisions, he was aware that most of them were instigated by America. China has always been a peace-loving country. We firmly believe that peaceful development is the future for humanity. Even now that China possesses advanced weaponry, we do not instigate any disputes, nor do we invade other countries under the banner of freedom. Chen Mu didn't want to continue this topic any longer, they had fundamentally different perspectives. At this moment, Tony still identified himself as an American. Until Earth faced an alien invasion, even as Iron Man, he was simply America's Iron Man, not the Earth's Iron Man. Therefore, although he disliked the US military, he still sought to advocate for his own nation's interests, which was entirely human nature, and Chen Mu would not interfere. Yet, Chen Mu knew that in a few years, when the Avengers storyline began, the Chitauri army would invade Earth. Upon realizing that Earth was facing an extraterrestrial threat, Tony would adjust his mindset to become the true Iron Man, fighting for Earth rather than just America. Let's not talk about that, Tony. You can't change my decision. Chen Mu waved his hand, looking at Tony Stark calmly. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, your arc reactor seems to use some heavy metal element as its reaction material, which is harmful to the human body. Wearing that armor for an extended period must be detrimental to your health. There are not many people in this world who can impress me, you're one of them. I don't want to lose you as a competitor. After all, my current goal is to surpass Stark Industries. If you were to die young, I would lose a lot of enjoyment.
Shenmue's words were not particularly pleasant, but they served as a provocation to Tony, a simple form of baiting.
Long accustomed to being proud, Tony couldn't tolerate Shenmue's provocation.
He felt a surge of frustration. Now that his armor lagged behind Shenmue's, he was determined to develop a more advanced suit and could not afford to be outdone by someone younger than himself. This was precisely what Shenmue hoped for. He wanted Tony to develop more armor and create more black technology, which would ultimately benefit him in the future. In Shenmue's eyes, Tony Stark was merely a tool.
Hongmeng, send the information on the new element to JARVIS.
Shenmue didn't pay attention to Tony's expression and directly took out his phone, issuing instructions to the intelligent assistant. His phone ran on the operating system developed by the Hongmeng system, and the Hongmeng intelligent program was also loaded on it, making it more powerful than JARVIS, easily able to control it.
Information has been sent.
The unique, youthful voice of Hongmeng chimed, confirming that the information on the new element had been sent to JARVIS.
Whether Tony used it or not was of no concern to Shenmue.
Shenmue had come to see Tony Stark not only to discuss company plans but also to stimulate him while handing over the new element. He knew that even if he didn't intervene, Tony would eventually obtain the information Howard Stark left for him through S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop the new element.
Why not do him a favor and directly hand it over?
This way, he could also gain a life-saving favor from Tony.
Is that your goal? To make me owe you a favor?
Tony, being clever, immediately saw through Shenmue's intentions, but he didn't plan to refuse. It was just a favor, and he could repay it.
At this moment, Tony Stark was already suffering greatly from palladium poisoning.
The item Shenmue provided could alleviate his urgent need and also make his armor stronger. He had no reason to refuse.
Exactly. What, the famous Tony Stark is afraid of owing a favor to a nobody like me? Shenmue replied nonchalantly, shrugging.
After all, Tony would eventually develop the new element himself. He was merely giving him a nudge in the right direction. Moreover, there was an added benefit. By accepting his favor, Tony would implicitly acknowledge that Shenmue had developed the new element. Although both cared little for ownership rights, the fact remained that the new element was developed by Shenmue, while Tony was merely its user.
Very well, you succeeded. I owe you a favor.
Tony Stark looked at Shenmue with a serious expression. At that moment, he truly regarded Shenmue as an equal competitor, which was unprecedented for someone as proud as him. I thought you would refuse, Shenmue said with a slight smirk, looking at Tony with a hint of mockery.
TCH, why would I refuse? This is an opportunity to get stronger. Tony scoffed, rolling his eyes.
Despite his arrogance, he wasn't foolish enough to turn down high technology invented by others. After all, in the movies, he had always used other people's high-tech inventions whenever they were useful to him.
If there's nothing else, how about I take you to experience some American culture today? Tony waved his hand, shooing away the clutter of thoughts in his mind. He winked at Shenmue, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as he said playfully, I have a date tonight with last month's cover girl, who happens to be a twin. I missed our previous appointment due to some business, but now it's rescheduled for tonight. How about we each take one?
With that, he flashed a cheeky grin.
Ahem, I'm a respectable gentleman. Shenmue lightly cleared his throat and asked with a serious face, do you have a photo? Tony raised an eyebrow, then ordered, JARVIS, display last month's fashion magazine cover. Of course, sir.
Following Tony's command, a holographic image projected in front of them, showcasing a pair of stunning sisters. Even from Shenmue's Eastern perspective, the twins looked quite attractive, particularly with their well-proportioned figures.
It's already 5 p.m. When are we heading out for the date?
Since there was a date, Shenmue inquired, not wanting to miss it.
We can leave right now.
Don't worry about your little secretary, Pepper will take good care of her. Tony patted Shenmue on the shoulder and walked toward the armor stationed on the platform.
Let's race and see who's faster. I've already sent the location for the date to you. Clearly, Tony was still not willing to back down.
Despite Shenmue's superior materials and power source, he wanted to make a point about speed. No, you're the fastest. I can only keep up for 2 hours, Shenmue replied, smirking internally, thinking how Tony's words could easily be misinterpreted. Tony's expression darkened, but he ignored Shenmue and focused on donning his armor, determined to compete with him in flight speed. Seeing this, Shenmue said nothing more and walked directly to his own armor, easily putting it on.
Is the destination in Los Angeles?
Although the distance from New York to Los Angeles wasn't small, it was nothing for Tony and Shenmue, who had armor. Once both were suited up, they exchanged glances and simultaneously shot up into the sky. With a loud sonic boom, their speeds easily broke the sound barrier as they raced toward their destination.
Ha, my dear Shenmue, I hope next time you visit, your armor can fly even faster than my Iron Man suit.
The next day, after returning to Stark Tower in New York, Shenmue was preparing to leave the US and head back to Huaxia, while Tony waved goodbye to him from the tower. The speed competition from yesterday had been quite close. Although Shenmue's armor had better materials and more energy, the propulsion system was limited to his feet and palms, giving him no significant speed advantage. In contrast, Tony's Mark III had independent thrusters at each joint, allowing it to reach speeds that exceeded Shenmue's armor without worrying about energy consumption. After all, traveling from New York to Los Angeles meant that Tony could push all his energy into the thrusters and maintain full speed without concern for running out of power, easily surpassing Shenmue's suit in speed. So, in this area, Tony had finally scored a point, and he was quite pleased with himself, having regained some face.
TCH, what's there to be proud of?
Shenmue scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. He wasn't interested in arguing about who was faster.
Since the agreement is signed, let's not waste any more time here.
From now on, the international promotion of the Xiaomu phone is all yours, Shenmue said, having accomplished the purpose of his trip. He had little interest in staying in America any longer and planned to leave with Su Jia to return to their homeland.
That's no problem.
After all, Stark Industries holds 50% of the shares in the Xiaomu phone, Tony nodded, unconcerned. In fact, the promotional campaign for the new phone had already quietly begun about a month ago. As a prominent figure, Tony Stark's phone had already drawn attention from reporters, and during a few casual interviews, he had openly discussed its capabilities. The public had long been eager to see what the phone used by Iron Man was like and how it differed from traditional smartphones. So the international promotion is in your hands, while you don't need to worry about the domestic matters, Shenmue continued. The stock of Xiaomu phones was sufficient to support the initial launch. There would be a Huaxia version and an international version, with the international marketing relying on Stark Industries, while the domestic market would be completely managed by Su Jia. Simply put, Shenmue handed over the domestic market to the government. In this dangerous Marvel world, Shenmue cared less about monetary benefits. To him, the value of power far outweighed the importance of money.
Only by becoming strong could one achieve a sense of security.
No problem, looking forward to our next meeting, Tony said with a confident smile. Gaining that point in speed had restored his confidence. He firmly believed that once he obtained the new element, his Iron Man suit would undergo a significant upgrade. Next time, my Mark series armor will surely be more powerful than your Qilin series.
Tony was confident about this.
Perhaps, Shenmue replied with a smile, glancing at Su Jia, who looked displeased. They both donned their armor and took off toward their homeland.
This guy.
Watching Shenmue and Su Jia leave, Tony's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression.
He's really left me with a huge problem.
He knew that the PLA equipping the Qilin armor would not escape the attention of the US military.
He could only imagine the trouble he would face next.
Given the US military's nature, they would surely seek to obtain similar weapons upon seeing a competitor equipped with a more powerful one.
It was clear that his Iron Man suit would become their target. Tony, why are we making concessions and letting both sides hold 50% of the Xiaomu phone shares?
Pepper Potts looked at Tony Stark with confusion and displeasure after Shenmue and his companion had left. As a senior executive at Stark Industries, she naturally hoped for her company to gain more benefits. It was clear that previously, Obadiah had negotiated an 80% share for Stark, but now under Tony, it had dropped to 70% and then down to 50%. This was hard for her to understand. Pepper, this world isn't just about making money, Tony replied with a nonchalant smile, looking at her. It's rare to find someone I can tolerate, so there's no need to become adversaries over such trivial benefits. This was indeed Tony's style. He had little interest in money, his wallet often had little to no cash. The only time he cared about money was when his father, Howard Stark, gave him $1.08 as pocket money when he was a child.
Nowadays, Tony really didn't care about small amounts of money.
Pepper fell silent, and after a long pause, she sighed and asked,
"Did Shenmue really develop the Iron Man suit all by himself? You didn't help him at all?"
After a moment of contemplation, she looked toward the wall where one of Tony's Iron Man suits was displayed and continued, "In my opinion, there's no way Shenmue could have created an Iron Man suit without your assistance." While she didn't know why Tony would do this, she felt that was the only possibility. Simply put, both Pepper and Tony shared the same disbelief. They thought it was impossible for someone like Shenmue, a Chinese man, to invent an Iron Man suit solely through his intelligence. This arrogance was not only found in Tony but was deeply rooted in the hearts of many Americans, including Pepper Potts.
Why would I have any reason to help him?
Tony shook his head with a wry smile and then added, "That's not an Iron Man suit, his suit is called Qilin. It seems to be named after a legendary creature from Chinese mythology. Although it's a bit hard to admit, the truth is that Shenmue's Qilin armor is technologically more advanced than my Mark III suit."
Despite his arrogance, Tony was not one to shy away from admitting defeat. Now that his suit was less advanced, he could still say it openly. Confidently, Tony believed that given time and continuous upgrades, his Mark series armor would eventually surpass Shenmue's. Really? Is that true?
Pepper exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gasped.
Indeed, Tony sighed, continuing, and this guy has left me with a big problem.
He produced the Qilin series armor and directly handed it over to the Chinese military. If the US military finds out about this, they'll definitely come looking for trouble.
I don't want my armor falling into the hands of those guys. He gave the armor to the military? Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. Doesn't that pose a huge threat to us in America? Why would it be a threat?
Tony shrugged and countered, "Are you afraid that the Chinese military will wear the armor and attack us under the banner of freedom and democracy?"
Pepper fell silent.
She knew her boss had little regard for the US military, so it wasn't surprising he would say such a thing. However, when she first heard about the Chinese military being equipped with the armor, she did have concerns that they might come for them. But after listening to Tony, she gradually calmed down. The Chinese military had been established for decades, and she had never heard of them initiating a war. The few conflicts they had fought seemed to be against the US military, such as in Korea and Vietnam, where Chinese forces had given the US military a hard time, leaving a strong impression on many Americans. "The Chinese military wouldn't start a war without reason," Tony said calmly.
"That's what Shenmue said, and I choose to believe it. Even if they were to start a war, I wouldn't sit idly by.
I believe my Mark series armor will definitely be stronger than Shenmue's Qilin series armor." This was Tony Stark, this was Iron Man, this was the unique American individual heroism. In the eyes of these superheroes, they always believed they could solve all problems. While they could turn danger into opportunity in the movies and achieve their goals, it was evident that individual strength had its limits. If war truly broke out, Tony would have no chance against the powerful Chinese military with just his personal strength. Even if he created an army of Iron Men, it would be no match for the Chinese military's armored forces. This was an undeniable fact.
"Pepper, how about I prepare a suit for you as well?
Look at Shenmue's secretary, that Eastern girl, she has her own suit.
Stark Industries can't lose out to them," Tony proposed.
Indeed, being competitive by nature, he didn't want to lose to anyone in any aspect.
"Not interested," Pepper replied, pursing her lips, showing no interest in the offer as she turned to leave. Watching her walk away, Tony's smile faded, and the idea of creating an army of Iron Men controlled by JRVIS became firmly established in his mind. Just like he said, Tony didn't want to completely believe Shenmue's words. Even if the Chinese military truly wouldn't engage in foreign wars, he still needed to have a means of defense. Similar to Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony had a strong sense of paranoia. He would never entrust his safety to anyone else. Maintaining world peace didn't require the military of other countries, nor did it need the American military.
In Tony's view, he alone was enough. He felt it was essential to establish an Iron Army to prepare for the future. If one day the Chinese military initiated a war internationally, he would have the capital to resist. If Shenmue knew Tony's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it laughable and think that Tony was overthinking it. Perhaps due to cultural reasons, most modern Chinese people are generally mild-mannered and rarely provoke trouble. In today's era, most Chinese people hoped for peaceful development and worked toward that goal. The possession of Qilin armor by the Chinese military would nearly eliminate the possibility of aggressive expansion. This was in stark contrast to America, which, despite being a nation just over 200 years old, had spent the majority of its history at war, unhesitatingly instigating conflicts to achieve its goals, while China was entirely different.
"Shenmue, there are 2 planes rapidly approaching us."
As Shenmue was flying back to Huaxia in his armor while watching a movie, he suddenly received a message from Su Jiao beside him.
Unlike Shenmue, Su Jiao was always vigilant about their safety, so the armor remained in a state of alert.
The radar quickly detected that 2 fighter jets were speeding towards them from several kilometers away.
Fighter jets?
Upon hearing this, Shenmue activated the alert mode on his armor.
Sure enough, two red dots were rapidly closing in on them. The speed of these planes had already exceeded the speed of sound, and they were clearly not ordinary aircraft. As they got closer, Chen Mu recognized the familiar jets. F-22 supersonic heavy fighters, the most advanced aircraft in the US and a hallmark of fifth-generation fighters. Of course, he was familiar with them because there were several F-22s in his own warehouse. Are they targeting us? Chen Mu asked, puzzled. Based on their flight direction and trajectory, they are indeed pursuing us, Su Jia replied, her voice tinged with concern. It was clear that the two F-22s had a clear target, the two of them. Is Tony Stark sending them after us? Su Jia couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't be the case. He wouldn't resort to such methods, Chen Mu said calmly. Besides, we just left his tower, it's unlikely he would send fighter jets to chase us down immediately. Furthermore, while Stark Industries had been involved in the development of the F-22 and had the ability to produce them, they clearly didn't have the authority to operate such aircraft in U.S. airspace. The only organizations allowed to operate jets in American airspace were the military and perhaps SHIELD or the Department of Homeland Defense, which had not yet changed its name. Maybe they're just passing by? Chen Mu suggested uncertainly, though he knew deep down that this was unlikely to be mere coincidence. It was obvious that the two F-22s were targeting them or the armors they were wearing. Warning, two unauthorized aircraft ahead. You have entered our airspace. Please comply with our orders and proceed to the nearest base for investigation. Over. Warning. Warning. The radio crackled with the F-22's demands, causing Su Jia's heart to sink. She no longer held on to any hope, it was indeed coming for them, or rather, for their armor. As for following the F-22s to the nearby base, that was simply a fantasy. Would they even be able to get out if they went? Su Jia didn't think so and silently activated her armor's combat mode. Unlike Chen Mu, who had no weapons visibly installed on his armor, the only offensive capability he had was the energy discharge device located in the palms of his hands, similar to Tony Stark's repulsor rays. Its power depended on the energy released, but its range was limited to only a few dozen meters. So, it would indeed be difficult for Chen Mu's armor to destroy the two fighter jets outright. However, due to its material, the armor made entirely from vibranium was indeed indestructible, and the weapons on the F-22s would struggle to pose a threat to Chen Mu. Su Jia's Qilin armor, on the other hand, was different. Her armor had been modified a few days earlier by military scientists, not just for aesthetic changes, but to add various weapons. While Huasia's technology might lag behind that of the US, in terms of weaponry, they were not far behind. Powerful weapons had been integrated into the Qilin armor, so dealing with the two US F-22s wouldn't be too much of a problem for Su Jia, as long as she operated carefully and avoided taking too many hits. Of course, their current issue wasn't just about taking down these two F-22s. Even if they managed to shoot them down, they would face many more problems ahead. After all, they were still in US airspace, and as long as they hadn't left, more fighters could arrive at any moment. And their armor's energy reserves were limited, they couldn't outlast the US military. I'll hold them off, you need to get out of here, Su Jia said after a brief moment of consideration. She planned to sacrifice herself to buy time for Chen Mu's safe escape. She understood Chen Mu's importance and was willing to ensure his safety even at the cost of her own life. The armor could not fall into the hands of the US military, so she intended to activate the self-destruct mechanism after stalling them long enough for Chen Mu to escape. Don't be so pessimistic. We have legitimate visas, they can't do anything to us, Chen Mu replied calmly, and his confidence stemmed from the fact that he had plenty of weapons in his warehouse. He had a few sets of armor made just for emergencies, operated by the Hongmeng intelligent program that could easily match Iron Man's combat capabilities, and all made of vibranium, making it sturdier than the average Qilin armor. Besides the armors, he also had several aircraft, 2 standard F-22s and 2 upgraded F-22s. All these planes were equipped with the Hongmeng intelligent program for autopilot, allowing him to position them wherever he wanted, catching the US military off guard, so he wasn't too worried. Moreover, attacking the F-22s with his own F-22s would help him shift the blame entirely away from himself, even leading to potential framing. Don't hold on to any false hopes. The Americans are shameless, if the armor falls into their hands, it won't be given back. And if you end up in their custody, not even our country can save you, Su Jia warned. Just like in Chen Mu's previous world, the Americans used underhanded tactics to detain Huawei executives, and there was little that their home country could do to rescue them.
It was easy to imagine that if Chen Mu indeed went to the nearby military base, escaping would be nearly impossible.
Perhaps a miracle will happen, right? Chen Mu smiled, not overly worried. After all, they were just two F-22s, and if he wanted to leave, it wouldn't be too difficult. Maybe Tony Stark will come to help us?
Chen Mu said with a grin, though in reality, Tony Stark wouldn't know what was happening on their end, as the US military had already blocked all signals, making it nearly impossible to send a distress call. He said this to set up a scenario where he could pin the blame on Iron Man. He had installed 2 intelligence systems on each of the 4 F-22s, one was the Hongmeng intelligence system, and the other was JARVIS. The JARVIS system remained off under normal circumstances, allowing the Hongmeng system to control the aircraft and engage in combat with the US military. If the aircraft were shot down, the Hongmeng system would self-destruct, and the JARVIS system would activate, making it impossible for Stark to explain himself. To be honest, Chen Mu had some grievances against Tony Stark. They had barely left his place when they were targeted. He felt that Stark should take some responsibility for this situation, so he intended to place the blame squarely on him. The US military has cut off signals in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Our distress signal can't get out at all, Su Jia said coldly. The blue interface inside her armor had switched to red, indicating that it had entered combat mode.
Stop holding on to any false hopes. I'm going to launch a surprise attack on those 2 F-22s. Take this chance to leave at full speed, and don't worry about me. The Qilin armor could easily handle the 2 F-22s, but they were on enemy territory. Even after taking down these 2, more fighter jets would likely come rushing in. The energy reserves of the armor would eventually run out, and that moment would coincide with Su Jia's plan for self-destruction. She always kept her mission in mind. She had to ensure Chen Mu's safety, even at the cost of her own life. Since when do I need a girl to protect me? Chen Mu replied with a hint of helplessness, but was also touched by Su Jia's determination. Being targeted by the US military was a result of his own flamboyance. Just the day before, he had boldly flown his armor to Stark Tower, drawing attention. Then, he had crazily raced from New York to Los Angeles with Tony Stark, and later went on a date with the twins from a fashion magazine. It was hard not to be noticed. In America, the FBI and CIA had intelligence operations spread throughout the country. Every move he made had long been monitored by these agencies. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D., which had quietly become an extension of U.S. interests despite being nominally under the United Nations Security Council. This made Chen Mu particularly upset. As one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, Hua Xia should have a say in S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet they acted indifferent while benefiting from the resources of the UN, leaving Chen Mu feeling frustrated. He viewed S.H.I.E.L.D. as one of his enemies, believing there was no need for their continued existence. Your armor has no weapon systems. You need to leave at full speed. As long as you get out of US airspace, you'll be safe returning to your homeland, Su Jia insisted, ignoring Chen Mu's words. Her eyes were locked on the increasingly approaching F-22s, and she had made up her mind. While Chen Mu felt a bit speechless, he was still moved by Su Jia's resolve. This girl was truly determined to protect him. This was the spirit of a Hua Xia soldier. They would set aside their own lives for the greater good. Warning, 4 more aircraft have taken off from the ground ahead and are approaching at high speed. Just then, Su Jia's armor issued another alert, causing her heart to tighten. It was exactly what she feared. On US territory, her biggest worry was that more enemies would keep popping up. With the 2 F-22s still unresolved, now 4 more had appeared, which was a dire turn of events for them. You need to leave now, don't waste any more time. Move at full speed. Su Jia urged Chen Mu anxiously. It seems the ones ahead aren't our enemies, Chen Mu said, gradually slowing down and hovering in the air. Su Jia, left with no choice, followed suit, confused by Chen Mu's words but still remaining on high alert. In reality, the 4 planes ahead were deployed by Chen Mu, so he felt no concern. Using F-22s to deal with F-22s would easily clear them of suspicion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few kilometers was nothing for the supersonic jets. The 4 planes controlled by Hongmeng sped forward, quickly closing the distance. After passing by Chen Mu and Su Jia, they launched missiles at the 2 pursuing F-22s. Boom! One F-22 was hit and exploded due to a moment of inattention, while the other F-22 performed a roll to evade the attack. The pilot frantically sent out distress signals and radioed the 4 attacking F-22s for an explanation. The pilot was thoroughly confused. Why were F-22s attacking each other on US soil?
However, the aircraft controlled by the Hongmeng system did not respond to his radio calls and continued their relentless pursuit. At that moment, the pilot had completely abandoned his mission. Survival was far more important, and he turned to flee.
And how could Chen Mu allow that?
He didn't have his planes engage the enemy right away, instead opting to circle around, giving the enemy pilot enough time to send out distress signals and report the current situation.
It would be the F-22s that took them down, not his people. What? Su Jia was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Why were the F-22s engaging each other? Forget about it, let's take this chance to leave.
With the target delayed, Chen Mu immediately urged Su Jia. Knowing it wasn't the time to dawdle, Su Jia unhesitatingly joined him as they quickly flew in the same direction. For them, leaving the US was the most important thing.
Have you found out which base the F-22 that shot down our aircraft took off from?
Meanwhile, at a nearby US military base, General Ross was berating his subordinates. General Ross was the one who had been ordering the capture of the Hulk, a typical hawk in the US military who adhered to the principle of might makes right. He had long coveted the Iron Man suit but couldn't act against Tony Stark due to his status. Recently, upon hearing that two individuals from Huaxia were wearing armor similar to Iron Man's, he became intent on seizing their suits by any means necessary. In his view, Chen Mu and Su Jia's suits were undoubtedly provided by Tony Stark, and he believed it was his duty to reclaim what belonged to America while also condemning Stark for treason. General Ross thought it impossible for the backward Huaxia to create Iron Man suits. The only explanation was that Stark had betrayed his country by handing over his technology, an act that the US military could not tolerate. Therefore, upon learning that Chen Mu and Su Jia had left Stark Tower, General Ross immediately dispatched two fighter jets to pursue them, intending to seize the armor by force.
The current situation puzzled him. The two F-22s were attacked, but the attackers weren't Chen Mu and Su Jia, but rather other F-22s. He ordered 10 more jets to take off to assist the attacked aircraft and to capture those two individuals.
Who did this? General Ross slammed his fist down on the table, his face dark and stormy, as if it could drip water. The 4 unidentified F-22s had engaged in a fierce battle with the 10 aircraft that came to reinforce them in a specific area. After losing another 7 planes and suffering heavy casualties, they finally managed to shoot down all the enemy aircraft. However, the 2-to-1 loss ratio made General Ross feel deeply pained. The F-22s were the most advanced and expensive jets in the US military. Losing 8 at once was a significant blow to him.
Report, General. All enemy jets exploded after being shot down.
We suspect they activated self-destruct mechanisms, and it's uncertain if there were pilots inside, an officer reported.
Those damn lunatics.
General Ross hit the table again, his eyes filled with rage. He found it hard to comprehend where these suddenly appearing F-22s came from and which country's military pilots were so bold.
Could they be kamikaze pilots? General, the enemy has not responded to our radio signals.
I suspect whether those planes actually had pilots. Another officer saluted Ross, his tone uncertain.
No pilots? Unmanned? Is it artificial intelligence? Find out. Retrieve the wreckage of those planes for me. I refuse to believe that if it's an intelligent program, we won't find any traces.
General Ross gritted his teeth and continued issuing orders. General, it seems that 2 of the enemy's aircraft outperformed our F-22s. If they truly are unmanned, then those jets' capabilities should far exceed our F-22s, the officer spoke again. If we can find the wreckage, it would greatly help us improve the performance of our F-22s.
Then go find them. We must locate those planes.
Ross snorted coldly and turned to leave. Just moments ago, he received news that a lead on the Hulk had been found. Compared to the 2 Huaxia individuals, he was clearly more interested in the Hulk. However, the precision with which the aircraft had operated using artificial intelligence made him think that such capabilities could only come from either SHIELD or Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Su Jia had already piloted their armor out past the coast of America, quickly entering international waters, which meant they had completely escaped danger. Chen Mu had set up contingencies within those 4 F-22s. Shortly after they were shot down, the Hongmeng system had uninstalled itself without leaving any traces and activated the JARVIS system.
If the electronic devices were not completely destroyed, it would be easy to find clues from the wreckage that pointed towards Stark Industries.
As long as they were out of US territory, with the flight speed of the Chilean armor, they could return to their homeland in just a few hours.
It was only when they were back in their homeland that Su Jia finally relaxed.
Shenmue, now that we're back in our homeland, you should head to the industrial zone.
I need to report the details of this incident to General Zhang, Su Jia said eagerly after returning to Huaxia.
She was curious about where those F-22s had come from, but they had saved their lives.
Alright, I'll head straight to the industrial zone. After you finish your report, come back to the company.
The upcoming launch of the Xiaomu phone still relies on you to handle everything, Shenmue replied nonchalantly. In this world, he really had little else to do. It was better for him to return to his studio and research various black technologies. The Huachang base system was fully bound to him, and he could master the various technologies it provided, depending on his own understanding. Shenmue had not come from a technological background, but after being exposed to this knowledge, he had quickly adapted. In his previous life, Iron Man had merely been a movie, but now, in the Marvel Universe, he had the opportunity to work with real Iron Man suits. How could he not be excited? During this time, he had been catching up on learning these black technologies with the system's assistance. Now, he had fully mastered the technologies of the Mark II and Mark III. Even without the system, he could recreate them completely. He had learned the principles of the arc reactor, the design of the armor, and the production of various weapon systems. With the system's help, acquiring this knowledge had become incredibly easy. If he kept learning, in the future he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tony Stark based solely on his own knowledge. Therefore, after returning to Huaxia, Shenmue had nothing else to do but to head back to the industrial zone and study. After all, the company was mostly in the military's hands now, he merely needed to wait for dividends. In this dangerous Marvel world, he had become increasingly indifferent to small amounts of money. What he truly desired was enough power to protect himself and contribute to the great rejuvenation of his homeland.
Was this boss too carefree? Just escaping danger, and he didn't seem worried at all? He didn't seem to have any semblance of relief after surviving a crisis.
Alright, after I finish my report, I will return to the industrial zone. Su Jia nodded and changed direction, flying toward another area.
Glancing at Su Jia's departing figure, Shenmue headed straight toward the industrial zone. The armor being produced there was soon to be delivered to the military, and he couldn't be bothered with those matters. His main goal was to isolate himself and continue learning, arming his brain with knowledge so that he could use it to create powerful weapons to strengthen his own body. Learning brought him joy, he absolutely loved it. From his previous life to now, he had never had such a passion for learning. As he acquired more knowledge, he could increasingly understand Tony Stark's mindset. No wonder he was so arrogant. After mastering this knowledge, he felt so different from ordinary people, as if he existed in two different worlds. However, the most significant difference between him and Tony Stark was that his original intention had never changed. The desire for a strong homeland was rooted in the long history of Huaxia, and the deep-seated national sentiment had given birth to the feeling of patriotism. Of course, in any society, there would always be a small number of individuals who sold out their homeland for personal gain, but these people would always be the minority. In contrast, how could a country that had only been established for a little over 200 years like America have a strong sense of patriotism? If disasters befell the country, most citizens might abandon it, or as an immigrant nation, their homeland wasn't even America. Who could it be?
Nick Fury, situated in a secret U.S. military base, stared intently at the report in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now renamed the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, an unnecessarily long and complicated name, his intelligence capabilities were formidable. He had sensed from the beginning that General Ross was preparing to intercept Shenmue. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a subordinate organization under the United Nations Security Council, and Huaxia was one of the permanent members. Logically speaking, if an important figure from Huaxia like Shenmue was being targeted by the U.S. military, S.H.I.E.L.D. should intervene to stop it. However, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was, despite drawing a salary from the Security Council, wholly devoted to serving American interests. In simple terms, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become an American organization. Therefore, even though they were aware of the U.S. military's intentions to capture Shenmue, S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to ignore it and turn a blind eye, not planning to stop the matter. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely interested in Shenmue's armor. If General Ross could obtain it, it would be good news for S.H.I.E.L.D., as it would mean they could acquire data on the armor from him. This would be a win-win situation for both the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had long coveted Tony Stark's Iron Man suit and had desired to obtain it, but he clearly had no opportunity. As long as Tony Stark was unwilling to hand over the suit, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no means of getting it. Thus, Fury had naturally turned his attention to Shenmue. Compared to the powerful Stark Industries, Shenmue was evidently easier to bully. It was for this reason that the US military could quietly intercept Shenmue and cut off signals in the surrounding area. SHIELD deliberately did not warn Hwaseong or Shenmue in the Security Council, even secretly facilitating the US military by helping establish a signal isolation zone. However, what Nick Fury did not expect was that the sudden appearance of those 4 F-22s completely disrupted all plans. The US military deployed a total of 12 aircraft but failed to capture Shenmue and Sujia, even losing 8 jets in the 12-4 aerial battle, ultimately allowing Shenmue to escape successfully. It seems that Shenmue's armor is even stronger than Tony Stark's, Nick Fury remarked, his sharp gaze comparing the Mark III with Shenmue's Qilin armor and easily identifying the differences between the two. Hwaseong has strict weapon control laws, so Shenmue's Qilin armor appears to lack powerful firepower, falling short compared to our weapons genius Tony Stark.
But purely in terms of other performance metrics, Shenmue's armor is more powerful, Fury noted. He had closely monitored the speed comparison between the Mark III and the Qilin armor, and it was clear to him that Tony only barely won while disregarding energy consumption. If used under normal circumstances, the Mark III would certainly lose. It looks like Hwaseong has produced an outstanding figure, Commander Hill nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Shenmue was indeed someone on par with Tony Stark, leaving Hill deeply impressed. Interestingly, according to Shenmue's background, he seems to have never displayed any notable talent and can even be considered quite ordinary. The school he attended in Hwaseong is just a second-tier institution. It's hard to imagine how he has mastered such advanced technology, Nick Fury said, referring to the dossier on Shenmue that he had worked hard to acquire, despite the Hwaseong government's efforts to obscure the details. Recalling a certain alien race from his memories, a thought flashed through Nick Fury's mind. The current situation is that Shenmue's Qilin armor is prepared to be delivered to the Hwaseong military. This is not good news. A powerful armor will undoubtedly trigger an arms race among countries and impact the global economy, Hill remarked, frowning. SHIELD was naturally well aware of Shenmue's actions. The armor was made by Shenmue, he can give it to whoever he wants, and no one has any reason to stop him. Nick Fury shook his head calmly, continuing without a hint of emotion, furthermore, Hwaseong is not easy to bully. Their decisions cannot be thwarted by anyone or any country. Hill fell silent. This was indeed a fact. Prepared to depart for Hwaseong. Since the Hwaseong military has a chance to obtain the Qilin armor, we have a chance too, Nick Fury said, standing up. He was eager to get his hands on the armor. Hill remained silent, but in her heart, she thought this plan was not very reliable. It seemed that Shenmue was handing over the armor without any financial gain, purely out of patriotism. For SHIELD to obtain the Qilin armor was sheer wishful thinking. Do you think I'm being unrealistic?
Nick Fury guessed Hill's thoughts easily upon seeing her expression, calmly continuing, as long as we don't cling to the armor like Tony Stark, there will always be opportunities. Besides, my goal is to acquire it from the Hwaseong military, not from Shenmue himself. After all, Hwaseong is a member of the Security Council, and as a subordinate organization, we naturally have a chance to obtain the armor. Hearing this, Hill felt even more speechless.
You still acknowledge that SHIELD is a subordinate organization of the Security Council? Given SHIELD's actions over time, when has it ever heeded the Security Council's words? Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities? But we did not intervene to stop the US military's actions, and I'm sure the Hwaseong High Command is displeased. Now, asking for the armor will surely be difficult, Hill pointed out. The US military wants to secretly capture Shenmue, and we received no intelligence on that. How could we have stopped it? From start to finish, we never received any information, Nick Fury replied calmly. His audacity in speaking such nonsense made Commander Hill feel embarrassed. Truly, as the director, his thick skin was unparalleled. Let's set aside Nick Fury's plans to visit Hwaseong for now. Back in his studio, Shenmue quickly checked on the production status of the armors. The titanium gold alloy material used for producing over 100 sets of armors had already seen significant usage, and nearly 80 Qilin armors were stored in the warehouse. These armors had yet to be painted. Due to the nature of the titanium gold alloy, they displayed a bright golden color, resembling rich gold when unpainted. The high-strength aerospace materials made these armors exceptionally sturdy, and in terms of durability alone, they were not inferior to Tony Stark's Mark III. Since the industrial park did not have permission to produce weapons, these armors were solely equipped with power systems and exteriors, but they had reserved space for weapon installations.
When Shenmue began manufacturing these Qilin armors, he had already handed over the relevant weapon specifications to the military, so while the armors were being produced, Huaxia's military factories were also busy manufacturing corresponding weapon systems. Thanks to Huaxia's extensive industrial system, these weapons had long been completed and transported to the industrial park, just waiting for the armors to be produced so that the appropriate personnel could install them. Therefore, at this moment, these nearly 80 armors were all real Qilin armors equipped with extremely powerful firepower. They would likely be fully produced in just a couple of days. Taking a moment to visit the production workshop, Shenmue felt a surge of pride as he looked at these powerful armors. The first batch of 100 armors will be distributed to the 4 branches of the military, 30 sets each for the Navy, Army, and Air Force, and 10 sets for the Rocket Force. The weapons for these armors have also been adapted according to their respective combat environments to maximize their advantages in those settings, a young staff member explained to Shenmue. This staff member, a very young Huaxia scientist named Zhang Xian, was under 30 years old and already a doctoral student at a top university in the country, specializing in weapon development. Therefore, he had the opportunity to be assigned to the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park to participate in the production and assembly of the Qilin armors and learn relevant technologies and principles. Most of the staff in Shenmue's industrial park had been arranged by the military, so many were affiliated with the Huaxia government or military, like Zhang Xian. Shenmue had no intention of hiding the technology he possessed. All the technology related to the Qilin armor, including the miniaturized arc reactor technology, was directly made available to them. Anyone with the appropriate qualifications could access these advanced technologies. Not to mention, this industrial park had installed a complete large-scale arc reactor, a technology provided by Shenmue, which served as the heart of the entire park, supplying a continuous stream of clean energy. Initially, this was something Tony Stark achieved only at the onset of the Avengers storyline, but now it had been brought forward by 4 years and was being promoted in Huaxia. The early introduction of arc energy, which was nearly infinite and clean, would truly benefit humanity. Because of its effectiveness, Huaxia had long sent numerous scientists to observe and learn, installing and debugging arc reactors across various provinces to ensure that the people of Huaxia could enjoy the convenience brought by technology as soon as possible. Once every province had installed these reactors, energy issues would no longer restrict Huaxia, and the citizens would become the first on Earth to enjoy free energy.
This is the difference between Huaxia and America.
When Huaxia obtains advanced technology, it does not prioritize military value but rather seeks to transform it for civilian use and benefit ordinary people. In the original timeline of Marvel, even though Tony Stark successfully converted arc reactor energy for civilian use and gained endless energy, Earthlings never truly utilized this energy. Instead, Stark Industries became a giant in the international energy sector. To put it simply, Stark Industries shifted its focus to selling energy, turning arc energy into a profit-making tool. Clearly touted as endless clean energy, it merely became a means for Stark Industries to accumulate wealth, and there was no significant push from America to promote it. Their energy prices remained unchanged. Of course, Shenmue had no reason to criticize others. After all, Stark Industries had invested countless resources to upgrade the reactor to extract energy, and they had to recoup their research costs. Unlike Shenmue, who effortlessly obtained and upgraded this black technology through the system, he had no cost involved. It was as if he had picked it up off the ground. Why would he hesitate to give it to others? Thus, the current situation was that Shenmue had directly handed over the arc reactor technology to Huaxia, who had no intention of using this cheap energy to gain profits internationally. Instead, they quietly promoted it, aiming to benefit the ordinary people of Huaxia. Naturally, these developments were not widely publicized, they were being advanced discreetly, and it was likely that the plan, capable of changing the world, would only be made public once these reactors began operating officially. Truly, they were infrastructure enthusiasts. Each branch of the military's armors will adopt their own distinctive paint schemes, Zhang Xian continued excitedly. The classic white, green, and blue color scheme, the Navy will be white, the Army green, the Air Force blue, and the Rocket Force will be deep black. Zhang Xian appeared extremely thrilled, feeling proud of the significant enhancement of his country's military capabilities. After tomorrow, the armors will basically all be delivered. Although there are only 100 sets of Qilin armors, their deterrent power is still considerable. Shenmue nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips. To be honest, the Marvel world was incredibly dangerous. This universe harbored numerous alien civilizations that posed invisible threats to Earth.
Not to mention, in the near future, Thanos, the director of the Universal Population Planning Office, would come to Earth to seize the Infinity Stones and snap his fingers, randomly erasing half of all life in the universe. Shenmue did not dare to gamble and did not want to. He had never been particularly lucky and was unwilling to believe he would be among the surviving half. Even though he knew the Avengers would find a way to save that half in the future, he did not want to place his hopes on them. Furthermore, even if he were lucky enough to escape that 50% chance, what about his family? What about his parents? Having been reborn in the Marvel world and reunited with his parents, Shenmue vowed in his heart never to let them be in danger again. Therefore, the best solution was to confront the threat directly. Thanos, you're powerful, aren't you? You can take down 10 or 100 Iron Men, but what about 10,000? What if there were 8 million Huaxiao warriors clad in Iron Man suits, standing before you with unwavering spirit? All fear ultimately comes from insufficient firepower, and the way to remedy that fear is to make oneself stronger. This is the ancestral firepower deficiency syndrome of the Huaxia people. After following Zhang Xian to check on the production status of the Qilin armors, Shenmue was preparing to return to his studio. Just then, Su Jia came back with a message for him. The director wants to see you? Shenmue looked at Su Jia with confusion, feeling perplexed. Is there something that can't be discussed over the phone? Even though it was 2008, the internet was already highly developed, especially with the advancement of the Hongmeng system that Shenmue had developed based on JARVS Huaxia's technology, and internet connectivity had made tremendous progress. Since the director was usually so busy, couldn't they just have a video conference? Why did he have to go in person? I'm not sure. It seems like someone wants to meet you, Su Jia replied, shaking her head in confusion. She was merely responsible for relaying the message and did not know the specifics. Alright, let's go. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Shenmue checked his phone and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon, around lunchtime. The director calling him at this time was a perfect excuse to grab a meal. Let's go then. It should take about half an hour to fly there? Shenmue decided to find out who wanted to meet him. After saying that, he and Su Jia put on their armors and flew toward the military district where the director was located. Half an hour later, they landed at the target location. The director had been waiting for a while in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Although the food in the military might not look that fancy, it does taste quite good, the director said with a smile as they entered the private room. Next to him were 2 people who surprised Shenmue. One was the one-eyed Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other was the impressive Commander Hill. Of course, from Shenmue's perspective, while Hill had an exceptional figure, her looks seemed rather average compared to his bodyguard and secretary Su Jia. And this is? Although Shenmue recognized Nick Fury, he pretended not to know him and asked deliberately. Please, have a seat, the director nodded, gesturing for Shenmue to sit down. Sure. Shenmue opened the armor panel, stepped out, and casually sat down, picking up chopsticks to start eating. It was dinner time, and he was indeed a bit hungry, so he didn't hesitate. He had to admit, the food was really delicious. These 2 are high-ranking officials from the United Nations Homeland Defense Agency. This is Director Nick Fury, and this is Commander Hill, the director said, smiling at Shenmue's unpretentious demeanor as he introduced them. The Homeland Defense Agency is a special force under the United Nations Security Council, responsible for handling various extraordinary events, aiming to maintain peace among nations and solve issues that ordinary militaries cannot address. In the Marvel world, unlike Shenmue's original world, things were not peaceful here. Supernatural events often occurred, requiring specific organizations to handle them, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was the organization tasked with managing such situations under the United Nations Security Council. Maintain world peace? Shenmue smirked slightly, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. He almost believed it. An organization under the United Nations? Shenmue rubbed his chin, looking curiously at Nick Fury. So, is this Homeland Agency working for the United Nations? He expressed his doubts clearly. In the movies, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions seemed to be primarily for the benefit of the U.S., it was hard to see them acting on behalf of the United Nations. Oh right, the United Nations itself seemed like a puppet of the West, and it had never fulfilled its responsibilities. It's no wonder that an organization under the United Nations could become a private organization of the U.S., after all, the United Nations was a puppet of America, so wouldn't its organizations effectively be American organizations? That's correct.
Our Homeland Defense Agency has always been dedicated to maintaining peace among nations and secretly guarding this world, Nick Fury replied, nodding at Shenmue's words, his expression serious, as if he were gilding himself.
Oh, so you can speak Chinese?
Shenmue was not surprised that Nick Fury could speak Chinese. After all, as a master spy, knowing several languages was normal, especially since Chinese was one of the official languages of the United Nations.
That's just a basic skill, Nick Fury said nonchalantly.
Being familiar with various languages helps to better handle issues in different regions, which is essential for our responsibility in maintaining world peace. Goodness, he never missed an opportunity to brag about himself. Commander Hill seemed a bit uncomfortable beside him. It appeared the director was indeed a level above her.
TSK, how noble of you, Shenmue remarked, continuing to eat, fully aware not to buy into his rhetoric. Responsible for resolving regional disputes around the world, I suppose your intelligence department must be quite powerful? Shenmue asked curiously. How does your intelligence capability compare to the FBI or CIA?
Our department's intelligence network spans the globe, and our capabilities are significantly stronger than those of individual countries. At that moment, Commander Hill couldn't help but chime in, but Nick Fury shot her a frown, prompting her to quickly close her mouth.
So, is it you, Director Nick Fury, who wants to see me?
Shenmue said, ignoring their little exchange and looking directly at Nick Fury.
Mr. Shenmue, I heard that you are handing over the Qilin armors you manufactured for your military's use?
Nick Fury asked directly, no longer beating around the bush.
Really? Is your Homeland Defense Agency involved in the weapon procurement of other countries?
Shenmue raised an eyebrow in surprise, noticing that the director's expression was not too pleasant.
Isn't that a bit overreaching for S.H.I.E.L.D.?
No, you've misunderstood, Nick Fury said, slightly embarrassed by Shenmue's straightforwardness, but he maintained a calm demeanor as he explained. We have no intention of interfering with your country's weapon purchases, that is your nation's freedom. It's just that we would also like to procure Qilin armors and obtain their blueprints. If we could gain authorization to produce them independently, it would be very helpful, as we, as an organization dedicated to maintaining world peace, often face various dangers.
Having Qilin armors would help mitigate those risks.
This was Nick Fury's true objective. He wanted to acquire the Qilin armors through purchase.
You actually want to purchase the Qilin armor and all its data?
That's just wishful thinking. Shenmue scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes.
S.H.I.E.L.D.? To put it bluntly, you're just a loyal dog for America.
If I hand the Qilin armor over to you, I can guarantee it will end up in American hands the very next day. So, don't even think about buying the Qilin armor from me, that's absolutely impossible.
But I refuse.
Shenmue looked at Nick Fury coldly. Regardless of whether or not you actually have such intentions, I will never hand over the armor to you. Furthermore, I am very clear about the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be more appropriate to call it Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization has been infiltrated by Hydra completely. Handing the armor over to you would be like giving it to a leftover Nazi organization from World War II. I don't want to get myself into trouble or make things difficult for myself.
Moreover, my armor is only for the military of my own country, you might as well give up on that idea.
Shenmue cast a casual glance at Nick Fury, outright rejecting the suggestion.
Mr. Shenmue, I didn't expect you to be such a narrow-minded person.
Just because of your narrow nationalism, you would disregard the entire world, Nick Fury replied, his expression unchanged after being rejected. Perhaps he had anticipated this moment. He spoke sharply, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes, clearly intending to morally pressure Shenmue with lofty ideals.
Ha, what a noble cause for the whole world.
The director, already displeased, mocked with a smile, glaring at Nick Fury.
From what I know, it seems you haven't done anything to maintain world peace these past few years, have you?
Perhaps it was due to Hydra or the nature of these American agents, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had spent years simply collecting funds without taking any real action. They cried to the Security Council for money each year but had never done anything practical for it. The director knew full well that their so-called maintenance of world peace was pure nonsense. Believe it or not, as long as we are true to ourselves, that is what matters. Nick Fury said with an indifferent expression, shamelessly. How convenient to be true to yourself. Shenmue sneered, continuing, you talk about maintaining world peace, but over the years, America has sparked wars all over the globe.
Where have you been? Or are you secretly helping America with these actions?
After all, they were America's loyal dogs, and with Hydra, filled with war crazies, how could one expect them to genuinely do anything?
Let's not even mention the Korean War or the Vietnam War, During those times, the Homeland Defense Agency hadn't even been established, so of course we wouldn't interfere.
Nick Fury casually deflected the blame, knowing S.H.I.E.L.D. had been created after World War II. At that time, it was primarily an American organization, not one that would help other countries. Perhaps they even contributed behind the scenes. No wonder, considering it was an organization established by the Americans themselves, they shamelessly presented it to the United Nations, claiming to be a subordinate organization. This was merely to get those membership fees. By nominally belonging to the United Nations, they could receive massive resources from it each year, surpassing what they would get from their own country. As for the Gulf War and the Afghan War, Nick Fury replied calmly, America was doing what was right, fighting against terrorist organizations.
Iraq was harboring weapons of mass destruction, and in Afghanistan, they faced a terrorist attack. This was simply America seeking justice for its own people. Ha! Shenmue couldn't help but laugh, asking, weapons of mass destruction? Are you referring to laundry detergent? Moreover, whether or not the 9/11 incident was real, with your intelligence capabilities, how come you didn't prevent it beforehand? Speaking of which, doesn't your agency share some responsibility for this war?
Nick Fury's weak justifications made Shenmue laugh. America invaded for resources, all while waving the banner of justice, causing countless atrocities in those countries.
Hadn't the US military committed their share of massacres against civilians? Who was the real terrorist organization here? I recorded everything you just said.
We can pull it out later and see how ridiculous your words are. Shenmue tossed his Xiaomu phone onto the table, contemptuously gazing at Nick Fury.
He was curious, by the way, wasn't it your own Tony Stark who first created the Iron Man suits? Why don't you go to him and ask for the suits instead of coming all the way to Huaxia? Are you trying to bully someone you think is easy to push around? Private property is inviolable. Stark's Iron Man suits are his private property.
If he doesn't want to give them to us, we have no right to force him, Nick Fury said calmly. America is a country that respects private property and adheres to freedom, so we won't force Tony Stark.
So you come to me instead? Shenmue scoffed, questioning, so my private property is fair game for you? Or is it that your so-called freedom and respect for private property only applies to your citizens, while those from other countries don't count? You can't be double standards like this.
When you authorize the armor to the government, it is no longer your private property.
Since you can give it to the Huaxia government, why can't you authorize it to other organizations? Nick Fury continued to argue.
Mr. Shenmue, for the sake of world peace and all humanity, I hope you can see the bigger picture and hand the armor over to us, Nick Fury insisted.
I refuse.
Shenmue laughed derisively, looking at Nick Fury with disdain.
Let me make it clear, you won't get a single armor from me, no matter what your Homeland Agency thinks. Did they really think they could morally pressure him? He would show them. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Mr. Shenmue.
Well, I'll take my leave, Nick Fury said, casting a deep glance at Shenmue, unsure of his own intentions, as he stood up to prepare to leave.
You can take your so-called maintenance of world peace and tell it to Tony Stark, Shenmue coldly replied, not bothering to stand up. Safe travels, no need to see you off. Nick Fury's expression showed no change as he turned and left. Director, what exactly is the military's stance on this?
After Nick Fury and Hill left, Shenmue looked at the director with a puzzled expression, slightly furrowing his brow as he asked.
The organization isn't as united as it seems, the director sighed lightly, gesturing for Sujia to sit down as well. He continued, the United Nations always tries to use the armor situation to pressure us. Because of Iron Man Tony Stark, the world has seen the powerful capabilities of such suits. When they learned our military was going to equip itself with this kind of weapon, trouble naturally came knocking. Ultimately, the world was still dominated by the West, and Huaxia faced numerous challenges in trying to survive and develop within this narrow space. Just like with this incident, European and American countries, despite not knowing whether Huaxia would actually equip the Qilin armors or how they compared to Iron Man suits, still rushed to criticize and pressure Huaxia internationally, attempting to force the country to abandon the plan.
Bang!
The director slammed his hand on the table, anger written all over his face. The West has not given up on us, how can we fulfill their wishes? What infuriated him the most was that within the organization, there were actually people considering compromise. Under external pressure, a few officials even suggested that the military reject the Qilin armors for the sake of so-called peaceful development. It was utterly ridiculous.
It was because of this that Nick Fury was able to arrange a meeting with Chen Mu. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, and even the director himself could not refuse.
Is the first batch of Qilin armors almost finished production?
The director looked at Chen Mu, his expression softening slightly as he asked. One more day, and all the armors will be ready, Chen Mu nodded, feeling confident as he had just checked on the production.
That's good to hear.
The director finally sighed in relief, his mood lifting as he continued. Our military's intention is that once the armors are produced, we should hold off on delivering them to us for now.
Why is that?
Chen Mu asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. We plan to establish another military organization, one that operates independently of the military system. The director signaled for Chen Mu to remain calm and patiently explained, we have long been dissatisfied with the Homeland Security Agency under the Security Council. They waste tens of billions each year without delivering any results.
So, we are preparing to take that budget and create a similar organization.
This organization will be called the Spear Agency, and it will handle all matters related to our country.
The Spear Agency?
Chen Mu's mind raced. This was going to be a direct counter to S.H.I.E.L.D. He had long held grievances against S.H.I.E.L.D., and hearing the director's words was like a light bulb going off in his head. With the Spear Agency, there would be no more fear of alien invasions. Like the sharpest spear, it would break through the enemy's defenses. We plan to recruit elites from various branches and set an initial scale of 10,000 personnel. This batch of Qilin armors will be prioritized for the Spear Agency to help get it started. The director smiled, though it was a reluctant decision. With internal issues not yet resolved, promoting the armor throughout the entire military would be a long way off. It was better to establish a new military organization, like S.H.I.E.L.D., so that the Spear Agency could develop without any hindrance.
Candidates for the Spear Agency must undergo rigorous selection processes. Anyone with ideological issues will have no chance of joining. Wow, to enter the Spear Agency, one had to pass a political examination?
Those burdened with ideological baggage would be directly excluded. In other words, only pure nationalists willing to sacrifice everything for the revival of Huaxia could join. In reality, there were many such people in the military, so gathering a force of 10,000 would not be difficult. Thus, the first step was to arm the soldiers selected for the Spear Agency. In the future, they could gradually expand to the entire military.
Simply put, the Spear Agency would serve as a pilot organization for the new equipment, and once the entire nation saw the Spear Agency's strength, confidence would build, making it easy to promote the armor throughout the military.
After all, the most important task at this stage was to restore confidence in all of Huaxia and prevent those wavering within the organization from compromising with external pressures.
Damn it, now that we are about to equip powerful weapons, they come running to stop us. Where were they when America was equipping high-tech weapons? Su Jia, having removed her armor and sitting at the table, couldn't help but curse.
Chen Mu glanced over, amused. No wonder she was a tough woman in the military, she could curse so fluently.
Cough, cough, what are you looking at? Su Jia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Chen Mu a glare, asking irritably.
She had been on alert all along, which was why she hadn't taken off her armor. Standing beside Chen Mu, she could exert pressure on Nick Fury and Hill, and should there be any danger, she would be able to act immediately to protect them. Nothing, I was just thinking about how the Spear Agency should develop once it's established, Chen Mu explained, scratching his nose. That's also the reason I called you here, the director said, looking at Chen Mu with a serious expression. The Spear Agency has officially decided to hire you as a technical consultant to provide technical support, including for the Qilin armor and its subsequent improvements.
Does this mean I'll become a civil servant? Chen Mu rubbed his chin, curious.
The director fell silent for a moment, looking speechless, then said, if you think so, then sure.
He then added, you should have met Zhang Xian before, right? Oh, I remember now.
Chen Mu nodded, recalling the researcher he had met in the park not long ago.
Don't underestimate him. Zhang Xian has outstanding talent in research and unique insights in diplomacy.
He holds 5 doctoral degrees and speaks over 10 languages, he's an absolute genius, the director explained with a smile. Originally, Zhang Xian was being groomed to become a spokesperson for the foreign ministry with hopes of making a mark in diplomacy. But your Qilin armor technology fascinated him, and he proactively applied to come to the park to learn. Now that the Spear Agency has been established, we need talents like him to take on important roles. Most importantly, the first director must have a clean background, not be tied to the current political system of Huaxia, and Zhang Xian fit that criterion perfectly. The establishment of the Spear Agency was officially on the agenda. After a brief discussion with the director, Chen Mu and Su Jia returned to the industrial park. Once back at the park, Chen Mu did not see Zhang Xian again. Zhang Xian had taken on more important responsibilities and naturally did not have the time to stay in the park to study the armor and related technologies out of personal interest. Many researchers and military personnel had left the park, indicating that they had likely gone through strict selection processes and were now directly on their way to become members of the Spear Agency. It seemed that the military, represented by the director and others, had long been dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even without Chen Mu's appearance, the Spear Agency would have been established. His involvement had simply accelerated the process.
Will you join the Spear Agency once it's established?
Chen Mu asked curiously as he looked at Su Jia when they returned to his office. My task is to be the general manager of Xiaomu Technology until the company no longer needs me, Su Jia replied calmly.
Moreover, you will play an important role in the Spear Agency, and as your bodyguard, I will continue to protect you unless directed otherwise. What do you mean by until Xiaomu Technology no longer needs you?
Chen Mu asked with curiosity but chose not to press the issue further.
By the way, does our country really pay Nick Fury and his department tens of billions each year?
Chen Mu was quite interested in this topic. Those shameless guys claim to be an organization under the United Nations, yet they have done nothing for the UN. In fact, the US hasn't paid its dues for several years, but they still fully serve America, Su Jia replied scornfully. It was evident that S.H.I.E.L.D. was essentially an American organization, and their affiliation with the Security Council was merely a facade. Perhaps the United Nations had long since changed its nature and quietly become a puppet of the US. The United Nations has long lost its fairness. This can be seen from the wars initiated by the US.
Although the UN may voice its condemnation, it is merely for show and has no practical effect.
Among the 5 permanent members, the UK and France are just puppets of America. With the veto power, the US effectively holds 3 votes, Su Jia explained. As members of NATO, the UK, France, and the US colluded with each other. Their existence as permanent members was only to substitute votes when the US couldn't directly veto something. In the United Nations, our country faces significant pressure. As a developing country, we are the only ones truly speaking out for some underdeveloped nations, but that is far from enough. At this point, Su Jia's tone turned somber. The dominance of the Western world remained strong. For instance, when America was determined to invade other countries, even if our country voted against it, they would completely disregard it and fabricate excuses to launch attacks.
To add a crime, one needs no excuse.
Furthermore, the US controlled the entire external narrative. Under the operation of its propaganda machine, black could be painted as white. Under their narrative, Middle Eastern countries were branded as terrorist nations, and even ordinary citizens were labeled as terrorists, while the US military's massacres of civilians were completely covered up. It was possible that all of this was orchestrated by S.H.I.E.L.D., which had the capability to conceal such actions. This demonstrated the power of public opinion. Fortunately, our country established the Green Dam early on, otherwise, under their propaganda, the younger generation in our country could have been misled terribly. Just look at the situation in the precious island region of Chen Mu's original world. The youth there have been brainwashed and often express laughable opinions, like frogs at the bottom of a well. This illustrates the influence of public opinion on young people. They grow up surrounded by lies and come to believe these lies as truths. It's difficult to imagine what the young people in our country would be like today if the Green Dam hadn't been established, probably not much different from those in the precious island region. All of this will change, Chen Mu said firmly after a moment of silence. In his eyes, there seemed to be a glimmer of light. Since he had come to this world, if he did not change it, wouldn't it be a waste of a trip? Let's speed up the production of the armors. I hope to have all the remaining armors produced today. When Zhang Xian comes over tomorrow, we must ensure that all the armors are delivered to him. Chen Mu waved his hand, no longer dwelling on the previous topic. He was now fully committed to learning various technologies, preparing to integrate the knowledge obtained through the system so that he could independently develop new technologies rather than completely relying on the system. The system was powerful, but Chen Mu understood that to achieve true national development, he could not depend solely on it. The system was merely a tool. Moreover, the Huachang-based system had a fatal flaw. It could only achieve breakthroughs in the same technology once. To maintain the Qilin armor on par with or even surpassing Tony's Iron Man suits, he would need to upgrade it himself. If he relied solely on the system, he would only be able to continuously absorb strengths from various sources to upgrade the armor. Fortunately, there were countless researchers in the country who would help Shenmue improve new technologies, and he could also grasp the knowledge obtained through the system, but this would require time and research on his part. Once we finish using this batch of titanium build alloy, we'll switch to ordinary steel for production, Shenmue said. The materials for armor production had always been a significant issue, with the biggest problem being energy generation. Mass-producing portable arc reactors solely from Shenmue's industrial park was not realistic unless they produced a low-spec version like the one Tony Stark hammered out in the cave. To promote the Qilin armor nationwide, he needed thousands or even millions of portable arc reactors, which meant it was necessary to develop a weakened version of the reactor. Moreover, to realize the goal of having everyone in the country able to wear the armors, the only way to produce so many arc reactors was to mobilize national resources, allowing local scientists to fully master the technology, and then let the arc reactors truly roll off the assembly line in the country. Of course, this was a long-term plan. Right now, Shenmue needed to focus on using his industrial park to arm the Spear Agency. That was the immediate priority. The 100 sets of Qilin armors produced using titanium build alloy had been fully completed in Shenmue's Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. From the armor's exterior to the internal arc reactor, all materials used were the top quality supplies available in Huaxia. Even the compatible weapons were meticulously crafted by the country's leading military industrial groups, ensuring their quality. As a result, the combat effectiveness of these 100 armors was stronger than Tony Stark's Mark III. It's important to note that war is no child's play. The effectiveness of armors, much like fighter jets, depends not only on their performance but also on the skill of the operator. Tony Stark invented the Iron Man suit, without a doubt, and he is rightly called the father of armored suits. However, when it comes to combat talent, the playboy Tony Stark pales in comparison to the soldiers of Huaxia who have undergone rigorous training. Therefore, the combat power that the Qilin 1 armors could unleash would undoubtedly far surpass that of Iron Man. The cost of these 100 sets of armors is approximately 3 million renminbi. While that is relatively cheap compared to other military equipment, equipping the entire army with them as individual soldier weapons clearly poses significant challenges, Sujia noted, revealing the difficulties they currently faced. That's why the military is considering whether you could modify the parameters of the armors to bring down the costs, she continued. Similar to Iron Man's Mark series, the parameters of the Qilin armor were not easily adjustable. Currently, they were using titanium gold alloy, and the entire design was based on that standard. Simply changing the materials would result in armors that could not function properly. Hence, the military hoped Shenmue could revise the design. Also, the Qilin armor's cost of 3 million includes 2 million for the energy reactor. Is there a way to reduce its power output and thus control costs? In simple terms, the current cost of Qilin 1 was simply too high, and to equip them on a large scale, costs needed to be reduced. This is no problem. I will send you the modified data shortly, and you can pass it on to the director, Shenmue said after a moment of contemplation. He did not refuse Sujia's request. However, regarding the reactor, I have a weakened version of the reactor that has about 1/5 the power of the current Qilin armor reactor, but it can sustain high-intensity combat for 2 days. The cost should be under 500,000 renminbi. However, the production conditions for this reactor are not high. I plan to manufacture it at the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park to prevent any leaks of production materials. After all, if mishandled, its energy output could be more terrifying than an ordinary bomb. The weakened arc reactor in Shenmue's hands was similar to the one Tony originally hammered out in the cave, making its production quite straightforward. Most factories in Huaxia, including his father's toy processing factory, could manufacture it as long as the materials allowed. To ensure safety, Shenmue decided to have it all produced at the industrial park, which was more than capable of handling the production of this single component. As the director had said, the upper echelons of Huaxia were not entirely united, so maintaining confidentiality was wise. Moreover, the industrial park was now firmly guarded by the military and the Spear Agency, making it undoubtedly the safest place. That's fantastic. I will report the reactor situation to the general. It should be fine, Sujia said, her face lighting up at the prospect of Shenmue providing the reduced-cost Qilin armors. With the reactor costing under 500,000 renminbi and using ordinary special alloys for the armors, their total cost might even be less than 600,000 renminbi, which was an astonishing figure. It's worth noting that Tony's Mark III had a cost of at least $300 million. One had to marvel at the capabilities of Huaqiangbei, or a cost of 300 million US dollars was effectively reduced to 600,000 renminbi. Of course, the high cost of Tony's armor was primarily due to research expenditures, while Chen Mu, possessing the system, could skip that part entirely, which meant he didn't need to spend so much. Thus, the 600,000 renminbi Qilin armors could definitely be promoted as individual soldier weapons. After all, even the most cost-effective weapon in Huaxia, a Type 99 main battle tank, would still cost at least 2 million US dollars, equivalent to 12 million renminbi, enough to manufacture 20 sets of the weakened Qilin armors. And those 20 sets would far surpass the Type 99 in terms of mobility and firepower. Most importantly, while the Type 99 could not fly, the Qilin armors could fly at supersonic speeds, a clear indication of their superiority. Come by tomorrow morning to collect the data. I can finalize the armor design tonight, Chen Mu told Su Jia as he glanced at the sky. By the way, this batch of 100 Qilin armors is classified as the Type 1 armor, so what should we call the weakened version? Qilin 1 SE or Qilin 1 Mini? Whatever you feel like, Su Jia replied, clearly a bit exasperated with Chen Mu's naming ability. After a moment of silence, she returned to her office. Now that Chen Mu had his own armor, he no longer needed Su Jia as a bodyguard for everyday situations. However, one must not forget that Su Jia had another identity as the manager of Xiaomu Technology, where she had to handle business affairs. Her role was akin to Pepper Potts and Stark Industries, so Su Jia was usually quite busy. After seeing Su Jia off, Chen Mu returned to his workshop. The design of the weakened Qilin armor was quite simple, he just needed to modify the data from the Mark II and adjust the shape slightly. He only needed to modify the reactor and install it onto the armor, which wouldn't take much of his time. That night, Chen Mu had an idea. He wanted to adapt some of the useful technologies he had into civilian applications. He hadn't forgotten that not long ago, his father had called him to say that their processing factory was finding it increasingly difficult to stay afloat, and he hoped Chen Mu could find some business for the factory, otherwise, the longtime employees there could barely make ends meet. Like the armor technology, if applied to civilian use, it could develop within the prosthetics industry. Since it was his father, Chen Mu naturally wouldn't neglect this matter. While he himself was not currently interested in money, since his father wanted to make a profit, he would show his support. Now, Chen Mu's plan was to design a prosthetic limb intended for civilian use or specifically for people with disabilities, using ordinary batteries as the energy source, giving those with physical impairments a chance at a new life. Chen Mu had successfully addressed the military's requests and was now starting to expand his business into the civilian sector. The first product launched by his company, Xiaomu Technology, was the Xiaomu smartphone. Although the phone had not yet been officially released, it had already generated significant buzz due to its collaboration with Tony Stark. Tony had elevated its profile internationally, and even before the launch, it was easy to envision its future popularity. After all, Tony was the only publicly recognized superhero in the world, and his status alone could draw attention to anything associated with him. Given that the Xiaomu smartphone had been used by Tony during this time, it naturally attracted widespread attention. If the phone were to go on sale now, it would undoubtedly sell out instantly. Now that the phone is all set, it's time to launch Xiaomu Technology's second product, Chen Mu said, smiling as he looked at a set of Iron Man armor in front of him. Yes, this product was a direct imitation of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, and Chen Mu planned to once again leverage Tony's popularity. After all, with Tony's high profile in the Marvel world, who better to ride the coattails of than him? Moreover, Chen Mu hadn't forgotten that when Obadiah was still around, he had secured the design licenses for all Stark Industries products, including Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, so he could replicate the design without any issues. This product would be a prosthetic limb that resembled Tony Stark's Iron Man suit and would allow individuals with mobility impairments to walk and handle objects as normally as possible. In the movie Iron Man 2, the US Congress questioned Tony about whether his Iron Man suit was a weapon, to which Tony had claimed it was a high-tech prosthetic. Now, Chen Mu was effectively helping Tony realize that vision. The prosthetic will primarily use plastic materials and common high-capacity batteries, enabling disabled individuals to move normally for about 5 hours. The pricing will vary based on materials, ranging from hardened plastic to carbon fiber, aluminum alloy, and finally to sturdy metals. These so-called prosthetics could actually be considered exoskeleton armor, even more advanced than some countries' military exoskeleton suits. This was also part of Chen Mu's strategy, to first promote these lower-end exoskeleton armors to the general public, allowing them to become familiar with their use. When the need arose, all that would be required would be to switch the power source, replace parts, or even add external weapons, turning every citizen into a potential warrior. Of course, this also presented risks. If someone were to misuse this exoskeleton armor, it would be unavoidable, as bad people exist everywhere, even in Huaxia. But don't forget, Shenmue had the Hongmeng system, which boasted superior computational capabilities over JARVAS. Coupled with a supercomputer, he could monitor every set of exoskeleton armor. Even if all 1.4 billion people in the country donned armor, it could still be easily monitored. If anyone attempted to use the armor for nefarious purposes, Hongmeng could lock onto them and forcibly shut down the armor, leaving the wrongdoer with nowhere to escape. Additionally, Shenmue had installed the Hongmeng system in all the Qilin armors produced. On one hand, a single user would be unable to operate the half-ton armor without the Hongmeng system's assistance, and on the other hand, the high-tech weapons on the armor required intelligent program control, including targeting and other auxiliary functions, making Hongmeng indispensable. In this world, the only intelligent program capable of controlling armors besides Shenmue's Hongmeng was Tony Stark's JARVIS.
Would he use JARVIS instead of Hongmeng?
Give this to Zhang Xian, it contains what he needs, Shenmue said as he opened his workshop and handed a USB drive to Su Jia. The Qilin 1SA armor, made of high-strength steel, can be produced by most domestic arms factories. However, the reactors can only be produced in our Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. We'll hand them over to the Spear Agency after they have established their own production facility.
Shenmue felt confident about the Spear Agency established by the director.
Its members were carefully selected, possessing a deep sense of national and ethnic loyalty, making him comfortable in trusting them with such technology.
That's fantastic.
With this, equipping the entire military with the Qilin armors won't be just a dream.
Su Jia exclaimed.
At 600,000 renminbi per set, even with the weapon systems included, the total wouldn't exceed 700,000 renminbi.
In contrast, a Type 99 main battle tank costs at least 12 million renminbi.
This meant that one Type 99 could be exchanged for about 20 sets of armors, which was indeed a bargain.
By the way, Shenmue, General Zhang just mentioned he needed to see you. You should have a video conference with him shortly.
Okay. Although a bit curious, Shenmue nodded and returned to his office to start the video conference.
Shenmue, we have an urgent situation.
The United Nations is pressuring our country to abandon plans to equip the Qilin armors, and even Russia, which has stood in solidarity with us, has sided with the West this time. The director's expression was grim as he directly conveyed the current situation. Huaxia has always been independent of the Western world. The West's desire to undermine us has never disappeared, Shenmue said after a moment of silence.
So what does the country plan to do? Our current plan is to equip the Spear Agency first.
Once the military is ready, we can equip them later, the director replied calmly. It's fine to equip the military, but now the Western countries are threatening us with various sanctions, demanding we hand over the armor technology.
This was utterly ridiculous. Hadn't the United Nations ever stepped in to stop the US when they equipped their military with high-tech weapons?
It was shameless, and it was clear that the United Nations had truly become a garden for America.
This must have the Homeland Defense Agency's support.
Nick Fury privately contacted me, saying that if we could provide them with a set of Qilin armor for research, they would help us resolve this issue. It was evident that Nick Fury understood that it would be impossible to force Huaxia to relinquish the technology, so he opted for a compromise, seeking to obtain a single set for research, previously setting high conditions merely to negotiate.
Our idea here is to temporarily set this matter aside.
The National Day is approaching, and our military plans to hold a grand parade on that day to showcase the various weapons we currently possess and demonstrate our strength, the director said calmly, noticing Shenmue's somewhat troubled expression. With less than 2 months until National Day, Shenmue had already provided the military with quite a few advanced weapons. For instance, he had supplied the military with an enhanced version of the F-22 fighter jet, which would greatly assist in improving the J-20 fighter jet. Even if there was not enough time for modifications, with the country's comprehensive production resources, they could easily produce the enhanced F-22 in 2 months. Of course, to avoid unnecessary complications, they would definitely make some alterations to the appearance of the F-22 or directly apply some of its technologies to the J-20. The main issues with the domestically developed J-20 had been its engine and stealth coating, and the information Shenmue provided included highly refined technologies for both, which would be extremely beneficial for the J-20.
With 2 months left until National Day, there shouldn't be any issues, right?
Chen Mu asked curiously, as he wasn't very familiar with the military capabilities of his country in this world.
Absolutely no problem.
Various weapons can be transported directly from the military district. The director finally smiled, continuing, the two technologies you provided will bring tremendous help to our military capabilities. First, the 5th-generation fighter technology has significantly advanced our domestically developed J-20, basically perfecting it. Currently, Romfei Group is working hard to produce a few more aircraft, which are in the test flight phase. They'll be flown directly to the capital when ready. With the improvements made to the J-20 fighter jet thanks to Chen Mu's technology being more advanced than that of the F-22, the J-20 could definitely be considered one of the most powerful fighter jets on Earth, if not for Wakanda, whose technology was somewhat overpowered. Additionally, we have our ace in the hole, which is the Qilin armor you produced. The director couldn't hide his smile at this point. The Spear Agency will participate in the Grand Parade as the 5th Army, wearing the Qilin armors.
I can already imagine the shock it will bring to the world.
Indeed, with Tony Stark being so high-profile, the world had already recognized the power of the Iron Man suits. Now, with Huaxia officially equipping a whole legion with Qilin armors, who would dare to challenge them in the current world? The National Day Parade would serve as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. If you don't want us to equip ourselves with armors, we'll show you that we already have an entire legion. Lastly, our country isn't without its trump cards. Thanks to the agreements signed between the US and the Soviet Union in the past, they cannot continue their development of rocket missiles, but we are not included in that restriction. After years of development, our rocket force has reached an unprecedented scale, and our various rocket missiles have achieved world-class standards. We also plan to showcase 2 types of missiles to intimidate those petty villains.
What missiles are they? Chen Mu's eyes lit up with curiosity.
Originally, this was classified information, but it's okay to share with you, the director said with a wry smile. One is the DF-41, which can be launched from a mobile missile launcher, enabling it to be ready for strikes from anywhere in the country. Its range is sufficient to cover the entire globe, and it can carry nuclear warheads, serving as our ultimate nuclear deterrent.
The other missile is the DF-17, a hypersonic missile with maneuvering capabilities.
No existing defensive weapon on Earth can intercept it, and it can also carry nuclear warheads. It has another name, the Aircraft Carrier Killer.
Wow, they have both the DF-41 and DF-17 already?
Chen Mu couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. As a pseudo-military enthusiast from his previous life, he was very familiar with these 2 missiles. Hearing their names made him feel a surge of excitement.
The DF-41 had the capability for global nuclear strikes and was Huaxia's ultimate nuclear deterrent.
Coupled with its mobile launch ability, it posed a significant headache for other nations. As for the DF-17, although its range wasn't as terrifying, it was arguably the only hypersonic missile in the world, capable of bypassing all existing missile defense systems.
It was undoubtedly the strongest tool for defending the homeland.
Without using nuclear weapons, the DF-17 was the most formidable presence on Earth.
Zhang Xian will be bringing over 100 soldiers shortly to take the Qilin armors back to the Spear Agency. 2 months should be enough for them to become fully familiar with the armor.
At that moment, Su Jia knocked on the door, and behind her was Zhang Xian.
Hey, speak of the devil. Director Zhang, are you aware of the National Day Parade happening in 2 months?
Chen Mu greeted him with a smile. I just heard about it, Zhang Xian replied as he walked over and greeted Chen Mu. He then turned to the virtual screen in the office, which displayed the director.
Hello, sir.
Zhang Xian saluted the director solemnly. Coming from a military background, he valued such formalities. Unlike Chen Mu, who often jokingly referred to General Zhang as the director without understanding the significance, General Zhang never minded, and over time, it became a norm for Chen Mu to call him that. Director, I've heard about the Homeland Defense Agency's situation, Zhang Xian said after saluting, his expression turning serious as he looked at the director. Here's my thought, while we could give them a set of Qilin armor, we must also set some conditions.
Oh?
Tell me your thoughts, the director said, not immediately rejecting the idea but rather curious to hear Zhang Xian's perspective.
After decades of development, the Homeland Defense Agency has established considerable influence in various countries, including our own.
Therefore, for the Spear Agency to develop, we must drive them out of our homeland.
Our condition should be that they completely withdraw from Huaxia, only then can the Spear Agency have enough space to expand, Zhang Xian articulated.
After all, 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain.
Chen Mu, What do you think? The director asked, turning to Chen Mu for his opinion. Director Zhang, that's also why I came to see you. Is it possible to make the armor undismantlable for research? Or to install a self-destruction system that detonates all the energy if someone tries to take it apart? Zhang Xian posed his question to Chen Mu.
That's actually not difficult, Chen Mu said, stroking his chin.
Adding a self-destruction system is simple.
The Hongmeng system can directly detonate the armor if it detects an attempt to dismantle it.
That shouldn't be a problem. Additionally, given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological prowess in computing, we should add another layer of security. If the Hongmeng system detects an intrusion, it can also choose to self-destruct.
Therefore, giving a set to S.H.I.E.L.D. would only grant them usage rights, with no other significance. In that case, there should be no issue, the director concluded decisively. He decided that maintenance for the armors would be handled by the Spear Agency. Since the Americans enjoyed playing this game, they would return the favor in kind. In the early days of the founding of the nation, it was a time of great hardship, with high-tech products almost entirely relying on imports from abroad. During that period, Huaxia faced numerous restrictions from foreign countries. Even simple components had to be imported at high prices, without which there would be no technical support. This made things extremely difficult for the nation. However, the situation has changed drastically now. The Qilin armor can only be obtained from Huaxia, and if one wants it, they must comply with the arrangements set by the Spear Agency.
If someone mishandles the armor or tries to dismantle it, leading to explosions or similar incidents, then unfortunately, the Spear Agency will not take any responsibility.
In fact, Chen Mu wasn't overly concerned that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to crack the technology behind the Qilin armor. Just like the war machine that later emerged, which remained firmly in the hands of the US military, they had never managed to successfully replicate it. Apart from constant modifications, they seemed to have no other way. Perhaps Tony had installed some sort of restrictions or backdoors in the armor. If those were destroyed, it would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. The same was true for the Qilin armor, simply giving them a sample wouldn't allow them to replicate it easily. Of course, despite this, it was still necessary to remain vigilant. However, Chen Mu didn't need to worry too much about it, as Zhang Xian specialized in diplomacy, and he wouldn't interfere in matters concerning the negotiation of interests. Once all the armors in the warehouse were handed over to the Spear Agency, Chen Mu stopped focusing on that matter. At this point, the launch of the Xiaomu smartphone was imminent, and it had generated considerable excitement. Many users were eagerly anticipating the release of this so-called next-generation smartphone. The overseas launch event was happening today. Tony had initially invited Chen Mu to the US for the event, but Chen Mu refused without hesitation. "Humph, I almost couldn't return from your place a few days ago. You expect me to go there now? Not a chance." The domestic version of the Xiaomu smartphone is also set to hold its launch event tomorrow. "Are you going to give a speech on stage?" Su Jia asked, looking at Chen Mu, who seemed bored. "Not interested, not going," Chen Mu replied with a pout, expressing his annoyance. "What's the big deal? It's just a first-generation smartphone. I can't understand why people are so excited." The launch event for the Xiaomu smartphone had been in the heating-up phase for over half a month, and now the world was aware that a new chapter in smartphones was about to begin. Traditional phones that failed to keep up with the trend would be left behind. Chen Mu's Xiaomu technology had also placed relevant information on the desks of several giants in the smartphone industry, and some of his publicly available data had been uncovered by these companies. Chen Mu's father ran a toy processing factory in Huaxia, which could be seen as the starting point for the Xiaomu smartphone. Companies like Nokia and Motorola could never have imagined that their biggest competitor would not be another phone manufacturer but a brand new smartphone launched by a company that spanned countless industries. Huaxia's industrial capabilities were incredibly strong, and pre-order numbers on the official website kept increasing. Consequently, the production of the Xiaomu smartphone was also ramping up, with stock levels reaching several million units. This was an unimaginable figure in 2008. After all, the international version of the phone was priced at $699, while the domestic version was only 998 renminbi. With the same specifications, such a drastic price difference had the domestic population going wild. Instead of 3 or 4,000, or even 1 or 2,000, it was just 998 renminbi for a brand new generation smartphone to take home. Cough, cough. Chen Mu lost his train of thought for a moment, but the popularity of the Xiaomu smartphone truly amazed Su Jia. The domestic version was also prepared with 2 million units, ready for a buying frenzy right after the launch event tomorrow. Drawing from his past experiences and insights, Shenmue was confident that the Xiaomu smartphone would be a success. After all, he directly copied the exterior design of the previous generation iPhone, and the operating system was developed by Stark Industries, ensuring seamless performance that outclassed the previous iPhones. If this didn't succeed, Shenmue would have to admit that he wasn't cut out for the smartphone industry. Let alone the strong backing from Tony Stark, there was no way the Xiaomu smartphone wouldn't be a hit. Compared to these purely civilian products, you should have seen the proposal I sent to the director regarding the exoskeleton armor promotion.
What do you think?
Shenmue asked, wanting to promote exoskeleton armor in civilian markets, which inevitably involved engaging with the government. After making this decision, he organized his goals and future outlook and submitted them. Of course, this was also Shenmue's first time using power for personal gain, letting his father's factory be the first pilot for producing these devices. For the prosthetics, your father's company needs to obtain medical device manufacturing licenses, and that's already been taken care of.
Once your father applies, the approval should come quickly.
As for that Iron Man wearable toy device you mentioned, there are no issues at all. Production can start anytime since it's classified as a toy, Suja explained.
In reality, whether it was wearable toys or prosthetics, Shenmue's ultimate aim was to spread the exoskeleton armor into civilian use.
These were just the starting points. In the future, the so-called wearable toys would gradually replace plastic with metal and replace batteries with reactors. The era of the Iron Man for everyone in Huaxia was not an impossible dream.
However, I'm quite curious. With our wearable toy priced so high, will anyone actually buy it?
Suja asked, a doubtful look on her face. A set that could only be powered by electricity, was slow-moving, and mostly made of plastic. With a minimum price tag of 100,000 renminbi, she just couldn't fathom who would be crazy enough to buy it.
What would they even use it for? Collecting? Cosplay?
Hey, don't underestimate the purchasing power of otaku. Shenmue replied somewhat displeased.
As the saying goes, otaku have a wall, the capital has a house. Otaku are willing to spend big on their collectibles.
A wearable Iron Man suit is essentially a giant collectible figurine. It will definitely sell well, very well. Besides, in the past, products made in Huaxia were often labeled as cheap.
Now times have changed, we're going for the high-end quality route.
Take toys, for example, many of the internationally branded toys were actually produced in Huaxia factories. In fact, toys from the same production batch could have identical quality but vastly different prices just because of the brand label.
Now, Shenmue aimed to change that status quo, making made in Huaxia a symbol of high quality and transforming Huachangbei manufacturing into a synonym for high-end products. Sigh, I really don't understand the mindset of those otaku, Suja said with a roll of her eyes, not wanting to argue further with Shenmue on the topic. She continued, the government has approved your proposal, and they've issued a production license for your company. You can proceed with production and sales as planned. To be honest, Shenmue had done a lot for Huaxia, but he appeared to be somewhat unambitious, which made some people within the government uneasy. After all, it's said that you can't bite the hand that feeds you. They had gained so many benefits from Shenmue, yet couldn't reciprocate much. If this continued long-term, their cooperative relationship would likely face issues.
Therefore, when they heard that Shenmue was preparing to use power for personal gain, the government approved it without hesitation. They were worried about him being unambitious. Having mutual benefits would ensure a long-lasting and stable relationship. The government also recognized that Shenmue valued family ties. As long as they treated his family well, they could keep him grounded. Thus, Shenmue's father had been enjoying increasingly smooth work, as if his luck had turned around. These arrangements were actually orchestrated by the government to firmly bind Shenmue's parents to Huaxia, ensuring that Shenmue would remain tied to the country.
By the way, I have an interesting piece of intel for you.
Take a look, Suja said as she handed a document to Shenmue.
What is this?
Shenmue asked curiously as he opened the folder, revealing a photo of a massive green figure wreaking havoc in a dilapidated urban area.
Hulk?
Shenmue immediately recognized the figure in the photo and became intrigued. It seemed that Hulk had been spotted.
This big guy has been quite the sensation online.
He first appeared in a slum in South America, engaging in a fierce battle with a well-equipped team of soldiers, Suja explained, pulling out her phone to show a video of the fight between Hulk and the Special Forces. The video was quickly processed and covered up, but the Spear Agency kept all the data. They suspect this creature is a product of some biological experiment in the US and are currently evaluating whether it poses a threat to our country. One couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the Spear Agency. They had only just been established yesterday and were already collecting information on bizarre occurrences around the globe to assess any potential threats to Huaxia. It seems likely, Chunmu said. In the Marvel world, the poor relied on mutations, while the rich relied on technology.
Hulk did indeed originate from a lab accident.
However, due to his immense power, General Ross of the US military had shown great interest in capturing Hulk for research. I can't believe the Spear Agency is already in action so quickly, Shenmue remarked.
They just established yesterday and within a couple of hours, they're already working hard. I feel like I'm wasting time and life in comparison.
However, this guy is not currently in our country, so there's no need for the Spear Agency to worry too much, Su Jia reassured him. Hulk was spotted in Brazil, thousands of kilometers away from Huaxia, so Shenmue wasn't concerned about him causing trouble here. Nevertheless, he suddenly recalled that the Huachang base system had previously mentioned that all mutations could be considered a form of technology. If they could understand the principles behind Hulk's mutation, it would greatly enhance Huaxia's capabilities, though this color was probably not very popular in the country.
The video showed that this guy escaped into the Amazon rainforest.
After evaluating his combat capabilities from the footage, we concluded that his fighting power might even exceed that of the Chilean armor. That's why General Zhang is a bit worried. If the US military manages to harness such power, it could pose a greater threat to us. Capturing Hulk's power wouldn't be easy. His strength was undeniable, and the angrier he got, the stronger he became, seemingly without limit. It was truly frightening. Fortunately, in the movie universe, Hulk's powers were considerably toned down, otherwise, defeating him with the Chilean armor would have been unrealistic. If the US really managed to crack and control that power, it could represent the greatest threat to the world. The Spear Agency has just been established, and we need a suitable opportunity to showcase our strength, Su Jia said seriously.
This monster's appearance is just the test for the Spear Agency. Zheng Xian is currently negotiating with Nick Fury and others. We also need an opportunity to prove the might of the Chilean armor. Nick Fury wasn't foolish. While he wanted the armor, the fact that no one had seen its capabilities yet made it a hard sell. If it turned out to be ineffective in battle, it would be quite embarrassing. Hulk's appearance at this time gave Zhang Xian a chance and opportunity to demonstrate the formidable power of the Chilean armor. It was a perfect subject to test the armor against, especially since it seemed that even top-tier special forces were no match for Hulk. However, after hearing Su Jia's words, Shenmue felt somewhat speechless. Using Hulk as a quality inspector for the Chilean armor? That was asking for trouble. Even the current Chilean armor, the Chilean one, while slightly stronger than Tony's Mark III in mere combat power, would not stand a chance against Hulk. No matter how strong the titanium alloy was, it couldn't withstand Hulk's devastating punches. A few combos would likely bend the titanium. But then again, there was still a glimmer of hope. The pilots of the armors were not playboys but seasoned soldiers. As the saying goes, each field has its experts. When it came to combat, soldiers were indeed more suitable. A few soldiers wearing the Chilean armor, working in tactical coordination, might actually have a chance to take Hulk down. But didn't you say this monster is in South America? How are we supposed to get there? Also, will the countries in South America allow our people to enter with weapons like the Chilean armor? Don't worry about that, Su Jia said with a smile. Our destination is Venezuela, a country that has a good relationship with us. It borders the Amazon rainforest, making it convenient for us to access. Moreover, the monster's last known location is near the Amazon River, so entering the jungle from Venezuela will help us avoid a lot of trouble. Shenmue never expected that the Spear Agency would notice the Hulk in such a way. Unlike the United States, Huaxia had not engaged in large-scale military conflicts, so there was no opportunity to showcase the capabilities of the Chilean armor through warfare. The real frontline combat units in Huaxia were limited to peacekeeping forces, and perhaps only the fire department. The peacekeeping forces often faced enemies lacking combat abilities, mainly tasked with maintaining stability and peace in underdeveloped regions, far from the homeland. Handing over the armor to them for capability validation wouldn't be appropriate. As for the fire department, while the armor could be highly effective in firefighting, it wouldn't demonstrate its combat power, so that option had to be abandoned. However, this could also be a good opportunity. In recent years, Huaxia had lost several firefighters in the line of duty. Perhaps a specialized version of the Chilean armor for firefighting could be developed, starting with equipping the fire department and gradually bringing it into the public eye.
Therefore, if the Spear Agency wanted to showcase the capability of the Chilean armor, they would need to find a formidable foe.
These documents weren't handed to the Spear Agency by Nick Fury, were they? Shenmue asked after hearing Sujia's comments.
It was known that Zhang Xian's negotiations with Nick Fury had hit a stalemate, primarily due to Fury questioning the combat capabilities of the Chilean armor.
If he was questioning its combat effectiveness, then why was he so desperately trying to acquire it?
Coincidentally, General Ross's attempt to capture the Hulk had been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., which also wanted to use this opportunity to assess the combat power of the Chilean armor. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had ulterior motives, knowing full well Hulk's strength but still wanting the Chilean armor to engage him, hoping for it to fail as a bargaining chip. However, it was clear that Nick Fury had underestimated the combat abilities of Huasia's soldiers and the Chilean armor itself.
While Tony Stark's Mark III might not be a match for Hulk, the Chilean armor's combat power was far superior to that of the Mark III.
Coupled with the fact that the armor would be operated by seasoned PLA soldiers, the combat effectiveness of the Chilean armor would not be comparable to Iron Man. Perhaps a single soldier in a Chilean armor wouldn't be able to defeat Hulk, but a squad working in tactical coordination could certainly take him down.
Even if they couldn't, the high-speed flying capability of the armor would keep them out of danger. Hulk might leap high and fast, but could he reach supersonic speeds?
Yes, one of the main reasons for capturing the Hulk is to showcase the power of the Chilean armor, Sujia nodded. Another reason is that the Spear Agency doesn't want this big guy to fall back into the hands of the US. In other words, capturing Hulk would be ideal, but if that wasn't possible, eliminating him would be better than letting the US military take him.
How many people are you planning to take?
Shenmue asked curiously, now having a general understanding of the Spear Agency's plans.
A 10-person operation team is being prepared.
We'll be taking a Y-20 transport aircraft directly to Venezuela under the pretense of delivering aid supplies, Sujia said, gritting her teeth. Venezuela is currently under US sanctions and is in turmoil, with skyrocketing prices. Most civilians can barely afford to eat. For their own interests, the US stirred up trouble worldwide. Based on his memories from the past, Shenmue knew that in a few years, Venezuela would continue to struggle economically, with its people suffering greatly. So, the US isn't a good entity, Shenmue sighed, knowing that his statement would likely provoke some backlash but feeling compelled to say it. Naturally, he wouldn't give a good face to S.H.I.E.L.D., which was essentially a pawn of the US. While some of the Avengers might fight for humanity, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not, they fought for their own and national interests.
The personnel are ready. You and I will also go along.
The Y-20 is already loaded with aid supplies, and our group of 12 can fly directly to South America, Sujia explained. The aid to Venezuela had already been scheduled for delivery in the next couple of days, and the Hulk incident was a sudden opportunity to combine the two missions.
We're going too? Shenmue blinked in surprise.
He wasn't worried about himself, after all, Hulk couldn't fly. As long as he flew high enough, Hulk wouldn't be able to reach him.
In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hulk was portrayed as somewhat lacking. In Avengers: Infinity War, he was beaten into submission by Thanos. While there were reasons behind Hulk's reluctance to fight for humanity, it was evident that this version of the Hulk wasn't invincible. As the providers of the weapon, our weapons haven't undergone any testing. Sujia rolled her eyes at Shenmue and continued, since this will be the first real combat test for the Chilean armor, we naturally have to be present. Despite her words, the eagerness in her expression was hard to miss. Although the Chilean armor had undergone several successful tests within the military, it had never faced real combat before. Speaking of which, Xiaomu Technology currently doesn't have a weapons production license, Shenmue couldn't help but complain. Moreover, our company only produces the armor's shell, we only need to test mobility, flexibility, durability, and energy intensity. Real combat weapons testing isn't something we should be concerned about. Forget about that. Don't you want to see the Chilean armor in a showdown with a green monster? Sujia clearly expressed her true thoughts, even seeming eager to jump into the fray herself. I do. Shenmue certainly didn't want to miss such an exciting spectacle. Moreover, if he could truly subdue Hulk, he hoped to extract gamma mutation technology from him, optimizing it for controlled use to enhance the capabilities of Huasia's soldiers. Of course, transforming into the Hulk would have to be a voluntary choice for the soldiers. To lead a good life, one must carry a bit of green, after all. All right, let's go. We're just waiting on the two of us. Sujia exclaimed, clearly not wanting to miss the chance to fight Hulk, as she pulled Shenmue towards the exit. Wait, I need to grab the armor first. I don't want to get crushed in an accident. Hurry up, we don't have time.
After several hours of flight, Shenmue and Su Jia, along with their team of 12, all donned in their respective armors, sat solemnly in the cabin of the Y-20 transport aircraft, nearing their destination in Venezuela. Initially, the excitement of riding such a massive aircraft had faded, replaced by fatigue. At this moment, Shenmue was too lazy to talk and simply sat in his seat, bored, connecting to the network through his armor to watch a movie. Of course, Shenmue was quite interested in the technical specifications of this large transport aircraft. He had already analyzed and stored the data in his own database, even making technological breakthroughs to enhance its carrying capacity, endurance, and flight speed.
We're almost there. Once we land, we'll head straight to the Amazon rainforest.
The location has already been marked, so we should be able to find our target quickly, Su Jia informed him. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already estimated Hulk's general location and passed that information on to the Spear Agency. The address given to Su Jia's team was already quite precise, so a little searching should lead them to Hulk without much delay.
This time, the 10 of us will be the combat unit.
You two can observe from the sky, the team leader said, prioritizing Shenmue's safety above all else. If any situation arose that threatened Shenmue, the soldiers would not hesitate to abandon their mission to protect him.
I can help too. Su Jia protested, unhappy with being sidelined.
She had come to the battlefield specifically to participate, so being excluded felt unfair. I'm also a soldier, I can fight.
Su Jia insisted, eager to don the Qilin armor and experience the thrill of battle.
Major Su, don't forget your primary task is to protect Mr. Shenmue, the leader of the 10 soldiers replied sternly.
Shenmue felt speechless. He thought, my armor is much more powerful than yours, I really don't need your protection.
After all, his armor was made entirely of vibranium, extraordinarily durable, and equipped with various weapons, making its combat power quite formidable, far stronger than the standard models. Though he wanted to voice his thoughts, he kept them to himself, realizing that to the military personnel, it seemed like his armor didn't have weapons installed. They might have guessed the truth but pretended not to know, assuming he lacked combat capability.
All right, Su Jia said, somewhat annoyed but understanding the priorities.
Her main mission was indeed to ensure Shenmue's safety.
After the transport plane landed, the 12 of them discreetly exited the airport and headed towards the Amazon rainforest.
Clad in Qilin armor, they flew at incredible speeds, easily breaking the sound barrier.
In less than an hour, they arrived at their destination, a designated area within the jungle.
Major Su, you will protect Shenmue and fly up high to transmit battle videos back home, while also recording the data from this fight for evaluation later. The squad leader assigned tasks after they reached the specified location, ensuring that Shenmue and Su Jia could remain safe in the air. The remaining soldiers dispersed in different directions to begin their search for Hulk. As the Qilin armor's first combat deployment, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. On one hand, Hwaseong mobilized satellites to monitor the area closely, allowing each soldier to report on the situation in real time. On the other hand, the Spear Agency was keenly interested in the performance of the Qilin soldiers as their direct military unit. Just like the military, they could access live battle footage. Additionally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was also observing this operation, using the Spear Agency's internal screens to watch the unfolding events. However, they could not discern specific details about the armor and could only make conjectures. At that moment, a soldier's voice crackled through the channel, I found him.
Over here, you guys hurry up. I'll hold him off.
They had discovered Hulk's whereabouts. Finding Hulk was not particularly difficult, he was still in a furious state, having transformed into the Hulk after confronting special forces in a Brazilian slum. After killing a few soldiers, he had fled into the jungle. Now, in his mindless rage, Hulk was rampaging through the jungle, causing destruction, with countless beasts falling victim to his fists, and even large trees being smashed apart. It would take a considerable amount of time for Hulk to revert to Bruce Banner, as he needed to vent all his rage first, which would definitely take longer than just a few hours. As the battle was about to commence, the soldier who first spotted Hulk wasted no time in launching an attack. In their view, the best way to handle this mindless monster was to kill it to prevent further destruction, which was a common instinct. After all, they only saw a rampaging beast and knew nothing of Bruce Banner. Their only goal was to stop him from causing more havoc. Boom! Various weapons unleashed from the Qilin armors, creating an impressive display of firepower that even caught Shenmue off guard. The might of the Hwaseong military was evident. The modifications to the Qilin armor left him astonished. It was clear that they had equipped it with an array of weapons, and no wonder the Qilin armor seemed larger than usual. Who knew how many weapons had been added? This volley of attacks easily established fire coverage, and what was remarkable was that each micromissile, under the control of the Hongmeng system, accurately hit Hulk, momentarily suppressing him. Looks like someone really has a fear of insufficient firepower, Shenmue couldn't help but remark as he hovered above the battlefield. The emergence of the Qilin armor allowed the Huaxia military to achieve fire coverage in individual combat situations. Previously, their fire coverage typically relied on rockets, missiles, and other equipment used in group formations, but now, the Qilin armor filled the gap in individual combat by providing its own fire coverage. Not to mention the overwhelming display of firepower was genuinely impressive, Shenmue thought to himself. Wow, go Huaxia. Shenmue was quite surprised that just one soldier was able to suppress the Hulk. Of course, the main reason was that Hulk's anger had gradually diminished over the past 7 to 8 hours since he fled from the Brazilian slum. With his rampage through the jungle, Hulk's rage had almost completely worn out. At that moment, Hulk was at his weakest combat state. However, Hulk was the type that became more ferocious as the battle went on. Although his rage had initially subsided, the relentless bombardment from the Qilin armor reignited his fury. After the first wave of attacks, Hulk re-emerged, seemingly unscathed. His green eyes blazed with anger as he fixed his gaze on the Qilin armor in the air. It even appeared that his size had increased. Hulk will smash you! Hulk roared, launching himself into the air like a missile aimed at the Qilin armor. The seasoned soldiers, however, were not easily intimidated. Upon detecting Hulk's movement, they skillfully maneuvered their armors to dodge his attack, easily avoiding Hulk's charge. Conversely, Hulk found himself exposed and vulnerable in the air, unable to maneuver freely. This monster's defense is really strong, Su Jiao remarked, watching the battle unfold with surprise. She was genuinely astonished that Hulk could withstand a barrage of missiles with his bare body. While these were micro-missiles with limited power, their sheer number was considerable. The previous wave of firepower had likely included dozens of missiles, yet none managed to breach Hulk's defenses. Can it really be that a concentrated bombardment couldn't break through his defenses? Su Jia asked incredulously. In her understanding, achieving such resilience with mere flesh and blood seemed impossible. It's not that he can't be broken through, it's that he possesses an incredibly strong regenerative capability, Shenmue explained. Perhaps those micro-missiles didn't inflict severe damage, but they definitely hurt Hulk. The reason he appears unscathed is that his body quickly heals those minor injuries due to his healing factor. Hulk's defensive capabilities were indeed impressive, but they were not at a level where he could ignore physical attacks altogether. If he hadn't sustained substantial damage, it was simply due to insufficient firepower. In Shenmue's view, no carbon-based lifeform could escape the fate of being eliminated when faced with a torrent of steel and firepower. Even an entity like Hulk could be defeated as long as the firepower was strong and dense enough. Of course, Shenmue's goal wasn't to kill Hulk, even the soldier's primary objective was to subdue him, considering direct elimination only if absolutely necessary. Shenmue had come here with the intention of analyzing the mutation abilities of the Green Giant. If he could master such power, it would be an unimaginably beneficial breakthrough for Huaxia. Analyzing gamma-ray radiation mutation technology of Hulk, 1%, 10%, as they drew closer to Hulk, the system began to provide updates. The Hulk, originally named Bruce Banner, was an American physicist who underwent a mutation due to exposure to gamma rays from an accident in the lab, resulting in the birth of the Hulk. His strength was unparalleled and increased with his rage, seemingly without limit. Of course, before becoming a member of the Avengers, Hulk had killed many, mostly soldiers pursuing him, but also some innocent bystanders. After joining the Avengers, however, he gained the public's favor, and many chose to forgive his past transgressions. Shenmue merely smiled at this. It had nothing to do with him, as those who died were not his compatriots. Hulk! The Green Giant bellowed, but he was powerless against the flying soldiers. In a fit of rage, he picked up a massive boulder nearby and hurled it into the air. However, for the agile soldiers, dodging this attack was quite simple. This monster's strength is terrifying. It's lifting things that weigh tons as if they're mere balls, Su Jia gasped as she watched Hulk effortlessly lift a stone larger than himself and throw it into the air. Who could have created such a monster? It was truly fearsome. Its strength is initially estimated to be in the tens of tons, and have you noticed? Its strength seems to be gradually increasing, and even its size appears to be slowly growing, Shenmue observed. With each surge of anger, Hulk's combat power continued to rise. However, as long as he couldn't fly, the agile soldiers would keep him firmly under control. The soldiers in Chilean armor acted like a ranged DPS while Hulk, as a slow-moving tank, couldn't even touch the edges of their armor. While Hulk had strong defensive capabilities, he was not truly invincible. There was a limit to human strength, and Hulk was no exception. Not to mention that in the future, he would face a formidable opponent like Thanos, or even during the Avengers era, the Chitauri warriors managed to suppress him with concentrated firepower.
As long as they waited for Hulk to tire out, they could defeat him.
On the other side, realizing that the micro-missiles had limited impact on Hulk, the soldiers adjusted their strategy and began using palm cannons, laser projectors, and other energy weapons to attack him.
While the effects weren't perfect, at least they didn't have to worry about ammunition depletion.
With the energy from their arc reactors, they could sustain fire for a whole day without issue. Moreover, each soldier carried backup energy sources, including an extra reactor, ensuring they could continue to operate without concern. Since the number of micro-missiles was limited, they decided to save them for when they were truly needed. For now, using the palm cannons to attack Hulk would be sufficient, much like battling a boss slowly wearing him down. Seeing that just one soldier could suppress the Hulk, a strong sense of pride surged within Shenmue, accompanied by a reassuring feeling of safety. This was the military of Huaxia. Such a feeling brought immense comfort to him. With millions of soldiers like these in Huaxia, the sense of security made Shenmue confident that he had made the right decision. Facing the potential alien threats to Earth in the future, having such an army would undoubtedly ensure victory.
Even if Thanos came, with 8 million soldiers like these, he would only be able to run away.
One soldier alone seems to have some difficulty completely subduing him, Suja remarked, a hint of concern in her tone despite seeing Hulk being consistently suppressed. She felt that it would be hard for a single soldier to fully overpower Hulk.
No problem. We're never alone.
Don't forget, we have our comrades. Shenmue nodded at Sujia, indicating that she shouldn't be anxious. Huaxia did not glorify individual heroism. While there were many heroes in legends and stories, the real influence came from collective efforts. Huaxia was a society where collective honor took precedence over personal glory, fundamentally different from the individualistic culture of the United States.
Exactly. No matter how strong this monster is, it's just one. With a couple more comrades, we can defeat him.
Sujia felt a surge of eagerness upon seeing the situation unfold. She longed to join the battle and engage in a thrilling fight in her Chilean armor.
Let's go together and give it a try, Shenmue said with a gentle smile. With Hulk now posing little threat, he had no reason to oppose Sujia's desire to fight.
Moreover, he wanted to get closer to Hulk to facilitate the system's analysis of the Green Giant's mutation.
Are you sure it's okay?
Sujia hesitated, tempted but conflicted by her mission. My armor is much more powerful than yours. Shenmue replied with excitement.
He was eager to gain insight into Hulk's gamma-ray mutation technology.
Due to their distance, the system had only reached a 10% analysis of the technology and had stopped progressing. This wasn't the result he desired, so he decided to enter the fray himself and engage Hulk, aiming to reach a 100% analysis. Hulk was indeed powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to break through the defenses of vibranium. With his entire armor made of vibranium, Shenmue had little to fear from Hulk.
Alright, I'm going in first.
Upon hearing Shenmue's words, Sujia's eyes lit up, and she charged towards Hulk. Similar to the previous soldier, she greeted Hulk with a volley of micro-missiles, then switched to her palm cannon, circling around Hulk and delivering punishing strikes.
This guy really has a tendency towards violence.
Shenmue couldn't help but shiver slightly, but he also moved closer to Hulk, beginning his own energy assaults. The system didn't require him to be too close for the analysis, he only needed to touch Hulk when the process reached 99% to fully understand the technology. Thus, Shenmue slowly began analyzing the Green Giant's abilities.
Although the analysis speed wasn't lightning fast, it was acceptable. At this rate, by the time Hulk was defeated, the analysis would likely be complete. Despite Hulk's immense strength, he found himself helpless against the relentless harassment from Shenmue and Sujia, forced to flee in one direction. Occasionally, he ripped trees from the ground and hurled them at the three in the air, but they were too agile and easily dodged his attacks. Hulk, unable to fly, was like a sitting duck. Furthermore, as the battle continued, more soldiers arrived to join the fray. This guy is really tough. Everyone, listen to my commands. Let's give him a concentrated fire attack. Prepare the barrage. After a few minutes of entanglement, Hulk was starting to tire. The squad leader decisively issued orders. 3, 2, 1, attack. Along with Su Jia, 11 soldiers in Qilin armor activated the missile launchers on their backs. Each soldier fired dozens of micro-missiles, totaling hundreds aimed at Hulk. Faced with such an onslaught, Hulk could only helplessly roar in anger. Stop! When the barrage ceased, the squad leader ordered everyone to halt. As the smoke cleared, Hulk's whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Only a tattered figure lay in a crater, seemingly unconscious. That was Bruce Banner. We almost killed Bruce Banner with that firepower, Shenmue said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling relieved that they hadn't directly killed him. Number 5, go check on him. The squad leader remained vigilant, instructing one of the soldiers. Without hesitation, Number 5 cautiously flew to Bruce Banner's side to assess his condition. Captain, he's unconscious, Number 5 reported after a brief examination. Is this the same guy who transformed earlier? Su Jia was also surprised, temporarily holstering her weapon as she flew over to check on Bruce Banner. It should be. Find a way to wake him and see what's going on. The squad leader furrowed his brow. He sensed that this mission had taken an unusual turn. Their objective was to capture the Green Giant if possible, and if not, to eliminate him. However, the mission didn't mention that the Green Giant could transform back into a human. In any case, these soldiers could not point their weapons at a defenseless civilian. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. had concealed much information when handing this matter over to the Spear Agency, including the fact that the Hulk was a transformed human. Let's tie him up for now. We can ask him about everything once he wakes up. Several helicopters are approaching, Su Jia announced, noticing multiple large military helicopters rapidly making their way toward them. They must be U.S. military. Those persistent nuisances, Su Jia remarked with irritation. The Hongming system quickly confirmed the identity of the incoming aircraft. What do we do about this guy? Should we just take him with us? A soldier asked, clearly concerned. Hua Xia didn't want to confront the U.S. military directly at this moment. Although they could easily defeat them, doing so would lead to endless complications. Anyway, let's quickly get this person out of here, the squad leader said firmly, fully aware of the troubles that could arise from too much interaction with the U.S. military. Number 2, use your Qilin armor to carry this person inside. Number 3, you'll take him and leave here directly. Thanks to the system optimization, the Qilin armor was easy to operate. The front panel could open, allowing the pilot to enter and exit freely. Number 2 swiftly exited his armor, a robust man in his 30s with a determined expression and a signature military buzz cut that made him look particularly sharp. Understood, Captain. Without hesitation, the other soldiers executed the orders immediately, helping the unconscious Bruce Banner into Number 2's Qilin armor. The armor had a drone function, which allowed it to carry a person when the pilot was absent. Mr. Shenmue, you and Major Su Jia should leave with Number 2 and the others, the captain said after a brief moment of consideration. I'll stay here with 5 soldiers to hold off for a while. Knowing that the U.S. military was approaching, the captain quickly devised a plan and arranged everything. He instructed Number 2 to take off the armor, place the unconscious Bruce Banner inside, and then have the other team members fly away to avoid a confrontation with the U.S. military. Numbers 6 to 10, stay with me and hold them off. In reality, with this squad's strength, they could easily overwhelm the U.S. military. However, Hua Xia was not in an adversarial relationship with the United States. While they had their disagreements, they were not at the point of direct conflict. Moreover, if they were the first to strike, it would put Hua Xia in a disadvantageous diplomatic position, something the soldiers wanted to avoid. Alright, no problem. Shenmue initially thought about handing over another set of armor to Number 2 for him to wear while leaving, but considering he couldn't casually reveal the warehouse's situation, he decided to follow the squad leader's plan and prepare to leave with Bruce Banner. If he guessed correctly, General Ross, Hulk's father-in-law, was likely the one relentlessly pursuing the Green Giant. Fate was indeed strange. Bruce Banner's girlfriend was none other than General Ross's daughter. With the plan finalized, the squad began to execute it. In the advance team, soldier Number 3 helped the unarmored Number 2, and with Su Jia and Shenmue, they swiftly departed, flying towards the Y-20 to return to their homeland. Upon arriving back at the Venezuelan airport, about an hour later, the squad leader and the remaining 6 members also returned safely. However, their expressions indicated they were quite displeased. Those arrogant American soldiers are infuriating. Su Jia exclaimed as she approached, her face filled with discontent. The Americans have protested to us, claiming we've captured their top scientist, Dr. Bruce Banner, who was researching gamma radiation energy. Now they want us to return the kidnapped Dr. Banner.
Clearly, seeing Hwaxia capture and defeat the Hulk had alarmed the US military, prompting them to demand his return, yet they found themselves powerless against Hwaxia. If it weren't for the formidable Qilin armored soldiers, they might have already attempted to seize him back. While Su Jia felt a sense of satisfaction, she was extremely unhappy with the demands.
They told us to attack that green giant and said it was a matter of life or death? Now that they see we've captured him, they're rushing in, claiming we've kidnapped their scientist? What do they take us for? Do they really think that green giant could take down our whole squad? Dream on. Dr. Bruce Banner doesn't seem like a bad person, though. There's probably some conspiracy behind this.
Su Jia added, her expression still displeased. It's possible that the US military is the one who has treated him poorly. Let them have him if they want, Shenmue chuckled lightly, showing no concern. Not to mention, I've already obtained valuable data on Hulk's mutation technology from Dr. Banner and drawn quite a bit of his blood. Once the system breaks through this capability, I can achieve a controllable Hulk mutation.
So right now, Dr. Banner isn't of much use to me.
Mr. Shenmue, Dr. Bruce Banner has woken up and wants to see you, the squad leader, still in his Qilin armor, approached them. Now that they had returned to the vicinity of the Y-20 and delivered aid supplies to Venezuela, the transport aircraft had become their temporary command center. The unconscious Bruce Banner had been released and placed inside the Y-20, with all special forces maintaining heightened vigilance, considering he might transform back into the green monster. Fortunately, once Bruce Banner woke up, he showed no signs of aggression, which relieved everyone. No one wanted to be on the same plane as a potential bomb.
He's awake?
Yes, let's go and see, Shenmue nodded, casually responding as he walked toward Bruce's direction. At this moment, Bruce Banner had regained consciousness and was sitting up from the makeshift bed.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Bruce Banner, he said, quickly standing up with a look of apology as he saw Shenmue and Su Jia approaching. We already know that, Su Jia replied curiously, looking at him. What about that green giant? Are you talking about Hulk?
Bruce Banner forced a smile and continued, he is me. When I'm extremely angry or my heart rate spikes, I transform into that monster, losing my rationality and attacking everything I see. It was clear that at this moment, Banner despised Hulk, as the green giant had nearly destroyed his life.
It's really you? Su Jia and the others looked at Banner in astonishment, unable to hide their surprise. They could hardly imagine how a seemingly frail person could transform into such a massive monster. Had the law of conservation of mass been devoured by that green giant? So, you became this way because of an experimental accident? Su Jia asked, curious about the enormous change in Bruce Banner.
He had not hidden anything about his situation and directly explained the events that led to his transformation.
During an experimental accident, I was hit by gamma rays, and another entity, Hulk, was born within me, Banner said helplessly.
By the way, after becoming Hulk, I don't have very clear memories.
If I'm not mistaken, it seems that you all managed to defeat Hulk? Banner had a vague recollection of the events that led to Hulk being subdued. Yes, that's correct, Su Jia confirmed with a nod. The Homeland Defense Bureau informed us that a big guy was causing destruction everywhere and hoped we could defeat him.
Of course, it would be best if we could eliminate him directly. Su Jia was quite displeased with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s behavior of concealing mission details. Their orders had clearly been to kill the Hulk, with the possibility of capturing him only being a secondary objective.
However, now the US military is negotiating with us, wanting to take you back, Su Jia said, looking at Bruce Banner. And they claim we've kidnapped you. It's quite ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner forced a wry smile. If possible, I hope you won't hand me over to the US, he said. Oh? Why? Su Jia asked, intrigued.
General Ross has always wanted to capture me to study the mutations within me.
He wants to control that power and create more monsters like Hulk. See? I told you, the US military has always been like this. They want to control all kinds of powers, even if it means violating humanitarian principles, Su Jia said disdainfully. They're always talking about human rights and humanitarianism, yet they are the most inhumane of all. Bruce Banner surprisingly didn't refute Su Jia's words, clearly agreeing with her perspective. But the power of Hulk isn't so easily controlled. General Ross is overestimating his abilities, Banner said, well aware of Hulk's strength. He didn't believe that General Ross could easily master such power, which was why he had been on the run. On one hand, it was to protect himself, on the other, he didn't want General Ross conducting such inhumane experiments on others. After all,
surviving the gamma rays was merely luck for him.
He didn't think such luck could be replicated. So you were originally researching something for the US military? Shenmue looked calmly at Bruce Banner and continued to ask.
The US military wanted to study gamma rays, but I can't believe it was for the advancement of science.
So, it must have been for some kind of weapon, right?
Shenmue was well aware that Bruce Banner had been researching the gamma bomb, and an accident had led to him being struck by high-energy gamma rays, resulting in his mutation.
Of course, the gamma bomb was an extremely inhumane weapon, with a wide attack range and high lethality. A normal person hit by high-energy rays would only have one outcome: death. Banner's survival was due to his unique genetic makeup.
It was this genetic factor that allowed him to survive the high-energy gamma rays without dying and instead birthed a monster like Hulk. Shenmue had already mastered the technology to control Hulk's mutation, so he understood this well. Simply put, the power of Hulk was something Bruce Banner already possessed. The genetic factor within him was the source of that power.
However, without the bombardment of high-energy gamma rays, this genetic factor would remain dormant within him.
At this moment, Bruce Banner's genetic factor had absorbed enough energy, allowing him to transform into Hulk at will. Creatures like Abomination were also able to become monsters capable of battling Hulk because they were injected with Bruce Banner's blood, which contained some of that genetic factor.
However, since it was only a small amount, Abomination's power was limited and lacked potential for further growth.
Previously, while Bruce Banner had been unconscious, Shenmue had extracted quite a bit of his blood. Once brought back to their homeland for research, they could create a controllable version of Hulk.
Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner opened his mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. He tacitly acknowledged that the incident had occurred while developing the gamma bomb.
If not for that accident, this weapon might have already been developed. Perhaps over the years, even without him, the US military labs with complete data would have produced the bomb. During his years of fleeing from the military, Bruce had often reflected on his past and felt regret for having developed such a weapon.
Shenmue's unrelenting remarks made him feel a pang of discomfort.
If I remember correctly, a powerful high-energy gamma ray like that would surely lead to a terrible fate for an average person, wouldn't it?
Shenmue continued, calmly looking at Bruce Banner.
To put it simply, gamma rays are a form of radiation energy. The gamma bomb is essentially a radiation bomb. Being hit by such a bomb guarantees no good outcome.
Radiation weapons may be even harder to accept than biological weapons.
And Bruce Banner, your primary role is that of a scientist developing such inhumane weapons. Although you later became a superhero, your dark history is still considerable. Not to mention the innocent lives lost when you transformed into Hulk. Just the fact that you developed such weapons is a serious crime.
Damn it!
Only the US military would develop such weapons. Sujia slammed her fist against the table beside her, her face filled with rage. They always talked about human rights, yet behind the scenes, they were engaged in such despicable acts. It was hard to imagine the kind of damage that would occur if such radiation weapons were used on the battlefield. If it were just against enemies, it would be one thing, but these weapons would indiscriminately attack, inevitably harming innocent civilians as well.
It was unimaginable what kind of suffering would be inflicted on those struck by the high-energy radiation.
Being hit by radiation and dying instantly might even be considered a stroke of luck.
If you survive, you'll be tormented by that radiation for the rest of your life, Shenmue continued, keeping his gaze steady on Bruce Banner. Even if you survive, your descendants would certainly be deformed.
In Shenmue's original world, the US military waged wars everywhere and used depleted uranium weapons, which had some radiation and polluted the land, also causing deformities in children in the affected areas. Such inhumane weapons were still used openly by the US military.
Now, the gamma bomb designed by Bruce Banner, with even greater radiation, could undoubtedly be labeled as an anti-human weapon.
And Bruce Banner was the scientist behind the development of this weapon, which instantly made Su Jia and the others regard him with cold eyes. I've heard that the US military has recently deployed a new type of weapon in the Afghan battlefield, which is extremely powerful and carries radiation. However, because it is not classified as a nuclear weapon, they are using it openly, Su Jia said with a grim expression as she looked at Bruce Banner. This new weapon has caused widespread casualties among the so-called terrorists they claim to be targeting, but it has also affected many Afghan government forces involved in the fighting. It seems that a significant number of civilians have suffered due to this weapon as well. After she finished speaking, everyone silently stared at Bruce Banner, their eyes filled with coldness.
What do you have to say about this radiation-based weapon, Dr. Bruce Banner?
Shenmue scoffed, looking at the silent Banner.
As the developer of this weapon, Dr. Bruce Banner, do you feel proud and honored?
Shenmue's words were indeed aggressive and struck at the heart of the matter, but they were undeniable facts.
Some might argue that before a weapon is developed, who can predict where it will be used? Just like Einstein couldn't foresee the consequences of his mass-energy equivalence equation when nuclear bombs were created.
While the invention of nuclear weapons brought harm, the use of nuclear energy has greatly advanced human civilization.
But that's a one-sided view. Nuclear energy can benefit humanity, but what about the gamma bomb? It's purely a weapon, an inhumane one at that. Can anyone point out any positive aspects? Large bombs can at least be used for mining or demolition, but what about radiation bombs? Are they meant to be used as light bulbs? Just like biological weapons and bacterial bombs, can anyone say they have any redeeming qualities? Can they even increase the biodiversity of Earth? After all, viruses are also a form of life.
I want to see how you can justify this purely inhumane weapon.
I'm sorry.
Upon hearing Sujia's words and knowing the weapon he developed had caused horrific tragedies, Bruce Banner showed a pained expression.
I've tried to end my own life more than once, but Hulk always forces the bullets out, Bruce Banner said, looking very sorrowful.
In reality, he had attempted suicide multiple times, but with Hulk's presence, death had become a luxury for him.
So, you just want to escape? Shenmue looked coldly at Bruce Banner and continued, do you think that dying will let you evade all responsibility? Do you think your death will bring back the lives of those innocent people? What should I do then?
Looking at Shenmue, a young man in his 20s, Bruce Banner seemed to grasp a lifeline and hurriedly asked.
Atone for your sins.
Use your remaining life and your intelligence to maintain world peace and find ways to make amends for your wrongs, Shenmue said with a light smile.
Escaping has never been a solution. Only through effort can you make up for your mistakes. Atone?
A flicker of determination flashed in Bruce Banner's eyes. Shenmue's words truly felt like a lifeline to him. After all, someone who only thinks of suicide when they make a mistake is merely a coward. But because of Hulk's existence, I often cause destruction, Banner said, his eyes betraying a hint of sadness as he thought of Hulk.
As long as Hulk existed, he couldn't peacefully do anything. This is simple. Perhaps I can help, Shenmue smiled. To be honest, Bruce Banner was still of considerable use.
After all, he was an outstanding scientist with deep research in the field of high-energy rays and multiple doctoral degrees, a true genius. Even Tony Stark recognized Bruce Banner's intelligence. So, if Shenmue could bring Bruce Banner along and have him join the Spear Agency, it would be a good choice. After all, Shenmue had no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D., and stealing their future talents would be beneficial for him.
Can you really help?
Bruce looked at Shenmue with hopeful eyes. Seeing Shenmue and Sujia in their Qilin armors, coupled with Tony Stark's high profile, made Bruce believe that Shenmue was a genius on par with Stark. Despite Shenmue's youth, Bruce Banner didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, the person who created armor capable of defeating Hulk couldn't be weak.
Is there really a way? Bruce was very concerned about this.
There shouldn't be any major problems, Shenmue smiled. In fact, the system had already fully analyzed the technology behind Hulk's mutation, so helping Banner to control Hulk perfectly was indeed possible.
Then can I leave with you? Bruce Banner also felt a glimmer of hope.
He knew he had certain value, so it wasn't out of the question for him to follow these people.
Dr. Bruce Banner,
Shenmue said seriously, looking at him with a stern expression. We are the Spear Agency, under the jurisdiction of Huaxia.
You must understand what it means for you to follow us. I know, but please allow me to go to Huaxia. Science knows no borders.
I hope to continue using my abilities in Huaxia to make the world a better place rather than assist in perpetuating inhumane practices by continuing to develop various cruel weapons. After a moment of struggle, Bruce made this decision. He wanted to resolve the issues with Hulk while distancing himself from the Americans, and going to Huaxia was undoubtedly the best option. As for the things he said, they were just words. Whether he would be willing to do so in the future would depend on himself. However, the decision to go to Huaxia was genuine. If Huaxia could resolve the threat of Hulk within him, then working for Huaxia wouldn't be out of the question. Then welcome, Dr. Banner, to the Spear Agency. Shenmue smiled and extended his right hand to Bruce.
Thank you. By the way, I still don't know how to address you all, Bruce said, shaking hands with Shenmue before awkwardly scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
My name is Shenmue, a member of the Spear Agency, Shenmue replied with a smile.
Shenmue, do you really think this won't cause any trouble?
Su Jia expressed her concerns. While she didn't want to hand Bruce Banner over to the US military, directly taking him away also seemed inappropriate. After all, the Americans were claiming that they had kidnapped Bruce Banner, and if they just returned to Huaxia with him, it would definitely cause serious diplomatic disputes.
Trouble?
Shenmue raised an eyebrow, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he slowly replied, Dr. Bruce Banner stole our Qilin armor.
We haven't even settled accounts with the US yet, and they dare to come looking for trouble with us?
Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then their eyes lit up as they understood Shenmue's intention.
Number 2, the squad leader gestured to the previous number 2.
Understood, number 2 nodded, though reluctantly, as he exited the Qilin armor. After all, number 2 had a physique similar to Bruce Banner's, which was why they had put the unconscious Banner in his armor earlier.
The armor is set with the destination. It will head directly to the Spear Agency in Huaxia, so Dr. Banner doesn't need to worry. Shenmue smiled at Bruce.
Alright, Bruce Banner replied with a wry smile, nodding as he obediently walked into the Qilin armor. Although he didn't want to be labeled a thief, this was the best way to handle the situation without causing trouble for Huaxia. Then I'll go ahead, Bruce said decisively as he understood Shenmue's plan. He stepped into the armor, which closed around him and flew out of the Y-20, quickly disappearing into the sky. This simple maneuver allowed the Americans to claim they had kidnapped Bruce Banner while they could counter that Banner had stolen their armor and fled, possibly even suggesting it was a US military operation. As long as they didn't create trouble for the US, they were in the clear. With that, the follow-up handling should be straightforward, Shenmue observed, feeling that there was no need for them to remain. He handed the matter over to Su Jia and the others, as he really didn't want to deal with the Americans. When they returned to Huaxia, it was already night. After the operational team had spent the afternoon arguing with the US military, Bruce Banner had successfully escaped, and General Ross had no choice but to let Su Jia and the others go. There was no way they could pursue the matter of kidnapping Bruce Banner. It was already fortunate that Shenmue and his team hadn't turned the tables and sought trouble with the US. After all, a single Qilin armor cost as much as 600,000 renminbi, and if publicized, it could be valued at $60 million. The research funding spent on developing such armor was astronomical, so what if the price was a bit high? Just ask Tony Stark how much his Iron Man suit is worth, $30 billion? So be it. In the end, Shenmue and his team returned safely to their homeland and met with Bruce Banner, who had been waiting for them.
Mr. Shenmue, when do we start? Bruce Banner asked eagerly upon returning to the industrial park.
No need to rush, Dr. Banner, Shenmue replied calmly, looking at him. The issues you have aren't difficult to handle, so there's no need to hurry.
By the way, are you comfortable living here?
After all, Bruce Banner was a foreigner, and the industrial park was filled with elite scientific personnel from Huaxia, most of whom were part of the Spear Agency.
Here, they could learn more and ensure the security of the industrial park.
Therefore, Shenmue didn't mind. He was generous with his technology for those from the Spear Agency who wanted to learn. Of course, there was a hierarchy within the Spear Agency, and advanced technologies required corresponding levels to access, preventing the risk of espionage.
Is it really that simple?
Bruce Banner looked puzzled, but since Shenmue said so, he didn't dwell on it and nodded. I speak Chinese, so I won't have any difficulties here. As expected from a genius, Bruce Banner knew several languages, including Chinese, so he wouldn't feel out of place in a different environment.
Dr. Banner, the source of your problem lies within you.
You could start by researching yourself. Perhaps you can find the answer without my help. Shenmue smiled and continued, I suspect it's some sort of power within you that allowed you to absorb gamma radiation energy, leading to your survival and the emergence of the powerful Hulk.
Yourself?
Bruce Banner, being exceptionally intelligent, began to ponder Shenmue's words. This indeed contradicted his previous research direction. He had always focused on studying gamma rays to find answers and had never considered that Hulk's existence might be related to himself. Although he was careful not to let his blood fall into others' hands, he had previously sent samples of his blood to another scientist he had never met in order to solve his own issues. If, as Shenmue suggested, it was due to himself, then that blood could potentially cause significant trouble.
And if that's the case, if my blood, Hulk's blood, isn't handled properly, it could cause a huge problem.
Bruce Banner said with a bitter smile, looking at Shenmue.
Did you clean up the blood at the scene when you defeated me in the Amazon rainforest? It seems we didn't. Shenmue rubbed his nose.
They hadn't had time to clean up since General Ross arrived shortly afterward, and there hadn't been another opportunity.
So, Banner's blood must have fallen into General Ross's hands, but so what?
At most, the US military would create a monster like Abomination, and Shenmue didn't care about that at all.
Clap, clap, clap. Look who we have here. Isn't this the Dr. Bruce Banner who stole a Chilan armor from the Spear Agency? What a surprise to see you in the Spear Agency's industrial zone.
A round of applause echoed, and the sarcastic voice reached Shenmue and Bruce Banner's ears. They turned to see Su Jia approaching with someone else.
The speaker was none other than Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., wearing an eye patch and a dark complexion, though, to be fair, his skin was dark to begin with. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be the director of that, what do you call it, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau.
I wonder what brings you here, Shenmue said, not bothering to hide his disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. It's the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Nick Fury replied, unfazed by Shenmue's rudeness. In fact, he seemed to agree, that name does sound a bit long.
Then let's just call it S.H.I.E.L.D.
After all, your bureau's acronym is a word for a shield.
It fits well enough, Shenmue casually retorted. Good name, S.H.I.E.L.D.
Indeed, our duty is to keep all dangers at bay beyond this shield. Calling it S.H.I.E.L.D. does align with our responsibility. Nick Fury said, taking pride in the name, while Shenmue could only scoff inwardly at his shamelessness.
But if it's called S.H.I.E.L.D., wouldn't your Spear Agency be at odds with us?
Nick Fury casually walked up to Shenmue and Bruce, plopping down on the sofa and picking up a document from the coffee table.
Gamma bomb? The document laid on the table was Bruce Banner's research, detailing some principles and technologies of the gamma bomb.
He intended to hand it over to Shenmue, hoping to leverage Shenmue's technological capabilities to create devices that could counteract gamma radiation or develop medications to alleviate gamma-induced ailments. He wanted to contribute to remedying the suffering of innocent people affected by radiation in Afghanistan and atone for his past mistakes.
So this is what your Spear Agency researches? Such inhumane weapons?
It looks like we need to reassess your intentions, S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury slammed the document down onto the table, visibly angered by the implications.
Ha! Seems like you still haven't grasped the situation, or are you just acting? Who are you trying to scare?
Shenmue sneered, continuing, this kind of thing isn't my research, it's yours, US military.
And it seems it has already been deployed in combat.
This so-called inhumane weapon is currently wreaking havoc on the battlefield in Afghanistan.
You dare call yourselves a shield, protecting the Earth?
The US military is openly using such inhumane weapons to carry out gruesome massacres, yet I see no action from your shield.
Or are you just complicit with the US military?
Shenmue didn't believe for a second that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no knowledge of such widespread lethal weaponry. Perhaps they were colluding with the US military to test these weapons in war, and there might be plenty of such weapons within S.H.I.E.L.D.
Is that so?
It seems we should indeed investigate the US military, Nick Fury said, his expression calming as he absorbed Shenmue's words, retracting his anger.
Stop pretending with me. Who doesn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is filled with agents? You are the so-called king of agents. Don't act high and mighty here.
Just say what you need to say, or leave, I don't welcome you here. Shenmue had no intention of giving Nick Fury any courtesy. My purpose here is Dr. Bruce Banner, Nick Fury stated directly, no longer delaying in revealing his intent. The Hulk is too dangerous, we must take him away.
Take me away? Are you planning to eliminate him or lock him up for research? Bruce Banner said with a displeased expression, glaring coldly at Nick Fury. So, Director Fury, why do you insist on taking me?
Your power is too great, it must be monitored to prevent greater destruction, Nick Fury explained, his expression flat. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is the best place for containment. Implicitly, he meant that the Hulk's power was too immense, necessitating S.H.I.E.L.D's supervision, as it would be unsafe elsewhere. Moreover, at S.H.I.E.L.D., you can continue your research and live the life you desire, he added.
No, I believe the Spear Agency is a better fit for me. Bruce Banner immediately rejected Nick Fury's offer.
The Spear Agency has enough strength to contain Hulk, it is in other places that Hulk would cause greater destruction.
After all, Bruce saw hope for curing Hulk here, why would he willingly leave with Nick Fury? Besides, I think the research conditions here are excellent. I can conduct the studies I enjoy. Bruce Banner's face was resolute in rejecting Nick Fury. He remembered Su Jia saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. had requested the Spear Agency to eliminate him. How could he possibly have a favorable impression of someone who wanted to get rid of him? It doesn't matter where you research, science knows no borders, Nick Fury persisted, continuing to persuade him. But the research conditions in the US are certainly better than here. And look around, these are all Chinese scientists. As a foreigner, you will find it difficult to integrate. Why would I go back to the US? To continue researching those inhumane weapons you speak of?
Bruce's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Nick Fury, a hint of green veins flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Nick Fury recoiled. He certainly didn't want to die. He could not afford to be smashed by Hulk's hand. Ahem, well, if you're willing to return to the US, America will always welcome you. Nick Fury managed a strained smile, his eyes full of displeasure. As the high-ranking director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had never experienced such setbacks before. He felt like he had endured more humiliation in these few days than in the previous 30 years combined. Slow down, no need to see you off. Shenmue said indifferently, watching Nick Fury's departing figure. Nick Fury paused slightly but ultimately did not turn back, striding away from the place. He understood that staying any longer would only lead to further humiliation. As the high-ranking director of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he endure such treatment? Finally, it's over, Bruce Banner sighed in relief after Nick Fury left. How about that? Isn't he just so hypocritical? Shenmue asked Bruce Banner with a smile. As far as I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. collaborates a lot with the US military. They were even involved in the development of my gamma bomb, Bruce Banner replied. Now they act as if they don't know anything and turn the tables, claiming that researching such dangerous weapons is inhumane. They don't even realize who made it or who is using it recklessly on the battlefield, disregarding the presence of innocent civilians. Nick Fury is seriously thicker-skinned than a city wall. But as the saying goes, those with thick skin won't starve. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have developed to its current level without his shamelessness. The negotiations between the Spear Agency and S.H.I.E.L.D. have yielded results, Su Jia turned to Shenmue and said. S.H.I.E.L.D. has seen the power of the Qilin armor, and the negotiations went smoothly. They agreed to withdraw from Huaxia and establish a defensive alliance with the Spear Agency. Of course, the so-called alliance was merely a piece of paper, and whether both sides adhered to it would depend on their mood. However, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s only request right now is for 2 sets of armor. In the future, 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will come to get fitted for customization. 2? What did Zhang Xian say about it? Shenmue asked. The director agreed. For Shenmue, whether it was 1 or 2 sets didn't matter, the armor was just something he could produce in bulk on the assembly line, and it didn't impact him. Alright then, when the S.H.I.E.L.D. people come, we can directly have them fitted at the industrial park. They want 2 styles, 1 male and 1 female. The people wearing them will come to the industrial park themselves. They also want to customize weapons, but director Zhang Xian refused. 1 male and 1 female, they likely referred to Hawkeye and Black Widow. Only their weapons wouldn't be ordinary. Hawkeye would definitely use a bow and arrow, while Black Widow had a variety of weapons she used throughout, so the armor's weaponry would depend on her preferences. However, the Weiqiangbai Industrial Zone was not an arms company in name and had no qualifications to produce weapons. The Qilin armor was only for producing the shell, leaving space for weapon installations. The actual weapons were produced by experienced domestic manufacturers, with the designs provided by Shenmue. Therefore, the Spear Agency directly rejected S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request. But S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't press the issue too much. Although the weapons demonstrated by the Qilin armor against Hulk were impressive, they didn't seem too high-tech, just mini-guided missiles and energy launchers, technologies that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not lacking. Thus, when the Spear Agency declined, Nick Fury expressed no dissatisfaction. Obtaining 2 sets of armor was already satisfactory for him. Equipping his most trusted agents, Hawkeye and Black Widow, with powerful weapons would significantly enhance S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. However, after investigating how many Qilin armors the Spear Agency had, Nick Fury felt quite uncomfortable. Shenmue had handed over the Qilin armor to the national organization without hesitation after its development, leading to a substantial increase in national strength in just a month or 2. With just 100 existing Qilin armors, the Spear Agency could rank among the world's top powers. At this moment, no other organization could compare, and the Spear Agency was still producing more armor, continuously enhancing its strength. In contrast, Tony Stark, from his own country, had developed such a powerful weapon as the Iron Man armor but refused to share even 1 unit. If Tony Stark could authorize S.H.I.E.L.D. to use the Iron Man armor like Shenmue had with the Qilin armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. would quickly equip a large number of Iron Soldiers, and then the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. would have no problem dominating the world. However, Nick Fury was not like the scheming elites of America or the profit-driven capitalists who instigated various wars.
He was acutely aware of the numerous alien threats in the universe.
In his youth, he had resisted alien invasions, and his friend Captain Marvel was still somewhere in the universe fighting against evil forces.
With many other civilizations in the universe, Earth would eventually become involved.
Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was a puppet of America, under his leadership, it was always on guard against extraterrestrial invasions. This aspect of S.H.I.E.L.D. was commendable, they were not devoid of merit. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s choice to compromise with the Spear Agency was also due to their recognition of the latter's strength. While it was somewhat regrettable that they couldn't grasp that power themselves, at least it was an Earth-based force. If there ever came a day of alien invasion, the Spear Agency would be a force to reckon with. Unlike other organizations, the Spear Agency was an official organization of Hwaseong, which had little aggression.
At least the Spear Agency's existence wouldn't instill fear in Nick Fury. Although America often painted Hwaseong as a threat, the true higher-ups understood that as long as it didn't go too far, Hwaseong posed little threat.
According to think tank analyses, the probability of Hwaseong initiating an invasion of another country was virtually zero. Of course, Nick Fury's compromise came primarily from the overwhelming power of the Spear Agency. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no means of confrontation and could only endure. Being able to obtain 2 sets of armor was somewhat satisfactory for him. The next day, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived at the industrial park on schedule to customize their armor. As Chen-Mu had predicted, it was indeed Hawkeye and Black Widow who came. As the current powerhouses of S.H.I.E.L.D., only they were qualified to use the armor and enjoyed Nick Fury's complete trust. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been deeply infiltrated by Hydra, and very few agents had the full trust of Nick Fury. Hawkeye, whose real name was Clint Barton, was a senior agent skilled in close combat and shooting. With a sniper ability that was nothing short of exceptional, he could hit every target with perfect accuracy, especially proficient with a bow and arrow. The other agent was the graceful and beautiful Black Widow, born Natasha Romanoff, a former Soviet spy from the Red Room. She was sharp-minded, quick in action, and possessed remarkable skills, fierce and ruthless. Her beauty was also a deadly weapon, making her one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite operatives. With her alluring red hair and every move exuding temptation, she shot Chen-Mu a flirtatious glance when he looked her way.
Humph. Su-ja, standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a cold snort, giving Chen-Mu an annoyed glare. Chen-Mu looked confused, not understanding Su-jia's reaction.
To be honest, Chen-Mu was a typical Eastern man with a traditional Eastern aesthetic. He preferred women with elegant qualities from his own culture. While Western beauties had their charms, particularly those with great figures, he still leaned more towards Eastern beauties. In his eyes, Black Widow was not a stunning beauty. Although her figure was decent, she fell short compared to professional supermodels. Speaking of models, the supermodel sisters he met with Tony Stark last time had exceptional bodies. It was time to discuss scientific matters with Tony again. Maybe he could visit the US for a while to explore various technologies.
Of course, that wasn't to indulge in frivolity or because of those stunning models, absolutely not.
These two are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here for 2 sets of Qilin armor, and the technology will be customized for them.
Seeing Chen-Mu in a daze, Su-ja, thinking he was mesmerized by Black Widow's beauty, shot him another glare and spoke impatiently. Do we need to take off our clothes? Black Widow smiled charmingly, her voice oozing allure. Measuring like this will be more accurate, you know. 32D, I could tell at a glance. If you want to take it off, that's fine too, Chen-Mu shrugged nonchalantly and joked. Hamon, measure their body data.
Despite his casual remarks, Chen-Mu still issued a command to the Hamon system. The advanced Hamon intelligence, derived from JARVIS, was connected to various sensors throughout the industrial park. With a single command, 2 infrared beams quickly swept over Hawkeye and Black Widow, scanning their entire bodies and gathering their measurements to establish models in the database.
Your measurements have been completed. It will take about 2 hours to produce the armor. You can relax here and have some tea while you wait.
Once the armor is ready, you can just take it away, Chen-Mu informed them. Hawkeye and Black Widow were not superheroes at this point, they were only experienced agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen-Mu didn't want to engage too much with people in such a profession, believing they always had ulterior motives. After prolonged contact, it wasn't guaranteed that his own things wouldn't go missing.
While thieves might not be agents, a qualified agent could certainly be seen as a skilled thief, so he chose to keep his distance. Although Black Widow had a good figure, she wasn't his type. If he wanted to find a beautiful woman, it would be better to discuss technology with Tony. Compared to those top models, Black Widow simply didn't measure up. He had no interest in agents whose methods were unscrupulous and task-oriented. You seem quite experienced, don't you? Black Widow teased, intrigued by how easily Shenmue could guess her measurements.
Nothing special, just practice, Shenmue replied with a calm smile, not bothered by her banter.
He.
Su Jia snickered dismissively at the exchange.
Mr. Shenmue, since we're here, how about giving us a tour of your company? Hawkeye, Barton, didn't forget his responsibilities.
As an agent, he was always thinking of probing the Spear Agency to gain a comprehensive understanding of the industrial park.
Feel free, the armor will be ready in 2 hours.
Our team will notify you when it's done, Shenmue said, his attitude towards these future Avengers members being somewhat better than with other S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Although the Avengers were formed by S.H.I.E.L.D., their members eventually distanced themselves from it, mostly fighting for humanity rather than merely for America. In the industrial park, they wouldn't gain any valuable information, as the data and access to sensitive areas were controlled by Hamon, preventing them from entering. At most, they might gather some information about the Spear Agency, and there was nothing to hide from them. After starting the production of Hawkeye and Black Widow's armor, Shenmue's office finally returned to a rare state of quiet.
Bruce Banner was indeed a genius.
After Shenmue suggested that Hulk might be due to some genetic factor within him, he began self-research, comparing his genes with those of ordinary people. He quickly discovered a difference, a strange genetic material within his genetic factor that caused symptoms similar to schizophrenia. Coupled with the absorption of massive amounts of gamma radiation, the two elements combined in a unique way, giving birth to Hulk's consciousness. This also explained why Hulk had the intelligence of a child and could not communicate. After all, he had only existed for a very short time, barely a few months, akin to a child under 1 year old. Although he was violent and destructive, it was undeniable that he was still a child.
Actually, solving Bruce Banner's problem is quite simple. He has 2 consciousnesses within him that compete for control over his body.
So, if we can suppress or directly eliminate one of these consciousnesses, it would effectively resolve the issues he faces, Shenmue explained.
Bruce Banner appeared conflicted. He knew that the best solution would be to eradicate Hulk's consciousness entirely.
This way, Hulk would cease to exist, and he could fully control his body, being able to transform into the Hulk at will while remaining in human form. This indeed would eliminate his hidden danger. However, Shenmue was at a loss because, despite understanding this approach, Bruce Banner hesitated. He believed that Hulk was a life form in his own right and felt he had no right to cruelly extinguish that existence. This left Shenmue feeling quite helpless. Ultimately, Bruce's body was his own, and if he didn't want to resolve the issue that way, they would have to consider other options.
For instance, they could merge Hulk's and Bruce's consciousnesses, creating a completely new Bruce Banner.
This was akin to what happened after Avengers Endgame, where the consciousness and body were fused, allowing Bruce to maintain Hulk's form while possessing Bruce's intelligence, preventing any loss of control. This solution was actually something Bruce would find on his own in the future. They were just getting to it a bit early. So you think of Hulk as a life form and don't want to disregard his existence, choosing to permanently remain in the Hulk form and merge with him.
Is this implying that Hulk has human rights?
So Bruce Banner must respect Hulk's rights, Shenmue remarked, struggling to understand this Western ideology. A random Chinese person would likely choose to eliminate Hulk's consciousness directly. Simply put, Bruce Banner's current state was like someone suffering from schizophrenia, with one consciousness belonging to him and the other to Hulk. In treating schizophrenia, the goal is to preserve the healthy mind and eliminate the harmful one, essentially making a choice between Bruce Banner and Hulk.
Naturally, Bruce Banner was the more valuable of the two. This was a simple sacrifice, sacrificing Hulk to save Bruce.
Yet, the current situation was that Bruce himself was willing to let Hulk sacrifice himself, choosing to abandon his identity as human and keep his body in Hulk form. It was truly a form of not being human, just like the version of him in Avengers Endgame. Hulk was a fighter, resembling a beast. It was only because of his youth that he lacked a sense of right and wrong.
Bruce Banner felt that Hulk was innocent and couldn't bring himself to extinguish Hulk's existence directly. Speaking of compassion, did he ever feel a twinge of guilt when he was creating various lethal weapons for America?
Shenmue found it difficult to grasp the values of these people and couldn't be bothered. If they wanted to merge with Hulk, so be it, he could provide the technology for that.
Shenmue, you should take a look at this, Su Jia approached, handing a tablet to Shenmue.
In New York, an unexpected situation has arisen. The U.S. military is fighting against an ugly monster, and it seems they are no match for it.
Shenmue glanced at the tablet and couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that Abomination?
He hadn't expected that after bringing Bruce Banner to China, this monster would still end up being created by the US military. When they captured Hulk, the Chilean armor had shown no mercy, bombarding Hulk with various weapons. Although Hulk's recovery abilities made it seem like he wasn't harmed, he had bled quite a bit, and there were many bloodstains left on the battlefield. When the US military arrived, they hadn't had a chance to clean up, leaving behind some of Hulk's blood, which naturally fell into General Ross's hands. Obsessed with Hulk's power, General Ross commanded his troops to collect it. One of Ross's soldiers, Emil Blonsky, was also unsatisfied. He had been recruited by Ross to capture Bruce Banner in Brazil but had been taught a lesson by Hulk. Ever since, he had wanted to get stronger and take revenge on Hulk. General Ross happened to have a batch of semi-finished super soldier serum at the base, which Stark Industries had deemed ineffective and discarded. Blonsky was willing to be a test subject, so the two struck a deal. After injecting the serum, Blonsky's competitiveness and desire for strength intensified. Knowing he couldn't defeat Hulk, he laid low within the US military, waiting for an opportunity. Eventually, he got his hands on Hulk's blood, which the military had purified into a semi-finished injection. With only one dose and no clinical trial subjects, Blonsky recklessly injected it. Then, just like in the movie, he transformed into Abomination, escaping from the military base to wreak havoc and plotting to take revenge on Hulk. Now, his goal was to eliminate those annoying military personnel. The ability to correct the plot was truly astonishing. Even after taking Hulk away, Abomination was still born. Interesting, it seems the US military has cooked up something new, Shenmue said, crossing his legs and settling in to watch the spectacle as Abomination appeared on the screen. I think we should call Bruce Banner to take a look, Shenmue added with a cheerful expression. With the US military behaving like this, Dr. Banner should see it for himself. Although this monster isn't green, you can still see the shadow of Hulk in it. It must be related to Hulk. It might even be that the US military used his blood to create it, Shenmue speculated. He knew this to be true but preferred to present it as a guess, as it was indeed a fact. Dr. Banner is still in his lab, Sujia replied, observing Shenmue's carefree demeanor without comment. Perhaps she felt detached from the situation. The trouble the US military had created was theirs to solve, and being across the ocean, there was little they could do to help. Is this a live broadcast? Let's send the link to Dr. Bruce Banner, Shenmue suggested, feeling a bit disappointed that they couldn't have Bruce come watch it live with them. It would have been more enjoyable to sow some discord in person, but sending him the link would at least let him see the US military's antics. Alright. The Hueqiangbei Industrial Park was currently one of the most advanced technological hubs in Huaxia, rivaling even Tony Stark's facilities. Each lab was connected to the Hamon network, and with the technology of spatial projection, it was easy for Bruce Banner to view the live broadcast. You really have a bit of a dark sense of humor, Su Jiao remarked, somewhat exasperated by Shenmue's actions. This isn't about dark humor, it's about letting Bruce Banner see the true colors of America, so he doesn't think about going back there in the future, Shenmue replied, shrugging. He wasn't just being idle, he had a purpose. After all, Bruce Banner had lingering feelings for General Ross's daughter, and one could never tell if he might return for love, even if she had long since moved on and was living with someone else. But as long as there was love, forgiveness was always an option. Abomination was different from Hulk. He was a serious soldier with formidable combat skills. After transforming into Abomination, he retained his consciousness and could perfectly wield his powers. In his eyes, the US military were merely pushovers. He could disregard conventional weapons, rampaging through the streets, causing chaos, and effortlessly tossing cars at soldiers without a care for whether there were innocent people inside. His rampage had already led to the deaths of many innocent civilians, but what was that to Shenmue? They were Americans. If they didn't care, why should he? After all, in Shenmue's original world, nearly 1 million Americans were on the brink of death due to the pandemic, and they didn't seem to worry. As an outsider, he had no reason to be concerned. In their eyes, death was just a normal occurrence. Not bad, not bad. The US military's power is still quite strong, but their firepower seems lacking, Shenmue observed, clapping as he watched the footage of soldiers being smashed into pulp by Abomination. It was quite exhilarating. I have to admit, the US military is impressive for being able to create a monster like Abomination. Yet it seems their technology is lacking, as this monster doesn't seem to listen to them, Shenmue continued, expressing a tinge of regret. A lot of civilians have died, Sujia said, her expression heavy as she watched the screen. Unlike Shenmue, who was relaxed, she felt a weight in her heart. Though these innocent civilians were international friends, her kind nature made it hard for her to be indifferent. But being thousands of miles away left her powerless.
Shenmue, have you heard about what's happening in New York? At that moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow burst into the office, looking frantic.
Oh, I saw it.
You're talking about that monster?
Shenmue put away his playful demeanor, pointing to the computer on the desk where the live broadcast continued.
The fight between Abomination and the US military was quite the spectacle.
In the heart of New York City, with so many civilians around, the military found it difficult to use heavy firepower.
Regular firearms were merely a tickle to Abomination.
After all this time, their strongest individual weapon was the RPG rocket launcher, which had no effect on Abomination. The only thing Abomination seemed to fear were the heavy machine guns from helicopters. Getting hit would cause him some injury.
Don't worry, isn't Iron Man in New York?
That monster won't be able to run rampant for long, Shenmue said casually.
Weren't Americans all about individual heroism?
Tony Stark was in New York, and their Iron Man would come to save them.
However, even the current Iron Man seemed unable to handle Abomination, but that didn't concern Shenmue.
Our director hopes to contact you, Hawkeye said, pulling out a phone and placing it in front of Shenmue. It was a small new phone from Shenmue's own company, and on the screen appeared the egg-shaped face of Nick Fury.
Well, esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., what can I do for you?
Shenmue greeted him with a smile, appearing breezy and unconcerned. Mr. Shenmue, I hope the Spear Agency can provide assistance, Nick Fury said, ignoring Shenmue's playful demeanor and going straight to the point. I think, Director, you have the wrong person, Shenmue replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. You should seek help from our director Zhang Xian. Besides, I feel that being on the other side of the earth, we can't really help you. I'm not convinced that the Spear Agency here in Huaxia can provide any substantial help to you Americans, Shenmue said, showing little interest in Nick Fury's request. Not only was he unable to assist, but the Spear Agency was also too far away from the other side of the planet. No, you can definitely help, Nick Fury replied seriously through the video, looking directly at Shenmue. You can provide armor technology for the Spear Agency, and I believe you care about humanity.
Our duty at S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect the Earth and its inhabitants. Since you can help the Spear Agency, why not extend the same assistance to us? Still not giving up? Shenmue's lips twitched slightly, gaining a new understanding of Nick Fury's shamelessness.
I don't want to repeat myself, but I must refuse again, Shenmue said with a cold expression, not hesitating to turn him down once more.
Shenmue, you don't really think Earth is the only place in the universe with life, do you?
Nick Fury continued, seeing that Shenmue was resistant. In the vast universe beyond Earth, there are countless civilizations.
Earth is just an insignificant speck among them.
As long as these alien civilizations exist, Earth is at risk, and the only way to prepare for future challenges is to strengthen ourselves.
The universe is so vast, no one would be arrogant enough to think that only Earth has life, right?
Shenmue rolled his eyes and replied bluntly.
How many years has the universe existed? How long has humanity been around?
If we compare the time of the universe to a 24-hour day, humanity's existence wouldn't even take up the last millisecond.
The universe is so expansive, and time so long, are we just talking about life on Earth? Don't make me laugh.
That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. needs all the power it can get to protect the Earth, Nick Fury said earnestly. You may not know this, but 30 years ago, even before you were born, Earth faced an alien invasion. And then you're going to say that it was all thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D. that the world was saved? Shenmue scoffed, rolling his eyes. This was a classic trope straight out of American films. Aliens capable of traversing the universe always seem to be thwarted by Americans.
Who would believe that? Just look at the current situation. One Abomination had the US military in retreat, unable to find their footing. How could these soldiers possibly fend off an alien invasion? It was pure fantasy.
Exactly, Nick Fury replied without hesitation, patting himself on the back.
After all, so much time had passed, who could prove otherwise?
The last time the Kree Empire attempted to invade Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. did indeed play a role, but who knew the real reasons? As far as he was concerned, nobody else knew, and with no evidence to dispute it, he held the final say. Since you were able to repel an alien invasion 30 years ago, you must possess strong technological strength. There's no need for me to embarrass myself with my outdated armor technology, Shenmue said, rolling his eyes at Nick Fury's shamelessness, preparing to hang up and cut off communication. Mr. Shenmue, Just like the emergence of this monster, if we had powerful combat capabilities, we could prevent situations like this from happening, Nick Fury said, trying again despite Shenmue's pushback.
Don't think I'm unaware, Shenmue coldly laughed, looking at Nick Fury. Dr. Banner has already told us that the research on gamma radiation isn't solely the US military's domain.
S.H.I.E.L.D. has also been heavily involved. The appearance of this monster surely has your fingerprints all over it.
Do you really think the US military alone could create the serum for the Hulk? I certainly don't buy it.
So, it's clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. is involved in this mess. Perhaps you wanted to use Hulk's blood to create a similar monster, but it backfired.
Now you can't control the situation and come running to us for help, trying to morally blackmail us into handing over armor technology?
Unfortunately, I see right through that. Even if I weren't aware of these details, I've never had a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially knowing Hydra has long infiltrated it.
I will never hand over my armor technology to you. Are you really going to just watch those innocent civilians die at the hands of that monster without doing anything? Nick Fury pressed on, seemingly oblivious.
You people in your own country disregard the lives of ordinary citizens.
Why should I, someone thousands of miles away, care? Shenmue replied coldly, smirking.
Unlike America, which loves to meddle in other countries' affairs while ignoring its own, Huaxia, on the other hand, never interferes in the internal affairs of other nations and only cares about its own people.
Stop pretending to be so righteous. Don't forget, it was you and the US military that created that monster. The civilian casualties should be counted against you.
Every action has consequences, and you need to take responsibility for this. Shenmue was extremely dissatisfied with the way the US military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were trying to shirk responsibility and engage in moral grandstanding, and he prepared to cut the connection.
Once your armor is ready, take it back to your country.
You should be able to resolve that monster issue yourselves if you hurry, Shenmue said, gesturing toward the computer screen showing the live broadcast. You and the US military are the ones that created this monster, so you should deal with it yourselves. Stop trying to wash your hands of responsibility or trying to profit from this situation.
It truly disgusts me.
Shenmue had no desire to deal with someone like Nick Fury, and at this moment, he couldn't muster a friendly demeanor toward Hawkeye and Black Widow either. They claimed to act for all of humanity and for the sake of the Earth, yet they were responsible for creating such monsters and weapons that slaughter people, which angered Shenmue. Watching the fight between the two monsters on the screen and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, his fury boiled over.
Wait a minute, why did Hulk just run over there? Hulk just ran over there?
Shenmue stared at the live broadcast, where two gigantic monsters were engaged in a fierce battle.
He looked utterly perplexed.
That was clearly Hulk, but Bruce Banner was supposed to be in his lab.
How did he suddenly end up on the other side of the planet in America, grappling with Abomination?
Everyone present, including Nick Fury on the video call, wore a similarly confused expression. No one expected such a situation where Hulk, all the way in Huaxia, would suddenly appear in America and start fighting Abomination.
Everyone was left dumbfounded, wondering what was happening.
Hamon, pull up the surveillance from Dr. Bruce Banner's lab, Shenmue instructed the Hamon system, eager to find out what had happened.
Yes, sir. As Hamon responded, a screen projected onto the table, showing Bruce Banner's lab, which was currently empty. There was no sign of Bruce Banner anywhere.
Play the recording, I want to see how Dr. Bruce Banner disappeared, Shenmue said with keen interest. After all, with the Spear Agency's layered protections in his industrial park, he couldn't fathom how someone could silently take Bruce and send him all the way to America.
Unless.
As the video played, Hamon edited the footage directly to the moment Bruce Banner vanished. Bruce, or rather Hulk, looked anxious as he watched the live broadcast of Abomination wreaking havoc in New York. Now, Bruce had chosen to coexist with Hulk. Through technology provided by Shenmue, he had successfully merged with Hulk, fully accepting his existence. They had become a new version of Bruce Banner. Just like in the future Avengers Endgame plot, Bruce could only maintain his Hulk form but retained all his original memories. The version of him on the screen was undeniably in Hulk form. As he anxiously watched the screen, a golden portal appeared before him, visible even through the monitor. The other side of the portal showed New York, specifically the streets where Abomination was causing destruction. Without hesitation, Bruce Banner stepped through the golden portal, disappearing from the lab and suddenly reappearing in New York, right in front of Abomination, ready to engage in battle.
Sure enough, a sorcerer.
In the Marvel Universe, there exist various mystical professions, and sorcerers are one of them. Portals are a specialty of Earth's sorcerers. they can draw a circle to open a gateway connecting two locations, which is incredibly convenient.
But who had sent Hulk to New York?
Looking at the bald Nick Fury on his phone screen, Shenmue already had an answer: the other bald figure, Earth's supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One. As a being who had existed for thousands of years, the Ancient One possessed immense power. The sorcerer organization she established had been secretly protecting Earth for millennia. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., the sorcerers were the true guardians of the planet. However, since Hulk had already been sent to New York, Shenmue was at a loss, left to silently watch the live broadcast.
What is that? Is that your new technology? Black Widow blinked at the appearance of the portal and curiously asked Shenmue.
No, Shenmue replied dismissively, glancing at Black Widow. That technique looks like the work of a sorcerer.
Sorcerer? Black Widow asked, intrigued. Are there sorcerers on Earth? How would I know? Shenmue replied, exasperated by Black Widow's relentless probing for information. Then how can you say it looks like a sorcerer? Black Widow pressed on, her instincts as a seasoned agent kicking in to gather intel. Isn't this kind of scene often seen in your American games?
Shenmue rolled his eyes, noting that the portal skill seemed to pop up in many games.
All right then. Black Widow nodded in resignation.
She was at a loss with Shenmue's stubbornness but turned her attention back to the screen, still concerned about Hulk and Abomination fighting in New York.
Hulk was certainly stronger than Abomination, yet they were locked in a fierce struggle. The scene showed two muscle-bound men brawling in the streets of New York, surrounded by craters they had created.
In the original movie plot, Bruce Banner had injected a gamma energy suppressor, significantly weakening Hulk's abilities, leading to Hulk being overpowered by Abomination, the imposter. Fortunately, over time, Hulk's strength gradually returned, allowing him to defeat Abomination. But now, although Bruce had not injected the suppressor, he had chosen to coexist with Hulk. Even though he appeared as Hulk, he was essentially Bruce Banner, and as a researcher, fighting was not his strong suit. He was only able to utilize a fraction of Hulk's strength, making him evenly matched with Abomination. A person's strength is closely related to their fighting awareness. Hulk's consciousness was childlike and lacked wisdom, but his combat instincts were powerful, allowing him to unleash his full strength.
Now that Bruce Banner's consciousness was in control, it was somewhat awkward.
He had immense power but was being overpowered by Abomination. If it had been someone else or if Hulk was in control, Abomination would have been turned into mush long ago. However, Shenmue was in Huaxia, and even if he wanted to help, he was powerless to do anything but watch Hulk get pummeled by Abomination on the screen.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
It was one thing for Hulk to be getting beaten, but the US military, upon seeing the new monster, frantically grabbed rocket launchers and started attacking, which only made matters worse. Just when Bruce seemed to have a chance to fight back, the onslaught of rocket fire left him disoriented. It had to be said that the US military was truly impressive in this regard.
The military of your country really is. Sujia couldn't help but start to criticize as she watched the US military bombard Bruce Banner with relentless firepower.
Director, could we notify the military on their end? Hawkeye said, looking quite embarrassed. Bruce Banner was supposed to be helping, yet the military's actions had left him dazed. I've already informed the military, Nick Fury replied, his expression darker, yet he remained calm. He couldn't be bothered about the friendly fire. After all, Hulk was tough enough to survive. He had no moral burden. However, the fact that Hulk was now controllable made him quite frustrated. The Hulk had been studied for years in America with no progress, yet after just a few days in Huaxia, he had gained self-control. Although he wasn't as powerful as when he was out of control, his combat awareness could be trained, and now Hulk had even greater potential. Of course, that wasn't even the most upsetting part. Hulk's ability to control himself became a resource for the Spear Agency, which made Nick Fury, a man who liked to be in control of everything, quite uncomfortable. He was well aware that Bruce Banner had been in Huaxia, and yet in the blink of an eye, he was in New York. This terrifying teleportation ability worried him. He naturally suspected this was a new technology from the Spear Agency, and he didn't believe Shenmue's clueless expression. After all, he was naturally suspicious and thought Shenmue was putting on an act. While he claimed not to care about American civilians, he was simultaneously rushing to save them. The people of Huaxia really had sharp tongues but soft hearts. Nick Fury thought Shenmue was an easy target to manipulate, hoping to get his hands on armor technology. After receiving the message from S.H.I.E.L.D., the US military stopped their blind assault and redirected their firepower toward Abomination, inadvertently helping Bruce Banner catch his breath. Dr. Bruce Banner's combat awareness is still too lacking, Su Jia remarked as she watched Bruce Banner struggle to fight Abomination, even with the US military's assistance. He has immense power but can't control it. It seems he needs some serious training. I think Dr. Bruce Banner might not want to train, Shenmue stated, confident that despite his Hulk appearance, Banner's consciousness still prevailed. He had no interest in military training. Then we should arrange for an instructor when Bruce Banner returns and see if he accepts, Su Jia suggested. Since Bruce had joined the Spear Agency, she hoped he could develop some self-defense skills and not be left looking disheveled after being beaten by Abomination. Now is not the time to discuss that. We need to ensure Bruce Banner defeats that monster first, Shenmue said with a bemused smile, watching the screen as Bruce Banner fell back into a passive position. It was embarrassing that Abomination, merely a subpar version of Hulk, was managing to overpower him. After all, Hulk was getting beaten so badly. Speaking of which, isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to protect Earth's peace? How come this monster has been rampaging for so long without any S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in sight? Shenmue asked, looking at Hawkeye and Black Widow. Nick Fury also heard this and calmly replied, in the face of such a powerful monster, S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the strength to confront it. It's more appropriate to leave it to the military. Then what's the point of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence? Shenmue chuckled, looking at Nick Fury. You were just saying how you stopped an alien invasion decades ago, yet now one monster has you all stumped? In truth, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, it was not impossible to subdue Hulk or Abomination, but the cautious Nick Fury would never reveal his trump cards. He was merely observing while Abomination caused significant damage, as the military was too afraid to use heavy firepower against such a strong foe. Are you saying that decades ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. drove away the alien forces by having agents infiltrate their ranks and cause chaos, forcing them to retreat? Shenmue couldn't help but tease Nick Fury, recalling that Danvers had indeed acted as a spy in the Kree Empire. Nick Fury fell silent. Could he admit that they had relied on a woman to drive away the aliens? That would imply he was incapable. While S.H.I.E.L.D. has the power to stop monsters, we need time, and our personnel can't quickly reach the battlefield, Nick Fury said calmly, looking at Shenmue. Since the Spear Agency was able to get Bruce Banner to New York, why not send over a few more warriors? Are you just going to watch innocent civilians get killed by the monster? I'd like to know that too, Shenmue thought, feeling indifferent. Who knew what the Ancient One was thinking? As for Nick Fury's moral coercion, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Sorry, but the Spear Agency is just a small military organization in Huaxia, dedicated to ensuring the safety of the people here. We can't assist with the tragedies in your country. Furthermore, as a military organization, the Spear Agency has no authorization from your government to operate in America. Good luck with that. As he watched Abomination use vehicles as weapons to take out soldiers, Shenmue felt a sense of satisfaction but maintained a sympathetic facade, thinking, anyone can act. I must say, the US military truly lives up to its reputation as the most powerful army on Earth. That seamless teamwork and overwhelming firepower, any enemy daring enough to provoke them will surely be torn to shreds, Shenmue remarked while watching the live broadcast on his computer, unable to suppress his sarcasm. This was, of course, completely ironic. A group of US soldiers alongside Hulk Bruce Banner should have formed a formidable force, yet they were being utterly dominated by Abomination. It was hard for Shenmue, far away in Huaxia, to watch. After all, Abomination was merely a creature created from Hulk's blood and a bit of Stark Industries' incomplete super soldier serum. How could it possibly put the military and Hulk in such a difficult position? Setting aside Bruce Banner's inability to harness his own power, the performance of the US military was indeed quite disappointing. The battle had been ongoing for a while, with the military pulling in several armored vehicles and even tanks from nearby bases, and helicopters circling above. However, against the agile Abomination, these weapons were failing to land any hits, instead turning the streets into a disaster zone. Both Hawkeye and Black Widow, as well as Nick Fury on the phone, could hear the sarcasm in Shenmue's voice, but none of them could refute it. Undeniably, the US military's individual combat gear was among the best in the world, with a wide array of advanced and powerful weapons. But no matter how powerful, they needed to hit their target. Abomination, as agile as a monkey, was nearly impossible to hit, rendering those powerful weapons essentially useless. Annoying flies. Abomination shouted in anger as he moved through the streets. After injecting Hulk's serum, he had gained immense power and had intended to confront Hulk directly, but the US military had targeted him first. Now, Blonsky, who was Abomination, completely ignored the military. He had considered letting them be, but when these ants dared to attack him, he had no choice but to retaliate.
With that thought, Abomination launched a fierce attack on the US military.
The firearms that were once effective now felt like mere pinpricks to him. The bullets from automatic rifles couldn't even penetrate his skin, which only fueled Abomination's arrogance. Unless it was armor-piercing rounds, they posed no threat to him. Thus, the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter, as Abomination effortlessly hurled cars weighing several tons like they were mere stones. Anyone struck by such weight would be reduced to a pulp. In the midst of his rampage, Abomination suddenly spotted Hulk, the one he had been thinking about. He didn't want to consider anything else and charged at Hulk, engaging him in a fierce brawl. Hulk's strength was indeed beyond Abomination's expectations, but he was simply too slow. To Abomination, Hulk was just a child with immense power who didn't know how to leverage his physical advantages, allowing Abomination to find openings to knock him down repeatedly. "You don't deserve this power," Abomination shouted as he knocked Hulk down again, pressing the spikes on his elbow against Hulk's neck to restrain him momentarily. Jealousy filled Abomination's heart at Hulk's immense strength, perhaps a side effect of the super serum amplifying his feelings of envy.
Cough, cough. Why are you hurting innocent people? Hulk, despite being restrained, managed to utter words of protest. Hulk had wisdom? What did that matter? Abomination was slightly surprised but didn't dwell on it.
After all, he still retained his own intelligence, so seeing Hulk with some awareness wasn't too shocking. Although it contradicted the information he had received from the military, he didn't care at this moment.
Why? Because we, the powerful, are gods to them.
Abomination grinned wickedly, delivering a brutal elbow strike to Hulk's face, sending him flying.
And you, with all your power, are just a coward. Abomination advanced towards Hulk, his eyes filled with disdain. Those ordinary people are nothing but ants to me.
Killing them is their deserved fate. Deep within Abomination, a desire sparked. He wanted to completely seize Hulk's power. "Just watch, as I stomp every last one of these ants to death." As he looked at the weak Hulk, Abomination broke into a wide grin and ripped a car door off a nearby vehicle. The massive door became like an axe in his hands as he hurled it towards a soldier in the distance. With a sharp noise, the door cleaved the soldier in two, leaving only the upper half pitifully sprawled on the ground.
Under such immense power, everything became a deadly weapon.
The unfortunate citizens of America were caught in this hellish nightmare.
Enough! Stop now! An angry roar suddenly echoed, and a blazing laser shot from afar. A red figure zipped through the air. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark.
Well, look who it is.
The famous Iron Man, Tony Stark. Abomination sneered as he casually deflected the incoming attack, unable to suppress his mockery. "You monster!"
Tony Stark, clad in his Mark armor, was filled with fury. He had been busy improving his suit in the lab, and if it weren't for Pepper coming to find him, he might not have even noticed what was happening. Having acquired a new element from Shenmue to upgrade his armor, Tony immediately set to work, and the suit he was wearing now was already Mark 6, powered by entirely new energy and boasting significantly greater strength than Mark 3. So, when Tony learned about what was happening here, he immediately rushed over, determined to stop this monster. Shenmue commented sarcastically as he continued to watch the live broadcast, aware of the unfolding chaos.
"Tony Stark, do you see the power I now possess?"
Abomination sneered at Iron Man, his voice dripping with mockery.
"All thanks to you.
If it weren't for the enhanced serum produced by your Stark Industries, I could never have obtained this kind of strength."
"Ha! In the end, I owe you my gratitude. Ha ha ha." Abomination laughed arrogantly. "Super soldier serum?" Tony Stark's expression soured at the mention. Luckily, in his armor, no one could see his pale face.
It turned out that everything happening now was somehow tied to him, Tony Stark.
"So, I should be thanking you. Ha ha ha. You bastard." Tony gritted his teeth. Abomination's words stung deeply.
He remembered that he had indeed given General Ross the super soldier serum in the past. Back then, Stark Industries was still a weapons manufacturer, and he had yet to become Iron Man. In the US and Europe, calling him a metal hero seemed more appropriate. He had collaborated with the military, hoping to replicate Captain America's miracle by using leftover data to develop the super soldier serum. Though he thought he had successfully completed the research, it had been shelved due to the lack of test subjects. After handing the half-finished product over to the military, he hadn't followed up. In truth, this serum could be considered a success as it significantly enhanced the user's abilities, but the side effects and defects were even stronger than the original version. The serum used by Captain America Steve Rogers made good people better and bad people worse, but the version Tony Stark created seemed to have enhanced effects. Blonsky, after injecting the serum, experienced a substantial power boost, and during the second battle with Hulk in the movie, he performed much better than before. Although Hulk kicked him into a state of multiple fractures, his recovery ability was astonishing. He fully healed in a short period. One had to admire Tony Stark's genius. He excelled in various scientific fields. However, after deciding to terminate arms trading, he ended all collaborations with the military, including the serum development. He had no idea General Ross would use the serum directly and hand it over to Abomination. He felt like he had enabled evil. It was clear that distancing himself from the military was the best choice. Whenever he recalled Shenmue's criticisms of the US military, he felt frustrated, and now witnessing it firsthand, it was evident that the military was indeed a troublemaker, capable of ruining anything. Though Tony felt a twinge of regret, after all, he had developed the serum, and Abomination's existence had some relation to him. The primary responsibility lay with the military and General Ross, not him, Tony Stark. However, Abomination's taunts infuriated Tony, and he was determined to take down this monster to atone for his perceived sins, perhaps viewing it as a form of silencing a witness.
Bruce Banner, can you keep fighting? Tony asked the Hulk, who was nearby, resolved to take down Abomination. Of course. With the arrival of a powerful ally, Bruce Banner regained some confidence.
Along the way, Tony had learned the backstory and understood that Hulk was on their side, assisting in the fight against Abomination. Although Nick Fury would certainly withhold some details, Tony had a general grasp of the situation. The proud Tony didn't want to cooperate, but he also lacked confidence. While Mark VI had enhanced capabilities, he wasn't sure he could defeat Abomination alone. With Hulk's help, their chances of winning increased significantly, and soon they devised a battle plan and charged back into the fray, gradually gaining the upper hand. "So, this thing is indeed a creation of the US military," Shenmue remarked, watching the live stream from the other side of the planet in Huaxia, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was quite the provocateur. With many surveillance cameras in New York, Hamon controlled these feeds to broadcast the battlefield without any blind spots to his computer, and he had certainly heard Abomination's words.
His comments made the faces of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel pale.
It's often said that it's unwise to air dirty laundry, but he had laid bare the ugly truths of the Americans. "I'm curious, in your America, when such incidents occur, with at least hundreds of deaths, including dozens of innocent civilians, how do you handle it?"
Shenmue continued, full of curiosity.
"This situation seems quite severe.
How will the authorities address it? Can mere public opinion lead to a resolution?
In America, touted as a land of freedom, especially with its freedom of speech, that was merely a fairy tale. In any country, including his homeland, inappropriate speech wouldn't be tolerated. The degree of control just varied. The control in America was notoriously severe, arguably the strictest in the world, and yet people bragged about their freedom of speech. If one were to try posting a video praising life in China on Facebook or Twitter, they would be quickly throttled or banned.
Wouldn't that be a real test of freedom?
According to established procedures, families affected by this incident will receive government compensation, Nick Fury said expressionlessly.
And this is just an accident. No one wanted this to happen.
This guy didn't mention a word about how Abomination came to be. After all, Abomination was entirely a product of the military's actions. It was the military that injected Blonsky with the incomplete super soldier serum, which made him increasingly arrogant and power-hungry, leading him to steal Hulk's serum from the military and inject it into himself, thus creating the monster known as Abomination. Therefore, the US military was the real culprit behind this incident. However, ordinary citizens in America would never escape the information bubble crafted by their government.
The information they could access was only what the US government wanted them to see.
Thus, incidents resulting in hundreds of deaths were trivial in America. After all, hundreds died daily from gun violence.
What did a few hundred deaths from Abomination's rampage matter when tens of thousands die from gunfire every year?
Scientific progress always comes with sacrifices, Nick Fury explained flatly.
Well, that's great, sacrificing for science. What noble citizens these Americans are.
Shenmue scoffed, gaining a deeper understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D's shamelessness.
Indeed, this is very American, Shenmue remarked, left speechless.
Sometimes, when accidents occurred in Huaxia, even if just one or two or a handful of innocent civilians were harmed or killed, America would react like sharks smelling blood, but they conveniently ignored their own issues. Just like now, with Abomination battling Hulk, resulting in hundreds of casualties and countless economic losses. SHIELD and the US authorities only wanted to suppress the incident.
Democracy, human rights, freedom, those were just words for others, not applicable within their own borders. The emergence of Abomination was merely viewed as an experimental accident, and suppressing it wouldn't be difficult. Even if they couldn't cover it up completely, they could frame Abomination as a supervillain. After all, the Marvel Universe was anything but peaceful, supervillains frequently surfaced, and lying was a fine American tradition. What's the problem?
The only incident that couldn't be concealed was the invasion of the Chitauri alien army during the events of the Avengers, given the entire world was watching. Compared to the forthcoming alien invasion, the destruction caused by Abomination was insignificant.
How impressive!
You control the narrative as you please, Shenmue said, marveling at how the media was in their hands, imagining what the worldview of Americans living in a web of lies must be like.
So, were these civilians truly innocent? Not necessarily.
For over 70 years since World War II, the US had launched multiple invasion wars. Without the support of these so-called innocent civilians, the military would not have been able to carry out such aggressive attacks. These so-called innocent civilians were, in fact, accomplices. In Shenmue's view, their deaths were well-deserved. Of course, there were genuinely innocent people who met tragic ends at the hands of Abomination, and for them, Shenmue could only express regret.
If the US government didn't care for them, why should he, thousands of miles away? Fortunately, the videos have all been recorded.
At the right time, I can let the world see your true colors, Shenmue said, feeling quite displeased with Nick Fury's arguments and wanting to annoy him. Nick Fury felt frustrated. He hadn't expected to fall into Shenmue's trap and be recorded for evidence. It felt like having his eyes pecked out after years of hunting geese.
However, with SHIELD controlling the world's internet, he wasn't too worried.
Even if Shenmue released the video, it wouldn't spread far.
If it did, they could easily dismiss it as a forged video. Forget it, I was just messing with you.
Don't take it to heart, Shenmue waved his hand, looking at Nick Fury's increasingly dark expression. He turned his attention back to the live broadcast, which was nearing its conclusion, and said, Dr. Bruce Banner has been researching desert tree planting techniques in our country to combat desertification. He's currently facing a bottleneck and hopes you can send him back soon. As a superhero world, in the Marvel Universe, superheroes always defeat supervillains, especially with Tony Stark as the lead and Bruce Banner as the supporting character.
The dual protagonist aura would quickly crush Abomination. Although the battle seemed fierce, the outcome was already set. Abomination was running out of stamina.
While his strength came from Hulk, he couldn't compare to Hulk in terms of endurance. After so long, he was at the end of his rope. Facing the combined assault of Iron Man and Hulk, the battle was about to conclude.
Therefore, Shenmue reminded Nick Fury. After all, Bruce Banner had joined the Spear Agency, and as a technical advisor, Shenmue naturally wanted to ensure his safety and return to Huaxia. Dr. Bruce Banner is a renowned doctor in America. His girlfriend and students are here. Whether he goes to Huaxia is his decision, and we have no right to dictate that, Nick Fury replied. He didn't want Hulk, a powerful asset, to go to Huaxia. The Spear Agency had grown too powerful, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like if Hulk joined them. Moreover, he was somewhat concerned about Shenmue's research capabilities, fearing he might develop more controllable Hulks using Hulk-related technology, which would be a nightmare for any faction. Thus, Nick Fury planned to throw obstacles in the way of sending Bruce Banner back to the Spear Agency. Fair enough, Shenmue nodded expressionlessly and turned to Sujia beside him. Didn't the production department say the machines malfunctioned? It seems all production has come to a halt? Yes, the machines broke down, and repairs are ongoing. I don't know when they'll be fixed, so the production of the armor has also stopped, Sujia replied, understanding immediately. Hawkeye and Black Widow fell silent, faced with Shenmue's threat. Nick Fury's expression darkened even further, but he suppressed his anger and calmly finished his last sentence before abruptly cutting off the call. He feared that if he continued to look at Shenmue's smug face, he might lose his temper and smash his phone to pieces. Nick Fury chose to concede. Compared to Bruce Banner, the allure of Hawkeye and Black Widow's armor was clearly more appealing to him. He understood that Bruce Banner was a person with his own thoughts, and the US military had been hunting him for 5 years, which had created deep hostility in Bruce toward America. Weighing the pros and cons, Nick Fury quickly made his decision and ended the call. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had concluded. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had worked seamlessly together and ultimately defeated Abomination. The moment Tony successfully restrained Abomination, Bruce Banner was finally able to fully harness his powers. With fury fueling him, he landed a powerful punch on Abomination's forehead, causing his head to snap sideways, his neck breaking. Even a formidable being like Abomination met his end, the force of the blow turning his brain matter to mush. This was the true power of Hulk. Previously, Bruce Banner had been restricted in the fight against Abomination for various reasons, unable to exert his full strength. Now, having completely merged with Hulk's power, Bruce Banner had truly become one with the Hulk. This was the first time Bruce, in Hulk form, had killed someone with his own hands. Although he had killed before, this time it was under his conscious control, and he was fully aware of it. I killed someone? Bruce Banner stared incredulously at his hands. Strangely, for the first time he had taken a life, he felt no remorse, even experiencing a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this was the influence of Hulk's consciousness over him. This monster was no good, he disregarded life and killed many innocents. I was acting as a force of justice, Bruce Banner thought to himself, recalling the ordinary people who had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Abomination in front of him. He found peace in the fact that Abomination's death was well-deserved, and he felt no discomfort or guilt about it. Dr. Bruce Banner, that punch was incredible. Tony Stark exclaimed as he landed next to Bruce after confirming Abomination was defeated, playfully kicking the deceased monster's body. Stark, is what he said true? Bruce Banner ignored Tony's playful tone and looked at him with a worried expression, asking gravely, did the military really create this monster? Tony fell silent, his smile fading, and his expression grew serious. Emil Blonsky, born in Russia, raised in the UK, ultimately joined the UK Armed Forces Royal Marine Corps, quickly rising to captain. Recently, he was hired by General Ross as a mercenary for a secret mission in Brazil, and upon his return, he was rapidly promoted to colonel in the US military, Tony recounted, easily pulling up Blonsky's information. The secret mission to Brazil, Dr. Banner, should be quite clear to you, it was to capture you. After returning to the military base, Blonsky injected himself with the super soldier serum. His already paranoid personality became even more irrational, and when he found the opportunity, he stole your blood to refine the serum and injected it into himself, thus transforming into the monster we see now. Jarvis was powerful, quickly piecing together the events and revealing the truth. Tony had never trusted Nick Fury and the others, so he had dismissed Fury's earlier statements. Now it appeared there was a significant discrepancy between Fury's words and his own investigation. In this entire affair, S.H.I.E.L.D. played the role of the puppet master, providing technical support and deliberately guiding Blonsky. The emergence of Abomination is inextricably linked to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s machinations. However, the self-assured S.H.I.E.L.D. clearly messed up. While the Hulk serum did enhance the user's abilities significantly, it seems they couldn't control it. Tony's disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions deepened. So, all of this is true? Bruce Banner's face turned pale. He knew Tony was speaking the truth, he understood well what S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military were like. Looking at the surrounding ruins, he felt immense guilt. If it weren't for him, does S.H.I.E.L.D. still have any of your blood? Bruce Banner asked anxiously. He knew that if S.H.I.E.L.D. still possessed his blood, they would undoubtedly continue their research, and then similar tragedies could occur again. Probably not, but who knows? Tony shrugged. However, if it was the super soldier serum, there should only be that one batch, and luckily it has already been used by Blonsky. I don't know if S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military has managed to replicate the serum. The super soldier serum wasn't easy to replicate, so Tony didn't worry too much. As for the Hulk serum, he genuinely had no idea how much S.H.I.E.L.D. had stored. Don't dwell on that too much, Tony said, patting Hulk's arm to comfort him. After this incident, I doubt the military will continue researching this thing. He wanted to pat Bruce Banner on the shoulder, but the height difference made it impossible. Flying up to do so would be too awkward. After all, the emergence of Abomination had indeed frightened some people, making them hesitant to continue their research. Even Hydra, hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D., had been spooked, afraid of creating uncontrollable monsters again. Let's hope so, Bruce Banner sighed, silently praying that his blood hadn't fallen into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Wait, blood? Mr. Blue? Earlier, during his escape, Bruce had been trying to resolve his issues and had contacted a doctor who called himself Mr. Blue, sending a considerable amount of blood. If Mr. Blue was found by S.H.I.E.L.D., then his blood could very well end up in their possession. Dr. Banner, don't worry too much. To withstand the Hulk serum's transformation, one must possess a strong body, and such a powerful physique is nearly impossible for an ordinary human to have, Tony said rationally.
Blonsky could handle Hulk's power only because he used the super soldier serum, but now that there's no second batch available, the chance of another monster like him appearing is very slim.
That was indeed a fair point.
S.H.I.E.L.D. had secretly coveted Hulk's power, and Abomination's emergence bore their fingerprints, but it was precisely because of Abomination's appearance that they understood just how difficult it was to acquire Hulk's strength.
Dr. Banner, I heard you went to Shenmue's industrial park for research? Tell me, what generation is Shenmue's armor technology up to now? How does it compare to my current suit?
Tony, full of competitive spirit, was quite interested in Shenmue's armor. He had previously hacked into SHIELD's network through Jarvis and learned that Hulk had been defeated by a dozen warriors in armor from Shenmue's company in the Amazon rainforest, so he was particularly curious about how his armor stacked up against Shenmue's.
Well, I'm not too sure about that.
Bruce scratched his head, about to say something when suddenly a golden portal appeared beneath his feet. Before he could react, he fell through, and when the portal vanished, only a note was left behind. Dr. Banner has returned to where he belongs.
Tony was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the sudden portal. He glanced at the note on the ground and couldn't help but read aloud its message. So, this is Shenmue's new technology? A spatial teleportation device? With the scene before him, that was the only explanation he could come up with. It seems I need to check out Shenmue's industrial park, he seems to have quite a few good things there. Clearly, Tony mistook the sorcerer's portal for Shenmue's technology. However, if Shenmue could access the sorcerers, he would indeed have the chance to analyze the portal's magic and explain it from a scientific perspective. Perhaps in the near future, Shenmue could even use technological means to perform magic. Sir, Dr. Bruce Banner has returned, Su Jiao reported in Shenmue's office after escorting Hawkeye and Black Widow away. Back?
Shenmue was surprised but quickly recalled the sorcerer's abilities, so it didn't seem strange. However, he was puzzled as to why the Ancient One had sent Bruce Banner to America to fight Abomination but hadn't appeared before him. Wasn't the Ancient One supposed to be the protector of Earth, assessing and eliminating unstable factors? Plus, given that he was an interloper, she should have recognized him immediately. It was indeed strange that she had never sought him out, especially since he had changed many things in the world during the months he'd been here. Let's go take a look, Shenmue decided after pondering for a moment. Just as Shenmue was about to set off, a golden portal suddenly appeared on his desk.
Yes, right on the desk, a palm-sized portal from which a note dropped before disappearing.
Teleportation spell analysis in progress, analysis degree 50%, the system reported as it detected the portal that had appeared not far from Shenmue. However, since there had been no direct contact and it vanished quickly, the Huqiangbai system had only parsed part of it, achieving a 50% analysis level. So, it turns out in this world, magic is actually technology, or perhaps the essence of the two is the same. Shenmue mused, looking at the system's prompt. With a 50% analysis of the teleportation magic, he couldn't perform it yet. The system had only parsed part of the teleportation magic, giving him some related knowledge, but it was still at a half-baked level, making it impossible for him to execute on his own.
Moreover, he lacked the magical artifacts that the sorcerers used, like the suspended rings.
An analysis degree below 100% means I can't conduct research, Shenmue sighed, looking at the 50% analysis. If only the portal could last a little longer, the system could fully analyze the teleportation magic, allowing him to use it. If he could conduct research on it, he might even be able to cast various spells without magical artifacts. Additionally, through research, he might directly understand the essence of magic. With sufficient understanding of magic, he could potentially use some instruments to cast spells, mastering the art of magic completely. By integrating it with technology, like in Asgard, he could create all kinds of magical weapons and tools, significantly enhancing China's strength.
Perhaps China could become the second Asgard.
However, putting aside other spells, just this teleportation magic, if I learned it and could use it through technology, wouldn't that mean China would master the Bifrost? Asgard's ability to traverse realms was crucial. Their teleportation capabilities allowed for rapid interstellar travel, making them a nightmare for other worlds. Imagine two worlds at war. Asgard could send powerful individuals through the Bifrost to eliminate the enemy's most important figures, effectively ending the conflict. Moreover, the Bifrost wasn't just a teleportation device, it was also a star-destroying weapon, akin to nuclear weapons on Earth, a powerful deterrent. Therefore, I must find a way to learn the teleportation magic. I must learn the skill of the magical teleportation portal. To Chen Mu, no other magic was as practical as the teleportation portal. Just imagine, if he could fully analyze the essence of the teleportation magic and utilize technology to create a related device that allowed direct use of the portal, wouldn't that be akin to an alternative form of spatial teleportation technology? Furthermore, if every soldier were equipped with powerful armor and could instantly use the portal for support or retreat, how convenient would that be? The most fascinating part was that Chen Mu had already managed to control Hulk's mutation abilities. If soldiers willingly underwent transformation to become Hulk warriors, that would be incredible. Imagine a soldier in armor fighting fiercely against enemies, and when the armor is breached and destroyed, the soldier emerges from it, instantly transforming into Hulk to initiate a second round of battle. Who could withstand that? Just thinking about such a scene was exhilarating. Dr. Bruce Banner needs this growth, and you, it is not yet your time to learn magic, the note that fell from the portal read. Chen Mu glanced at it, pondering its message. Dr. Banner needs this growth? Reading the handwriting on the note, Chen Mu fell into deep thought. To be honest, Bruce Banner's fate had been completely altered by Chen Mu. Because of him, Bruce and Hulk had merged nearly a decade earlier than they were supposed to. While this solved the potential issues surrounding Bruce, it also deprived him of many future experiences and growth opportunities. Although Bruce now possessed immense strength, his ability to unleash it was still quite limited. Moreover, when Chen Mu confronted Nick Fury earlier, he hadn't lied. Bruce, after handing over the Gamma Bomb data to Chen Mu, was now focused on researching tree planting instead of weapons. Over the years, Huaxia had placed great emphasis on environmental issues, facing the increasingly severe problem of desertification. This wasn't just a problem for Huaxia, countries around the globe were confronting it as well, except for a few that had no idea what a desert was. Natural disasters couldn't defeat the great Huaxia people. In response to the expanding deserts, they began afforestation efforts. Scientists researched how to effectively plant trees in these arid areas, and the entire society rallied behind this cause. After 2 years of exploration, Huaxia's scientists found ways to select suitable tree species and develop suitable adhesives to bind the sands into soil, thus initiating tree planting in the desert. Bruce, who wanted to distance himself from weapon research and contribute positively to the world, immediately decided to immerse himself in this research project upon seeing it. When Abomination appeared, Bruce was in the midst of studying relevant materials. Yes, the Hulk had come to Huaxia, preparing to plant trees in the vast northwest desert. Dr. Banner needs this growth? Does that mean in the future, Bruce Banner's power will still be needed? Chen Mu pondered the note's words, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he casually tossed the paper aside. He had no intention of giving Bruce Banner another chance to act. If he liked tree planting, then let the Hulk do it in the northwest. As for Hulk's power, let it remain a thing of the past. Hongmeng, notify the Spear Agency's director Zhang Xian to recruit soldiers willing to undergo the Hulk experiment, on a completely voluntary basis. If the experiment succeeds, they will gain Hulk's power and provide valuable experimental data to lay a stronger foundation for subsequent experiments. If it fails, they will die. In reality, with the technology Chen Mu had mastered through the system's analysis, there was no risk involved whatsoever. At this moment, Chen Mu had perfected the controllable Hulk mutation technology. As long as soldiers were willing, he could grant them the perfect power of Hulk without the complications of a second personality or remaining in Hulk form. The advanced Hulk mutation technology would allow the soldiers to wield Hulk's strength without flaws, and they would be able to maintain their normal human appearance, choosing to enter or exit the Hulk state at will, making Hulk controllable. Therefore, Chen Mu didn't take the Ancient One's words about Bruce Banner needing this growth to heart. Bruce's growth was meaningless to him. After all, the Hulk version of Bruce Banner would no longer have opportunities to shine, as there would be countless Hulks in the Huaxia army who could perfectly control their powers. As for me, although I really want to master magic right now, it is indeed too early. While he disagreed with the first part of the note, he found the latter part quite agreeable. Even though he had analyzed 50% of the magic knowledge, he understood that casting magic required something called magic power. From a scientific perspective, magic power was essentially cosmic energy, of which there were many types, but casting magic primarily required a controllable energy source. Currently, Chen Mu had no energy within him. How could he possibly learn magic? Mr. Chen, you've already conducted research on the Hulk mutation? While Chen Mu was lost in thought, Su Jia pushed open the research room door and approached him, her eyes filled with surprise. She had personally experienced the power of Hulk when 11 warriors in armor had subdued the giant in the Amazon, vividly recalling Hulk's ability to ignore most firearms on Earth.
Is there anyone volunteering for the experiment?
Since Shenmue hadn't claimed the experiment was 100% successful and had mentioned that failure could result in death, coupled with the fact that they had only been studying Hulk for a few days, he didn't have high hopes. After all, it was a risky experiment that could lead to death, so he expected few to volunteer. However, he needed only one volunteer, so he remained somewhat hopeful.
Too many.
In less than 10 minutes, over 100 comrades have submitted reports, and many more are still coming in.
Many? Shenmue was taken aback.
He had not anticipated this situation. Everyone was so eager to sign up for such a risky and uncertain experiment.
There are just too many comrades signing up.
After your notification, we quickly received a large number of applications. In less than a minute, over 20 people had already volunteered, Su Jia said with a wry smile. If I hadn't paused the application process in time, there might have been hundreds of volunteers by now.
Shenmue fell silent upon hearing this. Are they all trying to become stronger? Shenmue asked uncertainly. Who doesn't want to be stronger? But the main reason they're signing up is a sense of responsibility. Su Jia rolled her eyes and replied, a bit exasperated. If becoming the Hulk didn't look so ridiculous, I'd want to volunteer too. After all, I'm a girl, and everyone wants to look good. Especially for someone as pretty as me. Who would want to turn into the Hulk? High elasticity shorts might be bearable, but where's the high elasticity bra for women?
I think I mentioned before that this experiment carries certain dangers, and failure could lead to death. Shenmue chuckled, surprised by the number of soldiers willing to volunteer. He feared that Zhang Xian hadn't fully communicated the consequences of failure to everyone.
They know that. What experiment is completely safe? Su Jia nodded, unfazed. If it's for necessary research, sacrifices are inevitable. Most comrades would step up without hesitation.
It's like defusing bombs. Sacrificing oneself increases the chances of survival for others, and for these brave soldiers, that's worth it.
All the volunteers are preparing their wills in advance.
Hearing this, Shenmue felt deeply moved. These soldiers were coming with a mindset of sacrifice. The members of the Spear Agency had been selected through rigorous processes and were all patriotic soldiers, known for their spirit of sacrifice within the military.
Aren't they afraid of death? Of course they are. Who isn't afraid of death?
Su Jia replied with a bitter smile. Their fathers, sons, and husbands, no one is indifferent to death, not even our People's Liberation Army. But what they fear more than death is seeing their homeland bullied by foreign powers and their fellow citizens ridiculed by outsiders. Though society seems peaceful now, war is very close.
Don't be fooled by the years of peace in China. In your previous world, there hadn't been a war even in 2022, which led many to mistakenly believe they were living in peaceful times. In fact, it's a huge misunderstanding.
This era is anything but peaceful. We just happen to live in a peaceful country, where our powerful homeland keeps all external forces at bay.
China, a peace-loving nation, never initiates conflict, but there will always be provocateurs. Look around, you can see that in many parts of the world, war rages on. The Marvel Universe is no different.
While China may seem weak, we have always strived to maintain the hard-won peace, surviving in a world dominated by Western powers, working hard to protect civilians.
That's truly commendable.
Just look at those countries in the Middle East, currently engulfed in flames of war. In contrast, we can appreciate the value of peace in China. The Hulk experiment is different from other experiments. It can't start with animals because there are no lab rats.
So the first participant is essentially the lab rat. Shenmue's tone grew heavy.
Just because of his words, so many members of the Spear Agency were eager to volunteer, leaving him profoundly touched. This unconditional trust was hard for him to express.
If the Hulk experiment succeeds, our sacrifices will be worth it.
At that moment, Zhang Xian approached.
After a few days apart, he now exuded an aura of authority. Any potential that can strengthen the nation is worth pursuing.
The Spear Agency, equipped with the Qilin armor, was undoubtedly among the best on Earth, but that still wasn't enough.
Simply relying on one set of armor was far from sufficient for China to stand at the pinnacle of nations.
Thus, the Spear Agency, or rather all of China, needed more and stronger forces. Perhaps due to a long history of weakness, everyone appeared particularly eager about increasing their strength.
You're putting a lot of pressure on me, Shenmue said with a bitter smile, shaking his head.
So you must do everything possible to ensure the experiment's success, Su Jiao replied, looking at Chen Mu with a smile, though a hint of seriousness shone through her eyes.
Don't worry. If I don't have absolute confidence, I won't let the soldiers take risks.
Chen Mu said this with utmost sincerity.
He was highly confident.
With the research breakthroughs made possible through the system, the current Hulk mutation technology was already very mature, and all the necessary data was embedded in his mind.
As long as he proceeded methodically, success was guaranteed.
Because it was a perfect Hulk mutation technique, gamma radiation exposure was necessary, requiring a large amount of energy to power the gamma device. Fortunately, he had already mastered the arc reactor technology, so energy wouldn't be a concern.
Conducting the Hulk mutation requires a large amount of energy, about a day's worth of energy production from an arc reactor to trigger the mutation.
There are 2 arc reactors in the industrial park. We can allocate one for the experiment while ensuring the original production capacity remains intact. Zhang Xian nodded, fully aware of the situation in the industrial park, given that he had previously studied there. The production of Qilin armor cannot be interrupted, so we can only allocate one reactor for the experiment. The industrial park was still producing Qilin armor. Although they lacked better materials like golden titanium alloy, they were continuing production with special alloys, managing to produce nearly 20 sets of Qilin armor daily. Most of these armors were provided to the Spear Agency so that soldiers could quickly become familiar with their use. Of course, these so-called low-end armors would eventually be sent to frontline troops, with the primary recipients being various firefighting units. That's right, this batch of armors was not intended for combat but rather for use by fire departments. The powerful armors could greatly reduce personnel injuries in firefighting, and the armors equipped with various firefighting equipment would be a tremendous help during rescue operations. This year was 2008, and the earthquake in Sichuan earlier in the year left a profound impression on the entire nation. These armors were prioritized for the firefighting units, which Chen Mu found surprising but understandable. While the armors were powerful, they would not be used directly in warfare by the People's Liberation Army.
We can only conduct one experiment per day.
I will make the arrangements and inform the comrades, selecting one soldier to participate, Zhang Xian said, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Everyone understood the enormous risks involved in being a test subject. The life and death of the first test subject were difficult to predict, yet even so, the comrades showed no fear. The first test subject would undoubtedly be the most dangerous.
By the way, I came to see you for more than just this.
After setting things in order, Zhang Xian continued, it's about the military.
Thanks to your armor, the military has a lot of trust in your weaponry.
The army hopes you can develop a batch of heavy armored suits to replace tanks as the new kings of ground warfare.
Replace tanks? Chen Mu pondered, stroking his chin upon hearing Zhang Xian's words.
It wasn't a difficult task. Heavy mechs were similar to the Iron Tyrant manufactured by Obadiah before.
Although it looked bulky, it was just a comparison to Tony's Iron Man Mark III. On the battlefield, it was much more agile than a tank.
With powerful firepower and the ability to fly, equipped with formidable weapon systems, a heavy mech could carry more weapons, easily achieving fire coverage. Thus, as a pure war weapon, the Iron Tyrant had clear advantages over the Iron Man suit. With such technology, we can modify the Qilin armor slightly, Chen Mu nodded.
I'll organize the data and pass it to you shortly.
The production capacity for Qilin armor in the industrial park is already at full capacity, so producing this heavy armor will have to be handed over to other military industrial departments. The Huqiangbai Industrial Park had limited production capacity, and now that it was fully occupied with Qilin armor production, the Iron Tyrant production needed to be transferred to other departments.
Thank you so much.
Zhang Xian sighed in relief, looking at Chen Mu with gratitude.
I will ensure everything is safely delivered to the army. By the way, there's one more thing.
The Navy has transferred the Varglian to our Spear Agency. After handling these matters, Zhang Xian finally smiled and continued, the Varglian aircraft carrier was delivered to our Navy after a long journey in 2003. After renovation, it was supposed to be launched as the Navy's first aircraft carrier, but General Zhang handed it over to our Spear Agency. The Varglian, which would become the future Liaoning aircraft carrier, was purchased by China in 1999 and arrived on March 4, 2002. It had been forced to return multiple times due to interference from Western countries, finally arriving in China as just a shell after being disassembled. The People's Liberation Army's goal was to modify the unfinished carrier for research, experiments, and training. Now the military had mastered the data necessary for completing the aircraft carrier and was producing it independently, confident that domestically produced aircraft carriers would be launched in a few years. Shenmue was surprised that such an important piece of equipment had been directly handed over to the Spear Agency. General Zhang, as the founder of the Spear Agency, has provided us with a lot of support, Zheng Xian continued with a smile.
Now, this aircraft carrier, after being modified by the Spear Agency, possesses even greater capabilities.
Thanks to the arc reactor technology you provided, the warship has gained powerful energy. We installed a gravity control device, allowing this aircraft carrier to fly.
Shenmue looked confused. An aerospace carrier just came out like that? And it was developed domestically?
The gravity control device has been invented for a long time, and many countries have this technology, but it requires powerful energy to drive it. Essentially, no country has installed it on weaponry without solving the energy problem first. Thus, after Shenmue generously provided the improved arc reactor technology to China, the long-stored gravity control device was reactivated and directly installed on the aircraft carrier. Coupled with the 4 arc reactors inside the carrier, the Vardlian was transformed from an old-fashioned carrier into an aerospace carrier. The aerospace carrier will serve as the Spear Agency's airborne mobile base, patrolling our airspace for a long time. Zheng Xian was very proud of this. It was the world's first aerospace carrier, far ahead of the United States. While the US was also developing one, they couldn't launch theirs due to insufficient energy. Although the US military and SHIELD had aircraft carriers and related technology, they paled in comparison to the Spear Agency's aerospace carrier. Even after the events of the Avengers, SHIELD's aerospace carrier, limited by energy, had to rely on nuclear power and struggled to maintain stable flight, using 4 large thrust propellers that looked rather awkward. In contrast, the Spear Agency's aerospace carrier flew entirely using the gravity control device, with no propellers, appearing much more advanced. The new Vardlian has now been renamed the Feng, and it will be delivered the day after tomorrow. At that time, I hope you can personally come to participate in the maiden voyage of the newly constructed ship.
Since the aircraft carrier was built in Fengtian province, it was named the Fengtian.
Upon delivery, the Spear Agency would pilot the Fengtian to the deep sea and activate the anti-gravity device, allowing it to fly directly into the sky.
From now on, the Fengtian would spend most of its time cruising in the air, safeguarding the vast territories of the homeland. This warship is just the beginning.
In the future, our country will have more and more aircraft carriers launched, all equipped with the same anti-gravity devices. Normally, they will sail on the surface of the sea, but once war breaks out, they will become mobile fortresses. China is not enthusiastic about war, but it must ensure it possesses sufficient strength. Only with powerful capabilities can it protect its homeland. As a great Chinese scientist once said, not having a sword in hand is not the same as having one. Shenmue deeply agreed with this sentiment. Even our Spear Agency will possess several aerospace carriers in the future. We must have enough strength to protect our homeland, Zheng Xian said, his eyes filled with determination and hope for the future. Thanks to Shenmue's appearance and his generous provision of advanced technology, China had significantly enhanced its capabilities in a short time. In return, China was doing its best to provide Shenmue with conveniences. However, this also created some headaches for China. It was precisely because of Shenmue's selflessness that they felt uneasy. Without mutual interests involved and relying solely on the notion of patriotism, how long could this relationship last? The Chinese leadership was concerned that one day, Shenmue might abandon the country. Therefore, Zheng Xian put away his smile and looked seriously at Shenmue, saying, "There's one thing General Zhang asked me to ask you. Is there anything you want? China will do its utmost to fulfill it." "Anything I want?" Shenmue was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Not really. If I had to specify, perhaps I just hope for the strength of my homeland." In his past life, disheartened and desperate, Shenmue had ended his own life. When he made that decision, he had let go of everything. As someone who had seen through life and death, he held little desire for wealth or material possessions. In this era filled with material desires, that was quite rare.
"Why?" Zheng Xian couldn't help but ask, surprised by Shenmue's answer. "What do you mean, why?" Shenmue shook his head, amused, and countered, "Isn't it obvious that I want my homeland to be strong?" "That's true," Zheng Xian chuckled, acknowledging the point. "This is my current pursuit." In today's world dominated by the West, we, with our thousands of years of history, are mere supporting characters on the global stage.
Historically, China has always been one of the most powerful nations, and now, Chen Mu hoped to lead the country back to glory. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods just like the Egyptians. 4,000 years ago, we cast bronze just like the Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, we pondered philosophy just like the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we bravely fought just like the Romans. 1,000 years ago, we were as wealthy as the Arabs.
Now, Chen Mu wanted China to truly compete with America and surpass it in all aspects.
In this world where superheroes are revered, Chen Mu aimed to make every Chinese soldier a true superhero. While he believed that every soldier was already a hero, he wanted to ensure they had the power to match that title.
You Americans revere superheroes? Then let me show you what a true superhero really is. So, how do you view the country?
After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian looked at Chen Mu and asked, "In our country, things are not as unified as they seem." The establishment of the Spear Agency was only possible after several high-ranking generals strongly advocated for it. You could say the Spear Agency is a product of compromise. In a country with a population of 1.3 billion, although the central government can rally the will of the majority, there will always be dissenting opinions.
Not everyone can selflessly contribute to the nation.
Additionally, regarding Chen Mu, the upper echelons of the government held different views. Aside from a few traitors, most people wished for the country's betterment. Therefore, aside from those whose interests were affected, the majority of the higher-ups viewed Chen Mu favorably. Furthermore, several of Chen Mu's products had significantly enhanced the military's capabilities, making him highly sought after.
Who would dare to cause him trouble?
Under the layers of protection from the Spear Agency and the military, this was also the main reason Chen Mu had enjoyed a smooth journey.
Who would dare to create trouble?
In fact, the various technologies Chen Mu introduced had greatly improved civilian life. For example, the arc reactor produced energy far exceeding that of nuclear power stations without pollution and could generate vast amounts of energy at a very low cost. Soon, the Chinese government would secretly promote this technology, and the day when the public could access free clean energy was not far off.
Chen Mu's contributions to improving civilian life also endeared him to the government. With support from both military and political spheres, who would dare to create issues for Chen Mu?
In summary, I don't care whose hands my technology ends up in, as long as they are Chinese and are working for the development and construction of our country, I have no objections. Looking at Zhang Xian, Chen Mu spoke clearly, the same applies to all kinds of weapons.
My rationale for delivering them to the military is the same.
I don't care how competition unfolds domestically, whether there are hawks or doves, as long as I can ensure that these weapons are not aimed at our own people, it makes no difference who possesses them. Whether these weapons are used to protect our country or to invade others, I don't mind. I only need to know that these weapons will bring strength and prosperity to our homeland. That is enough. I don't care if the rabbit is black or white, as long as it is a rabbit and has the country in its heart, that's all that matters. My only requirement is that these weapons should not be turned against our compatriots in the future. I don't care about the infighting at the top or the various factions, as long as they are all Chinese and are working towards the development of China, then to me, everything is fine. Zhang Xian left, taking Chen Mu's stance and perspective with him. In fact, within a coastal military district, several high-ranking generals, including the chief, had been listening to the conversation between Chen Mu and Zhang Xian the whole time. Zhang Xian was equipped with a communication device that transmitted their dialogue in real time to everyone present. "So, you don't need to worry any longer," the chief said, smiling, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Chen Mu's words had deeply moved him. It was rare to find such a patriotic and selfless young person. The various technologies provided by Chen Mu have made breakthrough contributions to many of our capabilities, another senior leader added, also wearing a smile. Although the weapon data he provided was primarily for armor, the technology had been fully integrated.
Just the arc reactor technology alone was enough to significantly modernize the entire Chinese military.
After our Eastern missiles switched to the new energy source, their range was greatly extended.
With the reactor installed, any missile can easily fly around the globe, he continued.
This single advancement could upgrade existing short-range and medium-range missiles to ultra-long-range capabilities, giving any developing nation the confidence to engage in dialogue with major powers.
Moreover, China was already a nuclear power, and this only added to its strength.
Not long ago, the improved Dongfang 17 missile completed its test launch. This test was conducted openly, showcasing hypersonic missiles combined with the super endurance of the arc reactor, yielding results far beyond simple addition. As the Dongfang 17 missile streaked through the stratosphere at over 10 times the speed of sound, all nations fell silent.
Its ability to perform various trajectory maneuvers left many feeling dread. This weapon could easily strike any target, rendering any air defense system a mere joke. Ultimately, the test missile successfully circled the Earth before hitting its designated target, a decommissioned old cruise ship. The powerful Dongfang series missiles left everyone in awe, and not long ago, a certain country's aircraft carrier fleet, which had been showing off in the South China Sea, retreated several hundred kilometers without hesitation. They were scared. If a war broke out, this missile could destroy their aircraft carrier fleet in an instant. Thus, the notified fleet decisively withdrew. Dignity lies on the edge of a sword, and truth exists within the range of cannons. The chief smiled as he looked at his old comrades. Chen Mu has forged a sharp sword for us. Before the military might of other countries, we are no longer afraid. This was the truth. Given the current combat capabilities of nations on Earth, China no longer needed to be fearful.
The United States? Just a paper tiger. We will not invade other countries, but if any nation dares to provoke us, we will not hold back. A hawkish general also smiled. For years, due to slightly inferior military strength, the Chinese military had suffered many losses, often having their own waters intruded by aggressive outsiders. Although there were passionate officers wanting to take direct action, they had to endure for the greater good. Now, with a strong military, they no longer needed to tolerate such indignities. Previously, restraint was due to a lack of options, not wanting to provoke disputes, but now, with advanced technology and powerful weapons, there was no need for restraint.
In a month, National Day will be upon us. This time, we must let the world see that the Eastern Dragon has awakened and will not allow any clowns to continue their antics. China needed a grand parade to boost national confidence and invigorate the spirit of its citizens.
The Feng Tian will be handed over to the Spear Agency the day after tomorrow, and with the 001 aerospace carrier that the shipyard is hastily constructing, the Qilu will also be launched soon.
During the National Day Parade, there will be a double carrier formation featuring 2 aerospace carriers.
Just the thought of having 2 aerospace carriers at the parade was thrilling. These carriers would be capable of flight. With these 2 warships, the people of the nation would feel an unprecedented sense of security. The J-35 fighter jet has progressed rapidly due to the 5th-generation technology provided by Chen Mu. Its improved model will also serve as the carrier-based aircraft for the aerospace carriers and will be delivered on time. Within just a few months, the generals present felt as if it were unreal. Since Chen Mu appeared, China's military technology had made tremendous strides in such a short time.
This year's National Day Parade was about to become as fantastical as a Hollywood blockbuster.
Just a few months ago, no one could have imagined that such sci-fi weapons would make an appearance at the parade. With all the various armors from different military branches, Chen Mu's contributions are beyond repayment. The chief sighed, grateful that Chen Mu didn't care about personal gain and had provided numerous weapons to the military without asking for anything in return. This was truly commendable. Chen Mu and his family will be protected by our navy from now on. If anyone dares to cause them trouble, they will have to step over my navy's dead bodies. The chief spoke passionately.
Hold on, this is a matter for my army.
You navy people should just guard the territorial waters. Chen Mu and his family are in the mainland, so they fall under my jurisdiction. An army leader slammed the table, declaring, if anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll send 2 regiments, no, 2 divisions, to wipe them out.
Hey, why can't my navy handle this?
I can send the aerospace carrier over.
Let them finish talking. What else can I say as the Air Force?
The Air Force leader rolled his eyes. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we in the military are all tough guys who only know how to use our fists to reason. The senior leaders exchanged smiles, sharing the same expression.
Chen Mu would definitely be fully protected by the military.
Eagle Eye and Black Widow's armors have been completed, and they have left with them, Su Jia said to Chen Mu after Zhang Xian departed. In addition, Zhang Xian has arranged everything. The first candidate for the Hulk experiment has been confirmed.
Su Jia looked at Chen Mu and continued, you've met him before. He was the comrade during the mission in the Amazon, the one known as number 2 at that time.
Chen Mu thought for a moment and recalled the tough soldier who had used his armor to bring Bruce Banner back.
His name is Wang Wei, a former pilot in the Chinese Navy with the rank of 2nd lieutenant.
After the establishment of the Spear Agency, due to his outstanding abilities and strong sense of patriotism, he was selected to become a member of the Spear Agency. He also became one of the first warriors to use the Qilin armor, thanks to his excellent piloting skills.
So his name was Wang Wei. Chen Mu nodded. He had referred to him by a code name earlier because they were only conducting a minor task with no life-threatening risk.
This time, however, he would be sacrificing himself for the experiment, which involved significant danger, potentially even life-threatening, prompting Su Jia to reveal his name. In the execution of dangerous tasks, it was common to document names. Perhaps he would later be posthumously honored as a martyr. Of course, Shenmue would not allow Wang Wei to become a martyr. His Hulk mutation technology was already highly refined, and barring any accidents, Wang Wei would become the first super soldier of China, a true Hulk, far stronger than a half-baked Captain America.
Let's go to the laboratory. Has Wang Wei arrived?
Shenmue expressed his utmost respect for the brave soldier and asked seriously. He has been waiting in the lab you arranged for a long time, Su Jia replied, her mood heavy. Unlike Shenmue, she wasn't as confident. This was the first experiment with no prior test subjects.
To put it bluntly, Wang Wei was essentially the first lab rat, and it was incredibly dangerous.
Under normal circumstances, the probability of dying in experiments was quite high.
Did Wang Wei not know this?
No, he was fully aware that he was the first lab rat, but he also understood that if the experiment succeeded, the homeland would gain tremendous power. He wasn't afraid to sacrifice himself. Serving his country was his ideal as a soldier. When Shenmue and Su Jia arrived at the laboratory for the Hulk mutation technology experiment, Wang Wei was already waiting there.
The lab also housed several Chinese scientists, all top experts in biotechnology and gamma radiation research, recognized internationally as leading figures in their fields.
They were present to observe and learn from the experiment. At that moment, everyone's expression was serious, as they all understood the peril involved in this experiment. Wang Wei's chance of survival was theoretically less than 1%.
Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, you need not worry.
This technology has been thoroughly researched and is quite safe, with a high success rate, Shenmue encouraged, seeing the somber expressions of the crowd. If I didn't have full confidence, I wouldn't let our soldiers take risks.
Though he said this, everyone present understood it was merely a form of reassurance for Wang Wei.
After all, the nature of mutation technology involved transformation, which was difficult to control.
If it could be controlled, it would be called modification, not mutation.
So, this experiment could just as well be termed the Hulk modification experiment. However, the technology produced by the system indeed had a very high success rate, making the name Hulk Modification Program appropriate as well.
Dr. Shenmue, there's no need to comfort me.
From the moment I joined the army, I prepared myself to sacrifice for my country. Regardless of the outcome, I will have no regrets, Wang Wei said, his eyes filled with determination. As a Chinese soldier, he believed that if his sacrifice could strengthen the homeland, he would do so without hesitation. I'm not a doctor, I graduated from a second-tier university, Shenmue chuckled, scratching his head. But rest assured, I won't let any of our heroes fall in front of me. Shenmue made a joke to ease Wang Wei's tension, but Su Jia rolled her eyes at the side, thinking, saying you graduated from a second-tier university without a doctorate only makes others more nervous.
It's okay. I believe in you. Wang Wei smiled, his eyes shining with hope.
Regardless of whether this experiment succeeds, Dr. Shenmue, the armor you designed for the military has been a huge help to the country.
In my eyes, you are a hero of the homeland. I believe you can create miracles. As for being a second-tier university graduate?
Wang Wei scratched his head with a foolish grin.
I never even attended university.
But to me, you're much more impressive than those expert professors and doctors. Wang Wei was a straightforward man who didn't know what was above a doctorate. Calling Shenmue doctor was his highest form of acknowledgement. Clearly, Wang Wei understood the danger of the experiment, but due to his unconditional trust in Shenmue, he felt no fear.
As a Chinese soldier, he was willing to take any risks. Thank you for your trust.
Shenmue put away his smile and looked at him seriously. It seems I have another reason to ensure the success of this experiment. With a soldier trusting him so deeply, he would not allow Wang Wei to sacrifice himself in the experiment, no matter what.
Then, Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, do you clearly understand the potential outcomes of the experiment? Shenmue asked sternly, looking him in the eye. If the experiment fails, you will die. If it succeeds, you will be able to transform into a Hulk-like being with transformation abilities. Are you sure you want to proceed with the experiment?
With that, Shenmue walked over to the equipment in the center of the lab, where a serum had already been prepared. Bruce Banner's Hulk serum, refined using the technology provided by the system. Unlike the half-baked version injected into Blonsky, this serum would grant the recipient potential equal to that of the Hulk himself. After exposure to a specific amount of gamma radiation, the transformed Hulk would be on par with the original Hulk. Come on, Dr. Shenmue, I have no regrets. Wang Wei resolutely removed his shirt, revealing a sturdy physique, his muscles honed from years of training embodying the beauty of strength. Honestly, even Shenmue felt a twinge of envy at his perfect 8-pack abs.
I have already written my will. Even if I die on the experiment table, I will have no complaints. Wang Wei declared firmly and lay down on the experiment table without hesitation. Then let's begin.
Shenmue's expression turned serious as he picked up the serum and walked to Wang Wei, injecting it into his body.
Ah!
As the serum was injected, Wang Wei's body convulsed violently on the table, clearly experiencing immense pain.
He clenched his fists tightly, using his strong willpower to suppress the agony.
The Hulk serum was rapidly transforming his body, and a flash of green blood vessels flickered in Wang Wei's opened eyes.
Proceed to the next step.
Shenmue calmly operated the machine as the experiment table was slowly moved into the isolation chamber, which housed the gamma-ray generator. At this moment, Wang Wei's body was being transformed by the serum, and all that was needed was a sufficient dosage of gamma rays to provide energy, bringing the experiment close to success. The doors of the isolation chamber closed, plunging the scene into silence as everyone silently prayed for Wang Wei, hoping for no unexpected incidents. The anxious wait felt excruciatingly long. For those present, the mere 10 minutes felt like an eternity. After what seemed like ages, the green gamma glow in the isolation chamber faded, and everyone anxiously stared at the door.
Bang, bang, bang. A series of footsteps sounded, different from the tension felt by the others. Shenmue remained calm, watching the door. Creak.
The door opened, and a massive figure stepped out. The green giant was none other than the Hulk. His resolute features were identical to Second Lieutenant Wang Wei's, except for his skin color and the enormous difference in size.
Second Lieutenant Wang Wei?
Su Jia stepped in front of Shenmue, her eyes filled with tension. While the experiment appeared to have succeeded with Wang Wei transformed into the Hulk, the one unanswered question was whether he retained his original consciousness. If he lost his rationality like Hulk did, that would be a significant problem. Su Jia felt a pang of regret, wishing she had been better prepared. If the experiment failed and resulted in a beast similar to the Hulk, everyone present would be in danger. After all, she wasn't wearing armor at the moment. She felt she had not considered all possible scenarios and was filled with self-reproach, thinking she had not performed her role as a protector.
From the Qilin Brigade of the Spear Agency, I am Wang Wei, here to report.
The green giant Wang Wei stood tall, giving a standard military salute, while the words spoken were unmistakably those of Wang Wei. Everyone understood that this was indeed Wang Wei. The experiment had been successful, and he had not developed another consciousness. He perfectly embodied the Hulk's physique, marking a resounding success for the Hulk modification experiment.
Oh. It's a success.
Shenmue's lips curled into a smile, and the Chinese scientists in the lab erupted into excited cheers. The success of the Hulk experiment meant the military would have a special task force composed of Hulks, a powerful force.
Not quite yet.
The experiment will only be considered truly successful if Second Lieutenant Wang Wei can freely revert to his original form, Shenmue said, looking at Wang Wei.
How do you feel? Report, I feel great.
The green giant Wang Wei said, placing his hands in front of him, a look of disbelief on his face.
This power is incredible beyond belief. I need time to get familiar with it to utilize it better.
At that moment, experiencing the Hulk's formidable strength, Wang Wei finally understood why it had been difficult to combat the Hulk in the Amazon jungle. This body was overwhelmingly powerful, tough-skinned and muscular, with strength that felt like it could explode at any moment. He could easily crush everything in front of him. Thankfully, at that time, they had used the agile Qilin armor and a kite-flying strategy to defeat the Hulk. If they had only had 1 or 2 soldiers, overcoming the Hulk would have been a significant challenge.
I feel like I could easily lift a tank now.
The Hulk's strength was at least several tons, making lifting a tank well within reach.
Let's save the Hulk's strength test for later. Can you control your body to revert back to your original form now? This was the key.
If he couldn't revert to his original appearance, the experiment would be a failure for Shenmue. Although transforming soldiers into powerful Hulks would be considered a success from the military's perspective, it was far from enough for Shenmue, who pursued perfection.
I'll give it a try.
Upon hearing Shenmue's words, Wang Wei closed his eyes, working to calm his mind. Soon, he found a sense of control. It seemed he could indeed manipulate his body. As a soldier accustomed to years of training, his mastery of his own body was impeccable, and he could easily adapt to this new body.
As Wang Wei spoke, everyone else present watched with bated breath.
With the Hulk experiment having succeeded, if he could control his transformation freely, it would be an unexpected joy for the military. This experiment would be more than just a success, it would create a perfect Hulk modification experiment. Indeed, as Wang Wei finished speaking, his massive Hulk form shrank at a visibly rapid pace, quickly returning to his original physique.
The Hulk modification program had achieved perfect success. Phew, we did it! Wang Wei exclaimed, adjusting his pants that had stretched when he transformed into the Hulk, a face full of excitement.
At that moment, with Chen Mu's help, he had become the perfect Hulk, even more so than the original Bruce Banner. Awesome.
The experiment was a success. Seeing Wang Wei able to revert back to human form, everyone present was filled with excitement, including Chen Mu. All along, he had immense trust in his Huqiangbai system and felt confident, but every time he witnessed the results firsthand, he couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Truly, Huqiangbai in China was remarkable.
Perhaps the only downside of the Hulk is that he might tear his clothes when he transforms, Chen Mu joked. It was also possible that the color might change. Although the special pants Wang Wei was wearing had excellent elasticity and hadn't ripped when he transformed into the Hulk, now they were just too big to wear properly, and he had to hold them up to avoid any embarrassing moments.
Since that's the case, why don't you try transforming back into the Hulk again?
Chen Mu found the situation amusing. When it came to Hulk-sized pants, they were truly a divine item. Every time Hulk transformed, his pants remained intact.
Of course, the technology behind making such pants wasn't difficult, although the Hulk's physique was much larger than an ordinary person's. As long as the pants had excellent elasticity, they wouldn't easily tear.
Moreover, during the preparation for the experiment, it was anticipated that the subject would transform into the Hulk, so Wang Wei had changed into the prepared attire in advance.
Everything was going smoothly. Sure.
Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Wang Wei took a deep breath and, under his control, his body rapidly inflated like a balloon, turning the loose pants into form-fitting ones. Not bad, you can switch forms at will, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction.
The controllable Hulk transformation experiment was a success. Hong Meng, have all the experimental data been recorded?
Chen Mu inquired of the intelligent program, feeling pleased with the perfect conclusion of the experiment.
Sir, the data has been recorded completely, came the response. The subsequent transformation experiments could be conducted systematically, ensuring success.
Send this good news to Zhang Xian and let him inform the soldiers interested in transforming into Hulks that they can sign up. The success of the transformation experiment delighted Chen Mu. It meant that China would soon have a legion composed of Hulks.
With such an army, who could stand against them on Earth?
However, adhering to China's principle of low-profile operations, this would likely be kept as a trump card and not easily revealed. Alternatively, there might not be a specific Hulk army formed. Instead, the Hulks could be dispersed among various military branches.
Just like the Qilin armor from before, Wang Wei could revert back to his normal form. He could return to his own unit and continue piloting the Qilin armor, but now he had an additional trump card to transform into the Hulk at any time. Imagine Wang Wei piloting the Qilin armor in fierce combat against the enemy, both sides evenly matched or even Wang Wei at a disadvantage. After a fierce battle, if the Qilin armor were destroyed and Wang Wei exited the armor, the enemy might think the fight was over, only for Wang Wei to transform into the Hulk and initiate a second round of combat. Who could withstand that?
The armor would no longer be an enhancement to Wang Wei's abilities but rather a shackle limiting his true power.
Anyone daring to break this shackle would truly be heading toward doom.
The thought of such a scenario made Chen Mu laugh out loud. It was simply unbelievable. The gamma ray generator requires a lot of energy. One arc reactor's daily output is only enough for one experiment. This means that this laboratory can only enable one soldier to gain the Hulk's abilities each day. Speaking of which, there was still a shortage of production capacity. The serum was produced quickly, but the 2 arc reactors in the industrial park were too few. Capacity had to be increased.
Since the experiment was successful, let's head back for now.
Seeing the eager researchers around him, Chen Mu shook his head with a smile and said to Su Jia.
Now that the experiment had succeeded and Second Lieutenant Wang Wei had transformed into the Hulk, these researchers were full of curiosity about the powerful mutation and wanted to study Wang Wei's current Hulk body. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Who could have previously approached the Hulk for research? That would have been practically asking for death. Wang Wei's mouth twitched slightly at the thought of these researchers wanting to study him, but he did not protest.
As a soldier, he respected these intellectuals very much, and he also needed to understand the specifics of his new body. Letting the researchers examine him wasn't a problem. After all, they were all colleagues working together in the Spear Agency, and mutual research was acceptable. Su Jia, tell Zhang Xian to find a way to acquire more land next to the industrial area. Expanding the industrial park is imperative.
Chen Mu said.
Just considering the task of producing Qilin armor alone, the current industrial park was becoming insufficient. Now, with the additional task of Hulk modifications, the existing scale was clearly inadequate.
By the way, I was just about to mention that to you.
Su Jia handed a tablet computer to Chen Mu and said, the Huqiangbai Industrial Park will establish new industrial parks in 10 provincial capitals.
Establishing 10 industrial parks at once would significantly enhance Huqiangbai's production capacity.
Chen Mu secretly marveled that he really wasn't cut out for business matters. He hadn't really worried about these issues before, which explained why he had failed in his past life. But it was fortunate that he was now in China, where he had made significant contributions to the country, and the country was helping him resolve these matters, even providing him with an exceptionally capable secretary. Su Jia was not only a soldier but also a special agent, and her skills in business were no less impressive. To Chen Mu, Su Jia was like a combination of Black Widow and Pepper Potts, and as an Eastern beauty, she brought joy just by looking at her. Just like now, he had been thinking about expanding capacity, and she had already arranged it. The Huqiangbai Industrial Park is also adjacent to the ground-based base of the Spear Agency, with security work fully handled by the Spear Agency.
With free security, why not take advantage of it? With the Spear Agency's security, Chen Mu felt reassured. The members of the Spear Agency were all elites from the various military branches, equipped with armor, and in the future, there might even be Hulks hidden among the crowd. With such a high level of security, it would be difficult for any problems to arise. The site selection for the Huqiangbai industrial parks in various provinces had long been properly handled by Su Jia. This process undoubtedly benefited from the support of both military and political aspects, and the Spear Agency also put in considerable effort. After all, the Spear Agency would also establish new bases next to the industrial parks, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor. The success of the Hulk modification experiment had invigorated everyone within the Spear Agency. All soldiers eager to gain immense power to protect their homeland eagerly signed up, hoping to be selected one day. Chen Mu did not hide this from Bruce Banner.
Therefore, when Bruce learned that Chen Mu was conducting Hulk modification experiments, he approached Chen Mu with a heavy heart, feeling quite conflicted.
You're conducting Hulk experiments too? Bruce Banner looked at Chen Mu seriously.
He had always been firmly against such human experimentation due to the US military's past experiments, which had left him deeply repulsed. Yes, Chen Mu admitted without any concealment, nodding in acknowledgement.
This is human experimentation, it's extremely inhumane. Bruce Banner protested, expressing his disapproval of Chen Mu's actions. Inhumane? Chen Mu chuckled lightly, signaling Bruce Banner to remain calm.
He continued, before conducting human experiments, there were no animal trials, so this human trial is the first of its kind. The subjects, to put it bluntly, are lab rats.
You dare to conduct such experiments? Do you realize the danger involved? Bruce Banner's emotions escalated further.
In his view, skipping animal trials to proceed directly with human clinical trials was unimaginable and extremely risky. A small mistake could lead to a 99% chance of death for the subjects. Such an experiment was something he would never partake in, yet Chen Mu had done it, which made him uneasy.
Do you believe these subjects volunteered?
Chen Mu waved his hand to have the intelligent program, Hongmeng, display relevant data, showcasing the profiles of the eager soldiers who had signed up.
When I proposed this experiment, I informed everyone about the risks, stating that there was a 99% chance it could lead to death.
But these brave individuals were not deterred, they seemed unfazed, even knowing that there was a 99% chance of death, they still rushed to sign up.
Do they not realize they are lab rats?
Bruce asked, looking at the hundreds of registration entries. The registration process had been halted only because Su Jia closed the sign-up channel, otherwise, he couldn't fathom how many more soldiers would have signed up.
No, they are very aware.
Chen Mu gestured for Bruce Banner to sit on the couch and continued, they signed up willingly despite knowing all the dangers.
Chinese soldiers do not fear sacrifice, what they fear is not being able to sacrifice for their country and people. The first experiment was perfectly successful.
Second Lieutenant Wang Wei is currently undergoing adaptive training. The experiment was a major success, and he retains his rationality, Chen Mu said, pulling up the surveillance footage from the training room. On the screen, the Green Giant was Wang Wei, engaged in physical training, adaptive training aimed at mastering the strength of his new body. Surrounding him were at least a dozen researchers, recording and adjusting data to help him acclimate to his newfound power. It was evident that the experiment had been very successful. Wang Wei transformed into the Hulk without any aggression, and his rationality remained intact.
Second Lieutenant Wang Wei knew the dangers he would face before the experiment, yet he chose to proceed without hesitation. This is the letter he wrote before the experiment. Chen Mu called up a segment of information, revealing Wang Wei's earlier letter.
Bruce Banner glanced at it, his expression complex. As a genius with a good command of Chinese, he quickly finished reading the letter, which was quite simple, mainly expressing his willingness to make any sacrifice for the prosperity and strength of his homeland. This was the essence of a Chinese soldier. At that moment, Bruce Banner felt a whirlwind of emotions. He understood that the experiment being conducted on him was something Second Lieutenant Wang Wei had requested himself, not forced by the military.
The Chinese military was fundamentally different from the US military in this respect. The Chinese military would never force any soldier to undertake dangerous tasks, rather, it was often the soldiers who voluntarily requested to do so. In contrast, in the US military, soldiers were treated more like consumables.
The relationship between the military and the soldiers resembled that of a company and its employees, where the military was indifferent to the life and death of soldiers, merely providing compensation upon their death.
Moreover, as a former US military researcher, Bruce Banner was well aware that, for some disreputable research projects, American soldiers were often the best candidates for human experimentation.
They were isolated from society, had limited external connections, and if they went missing, no one would notice. Even if they died, it could be chalked up to a training accident. It was hard to believe that the US military was quietly using its own soldiers for some horrific human experiments, just as Chen Mu had seen in his previous world. Some disreputable research on biological and chemical agents would also utilize their own soldiers as test subjects, and numerous American soldiers had mysteriously contracted bizarre viruses and died under inexplicable circumstances.
Bruce Banner, as a former participant, was fully aware of this, which fueled his long-standing resentment towards the military and their actions.
Now in China, he was witnessing a military that was completely different from the US military, shattering his previous perceptions.
The Chinese military and the US military were truly two completely opposite extremes.
Having been in China for a while, Bruce Banner had gained a basic understanding of the situation here. What surprised him the most was the extremely harmonious relationship between the military and the people in this country, which was in stark contrast to the tense military-civilian relations in the United States. In China, the bond between the military and civilians was affectionately referred to as fishwater affection, a connection that was hard to sever. The people in China had an unconditional trust in their military, which left Bruce Banner puzzled as to why that was the case.
However, after seeing the letter written by Second Lieutenant Wang Wei, he began to gain some insight. The soldiers of China were true heroes, capable of self-sacrifice for their country and its people. Compared to the self-proclaimed superheroes in America, these soldiers truly deserved the title of hero. Heroes should not merely be those in American comics, who possess great strength and think themselves remarkable for fighting crime. The soldiers of China were the real heroes. Perhaps they did not have superhuman physiques or sci-fi weapons, but they accomplished heroic deeds with their mortal bodies and were deserving of the title. I suddenly find the superheroes in American comics somewhat laughable. In the Marvel Universe, there were indeed various comic companies, such as the neighboring DC Comics, so the concept of superheroes did exist in America. Now, Bruce Banner felt that the heroes in comics seemed somewhat undeserving of their titles. Having the power to act heroically and lacking the power yet still attempting to do so were completely different concepts. It was only when one faced danger head-on and rose to the challenge that they could be considered a hero. Bruce Banner recalled the various reports he had seen. This year, China had experienced a devastating earthquake that left countless people displaced and in crisis. Yet, the soldiers of China rushed into the disaster areas without hesitation, armed not with weapons but with tools, determined to assist in rescue efforts. When the Chinese people saw the arrival of the soldiers, their eyes brimmed with tears, for they recognized hope. Indeed, the military was always seen as their support and their hope. Based on mutual trust, the soldiers of China were willing to sacrifice for the people, and the people offered them unconditional trust and respect in return. In various situations, there was a tradition of prioritizing soldiers in China,
which demonstrated the people's affection and respect for their military. Of course, there would always be some oddities among 1.3 billion people who questioned this preferential treatment towards the military and made absurd remarks. However, the priority given to soldiers was something they deserved. Such a scene would absolutely be impossible in America. The power of the Hulk is immense. If used for evil, it could lead to unimaginable disasters.
Evil?
Dr. Banner, you may not understand much about our military. Shenmue chuckled and shook his head. You won't see acts of evil from our military, nor will you see it from soldiers in the Spear Agency. They have all gone through multiple rounds of political scrutiny, and each one of them is filled with loyalty to the country and a deep love for their homeland.
Would such people misuse their power for wrongdoing? Absolutely not. This was Shenmue's firm belief.
Once again, Bruce Banner fell silent, as he found it difficult to refute Shenmue's words. Although their acquaintance had not been long, he understood the character of these soldiers, who seemed far more noble than he could aspire to be. Thus, subconsciously, he had come to accept Shenmue's perspective and the necessity of conducting such experiments. However, the Spear Agency's current strength is already sufficient, and China possesses enough power to protect itself.
Why then the insistence on pursuing the power of the Hulk? This was the only confusion that remained for Bruce Banner.
Not to mention the Qilin Armor Brigade, which was already formidable in this world. Why pursue more power?
Not enough, still not enough.
The strength to protect one's homeland, no matter how much there is never enough in my view. Shenmue looked calmly at Bruce Banner and continued, this world is vast, and beyond Earth lies a boundless universe.
Always being vigilant is a fundamental principle of our nation. This is why China has a history of 5,000 years. These are valuable lessons learned. Having a sword in hand is fundamentally different from not having one.
Pouring a cup of tea for Bruce Banner, Shenmue calmly added, these are the words of a great scientist from our country, and I hold them as my guiding principle. To you Western powers, these things may be seen as instruments of destruction or formidable military strength, but in the eyes of our Chinese people, they are merely shields for defending our homeland, or rather, the strength to build our homeland.
Do you know?
During the earthquake, the soldiers suffered significant losses, and there are countless stories of sacrifice in their efforts to save others. They are ordinary people, many even in their 20s, who gave their young lives to save their fellow countrymen.
To me, they are all heroes.
Shenmue spoke these words with grave seriousness.
As heroes, why shouldn't I provide them with power?
Whether it was the Qilin armor or the Hulk transformation, granting these individuals immense strength was something Shenmue never worried would lead to negative outcomes. If we were to talk about character, these soldiers were far more like true heroes than the so-called superheroes in America. Would you worry that such a group of people would abuse their power?
Absolutely not.
Whether it's the armor or the Hulk transformation, such power entrusted to them would only be used to protect their fellow citizens. If, during the earthquake earlier this year, those soldiers who went to rescue people had had these capabilities, or if they could transform into Hulks like Second Lieutenant Wang Wei can now, imagine how many more lives they could have saved. In this regard, there was a vast difference between America and China. In China, the military was always there to protect the people. Facing Shenmue's words, Bruce Banner found himself at a loss for words, but for some reason, he felt an affirmation of Shenmue's perspective in his heart. The military of China truly exists wholeheartedly to protect the nation. This can be clearly seen from the close relationship between the military and the civilians. American soldiers are merely a profession, while Chinese soldiers embody a sacred duty. The two are fundamentally different and cannot be compared. However, Bruce Banner was also acutely aware that, despite China's adherence to peaceful principles, it did not mean there were no threats. The civilization of China has endured for 5,000 years, not merely because of friendliness, but likely for other reasons. Having recently delved into the study of Chinese history, Bruce Banner had gained profound insights. The reason for China's extensive history was forged through countless battles and struggles. It is often said that Russians are a warrior nation, but perhaps they have not learned their history well. The true fighting spirit belongs to the Chinese people. From battling against the heavens, the earth, and humanity itself, for 5,000 years, whether facing natural disasters or man-made calamities, the history of China is essentially one of wars marked by blood and tears. Despite its recent emphasis on benevolence, the intrinsic nature of this nation has never changed. The core spirit of the Chinese people can be encapsulated in two words: struggle. War has never been something that the Chinese nation feared. Fortunately, the current leadership in China mostly comprises pacifists, but should a day come when the rulers become radical expansionists, then China would undoubtedly become a terrifying presence that sends shivers down the spine of the world.
Bruce Banner decided to step away. He no longer tried to persuade Shenmue, knowing full well that no matter what he said, he would not alter Shenmue's decision. Though their time together had been short, he had also come to understand Shenmue's character. One could say that Shenmue was a pure nationalist, much like Hitler of the past. What was more frightening was that he possessed a genius-level intellect, capable of developing various powerful weapons, which he would hand over to his country without hesitation or reservation. Fortunately, Shenmue's country was not like the America he once knew. If he had been born in the US, the world would likely have been completely dominated by America long ago. Thankfully, as Shenmue had stated, China was not aggressive. One could say that the combat capabilities of the Spear Agency alone were sufficient to defeat all other nations on the planet. Understanding the terrifying power of the Hulk, Bruce Banner was well aware of its potential for destruction. What was even more alarming was that China now had the capability to produce Hulks on a large scale. In addition, the Spear Agency possessed a vast number of Qilin armors, which could effectively counter the Hulk. With such powerful military strength, China still maintained its traditional approach, characterized by humility and low profile. At the same time, Bruce Banner found himself unable to refute Shenmue's words. If such power fell into the hands of America, it would be a disaster for the entire world. But if it remained in the hands of contemporary China, it could be considered good news for the world. Perhaps, as Shenmue had said, the world was vast, and beyond Earth lay even more civilizations. If one day there were an actual alien invasion, then the existence of China would be a boon for the Earth.
After weighing his options, Bruce Banner abandoned the idea of persuading Shenmue to halt the Hulk modification program. He understood that persuading Shenmue to abandon the Hulk's power was impossible, and even if he succeeded, the government would surely not agree. So, he chose to disengage, preparing to head to the desert to implement his tree planting initiative.
He did not want to be entangled in these matters any longer. The only silver lining was that the Chinese military was a benevolent force. Even if the power of the Hulk fell into their hands, they would not endanger the world. But if the Hulk's power were in the hands of the US military, the consequences would be unthinkable. Having reached this point, Bruce Banner felt he had no power or right to intervene further. He prepared to forget everything and use his intelligence to contribute to the environment by planting trees in northwest China.
Tomorrow is the day the Fengtian aircraft carrier is launched. We can head to Fengtian province now, Sujia reminded Shenmue after bidding farewell to Bruce Banner.
The Fengtian aircraft carrier?
As the first aircraft carrier of China, Shenmue was already filled with anticipation. He regretted not being able to visit it in his previous life. Fortunately, he had arrived in the Marvel world and had the opportunity to personally participate in the launch ceremony of the Fengtian aircraft carrier. He would not miss it.
The Fengtian aircraft carrier's predecessor, the Variag, was an old aircraft carrier with a full load displacement exceeding 60,000 tons, which was indeed quite outdated compared to active U.S. carriers. Moreover, its deck design was reminiscent of World War II, featuring a protruding ski jump for launching aircraft, which was almost useless for contemporary fighter jets. He wondered how this antiquated carrier would be modified under the Spear Agency's supervision.
Since the itinerary had already been arranged, Shenmue and Sujia donned their respective armors and flew to Fengtian province.
In less than an hour, they arrived at their destination. It's truly magnificent,
Shenmue exclaimed, gazing at the aircraft carrier towering 7 to 8 stories high in the port. Despite his access to various advanced technologies, this was his first encounter with such a colossal vessel.
It looks different from the photos.
Observing the modified aircraft carrier, Shenmue couldn't help but feel puzzled. The carrier now bore little resemblance to the Variag. The current aircraft carrier had been outfitted with 4 arc reactors, primarily to power internal anti-gravity devices, enabling it to take off directly into the air. In fact, without the anti-gravity apparatus, the energy produced by a single arc reactor far exceeded that of a typical nuclear reactor, giving it power comparable to American nuclear-powered carriers. Consequently, the World War II-style deck had vanished, and the deck now appeared similar to that of American nuclear carriers.
After all, a carrier with such immense energy could easily utilize electromagnetic catapults, rendering ski jumps unnecessary.
Shenmue was unaware that the various technologies he had provided had greatly stimulated the development of Chinese technology. These technologies, though seemingly singular or few, were actually top-tier innovations in their respective fields. They directly propelled a dramatic surge in Chinese technological advancement, ushering in a significant breakthrough for a nation that had not previously been particularly strong in technology. The next day, after attending the launch ceremony of the Spear Agency's aerospace aircraft carrier, Chen Mu returned to the Huqiangbai Industrial Park with Su Jia.
The technology embedded in the Spear Agency's aerospace aircraft carrier was indeed incredibly advanced.
Setting aside the anti-gravity devices, the top-tier air defense systems and long-range strike weapons alone made the carrier exceptionally formidable in both offense and defense. Not to mention the presence of various electromagnetic cannons and laser weapons, so-called future weapons. In fact, these technologies had already been developed but had remained ineffective due to energy constraints. The introduction of the arc reactors by Chen Mu perfectly resolved all these issues, which was why the Fengtian aircraft carrier could be equipped with these weapons. The energy provided by the 4 arc reactors was sufficient to operate these systems effortlessly. Once the system further optimizes these weapons, we can extract these technologies separately or even directly create the design blueprint for the second-generation aerospace aircraft carrier, Chen Mu thought as he settled down for rare moments of leisure back at the Huqiangbai Industrial Park.
By the way, Su Jia, how are the sales of the Xiaomu phones doing?
Since he had some free time, Chen Mu recalled his civilian business ventures. Not only did he have the Xiaomu technology producing smartphones, but he also had his father's prosthetics business. At present, the Xiaomu phone was undoubtedly one of the most profitable projects on Earth, reportedly even raking in significant profits for Stark Industries.
You still remember that, huh?
Su Jia rolled her eyes in mock annoyance and replied, the Xiaomu phone was released less than a month ago, and thanks to its high cost-performance ratio, sales have reached a terrifying level globally. The domestic version of the Xiaomu phone has achieved a shipment volume of 8 million units, and there are still plenty of orders. The supply has already run out, and the company has engaged many factories to work overtime, yet we still cannot meet demand. It was worth noting that the Xiaomu phone was priced at under 1,000 yuan, and in this era of functional phones, its launch had left giants like Nokia stunned. For most families in China, 1,000 yuan was not considered expensive, while at the same time, Nokia's smartphones with minimal smart features were priced at 4 or 5,000 yuan, lacking significantly in functionality. Unless one was foolish or merely clinging to nostalgia, no one would buy those expensive, outdated devices.
In summary, traditional phone manufacturers were on the verge of collapse due to the emergence of the Xiaomu phone.
The international version of the Xiaomu phone is considerably more expensive than the domestic one, yet global shipments have reached an astounding 20 million units, also facing massive demand. Stark Industries is working at full capacity but still cannot keep up. It seemed that entering the smartphone industry had been the right choice for Stark after all. The domestic version of the Xiaomu phone has earned you hundreds of millions of yuan in just 1 month, and your dividends from the international version should amount to about $1 billion.
In reality, both the domestic and international versions had the same specifications, but their prices differed drastically.
The international version was 4 to 5 times the price of the domestic version, making it hard not to profit. Both the domestic and international versions have the same specifications, but many people still believe the international version is superior and scramble to buy it.
At least 4 to 500,000 units have been sold like that. Chen Mu felt speechless but not surprised.
In this era, many still thought foreign products were better, even believing that foreign air smelled sweeter. How much more so for the international version produced by Stark Group, which seemed far more reliable than the relatively unknown Xiaomu technology. Just the name sounded inferior. Xiaomu technology came across as low-end, while Stark Group had an impressive ring to it. This reflected the current situation in China, and Chen Mu felt helpless. He understood why the leadership was troubled by this. Indeed, the national confidence among citizens was quite low and needed a rallying event to awaken it.
By the way, there's one more thing regarding the Indian market. This is a massive market that cannot be overlooked.
We plan to open it up with lower spec configurations. Going lower end was unavoidable since India was a poor country. Even if they sold the domestic version at its price, it would be difficult to move. While there were many wealthy individuals in India, the majority of the population lived below the poverty line. More than 90% of people in this peculiar country were struggling financially, making it nearly impossible for them to buy a Xiaomu phone priced at 1,000 yuan. Therefore, they could only pursue a low-end strategy. I cannot pretend I didn't hear that. At that moment, a somewhat awkward voice sounded as a flamboyantly dressed South Asian man appeared at the office door, clearly an Indian.
Who are you?
Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at the newcomer, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Jingu, a Bollywood star, and also our brand ambassador for Xiaomu phones in India, Su Jia glanced at the visitor and said to Chen Mu, invited by us, Mr. Jingu is here today to shoot an advertisement for the India-exclusive version of the Xiaomu phone. I cannot pretend I didn't hear about your company wanting to reduce the specifications of our phones for the Indian market. Jingu approached with a smile, stepping forward and extending his hand to Chen Mu in an exaggerated manner, friendly but insistent.
I'm Jingu, and it's an honor to be the spokesperson for your phone. However, can we discuss the configuration issue for the Indian market further?
Of course. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jingu. Chen Mu also smiled warmly and shook his hand. His happiness was genuine because the system had just given him a prompt, scanning. Eternals, 1%, 5%, 10%. He originally wanted to write a few more chapters of filler, but it seemed the readers couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to jump straight into the plot. Jingu, a well-known action star in India and a Bollywood celebrity, enjoyed immense popularity in India and had starred in several hit films.
He was also the brand ambassador for Xiaomu phones in India. Mr. Jingu, you should be aware of the consumer purchasing power of ordinary citizens in your country, right? Su Jia said calmly, looking at Jingu. With the international version of the Xiaomu phone priced at $700, aside from a small number of high-end users in your country, the rest of the populace can hardly afford to buy a phone, can they?
Jingu nodded in agreement. It was well known that India had one of the largest wealth gaps in the world. The international version of the Xiaomu phone is indeed beyond the financial capacity of your citizens. If we want to promote smartphones in your country, lowering the specifications might be the only option. But I understand that the Xiaomu phone in China sells for less than $200. The price difference was staggering, given that this year the exchange rate was close to 1:7. The Xiaomu phone's price in China was indeed under $200. That's due to government support. When citizens buy phones, the government subsidizes part of the cost to our company. That's why the Xiaomu phone can be sold so cheaply in our country. Mainly, it's free from various excessive taxes, allowing us to sell at this price, Chen Mu explained with a smile. Of course, this was something he made up on the spot. The actual production cost of the Xiaomu phone was not low, but it was marketed at a low price in China, with the government providing significant support and promoting his company without taxing it. Don't expect to receive similar treatment in India. If your country could eliminate tariffs or provide subsidies for purchasing phones, I believe we could also keep the price of Xiaomu phones in India very low, Chen Mu continued. Asking the Indian government to foot the bill for its citizens? Jingu thought this was simply a pipe dream. Living in India, he understood better than anyone how the caste system divided people into hierarchies, where inherited status determined one's position. If one's father was of a high caste, the child would be as well, and if born into a low caste, the child would remain low caste for life without any opportunity for advancement, even lacking access to better education. People from different castes couldn't even marry, or else high caste individuals would be demoted to the low caste group, losing all hope of ever rising again. In the eyes of Indians, the caste system persisted, and the idea of having the government subsidize the untouchables was simply unrealistic, even if he belonged to the higher caste himself. The caste system in India consists of Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, and the Dalits, forming a peculiar hierarchy of disdain. The vast majority of people belong to the lowest caste, and in the eyes of high caste individuals, low caste people were not even considered human, merely two-legged sheep. In recent years, while the Indian government had legally abolished the caste system, something that had endured for thousands of years could not simply vanish overnight.
Isn't there any other way to resolve this?
Jingu shrugged helplessly and raised an eyebrow.
We can't just sell our phones at a loss to you, can we?
Su Jia replied, exasperated. She found it quite absurd that the Indians were complaining about money when they didn't have it. However, the Indian market was indeed vast, and abandoning it wasn't an option. Of course, as part of a high-income group, Jingu could afford to buy the phones, but the vast majority of people in India were struggling just to meet basic needs. Spending several $100s on a high-end smartphone was nearly impossible. Perhaps in the future, the Xiaomu phone could earn the nickname kidney phone. Our solution is to lower the specifications, which will reduce costs and subsequently lower prices, Su Jia said calmly, continuing to look at Jingu. Since we have no government relations in India, if you have a way to go about reducing costs through tax reductions, that would also work to make the prices lower. In India, being of a high caste sometimes held more weight than government officials, and perhaps even the government personnel would have to heed their words. As a Bollywood actor from an established lineage, Jingu was rumored to be quite wealthy, so he might really have such connections. But lowering the specifications for all phones in India doesn't seem appropriate, Jingu couldn't help but comment. He didn't care whether low-caste individuals could afford phones. His main concern was that if specifications were lowered for everyone, he, as someone wealthy, would also be stuck using a low-end product, which didn't align with his status. In this era, the Xiaomi phone, being the first smartphone, hadn't differentiated specifications yet, they were all the same. This is simple. We can launch 2 new versions of the Xiaomi phone in India. One version will significantly lower the specifications and be named the Xiaomi Phone Youth Edition, the other version will enhance the specifications and be called the Xiaomi Phone Pro, allowing those with status to use a high-end phone. Or we could create a larger screen version called the Xiaomi Phone Pro Max, or even make a custom version made of pure gold, adorned with a few diamonds, whatever high-end features you want. The solutions Chen Mu proposed left both Su Jia and Jingu astounded, recognizing him as a commercial genius. Exactly. Let's do that. Jin Ji's eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. Be sure to get me one of those custom phones. Price is no issue, I can spend up to $100 million, but it must match my status. He really is rich. This guy is an eternal who has lived for 7,000 years. With that much time, even a pig could accumulate significant wealth. Jingu, as a member of the Eternals on Earth, possessed immense strength and eternal life. He had been on Earth for a full 7,000 years, witnessing the continuous development and changes of humanity firsthand. After the Eternals fractured, he moved to India and became an actor in Bollywood. As a member of the Eternals combat system, he had the special ability to manipulate cosmic energy, just like his peers. He could effortlessly channel cosmic energy, shooting it from his hands like a firearm, and compress that energy to unleash it with even greater power, akin to the Rasengan from Naruto, giving the released cosmic energy astonishing destructive capability. Of course, each Eternal's physical prowess far exceeded that of a human, even surpassing that of the Asgardian gods. This speaks to the fact that the Eternals were a race created by the Celestials, endowing them with truly formidable individual strength. However, in the cinematic universe, the abilities of the Eternals were fragmented and limited, with different powers assigned to various members. In reality, a perfect Eternal would possess all the powers of the Eternals depicted in the films, essentially being a composite of all of them. Currently on Earth, the existing Eternals were significantly weakened, much like Hulk, whose strength was not particularly outstanding. Nonetheless, the power of the Eternals was still far beyond what humans could compare to. As creations of the Celestials, the Eternals could be viewed as a sort of advanced artificial intelligence, fundamentally being technological creations, which was precisely what the system could fully analyze. Therefore, when Shenmue first met Jingu, the system quietly began to analyze the technology of the Eternals. During their casual conversation and laughter, the analysis progress bar steadily increased. I want a phone made of pure gold, and it should be inlaid with a few diamonds, and let's replace the physical button under the screen with a ruby, Jingu exclaimed. As an Indian, though he merely resembled an Indian, having adopted local habits after living there for so long, Jingu had a peculiar affection for gold. Thus, a Xiaomi phone crafted from pure gold was something he longed for. For him, money was simply not an issue. After 7,000 years of living, would he really need to worry about finances? Moreover, after such a long time, he had grown indifferent to money. To him, it was merely a string of numbers devoid of real significance. As a result, the first truly luxury gold custom edition Xiaomi phone was commissioned by Jingu. I don't care about the specifications, the main requirement is that it must be luxurious. Jingu insisted on this point, which was his only absolute demand. Not a problem at all. Su Jia, you handle the arrangements, Shenmue said happily to Su Jia as he watched the analysis progress bar nearing completion. Su Jia had a look of disbelief but obediently turned to leave. In her view, Jingu was merely a Bollywood star, perhaps with some noble status in India, but she didn't take him seriously. What puzzled her was why Shenmue was so enthusiastic about this Indian celebrity. Was he a fan of Jingu? Considering the often musical and dance-filled nature of Bollywood films, it was hard to imagine Shenmue as a fan. Absolutely. We can definitely create a pure gold Xiaomi phone for you. When you pull out this phone, you will undoubtedly become the center of attention wherever you go. Indeed, carrying around a gold brick would be hard to ignore. Naturally, as an Eternal, Jingu would not fear any threats. Who would dare to rob an Eternal, even if he pulled out a gold brick from his pocket? Haha, yes. That's exactly what I want. Hearing Chen Mu's words, Jingu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As a star, he naturally needed exposure and attention. To him, only a pure gold Xiaomu phone could match his status.
Sir, we should go shoot the advertisement now.
At that moment, a slightly overweight Indian man approached, respectfully addressing Jingu.
Hello, I'm Karen, Mr. Jin Ge's servant.
This obsequious man, showing profound respect towards Jingu, had served him for several decades.
He fully understood Jin Ge's identity as an Eternal, having accompanied him for so many years and witnessing Jin Ge's unchanging appearance over time. A servant? Like Alfred, Batman's butler in the DC comics?
Chen Mu smiled as he looked at the plump Indian man, curiously inquiring.
Haha, I like that title.
Karen, from now on, you're my servant and butler, just like Alfred for Batman, Jingu replied with a grin, addressing Karen.
Let's not chat too much, I hope to see you again next time. After the advertisement, if there's time, let's grab a drink, Karen said quietly to Jingu, serving a dual role as his servant and manager.
That's a shame, looks like I need to buy a private jet, Jingu smiled as he turned to Chen Mu. I really like you, if you have time, you can come to my set, and I'll arrange a cameo role for you.
Who knows, you might even become famous in the entertainment industry. Let's pass on that.
I'm usually quite busy, Chen Mu replied without hesitation, shuddering at the thought of the singing and dancing typical of Indian films.
That's too bad. With my help, you'd definitely succeed in the entertainment industry. Jingu shrugged and continued, well, I'm off to shoot the advertisement. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon. He extended his hand to shake Chen Mu's before turning to leave.
There will be opportunities, Chen Mu said, watching Jin Ge's departing figure with a slight smile.
Analysis complete, Eternals, 100%.
Encountering an Eternal in Huqiangbai Industrial Park completely exceeded Chen Mu's expectations. This was a golden opportunity that had literally dropped into his lap. The system had fully analyzed the technologies of the Eternals, which meant that Chen Mu could now directly create his own Eternals. Ah, the eternal life, truly enviable, Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim after Jingu left. Just think about it, living for 7,000 years, yet the Eternals seem to have made little progress, almost pitifully weak. If only the ancestors of China had been granted such a long lifespan, China would have undoubtedly ventured into realms beyond Earth by now. Just imagine if Qin Shi Huang had 7,000 years of life, perhaps the entire galaxy would already be flying the flag of the Qin dynasty. In Chen Mu's original world, the movie Eternals, which catered to America's increasingly stringent political correctness, received overwhelmingly negative reviews. Not to mention that one Eternal, Phastos, who mourned Hiroshima, the bizarre settings throughout the film were enough to leave viewers speechless. To showcase gender equality, the 10 Eternals were forcibly divided into 5 males and 5 females. To reflect a lack of racial discrimination, these 10 Eternals had different ethnic appearances, and to eliminate discrimination against the disabled, one of the Eternals was even deaf-mute. As previously mentioned, Phastos, who mourned Hiroshima, was the epitome of political correctness. He was a black man, overweight, and also gay.
In summary, the film was simply abysmal in its efforts to align with American political correctness. However, in this world, the Eternals with their endless lifespans were certainly not to be underestimated. While these Eternals appeared crippled, if they could overcome their technological bottlenecks and become perfect Eternals, their power would be immensely formidable. With China's industrial capacity, it's impossible to create Eternals, but the system, which can generate corresponding materials from nothing, can do it, Chen Mu mused. After all, the Eternals were a race manufactured by the Celestials, and the materials needed were not found on Earth. Relying on China's industrial power or Earth's resources to create Eternals was simply impossible. Therefore, making the Eternals a force for China posed certain difficulties. Unless Chen Mu relied solely on the system for production, it would be challenging to achieve. The higher the level and the more powerful the item, the longer the production and consumption time. Chen Mu noted that to create a flawed technological version of the Eternals similar to Jingu would require a full month, which would mark the longest manufacturing time for the system ever. A flawed version of the Eternals is, to be honest, not very impressive. It's better to focus on technological breakthroughs first. Having acquired the technology of the Eternals from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Chen Mu decided to prioritize upgrading them due to their apparent defects. Just upgrading will take a month? But Chen Mu could wait. Pursuing perfection, he unhesitatingly began the upgrade process. A month was just a short time, and it would pass quickly. For Chen Mu, the Eternals represented the pinnacle of the technology he had encountered so far.
After all, they were creations of the Celestials, incomparable to ordinary entities. Shenmue had always felt his power was too weak, though he did not care about or obsess over his own strength. Enhancing his abilities through Eternal's technology would undoubtedly be beneficial. Additionally, even if he could not use the technology to enhance himself, he could always create 2 Eternal bodyguards.
With the might of the Eternals, they could ensure his safety. If the perfected Eternals could match the original's capabilities, then their strength in this universe would be top tier. If he had 2 perfect Eternals, even if the hybrid Eternal Thanos came looking for trouble, he would surely meet his end. Among the Eternals on Earth, the most powerful in combat was Ikaris, who possessed the ability to fly, had exceptional physical attributes, and could project cosmic energy from his eyes, much like Superman's heat vision from DC Comics. He had super strength, super speed, immense durability, and high-speed flight, making him somewhat similar to Superman in terms of abilities. In addition, Ikaris could also harness cosmic energy to generate energy shields to block various attacks, making him a very versatile warrior. Besides Ikaris, the Eternals boasted numerous superpowers, including illusions, mind control, and weapon transmutation, among many others. Generally speaking, a perfect Eternal would possess a collection of these abilities, including flight, super speed, and super strength, which would make them almost on par with Superman from DC Comics. Of course, comparisons with more powerful versions like Silver Superman, Thought Superman, or Golden Superman were unnecessary. However, both the Eternals and their adversaries, the Deviants, were created by the Celestials. The original intent was to protect the growth of intelligent life forms. When the population of intelligent beings on a planet reached a certain threshold, a celestial emergence would occur, using these beings as sacrifices to birth new Celestials. However, the Deviants, originally created to protect humanity, had transformed into new predators, threatening human existence. Thus, the purpose of the Eternals' creation was to combat the Deviants and protect humanity, which is why they were designed to resemble humans. In reality, whether it be Eternals or Deviants, their existence was to enable the emergence of Celestials, facilitating the celestial emergence. Once that occurs, it would inevitably lead to the complete destruction of the planet. Currently, there was a celestial seed on Earth. Once the number of intelligent beings, namely humans, reached a certain level, a celestial emergence would be triggered, resulting in the destruction of Earth and the birth of a new celestial. So now I have an additional task. Shenmue thought back to the storyline of the Eternals, falling into contemplation. His goal was to elevate China to greatness and restore its former glory, but if someone intended to destroy Earth, that objective would certainly be unattainable. Therefore, he needed to prevent this so-called celestial emergence at all costs. Of course, Shenmue was also highly intrigued by the Celestials. If the system could analyze the Celestials as well, that would be fascinating. Rubbing his chin, Shenmue entertained the thought. Let's not worry too much about that, let's first create some Eternals. Although the Eternals could be considered a form of artificial intelligence, they were, in fact, biological beings with their own thoughts, emotions, and experiences just like humans. The Celestials created the Eternals much like crafting humans, and now, with the help of the system, Shenmue could do the same. Of course, while the Celestials could mass-produce Eternals, Shenmue could only rely on the system to create them one by one, slowly. Well, no matter what, this power can rival that of Superman, Shenmue thought, coming to this realization. With this in mind, he began organizing the abilities of the Eternals that he had previously analyzed. The entire Eternal race was essentially a creation of the Celestials, and their various powers were bestowed upon them through the Celestials' means. Now, with Jingu, Shenmue not only discovered the method of utilizing energy but also grasped this ability. The power of the Eternals stemmed from their manipulation of cosmic energy, and the different modes of operation determined their various abilities. Jin Ji's power allowed him to shoot cosmic energy like bullets, representing a high-level application of cosmic energy. So, as long as I can master the method of utilizing cosmic energy and operate it in this manner, I can fire energy bullets just like Jingu? Shenmue extracted the energy circuit technology from Jingu and began to study it repeatedly. Was this akin to a form of magic? By operating cosmic energy in this way, I can project it outward with great power, making it entirely applicable for weaponry. By manipulating energy in a specific manner, one could unleash certain powers. If this circuit could be applied to a machine, that machine could naturally exhibit similar effects. Currently, Shenmue only possessed this particular energy circuit from Jingu, which amplified the energy's power before projecting it. In simple terms, this circuit could only be used to create something akin to firearms. Well then, let's give it a try.
Without hesitation, Shenmue approached his workbench, gathering various materials to start his project. He was very familiar with the structure and principles of firearms, quickly forming a rough prototype on the machine tool. Although I've analyzed cosmic energy from Jingu, capturing it is still a bit tricky. Since I'm only using energy, why not test with other energy sources? Shenmue's system was powerful but had its limitations. It could only assist based on technologies he had seen or touched. Cosmic energy couldn't be produced by machines, it existed in the world around them, and Eternals merely drew it from their surrounding space, with the amount they could harness determining their strength. Since Shenmue didn't currently have equipment to capture cosmic energy, he decided to substitute it with a more common energy source, electricity. However, if I can use electricity, it also means I can directly utilize arc reactor energy. He recalled that the arc reactor was modeled after the energy of the Tesseract, suggesting that its energy level should be quite high. He wondered how it compared to cosmic energy. Let's start with a battery and see how many times I can use it. Using a special energy conducting metal for the circuit, Shenmue quickly inscribed an energy circuit similar to Jin Ji's within the firearm. He then connected the battery to the weapon. This prototype looked strange, lacking the appearance of a conventional firearm, but it was undeniably a very dangerous piece of equipment. Now, let's see how it performs. After casually attaching a grip, Shenmue moved to an open space in the lab, aiming the barrel at a distant metal target. He pulled the trigger, and a blue light rapidly condensed at the muzzle before shooting out, instantly hitting the target and bursting forth with a powerful flash. This was the destructive force caused by pure electricity, not particularly high, but because it was electricity, it had a paralyzing effect that would typically render the target unconscious. This could be quite useful. If someone is hit by this thing, they'd likely be completely paralyzed. It would be very effective for subduing petty thieves, as the plasma bullets fired from this electric gun were composed of condensed electrical energy, making them faster than ordinary bullets. This weapon can be mass-produced. It would be perfect for police use against criminals. This weapon could be mass-produced for future police use, but what about charging? This gun not only had a rapid-fire mode but could also condense and compress energy like Jingu, firing it with even greater force. Let's try the charging mode. After adjusting the weapon, Shenmue picked it up again and aimed it at the target. This time, the weapon didn't immediately fire. Instead, it gathered energy at the muzzle. The dark blue electricity swirled and pooled, resembling liquid energy. After charging for about 2 seconds, Shenmue released the trigger, and the concentrated plasma struck the target, resulting in a violent explosion. After the blinding blue light faded, Shenmue looked at the target, which had been melted through, leaving a sizable hole. What the hell, it's like a plasma cannon. Shenmue marveled at the power of this small weapon, capable of unleashing such terrifying attacks using ordinary electrical energy. He felt a sense of pride, as this was the first weapon he had genuinely developed on his own without relying on the system, using only the knowledge provided by the system. If this simple high-energy battery can produce such immense power, I wonder how much stronger the effects would be using other advanced energy sources? Energy levels varied, and electricity was relatively low level. The cosmic energy used by the Eternals was undoubtedly much stronger. Electricity can also be substituted with other types of energy, but this energy circuit resembles legendary magic. In novels and films, casting spells seems to require inscribing magic circuits or arrays, and the principle is similar. So, a weapon built around an energy circuit could be considered his handcrafted magic weapon? This weapon had immense power, far exceeding that of ordinary firearms. Without any logistical issues, it only required energy to use. Not to mention, electricity was readily available everywhere. In the future, he wouldn't need to worry about ammunition, just recharge it instead. Electricity has a relatively low energy level. This so-called high-capacity battery will run out quickly. If used as an ordinary electric shotgun, this 10,000 mAh battery could probably fire about 10 shots. But if I use it for a high-energy plasma cannon, it would be drained after just 2 shots. Indeed, 10,000 mAh isn't much. Most common power banks have significantly more capacity. With such limited energy, managing to fire 10 shots is already at the extreme cost efficiency. If we could replace all military weapons with this, it would save the country a significant amount of money, right? This magical energy weapon had far greater power than standard firearms relying solely on batteries. What if the energy source was upgraded, like using arc reactor energy? The arc reactor was initially researched by Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. However, due to the limitations of his time, he couldn't perfect the technology and left it for Tony, hoping that one day Tony could complete the research. Now, thanks to the Huqiangbai system, Chen Mu had mastered this technology early on and handed it over to China. The technology developed by Howard was gradually being promoted, and it wouldn't be long before the entire country could use this free and clean energy. The emergence of this energy would undoubtedly create a massive upheaval in today's world, especially for traditional energy companies, which would suffer significant losses due to its introduction. Of course, this would naturally incite hatred from those energy giants, who would likely seek revenge against China. However, once this energy was fully rolled out, China's military might would inevitably undergo a transformation, and at that point, China would no longer fear any challenges.
Let's try installing an arc reactor in this gun.
Chen Mu removed the battery and took a mini arc reactor from the side, connecting it to the weapon. In his lab, portable arc reactors were quite common.
Let's test the regular firing mode.
When using electricity, the magical energy gun could only fire electrical energy bullets that would either stun or incapacitate a target. Now, with arc energy instead, a blue light flashed, and the muzzle shot out a beam like a laser, easily penetrating the nearby wall. This scene surprised Chen Mu as the force unleashed by the arc energy through this energy circuit was astonishing. It was more than 10 times stronger than when using electricity. This arc energy bullet had a power level exceeding that of ordinary anti-material sniper rifle rounds and had excellent penetration capabilities. Simply put, with the arc reactor added, this gun's normal shot was equivalent to a round from a heavy sniper rifle.
What if I use the charging mode?
Chen Mu pondered as he looked at the charging switch. Never mind testing it in the lab, a single shot might blow the walls down.
If he wanted to test it, he should head outside. What's going on? Su Jia quickly arrived at the lab, slightly anxious after hearing the commotion from Chen Mu's earlier experiments.
It's nothing, just made a little gadget and conducted an experiment, Chen Mu replied.
Seeing the so-called little gadget in his hands, Su Jia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Although it looked rather odd, she quickly recognized it as a type of firearm based on its barrel and stock.
What is this? Su Jia asked curiously.
This is a gun, and I call it a magical energy weapon, Chen Mu explained as he lifted the firearm.
A magical energy weapon? What does that even mean?
Su Jia was puzzled, looking at the shiny arc reactor on the weapon.
How was it related to magical energy?
The energy from the arc reactor is very powerful. Even a mini reactor has a high energy level. Our military's weapon experts previously used arc reactors to create portable individual electromagnetic rifles, leveraging the arc reactor's immense electrical energy to produce electromagnetic effects that propel bullets at incredibly high speeds, causing unimaginable destruction, Su Jia explained.
In my Qilin armor, we have equipped this type of weapon, which operates on the principles of an electromagnetic cannon. What's your gun all about? How powerful is it? Can I get one installed in my Qilin armor as well?
In fact, when Chen Mu had provided some technologies to the Spear Agency, their scientists had already begun researching and developing new technologies. Electromagnetic weapons had existed for some time, but due to energy constraints, they couldn't be effectively made for individual use. However, after Chen Mu provided the portable arc reactor, this issue was resolved. The military had already begun producing electromagnetic weapons, such as electromagnetic guns and cannons, which were starting to be deployed on a small scale. Besides the weapons provided by Chen Mu, Chinese scientists had also crafted numerous powerful weapons and installed them in their battle armor.
Electromagnetic cannon?
Chen Mu rubbed his nose, somewhat surprised. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the military's weapon research, so he wasn't aware of how far their advancements had come. Hearing Su Jia now, he found it hard to believe they had achieved individual electromagnetic cannons. Using the reactor's energy to propel bullets or shells would provide them with greater kinetic energy, thereby enhancing their power.
My magical energy weapon is quite different from the electromagnetic weapons you mentioned.
This thing purely utilizes energy and employs special manufacturing techniques to unleash greater power from the energy it releases. Chen Mu raised the magical energy weapon again and quickly pulled the trigger 3 times at the wall.
3 beams of pure energy shot out, easily leaving 3 sizable holes in the wall.
Watching Chen Mu use this weapon effortlessly, Su Jia was instantly astonished.
Did this gun have no recoil? And it didn't require ammunition? Based on Chen Mu's explanation, if it utilized pure energy, did that mean as long as there was sufficient energy, it could effectively have infinite bullets? No recoil, infinite ammunition, and formidable power, its potential was obvious.
If this gun ended up in the hands of the military, it would undoubtedly be a devastating weapon.
Let's go to the shooting range and give it a try.
Shenmue was eager to test the charging mode of the arc reactor, which was the powerful arc energy cannon.
If ordinary electric energy could produce the power of a plasma cannon, he was extremely curious about the astonishing effects that would arise from using the arc reactor. Come on, let's go check it out.
Su Jia was equally intrigued by the mysterious weapon Shenmue described and eagerly pulled him along as they headed outside. Before long, the two arrived at the shooting range. This weapon can adapt to any form of energy, whether it's electric power or arc energy. It can utilize both effortlessly. As he spoke, Shenmue removed the arc reactor and connected a 100,000 mAh battery to the weapon. A 10,000 mAh battery can fire about 10 shots or 2 plasma blasts.
This 100,000 mAh battery will allow for 100 shots or 20 plasma blasts.
This meant that just this one battery could provide an astonishing number of shots, which was truly impressive. The magic circuit on Jingu amplified the energy in an unbelievable way. It was no wonder it came from celestial technology. It was indeed awe-inspiring.
Who would have thought that an ordinary battery could unleash such terrifying power, and it was rechargeable, not a one-time use? 100 shots? Su Jia's expression was incredulous.
On the battlefield, a larger magazine capacity meant a greater chance of survival, and 100 shots far exceeded that of standard machine gun magazines.
Even if these were just electric shock bullets, the capacity was enough to be intimidating.
Furthermore, if they sought destructive power, the 20 plasma blasts would be no small matter. Most importantly, this energy source was merely an ordinary battery. This was beyond unbelievable.
I'll give it a try first.
Filled with curiosity, Su Jia took the magical energy weapon from Shenmue and began to test it. The ordinary electric shock bullets shot similarly to an electric gun. All she had to do was pull the trigger, and the energy would gather at the muzzle.
Since this weapon had no barrel, there was no cooling issue. In electric gun mode, the bullets flew extremely fast, akin to real lightning, making it nearly impossible for an average person to dodge. Once hit, the only outcome was unconsciousness.
Su Jia then switched to the plasma cannon mode, firing several plasma blasts that easily melted the metal target ahead. When she replaced the battery with the arc reactor, the terrifying power of the ordinary attack mode and its laser-like attack style left her in awe. This was a true weapon of the future, a pure energy weapon.
Is this what you call a little toy?
Su Jia looked at Shenmue with a complex expression, filled with admiration.
This weapon was simply too cool. Please be sure to install this weapon system in my armor.
Don't worry, all the future armors will have this.
After all, it was just an energy circuit.
By arranging special energy-conducting metals within the armor, this capability could easily be utilized. Currently, Shenmue had only come into contact with Jingu, so his grasp of the magical circuits was still limited to this.
He would need to find opportunities to master other magical circuits later.
At that time, he could categorize the armor based on different abilities, purposes, and military branches. He could even inscribe multiple sets of unique magical circuits, for example, super speed like Makari from the Eternals, who could circle the Earth in no time.
If he could acquire her magical circuit and inscribe it into the Qilin armor, wouldn't that armor be able to achieve the same feat?
Similarly, abilities like super strength, mind control, material transmutation, etc., could allow for unrestricted flight without the need for thrusters.
After learning spells like portals, he could even open a portal with the armor.
This way, the armor would evolve into a magical mech.
Who wouldn't fear a mech that could cast spells?
The armors would need to be renamed based on their abilities, purposes, and military branches.
Shall we try the arc energy cannon?
Shenmue grinned, adjusting the firearm to the charging mode and aiming at a distant target. After 2 seconds of charging, a blue energy sphere formed at the muzzle and instantly shot out, striking the target.
Boom!
In an instant, the ground shook, and an explosive sound erupted.
The target was obliterated, resembling the aftermath of a massive bombing.
The arc energy cannon was terrifying indeed.
Wow, this is way more powerful than an RPG.
Shenmue marveled at the destruction caused by the weapon, a staggering thought crossing his mind. The arc reactor not only stores a vast amount of energy but also generates energy.
As long as the armor has enough fuel, the weapon essentially has unlimited ammunition.
Observing Su Jia's astonishment, Shenmue said with a hint of pride. He had truly created a weapon with infinite firepower.
This absolutely must be installed on my armor.
Su Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the seemingly ordinary weapon in Chen Mu's hands, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Since the reactor itself is an energy source, it can continuously utilize this energy for attacks as long as it hasn't run out. Chen Mu showcased the arc reactor on the magical energy weapon to Su Jia.
Now, if we improve the weapon's appearance, do you think it could become a mainstream military weapon?
That would depend on how the generals consider it, Su Jia pondered for a moment before replying. However, the quantity is too large, changing the current situation won't be easy, and it will take time.
In simple terms, although the weapon Chen Mu created was called a magical energy weapon, it could also be explained as a technological weapon. Wasn't it just an energy weapon? Why insist on calling it a magical energy weapon? From an appearance standpoint, where was the trace of magic? It clearly utilized electricity and arc energy, which were both technological in nature. If Su Jia were to disassemble the firearm, she would find that its internal structure differed fundamentally from traditional firearms. This gun had no barrel or gunpowder, the body was perfectly designed. Only Chen Mu knew that within the weapon's body, a specially designed energy-conducting material formed a complex energy circuit, creating a magic array. The reason it could unleash energy projectiles was that the energy flowed through the magical circuit inside the weapon, forming a magic array. Although it appeared to be a physical attack, it was, in fact, a genuine magical attack. Thus, Chen Mu referred to it as a magical energy weapon. This weapon was fundamentally different from conventional firearms, its principles were entirely unique. If Chen Mu were to explain it to scientific researchers, it would likely take a long time for them to grasp the concepts. The underlying principles were too distinctive. Even if the world's most brilliant scientists were handed this weapon, they would only be able to replicate it without truly understanding its inner workings. However, mere replication was already sufficient for China. Let's modify the appearance of the gun to make it more aesthetically pleasing, then it will be nearly perfect. In terms of weaponry, this magical energy firearm would undoubtedly become a sharp tool in future confrontations with aliens. Compared to the relatively low-end energy weapons of the Chitauri, the power of this magical energy weapon was vastly superior. Moreover, its most crucial feature was its high adaptability. It could utilize various energy types, whether common electricity, advanced arc energy, or even the cosmic energy used by the Eternals, all could serve as its bullets. Unfortunately, they currently had no access to mages, otherwise, they might be able to explore the possibility of having mages directly use their magical power to activate the bullets. By the way, Su Jia, are there any martial arts masters in the country who have cultivated internal energy?
Thinking about mages, Chen Mu curiously asked Su Jia. In the Marvel universe, China was not without powerful individuals, but most were martial artists. The mention of martial artists piqued Chen Mu's interest. He wondered if their internal energy could serve as a power source for the weapon. If that were possible, it would be remarkable. The gun could help martial artists project their internal energy externally, essentially functioning like the legendary Sixth Meridian sword. There are martial artists with internal energy, but they are not very common, Su Jia nodded. In China, the concept of internal energy was not a secret, especially in the military, where many close combat trainers practiced martial arts, and there were quite a few who possessed internal energy.
Unlike Chen Mu's original world, where internal energy was more mythical, its existence in this universe was entirely logical.
After all, compared to other power systems, the strength of internal energy was relatively weak.
But why are you asking this?
Su Jia was puzzled, as they had been discussing weapons before suddenly shifting to internal energy.
Don't forget, this is a magical energy weapon.
Chen Mu smiled and explained, it can utilize any type of energy, so internal energy would be no exception. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's expression turned to one of disbelief. It was the first time she had heard that a martial artist's internal energy could be used in such a way. In reality, the main purpose of internal energy in this world was to strengthen the body, making martial artists stronger, but it had almost no other applications. The flashy techniques in martial arts novels were mostly fictional. At best, they might demonstrate some hidden power, but powerful moves like the 18 dragon subduing palms were purely concocted.
However, if Chen Mu's so-called magical energy weapon could truly treat internal energy as ammunition, wouldn't it be akin to the Sixth Meridian sword from novels?
Of course, the common belief in China was that no matter how skilled you are, you fear a kitchen knife, reflecting the general view of martial arts today. Martial arts were primarily for physical training. For the military, the main offensive means remained conventional firearms and weapons. Yet Chen Mu's gun could potentially enhance some of that power, however marginal it might be. My former instructor cultivated internal energy. I can contact her and see if she'd like to try it out. Although Su Jia was somewhat skeptical about the idea of internal energy bullets, her curiosity prompted her to find a master of internal energy to test it.
After all, could it really compare to the arc energy cannon?
Conveniently, her former instructor had practiced internal energy and was quite powerful, so she decided to have her come and try it out. For Chen Mu, while the power of internal energy bullets was indeed weaker compared to magical bullets, it was still visually impressive. Moreover, as a Chinese person, he had a natural fascination with martial arts.
A gun that could activate bullets using internal energy was certainly worth exploring.
After all, the Marvel world leaned heavily toward the aspects of magic. Regarding power, magic would certainly be stronger. Just think about it, if the future Avengers member Scarlet Witch were to use this gun, channeling her chaos magic, her power would undoubtedly be astounding.
Su Jia left, taking the weapon prototype with her.
She would contact a weapon expert to modify the weapon's appearance, making it look more like a genuine firearm. The first version of the magical energy weapon currently had two models. One was a battery-operated electric weapon, and the other was directly mounted with an arc reactor, boasting formidable power comparable to that of battle armor. Most importantly, the cost was low, and it was very simple to produce. As long as one understood the magical circuit and arranged special energy conducting materials within the gun, along with the shell and connection devices, the weapon could be completed. The energy conducting material was a special silver alloy, excellent for conducting various types of energy. Perhaps this was what was known as mithril. Furthermore, this weapon wouldn't be easily obtained by others. Even if agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. got their hands on it and tried to dismantle it, they would be utterly baffled.
Did they understand magic? Clearly not. They wouldn't be able to comprehend its principles.
Additionally, the firearm was integrated, lacking traditional components like barrels. The mithril was etched directly within the metal. It would be nearly impossible to replicate or manufacture a copy simply. Even a slight disruption to the magical circuit would render the weapon nearly useless, thus, imitation would be out of the question.
Magic actually fell under the realm of mysticism.
Perhaps both science and mysticism ultimately converge on theology, as technology and magic, when taken to their extremes, might lead to divinity. While the two may eventually cross paths, science and mysticism differ significantly in their principles and are two entirely separate paths. To truly understand the magical principles behind the magical energy weapon, one would have to forget all existing scientific knowledge and start fresh with magic, otherwise, even the smartest individuals would be left in the dark. Chen Mu could master both magic and technology thanks to the system, which directly instilled the principles of both into his mind, allowing him to develop them in tandem. This was reminiscent of Asgard's path, where both technology and magic were embraced, allowing for simultaneous development. When both reached an advanced level, they could naturally complement each other, leveraging their strengths. In the same creation, technology and magic could coexist, each enhancing the other to unleash even greater power. Under Chen Mu's leadership, China would soon embark on a path of simultaneous technological and magical development, potentially becoming a second Asgard, or even stronger.